One day, I woke up to find myself in a wonderful world filled with fluffy little ponies, having fallen from my familiar daily routine. As an ordinary, kind person without any superpowers, I only carried a heart that wanted to get along well. Here, I accompanied Trixie as she repeatedly polished her magic act, watching her go from nervous to shining with excitement. When the magic night ended perfectly, I strolled through the Crystal Empire National Library with my friends. Feeling the sun slow down as my fingertips brushed over old book pages, I joined the summer special, enjoying the lively chatter of the little ponies, my heart feeling content. Occasionally, I would encounter small troubles like a sudden appearance of a changeling or having to outsmart the queen of the changelings, but I always thought to lend a helping hand with kindness. The story is still ongoing, and I'm slowly writing a daily life filled with love and friendship alongside these adorable little ponies, hoping that each pony will be treated gently. Chapter 1. The world focuses on you. On an ordinary morning, Anon was having breakfast at home. Another day older, he sighed, letting out a long breath. Ever since he left school and stepped into society, Anon's life felt as if it had been drained of its soul, becoming dull and lifeless. The days that were once full of passion and dreams have now been replaced by endless repetition. Every morning, he got up like a robot programmed to do so. He would wake up, wash up, go to work, and then spend a long day in the office. After work, he returned home like a zombie, having a simple dinner, climbing into bed early, waiting for the next day to come. Such a life was ordinary, monotonous, and boring, leaving one feeling suffocated. Sometimes, Anon would fantasize about traveling to another world and embarking on an epic adventure, becoming a hero, defeating dragons, marrying princesses, and reaching the pinnacle of life. At that moment, a voice seemed to come from nowhere. Do you want to truly live? Do you want to know the meaning of life? What's going on? This plot is too kitsch, Anon thought to himself. But why not give it a try? Start a brand new life. Whoosh! A dazzling white light flashed. With the appearance of this white light, the entire forest seemed disturbed, trembling slightly. The leaves rustled, as if whispering, discussing this sudden brightness. Just as the white light disappeared, a figure appeared in a grove. That figure was Anon, holding a steaming breakfast. Anon looked around, and the sight before him filled him with surprise. What came into view was a tranquil forest, flowers blooming, birds singing. Everything was so beautiful. This forest was like a paradise. Everything was so wonderful and serene. Anon took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air and the essence of nature, his mood brightening. However, it felt a bit strange. Everything around looked miniaturized. The trees were only slightly taller than him, and the birds were indeed tiny. Have I arrived in Lilliput? Is this Gulliver's Travels? Anon was certain he had truly crossed over. A new life began. Home was behind him, and the world lay ahead. Humming an unknown tune, he walked into the woods. The forest was truly beautiful. The sky was a clear blue, and fluffy white clouds floated freely. The sun moved forward like a clock, shaking as it went. Sure enough, it's a different world. Even the sun is different, moving like a clock. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the low bushes ahead, as if some animal was quickly approaching. Anon felt a sense of urgency. Could it be a tiger, leopard, or wolf? Was the beautiful adventure in this other world about to end before it even began? Suddenly, 3 majestic wooden puppies sprang out from the bushes. Haha, to be honest, they looked quite cute, about the size of the big yellow dog at the village entrance, maybe even a bit smaller. Suddenly, Anon had a whimsical idea. Yip yip yip, yip yip yip. The ancient art of dog training. But it had little effect. The wooden puppies looked bewildered. Anon was a bit too large for them. After all, in the natural world, size is also one of the factors that measure combat power. Seeing that the wooden puppies didn't growl or bark, Anon tossed some of his breakfast out. Maybe feeding them something would lead to some interesting happenings. The 3 wooden puppies were instantly attracted by the food, surrounding it and devouring it eagerly, like the tea that moment. Anon's large hand came down, startling the leading wooden puppy, which twisted its body trying to escape. But that hand was like a shadow, not so easy to evade. It quickly grabbed the puppy by the head. Seeing this plan succeed, Anon began to hug the wooden puppy and rub it vigorously. Yoshi, 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 Yoshi. The wooden puppy tried to resist, but its body didn't comply. This strange tow-legged creature seemed to have done something. It felt so comfortable that it was about to fall apart. Supplements, why is my tail spinning, and why is my tongue sticking out? Why are you two just watching? Have you betrayed me? The other 2 wooden puppies, not knowing what had happened, saw their companion caught and were about to run away. Suddenly, they noticed their companion's expression didn't seem right. It looked relaxed and comfortable. You 2 can't run either. If you eat my food, you're my dogs. Anon quickly grabbed all 3 puppies, bringing them before him and starting to rub them. A long time later, the three wooden puppies finally broke free from Anon's grasp, tucking their tails and running away. Before leaving, they even wagged their tails at Anon, looking quite pleased. This wooden dog feels pretty good, not at all stiff or uncomfortable. That was fun. Anon felt completely relaxed. All right, let's keep going and see what interesting things we will encounter next. At this moment, in a castle on a mountain, a beautiful white unicorn looked worriedly at the eternal, endless forest. Is it you, my sister? I really miss you. Anon, oh Anon, as an ordinary traveler. At this moment, the world focuses on you. Chapter 2, we need to go deeper. After waving goodbye to the group of wooden puppies, Anonym took a deep breath and continued deeper into the forest. Belle's words echoed in his ears. To discover the traces of life, one must first find a river. Following the river would greatly increase the chances of finding a town. Anonym listened carefully, searching for any clues that might lead him to the river. The trees in the forest were tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of dappled light. Anonym wove between these light and shadow, the leaves underfoot rustling as if accompanying his journey. After a long trek, he heard the sound of flowing water. The sound was incredibly clear, filling Anonym with hope. He quickened his pace toward the sound. After passing through a thicket, a clear stream appeared before him. The water sparkled like silver under the sunlight, resembling a silver ribbon. What good water! Anonym stood by the stream, feeling the cool mist on his face. Following the riverbank, the town should be just ahead. After walking for a while, Anonym discovered a statue by the river. The statue was about the height of his legs, resembling a large bug, yet also a small horse. It had a terrified expression on its face, with hollow legs. This statue from another world was quite strange. Why was the carving so odd? Wouldn't those hollow legs break? Anonym mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he heard a clucking sound. Cluck, cluck. Following the sound, he saw a small chicken. But this chicken had a chicken head and a snake tail, which was quite bizarre. When the chicken saw Anonym looking at it, its eyes burst with red light, its gaze piercing. At that moment, Anonym felt his legs stiffening, and looking down, he was shocked to see that his feet were slowly turning to stone. And it was creeping up. Not good. The situation seemed dire. Could this creature before him be the legendary chicken snake monster? According to rumors, the chicken snake monster is an extremely rare creature. Its birth process is even more unbelievable, hatching from an egg laid by a rooster and then incubated by a toad. The most terrifying aspect is the chicken snake monster's eyes. It is said that anyone who meets its gaze will be petrified in an instant, becoming a lifeless stone statue. However, surprisingly, even though his legs were already petrified, Anonym could still distinctly feel his toes. Could this so-called petrification merely be a stone covering over living beings? Faced with this unprecedented experience, Anonym was clearly at a loss since it was his first time being petrified, and he wasn't quite sure. Filled with questions, Anonym decided to test his strength. He exerted a bit of force, concentrating on his feet. Suddenly, he heard a crisp crack, and the stone on his foot actually split open. The chicken snake monster, seeing Anonym easily break the petrification, immediately panicked. It let out a series of clucking sounds, seemingly astonished and fearful of the situation. Then, without hesitation, it turned and darted into the bushes, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After the chicken snake monster fled, the strange statue also made a cracking sound. In no time, a black bug horse fell out, having purple eyes and red fins. The bug horse covered its head, seemingly still confused about what had just happened. Anonym didn't care about that. He grabbed the bug horse's belly and began to rub it. The bug horse was startled, making a snake-like sound in an attempt to scare Anonym away. But just like a kitten huffing, it soon softened under the rubs. What kind of creature are you? You look so cute, Anonym asked, holding the bug horse. The bug horse, trying to struggle free, suddenly sensed something incredible and stopped. You? Are you showing me affection? Huh. You can actually talk. What's your name? What species are you? What's with the holes in your feet? Will it leak air? Anonym's barrage of questions caught the bug horse off guard. I am a phantasm spirit. Names don't matter. You aren't afraid of me. We phantasm spirits feed on love. Why aren't you scared of me? Why should I be afraid of you? I think you look really cool and quite cute. While speaking, Anonym continued to rub the bug horse's belly. Cute. Phantasm spirits are not cute. What is wrong with you? Let me go. Stop rubbing my belly. The bug horse said while burping. All right. But I need to ask you, where is this place? Do you know where the nearby town is? Although Anonym was reluctant, he finally let go of the bug horse. You are such a weirdo. If you keep going forward, there is a castle. From the top of the castle, you can see the edge of the forest. Since you saved me, I want to catch you. After saying this, the bug horse flew away. The creatures here are still quite friendly, albeit contradictory. It's clearly its Sundara. Next, let us head towards the castle. The bug horse thought to itself that it must report to the queen that there was a creature who showed them affection. Chapter 3 Blue Moon. Crossing the suspension bridge over the canyon, Anonym arrived at the ruins of the castle. Is this the castle the bug horse was talking about? It's so high. If I climb to the top, I should be able to see the entire forest. He then walked deeper into the ruins. Strange indeed, the walls were broken. Yet the glass remained intact, the ceiling was damaged, but the interior decorations were still there. It was somewhat of a reversed reality. What lay before him was a vast hall, with a horse-shaped emblem hanging on the walls. In the center of the hall stood a strange sculpture, featuring a large stone ball with 5 branches, each holding a small stone ball. The sculpture was covered in vegetation, indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had visited this place. Anonym continued deeper into the ruins. After passing through a room with oddly placed hoof sculptures and climbing an unknown number of steps, he finally arrived at a well-viewed terrace. It was now night. The twilight enchanting, and a cold moon hung in the sky above the forest, casting a gentle glow. The moon tonight is beautiful. Seeing the lovely moon and starry sky, Anonym couldn't help but feel uplifted. The terrace of the castle provided Anonym with a great view. A large canyon separated the castle from the forest. In the distance, there was a large river, and along the riverbank, it seemed there were a few colorful dots. Looking further into the distance, he could vaguely see the outline of a small town at the edge of the forest. Standing high allows one to see far. The ancients did not deceive me. I'll rest here tonight, and tomorrow I can walk out of the forest, haha. Anonym turned around, preparing to find an empty room to rest for the night. Suddenly, he saw a black horse standing in the shadows behind him. Wow, what a beautiful little horse, Anonym said as he slowly reached out his hand. Where did you come from? Don't worry, I won't harm you. Anonym gently stroked the black horse's neck, his hand moving to scratch behind its ears. But as he got closer, Anonym was shocked to discover that this black horse had wings, a horn, was covered in armor, and its mane flowed like the starry sky in the wind. I am the nightmare of the moon, the creator of the moon and stars, the ender of the sun. Unstoppable, irreversible, I will bring eternal night. A voice like thunder exploded in Anonym's ears. Anonym felt as if his ears were about to be deafened, his mind buzzing. Startled, and he stopped his hand. Looking again, he saw that this black horse actually had sharp teeth, and its gem-like eyes emitted a sharp light, piercing into Anonym like swords. Nightmare Moon saw Anonymous standing still, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. You appeared in my castle, which means you belong to me. Servant, continue to serve. Don't stop moving. Hearing this, Anonymous could only keep stroking Nightmare Moon. Seeing her relax a little, Anonymous said, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was your castle. My name is Anonymous, and I'm a human. If possible, please don't hurt me. I'll leave first thing in the morning. There won't be a tomorrow, my servant, Nightmare Moon said in a lazy voice. This world will always be night. Always night. Anonymous couldn't understand what this beautiful black mare was saying. I have banished the foolish Celestia. You and I will enjoy an eternal and peaceful night, my little servant. No little ponies will ever leave me. Nightmare Moon changed from a standing position to lying down, leaning against Anonymous. Anonymous felt that Nightmare Moon's body was soft and cold, except for her armor, which was a bit uncomfortable. Nightmare Moon shared with you the cycle of day and night in the land of ponies, and you were greatly shocked. But your highness, without the sun, won't we freeze to death? Plants need sunlight to grow, Anonymous questioned in confusion. Oh, my little servant, I hear you praising the night. There is no need for the sun. The stars and the majestic moon will always accompany you. There is no need to think about those issues anymore. You felt Nightmare Moon's gaze suddenly become dangerous. But your highness, nothing in this world is eternal. We can't do without the sun. If you want, we can have more nights. We can have more moonlight and less sunlight. Anonymous swallowed and said bravely, Enough. You are the first person I have met since I broke free from my seal, who praises the moon. I am very tolerant of you, but my patience is limited. Nightmare Moon stood up from beside you, staring at you. You seemed to see a hint of sadness in her eyes, but it vanished in an instant. At this moment, there were some noises coming from the castle hall. Oh, my guests have arrived. You should reflect on this terrace for a while, my little servant. Ah. Nightmare Moon shot out a laser, and the exit of the terrace instantly sprouted black crystal clusters. After sealing the door, Nightmare Moon transformed into black mist and floated away. Anonymous looked at the sealed door. Forget it. It has come to this. I should just sleep. Chapter 4, Ponyville. The sun was shining brightly, and warm sunlight bathed the earth, including Anonymous' face. The sunlight is really strong. Anonymous rubbed his eyes and got up. Looking up, the crystal clusters at the door had disappeared. The sun was hanging high in the sky. Could it be that last night was just a dream? There was no moon mare, and I was actually asleep all along. Anonymous fell into deep thought. Never mind, I should get out of the forest today. Let's head toward the town. Anonymous walked down toward the base of the castle, passing through several rooms. In a hall, Anonymous discovered some fragments of armor on the ground. Isn't this the armor from the mare in my dream last night? Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? Anonymous approached to check it out. The armor felt cold to the touch. Whatever, I'll just take it. While Anonymous wasn't paying attention, A small puff of black mist emerged from the armor fragments. The black mist looked very weak and would dissipate on its own if left alone for a while. Suddenly, this black mist surged into Anonymous' body. Why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? Anonymous looked around, but found nothing. It seems it's just an illusion. Passing through the castle hall, the stone ball on the statue was also missing. It seemed that something had indeed happened last night that Anonymous didn't know about. He continued on his way. Crossing the suspension bridge, traversing the canyon, and crossing the small river, Anonymous headed toward the forest's edge. Upon exiting the forest, a small cottage came into view. This cottage looked very cute, surrounded by many birdhouses. Anonymous approached the window and peered inside. The floor was filled with small animals, the most noticeable being a rabbit, who sat on the sofa, chewing on a carrot while reading a newspaper. This is really strange. I should go somewhere else. Anonymous continued toward the town. Next, he arrived at an apple orchard. There were so many apples here, covering the hills and fields. A wide road led straight to the town, and he continued forward. Ahead, the sounds of hooves and vehicles could be heard, and a red horse pulling a cart of apples came into view. The red horse paused when it saw Anonymous. "Hello, friend. Is this road leading to the town?" Anonymous waved at him. The red horse replied, "These apples look great. Can I have one?" The red horse tossed an apple to you. "Great, thank you. Have a wonderful day." Anonymous patted the red horse's head and continued toward the town. The red horse responded and pulled his cart away. As Anonymous approached the town, the streets were filled with colorful ponies. They were surprised to see Anonymous. When they saw him eating an apple, they became less tense. At that moment, a pink pony peeked out from behind you. "Hello, my name is Pinkie Pie. What's your name? Welcome to Ponyville." This lively voice from the pony made you feel excited. Turning around, you saw this pink pony with fluffy mane that looked very soft to touch. On either side of her rear, there were 3 balloon symbols, making her look adorable. "Hello, Pinkie Pie. I'm Anonymous. I'm an adventurer. Nice to meet you." Anonymous, who had just declared himself an adventurer, said while reaching out to touch Pinkie Pie's head. Sure enough, it felt soft, just as imagined. Pinkie Pie exuded a sweet scent, resembling a cotton candy fairy. "Oh, your touch feels really nice. What kind of creature are you? Why are your hooves shaped like this?" Pinkie Pie looked very pleased, starting to rub her head against Anonymous' hand. "I'm a human from another world. These are my fingers. They are very dexterous and can help me do a lot of things." Anonymous hugged Pinkie Pie, and the feeling was wonderful. "Oh, then I have to take you around Ponyville. I'll introduce you to my friends." Pinkie Pie became excited, turning around and landing on Anonymous' head. "Onward, Anonymous. The ponies are on the move." Anonymous strolled down the street with Pinkie Pie on his head, and the ponies along the road looked at them curiously. At that moment, a voice came from the sky. "Let go of Pinkie Pie." Anonymous looked up to see a blue blur coming towards him. Just as it was about to collide with Anonymous, he extended his hands and caught it. Spinning around several times, he stopped. Upon closer inspection, it was a blue pony with a rainbow-colored mane, small wings, and lightning and cloud symbols on either side of its rear. Let me go. I want to leave." The blue pony struggled in Anonymous' grasp, trying to break free. "Rainbow Dash, this is a new friend. His name is Anonymous, and he is a human." Pinkie Pie said to Rainbow Dash. I heard an unknown creature came to town, and when I saw you with him, I thought you were captured." Rainbow Dash looked at Anonymous awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't know you were a new friend." "Hello, I'm Rainbow Dash, the coolest flying pony in all of Ponyville." "Hello, Rainbow Dash. You're indeed very cool and fly very fast," Anonymous said, his hands itching to touch her. "Can I pet you?" Without waiting for Rainbow Dash to respond, Anonymous began to stroke her. Rainbow Dash's body felt soft yet resilient, clearly someone who exercises regularly, and it felt great to touch. Rainbow Dash was also so pleased by the petting that she became dazed and relaxed. Rainbow Dash joined the group. Chapter 5, Sleeping on the Street. After releasing Yunbao, Beaky arrived at Sweet Apple Acres with an anonymous account. "This is Sweet Apple Acres, the farm of the apple family," Beaky introduced excitedly. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Eek!" and an orange pony dashed towards an apple tree. It stopped in front of the tree, turned around, and kicked it with force. Apples fell from the tree like raindrops, accurately landing in the buckets around. "Wow, impressive." The anonymous account clapped in admiration. "Thank you for the compliment. I'm Applejack." "And you are?" Applejack asked, a bit puzzled. "Applejack, this is Anonymous, a new friend. I'm showing him around Ponyville." Beaky responded from above. Welcome to visit. This is our apple family farm." Applejack proudly introduced, standing tall. "So many apple trees. Are all of these yours? Do you manage all of them?" Anonymous asked, seeing the vast expanse of apples. "Yes, all the apple trees here belong to our family. Big Mac, Granny Smith, Apple Bloom. And I can take care of all the apple trees," Applejack confidently said. "Big Mac, is he a red pony? I saw him when I first came here. He gave me an apple," Anonymous reminisced. "Your apples are the best I've ever had." Applejack looked radiant, saying, "Those who love apples are good folks. Of course, our apples are the best in all of Ponyville. I feel like we're already family." Thank you again for the apples. If you need help, I'll definitely come by. Anonymous left with a pile of Apple products given by Applejack. Applejack really likes you. Introducing you to my friends was a great idea. I'm definitely a genius for coming up with it. Beaky bounced on your head. Next stop, the Carousel Boutique. At the entrance of the boutique, which looked like a carousel, Anonymous rang the doorbell and stepped inside. Oh dear. Wait a moment while I put this dress away. I'll be right with you. A white unicorn was moving a mannequin, her flanks adorned with jewel-like marks that sparkled brilliantly. Rarity. This is Anonymous. I'm showing him around Ponyville. Beaky enthusiastically introduced. Rarity looked at Anonymous and elegantly bowed, to which Anonymous returned the gesture. Oh, you are quite the gentleman. After the tour, you must come find me. I want to make you some outfits, Rarity said with an elegant smile. Are all the jewels on this dress real? Anonymous curiously asked. Of course. Only genuine high-quality gems can enhance the beauty of the dress. Rarity tossed her hair, showcasing her professional flair. However, we've been running low on gems lately. Oh, dear, don't mind that. You two go on with your tour. Rarity ushered Anonymous and Beaky out the door. Rarity will definitely make you look fabulous, Beaky giggled. Next stop, we should go to the library and see the smartest ponies in Ponyville. As they traveled, a large tree came into view, a treehouse. I can't believe I'm actually seeing a treehouse, Anonymous thought to himself. They knocked and entered, where a purple unicorn was lying on the floor reading, and a small lizard in an apron was sweeping. Wow, oh my, you're really tall. The lizard looked up at Anonymous. Hello there, little one. I'm Anonymous. What is your name? Anonymous shook the lizard's hand. Spike, what is tall? Ah, who are you? The unicorn suddenly jumped up, pulling Spike behind her. Twilight Sparkle. This is my new friend, the adventurer Anonymous. He just arrived in Ponyville, and I'm showing him around, Beaky explained from above. Oh, welcome, welcome. Beaky. We will get to you later, Twilight Sparkle replied absent-mindedly. Now you can go explore somewhere else, like the town hall. Twilight Sparkle sent them out. Spike, quick, write a letter to Princess Celestia. A strange creature has come to Ponyville. Beaky has already been taken over by it. Twilight Sparkle's expression broke down. Oh, it's starting again. I think Anonymous is quite friendly, Spike muttered beside her. I often tell you to read more books, but you don't. Didn't you see the fangs in his mouth? Those are canines. It means he is a carnivore. Twilight Sparkle was becoming increasingly hysterical. Beaky might have already been taken over by it. My Celestia? But I have fangs too, and claws. Spike shook his claws. You're still a baby dragon. He is an adult. Right. Twilight Sparkle looked like she was about to explode. Okay. Meanwhile, at Canterlot Palace, Celestia was eating cake. Wah, sister. Something terrible has happened. Luna burst in with red eyes. Celestia swallowed the whole cake in shock. Oh, no. I haven't even tasted it yet. Cough, dear sister. What is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Celestia's expression broke for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. I made a mistake, Wah. Earlier, when I just escaped from the moon, I met a friendly creature in the castle ruins, Luna choked out. His name is Anonymous. He is the first creature to be so kind to me since I escaped, but when I was fighting against the elements of harmony, I locked him on the balcony. Luna cried. After being purified by the elements of harmony, I forgot about him. He must be very hungry, very tired. And he must be really scared of me. What have I done? Don't worry, it was just one night. He'll be fine. At that moment, Twilight Sparkle's letter arrived, and Celestia took a sip of tea. Oh, sister, the Anonymous you mentioned has arrived in Ponyville, and my student has discovered him. Don't worry. I will send Twilight Sparkle to take care of him. After the celebration and the new princess matters are over, we will go see him. Anonymous and Beaky left the Golden Oak Library. Beaky, why do I feel like Twilight Sparkle doesn't really like me? It's fine. She just hasn't gotten used to it yet. She'll be fine by tomorrow. Now let us go check out the town hall. Beaky's carefree attitude made Anonymous stop worrying. On the way to the town hall, Anonymous noticed a tan Pegasus struggling with a cart full of fruits and vegetables. Oh, that is Fluttershy. Let us go help her. She is the last good friend I want to introduce you to. Beaky jumped off Anonymous' head and dashed over. Fluttershy? We're here to help you. Thank you, Beaky. Huh. Fluttershy turned to thank Beaky and saw Anonymous approaching, instantly freezing. What is wrong, Fluttershy? Are you playing freeze tag? I want to play too. Beaky mimicked Fluttershy and stood still. Beaky, don't move. There is a big guy over there that looks huge and mean. If we don't move, he won't notice us, and then we can escape. Fluttershy whispered to Beaky. Ha. Anonymous isn't a bad guy. He is very gentle. He is my new friend I met this morning. Anonymous, this is Fluttershy. Beaky ran behind Fluttershy, pushing her toward Anonymous. Fluttershy, don't be scared. If you touch Anonymous, you'll know everything. Ouch, why are you so hard to push? Hello. Fluttershy, I'm Anonymous. I want to hurt you. Anonymous squatted down, trying to be at the same height as Fluttershy. He gently rubbed Fluttershy's head like a soft breeze. Oh, I'm sorry, I saw your fangs. I thought you were a bad guy. I'm really sorry. Fluttershy looked very downcast. You're just as gentle as my friend, Mr. Bear. I shouldn't have doubted you. Bear? Anonymous looked at the little girl with admiration. You have a bear friend. That's really impressive. Yes, he about your height. Just as gentle. Ro shyly lowered her head. Wow, it seems my combat power is not bad. In another world, I have the strength of a bear, Anonymous thought. Oh, sorry. It's time for me to go to Sugar Cube Corner to work. I'm sorry, Anonymous. Could you help Ro get home? Beaky ran off like a gust of wind. By the way, don't forget to meet at Sugar Cube Corner at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Anonymous, you must come. You waved goodbye to Beaky, lifted a cart full of fruits and vegetables, and surprisingly found it light. You carried Ro on your back and headed towards her little house. Oh, so the house full of little animals is Ro's home. I should have guessed that long ago. Ro knocked on the door, and it was the little rabbit from this morning who opened it, reading a newspaper. Thank you for bringing me home. You're such a good person. Ro's smile was like flowers in spring. Oh, you must come to Sugar Cube Corner tomorrow afternoon. We will all be there. As for why, it's a secret. Leaving Ro's little house, the sun began to set. The moon was slowly rising, and Anonymous found a spot by the lake, lying under a big tree. This is truly a magical place. I made so many good friends in just one day. And there's Beaky, who left the deepest impression on me. It's decided. I want to settle down here and start earning money tomorrow. Get a job. Have my own house. Anonymous looked to the future and fell into a dream. In his dream, Anonymous lay on the moon, looking down at Ponyville. Chapter 6. Money, 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 money. Hello everyone, I am Anonymous Griers. I will show you how to survive in the most extreme and dangerous places in Ponyville. In these places, without the right survival skills, you won't last a day. The scene changed, and Anonymous stood on a mine. In his hands was a big backpack gifted by the generous Miss Beaky and a shovel borrowed from Applejack. Miss Beaky said there are many gems here. Anonymous scratched his head. But it looks so bare, it doesn't seem like there are any gems here. Let us try digging. Anonymous swung the shovel and immediately dug a big hole, revealing a pile of gems. Truly, Ponyville is amazing. The gems grow right out of the ground and in large clusters. Anonymous exclaimed. Strangely, some gems shone brightly in the dirt, but became dull and lost their luster once in Anonymous's hands. Indeed, not every gem can be of high quality. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Anonymous seemed to understand something, persuading himself. Before long, his backpack was filled with gems. Just then, a harsh voice suddenly came from the side. Hand over your gems. What is going on? Anonymous raised the shovel and took a defensive stance facing the direction of the voice. It was 3 standing dogs, their backs hunched, looking very strong. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, hand over your gems. The lead ugly dog said. Anonymous swung the shovel. You know the rules. If you want them, come and take them yourself. Back at the carousel boutique, Beaky was sewing clothes, and Sulong stood nearby holding fabric, trembling all over, looking like he could barely hold on. Sulong, why are you just holding onto the fabric? Put it down. Anonymous walked over, lifted the fabric and placed it on the ground, while also stuffing a gem into Sulong's mouth. Oh, I forgot. Sulong held the gem, but kept his eyes glued to Miss Beaky. This little guy is falling in love. Miss Beaky, thank you for your backpack. I'm back from the mine, and these gems are for you. Anonymous unbuckled the backpack and poured out the gems. Oh, darling, thank you for your gems. These are of pretty good quality. Beaky took out a bag of gold coins. This is your reward. You're such a gentleman. Miss Beaky, you're too generous. I can't accept these. You made me clothes and gave me such a convenient backpack. These gems aren't enough to express my gratitude. Beaky covered her mouth and smiled. Just take them, Mr. Anonymous. The value of these gems is worth much more than these coins. Oh, Mr. Anonymous, your arm is bleeding. You got hurt while helping me look for gems. Beaky pointed at Anonymous' arm. Anonymous looked at his arm. The diamond dog's claw had made a small scratch. It's not a big deal. I probably just bumped into something. This small injury is nothing to worry about. That won't do. A flash of blue magic passed, and a scarf wrapped around Anonymous' arm. How can you be so careless with your body? Beaky magically stuffed the coins into Anonymous' bag. You must take these coins. Beaky stared at Anonymous with her beautiful big eyes. Okay, I'll respectfully accept it then. I must take my leave now. I need to return the shovel to Applejack. Bye-bye. Anonymous waved goodbye to Beaky and Sulong's sweet apple acres. Anonymous, you've already returned the shovel. Why are you here again? Applejack patted Anonymous' knee. No way, you helped me. You treated me to so much food yesterday. I must repay you. Seeing Anonymous' determined demeanor, Applejack thought for a moment. Then come help me with some work. Is that how it works? Anonymous stood beside the apple tree, recalling how Applejack kicked the tree yesterday. Here we go, ignore. Anonymous delivered a powerful kick to the apple tree. The tree shook, dropping many leaves, but the apples remained firmly on the branches, seemingly mocking Anonymous in silence. Haha, kicking an apple tree takes practice. I also took a long time to get this good. Applejack laughed while kicking down a whole tree of apples. It seems that using normal strength suits me better. Anonymous carried basket after basket of apples to the cart. Applejack let out a sigh. Phew. Today's task is almost complete. Let us head back. I'll pull the cart. You? Pull the cart? Anonymous looked at the huge apple cart, and then at Applejack. No way, I'll pull it. Huh. Do you look down on me? Applejack glared at Anonymous. I've been doing this job for many years. Right, you're right. But it doesn't matter. I'm the one helping today. So I'll pull the cart. Feeling Anonymous' warm breath and embrace, Applejack's face flushed slightly. But she quickly covered it with her cowboy hat, not letting Anonymous see. Anonymous pulled a fully loaded cart of apples and Applejack back to Sweet Apple Acres. Checking the time, it was almost 3 p.m. Let us go. Let us head to Sugar Cube Corner together. Applejack led Anonymous towards Sugar Cube Corner. What surprises await at Sugar Cube Corner? Row, Beaky, and you all want me to go? Anonymous curiously asked. Don't worry, you'll know when you get there. Applejack replied with a smile. Chapter 7. The party is on. Applejack led Anonymous to Sugar Cube Corner. Once inside, Applejack vanished. The surroundings turned pitch black. Hey, who turned off the lights? Ouch. Anonymous bumped his head against a post. Surprise. Suddenly, all the lights turned on, and Beaky was pushing a small cannon aimed at him. Oh my goodness. Anonymous swallowed hard. Bang. Streamers fell from the sky. Ponies appeared from all around. Beaky, Applejack, Rarity, Row, Twilight Sparkle, and Sue Long. Plus most of the ponies he had seen on the road in the past few days, they were all here. Welcome. Beaky jumped around in the air. This is a party prepared for you. Welcome, Anonymous, to Ponyville. You threw a welcome party for me. Anonymous felt his eyes getting a bit misty. Beaky throws a party for every pony that comes to Ponyville. Yunbao lifted a bowl of punch. Although you are not a little pony, haha, don't mind those details. Just enjoy the party. Pinky handed you a plate of cake. This is wonderful. Anonym watched the ponies playing together, feeling a mix of emotions. No one had ever cared about him like this before. Anonym used to be a quiet person, always eating and working alone, with no friends. Now that he had come to Ponyville, he had made so many good friends. Anonym watched Pinky joyfully moving among the ponies. This life was really nice. He took a bite of the cake on his plate, and it was spicy. Damn, give back my feelings. Pinky. Anonym shouted, lunging at Pinky. How dare you play a prank on me? I will punish you. Anonym grabbed Pinky, controlling her front hooves with one hand and pinning her back hooves with his legs. The free hand began to tickle Pinky. Ah ha ha. Spare me. Pinky laughed uncontrollably, quickly begging for mercy. And Yunbao also stuffed chili into the cake. Ha ha. Seeing Pinky sell her out so quickly, Yunbao quickly flew away, out of Anonym's reach. Hearing this, Anonym released Pinky and started chasing Yunbao. Want to catch me? You have to be faster than my thoughts. A strong beat of music began to play. Rarity saw Twilight Sparkle hiding nearby, drinking punch, and curiously approached her. Twilight Sparkle? What's wrong? Why aren't you playing with everyone? I'm not sure how to face Anonym. Twilight Sparkle's ears drooped. When Pinky brought him to the library to see me yesterday, I thought he was a bad guy. Oh, don't worry. Rarity comforted Twilight Sparkle. Anonym is a very gentle person. When I first met him yesterday, I also thought he was a bad guy. Follow your heart. Go talk to him, Twilight Sparkle. At that moment, Anonym caught Yunbao and was tickling her wing. Anonym, can I talk to you? Seeing Twilight Sparkle coming over, Anonym let go of Yunbao. Sure, what's up? Twilight Sparkle? As Anonym asked, he reached out to touch Twilight Sparkle's head. Feeling the strange sensation on her head, Twilight Sparkle's cheeks turned slightly red. I want to apologize to you. When you came to see me yesterday, I wasn't nice to you. I thought you were a bad guy. Oh, is that all? No problem. You little ponies are just too cute. Anonym became even more touched and hugged Twilight Sparkle. I'm so happy that you want to be friends with me. How could I blame you? Twilight Sparkle let out a cute sound, steam rising from her head. So, what are your plans now, Anonym? I want to settle down here. That's great. Pinky popped up from somewhere. Anonym is going to settle here. You're going to love it here, just like me. Does Anonym have a place to stay now? If not, you can come to the farm. I have many empty rooms there. Applejack's eyes sparkled. No, you all have helped me enough already. I can't trouble you anymore. Anonym firmly refused. Then do you have a job now? Twilight Sparkle asked. Well, not yet. Then I'll help you find a job. Twilight Sparkle said enthusiastically. After the party, Pinky reluctantly looked at Twilight Sparkle. Boo-hoo. Anonym is in your hands now. Don't stop, okay? Hey, I'm not a vehicle. Anonym held Twilight Sparkle on his head, lacking persuasion. Anonym, do you have any special skills? I'll calculate what job suits you. Twilight Sparkle opened a notebook with magic. Special skills? I have long hands. Does that count? Anonym started doing finger dances with his fingers. Yes, your hands. Pinky found the highlight. You can check out the massage parlor. There's a spa in Ponyville. They might need staff there. Anonym is on the move. Chapter 8. I achieve your dreams with my hands. Anonym and Twilight Sparkle stood in front of the Ponyville spa. Above the entrance hung a sign featuring a golden-maned pony. There was an advertisement board at the entrance that read, Feeling exhausted? Longing for a refreshing experience? Come indulge yourself at the Ponyville spa and leave your worries behind. How is this done? Anonym knocked on the edge of the spa's roof. It was clearly covered with tiles, but it felt like a tent. Truly, Ponyville is magical. All right. Anonym, let's go in. Twilight Sparkle invited Anonym into the spa. Welcome. What services do you two need? At the spa front desk, two ponies stood there. These two ponies looked identical. One had pink fur with blue mane, while the other had blue fur with pink mane. Both of them had cute flower-like marks on their backsides. Good afternoon, Aloe and Lotus. Are you hiring? I'm helping Anonym find a job. Twilight Sparkle greeted Aloe and Lotus. Oh, you must be Mr. Anonym, who just arrived in Ponyville. Aloe exclaimed in surprise. Hello, you already know me? Anonym asked curiously. Yes, after all. Your appearance walking down the street with Pinky yesterday was quite interesting. Lotus giggled, covering her mouth. We've heard about your nimble fingers. Aloe poked Anonym's hand with her hoof. We happen to need a massage therapist here. Would you like to give it a try? Sure. When do I start? Anonym was eager and ready to go. Miss Twilight Sparkle, could I ask you for a favor? Lotus asked Twilight Sparkle. I need to greet the guests at the front desk. And Aloe is going to help the guests with massages. Could you check Anonym's massage skills? Aloe covered her head. We can't spare ourselves right now. We're really sorry. Anonym and Twilight Sparkle were a bit confused as they were pushed into a room. Well, it can only be this way. Twilight Sparkle climbed onto the massage table. I hope your fingers are really that magical. Anonym swallowed hard as he looked at Twilight Sparkle lying on the massage table. At this point, he had to brace himself. Anonym's hands directly attached to Twilight Sparkle's waist. What a slender waist. Is this child eating well? Anonym thought to himself. His hands moved up, massaging her shoulders. Such stiff shoulders. The whole body is soft, yet the muscles are so rigid. Twilight Sparkle, you need to spend less time curled up in the library reading. Anonym advised earnestly. Look at your shoulders. They're as hard as rocks. Twilight Sparkle blushed a little. I used to be like this. I've changed now. Feeling the wonderful sensation from Anonym's large hands, Twilight Sparkle felt all her stress release. Wow. I didn't expect so much pressure to build up in the back muscles. Twilight Sparkle comfortably squinted her eyes. Yes, this is exactly the relaxation I needed. Anonym saw that Twilight Sparkle had turned into a puddle and smiled knowingly. His fingers continued upwards, starting to massage her scalp. Twilight Sparkle's mane felt like silk and emitted a lavender fragrance. By the way, Twilight Sparkle, Anonym paused. Do you want your horn massaged? Sure, but please be gentle. Unicorn horns are quite sensitive. The horn is a magical organ for us, just like a Pegasus's wings and an earth pony's hooves. Anonym curiously poked the horn. It wasn't as hard as he imagined. It was flexible and elastic. If he pulled the horn to a certain extent and then let go, it would wobble a bit. Looking at Twilight Sparkle, she had already comfortably fallen asleep. Anonym took out a sponge and essential oil, polishing the horn until it shone. He had finished with the body and moved on to the limbs. Anonymous curiously touched Twilight Sparkle's hooves. The little pony's hooves had only one joint, and Anonymous felt it at the junction where the hoof met the leg. Twilight Sparkle's coat was comfortable and soft. Anonymous looked at the bottom of Twilight Sparkle's hoof and was surprised to find a pad. The color of the pad was the same as the coat, making it nearly invisible most of the time. Curious, Anonymous squeezed it. My Celestia, it's so soft. Poor Anonymous. Just a slight touch and already became a captive of the pad. How delightful. Twilight Sparkle yawned and woke up. I haven't had such a comfortable sleep in a long time. Let's go out. Twilight Sparkle jumped up from the bed. Back at the front desk, Aloe looked surprised. The Twilight Sparkle who just arrived and the current one were like two different ponies. The newly arrived Twilight Sparkle looked a bit worn out. The current Twilight Sparkle was full of energy and radiance. Mr. Anonymous. Aloe exclaimed loudly. We need your help here. Anonymous found a job. That night, Anonymous fell asleep in an empty room at the spa. In his dream, Anonymous sat by the sea, with waves crashing against the shore. Looking up, he saw the moon dancing among the waves. Chapter 9. I'm crazy for tickets. It was a sunny morning. The sun was shining, the air was fresh. A perfect time to work. First to appear were Applejack, Twilight Sparkle, and Big Mac. They were carrying 2 baskets of apples down the road, with Big Mac checking the apples on Twilight Sparkle's back. Next was Anonymous, bringing up the rear, pulling a large cart of apples. Thank you, Twilight Sparkle, Anonymous. I bet Big Mac that if we deliver all the apples to the barn before lunch, he has to walk around in Granny's dress. Applejack exclaimed excitedly. That sounds great. We'll be at noon soon. After we finish, let us go eat. I haven't tried the restaurants in Ponyville yet, Anonymous said with a smile. Hearing about lunch made Twilight Sparkle's stomach growl. Ha ha ha, Twilight Sparkle laughed awkwardly. Isn't it? Big Mac casually tossed a bad apple aside. The apple hit Twilight Sparkle on the head. Big Mac, but you didn't do anything. You just lay on my back. But I missed snack time. Big Mac said a bit aggrieved, flipping through the apples. Look what I found. Big Mac raised his hooves, holding a perfect apple. Twilight Sparkle's eyes lit up. Big Mac, this apple is really nice you. But before she could finish, Big Mac devoured the perfect apple in one bite. Let us mourn for the perfect apple. Amen. Twilight Sparkle looked at Big Mac with annoyance. Oof. Big Mac suddenly covered his mouth as if about to vomit. Everyone stepped forward in concern. Burp. Big Mac let out a burp, releasing a breath of dragon fire. The dragon fire swirled in the air and surprisingly turned into a scroll. The scroll slowly descended from the air, and Big Mac caught it, cleared his throat. Ahem. By the will of heaven. The respected princess of the Pony Maria proclaims. I am pleased to announce that the Running of the Leaves Festival will be held in Canterlot. The time is skip. Therefore, Twilight Sparkle is requested to bring a guest to attend the festival. The two ponies were first stunned, then widened their eyes. The Running of the Leaves Festival. Anonymous looked at Applejack and Twilight Sparkle, bouncing along the road. Usually, only Pinkie Pie would do such things. It was a rare sight to see. Big Mac burped again, spitting out 2 golden tickets. Anonymous scratched his head. Hold on a second, friends. What is the Running of the Leaves Festival? The Running of the Leaves Festival is the biggest festival in all of Pony Maria. It's quite something. Twilight Sparkle explained to Anonymous. I don't plan to go. I don't like such flashy festivals. Big Mac chimed in, crossing his arms and leaning against the ground. Not just good. It's way better than good. Applejack was very excited. Just imagine, if I set up an apple stall at the festival. The ponies would buy apples like crazy. I could make a fortune for the apple orchard. Replace the old roof with a new one. Get a new plow. I could even get Granny a new pair of legs. If I could attend, I'd do anything. Applejack looked hopeful. Well, I don't want to go either. Anonymous shrugged. I don't like flashy festivals. I'd rather stay in Ponyville. Big Mac raised an eyebrow at Anonymous. Great minds think alike. And Applejack's wish is really nice. What a good kid. Anonymous ruffled Applejack's mane. Applejack pulled her hat down, just enough to cover her face, looking quite shy. Then in that case, Applejack, do you wanna? Twilight Sparkle began to speak. Before she could finish, a voice came from above. Anonymous reached out and caught the falling Rainbow Dash. Twilight Sparkle, were you just talking about the Running of the Leaves Festival? Rainbow Dash exclaimed excitedly. Applejack frowned. Rainbow, you told me you were too busy to help me carry apples. What exactly are you busy with? Eavesdropping. No, I was busy sleeping. Rainbow Dash pointed a hoof, revealing a pillow and blanket in the apple tree. I just happened to hear you say you have 2 tickets to the Running of the Leaves Festival, right? Rainbow Dash asked Twilight Sparkle excitedly. Yes, but... Before she could finish, Rainbow Dash interrupted. Awesome. The Wonderbolts perform at the festival every year. When they perform, I, Rainbow Dash, will make a grand entrance. With my amazing performance, I'll use my ultimate move, the Sonic Rainboom. The Wonderbolts will be blown away and want to recruit me as their new member. Do you understand, Twilight Sparkle? This is my big chance to shine. You have to take me with you. So Rainbow Dash wants to chase her dreams? Anonymous scratched his chin, feeling this reason was quite valid. Wait a minute. Rainbow Dash. I was the first to tell Twilight Sparkle. Applejack tugged on Rainbow Dash's tail. So, first come, first served, doesn't he apply here? Rainbow Dash shot back. Oh, are you brave enough to have a hoof wrestling match? Whoever wins gets the tickets. Why not? Bring it on. Rainbow Dash and Applejack began to wrestle. Let us go eat first, Twilight Sparkle. I think they'll be at it for a while, Anonymous said, lifting Big Mac onto his back. Wow, what a great view. Big Mac said, looking around from atop Anonymous' head. All right, ladies. I'll go eat first, and after I finish, I'll think about who to give the tickets to. I'll let you know later. Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous headed toward the town, as the ponies made their way. So who do you plan to give the tickets to? Big Mac asked curiously from atop Anonymous' head. I don't know. Both of their reasons are quite compelling. Applejack is for family, and Rainbow Dash is for chasing dreams. It's really hard to choose. Just then, Twilight Sparkle's stomach growled again. Hee hee, let us go eat first. I can't think on an empty stomach. Should we go to Sugar Cube Corner for some cake? Anonymous suggested. As they neared Sugar Cube Corner, the door swung open with a flash of pink. Pinkie Pie burst out and collided with Twilight Sparkle. Oops, sorry Twilight Sparkle. Pinkie Pie quickly turned her eyes and saw the golden tickets in Big Mac's hooves. Wait, is that the ticket to the Running of the Leaves Festival? Ah. Pinkie Pie's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the most exciting, spectacular, thrilling, fun, grandest, most amazing party in all of Pony Maria. Pinkie Pie began to sing and listed her favorite party supplies. Oh, thank you, Twilight Sparkle. This is the best gift in the world. Pinkie is bouncing around Twilight Sparkle. Well, Pinkie wants to attend the most amazing party in the world. Anonymous summarizes nearby. Actually. Is that? I can't be seeing this wrong. The passing Rarity also saw the ticket in Spike's hand. Yes. Twilight Sparkle said she would take me to the Running of the Leaves Festival. Pinkie replied excitedly. Festival? Oh, I design outfits for the festival every year. But I have never had the chance to attend. Rarity said elegantly. That popularity, that atmosphere, that level, it's perfect for me. And I will meet him there. Rarity winked. Him? Who? Pinkie asked in confusion. Him. He is the nephew of the Cosmic Princess. The most handsome and charming unicorn in Canterlot. He will be attracted by my fashion, and we will have a passionate love, Rarity said, leaning with her hand on her forehead. Then he will propose to me, and I will respond, yes. We will hold a grand royal wedding, and from then on, I will be Princess Rarity. Rarity was already lost in her fantasy. Twilight Sparkle, I can't believe it. You are willing to take Pinkie to the festival, but not give me a chance to pursue my true love, Rarity said with a sad face. Love, ah. It's only natural for a little girl to yearn for love. Anonymous was happily munching on popcorn nearby. Everyone. I haven't decided who to give this ticket to yet, Twilight Sparkle said weakly. Not decided yet. Pinkie and Rarity both crowded in. Sorry. Twilight Sparkle. Can I ask, can you take me? The next to appear is Fluttershy and Little Bunny Angel. She asked Twilight Sparkle in a soft voice. If you haven't decided yet. You also want to attend the festival? Rarity's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Little Bunny saw Fluttershy was timid and kicked her a few times. Or rather, yes. Actually, what I want to see is not the running of the Leaves Festival, but the wonderful private garden in Canterlot Palace. There are many rare animals that you usually can't see. There are diving birds, hornbills, and mallards. There are hummingbirds buzzing with wings and bald vultures with bare heads. Speaking of animals, the usually timid Fluttershy also became excited. It makes sense that Fluttershy wants to see rare animals that are usually unseen. Anonymous nodded nearby. Really, Fluttershy? That sounds nice. Twilight Sparkle was halfway through her sentence. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice from Rainbow Dash interrupted. Rainbow Dash. Twilight Sparkle couldn't believe it. Are you following me? Rainbow Dash. No. I mean, maybe? Well, it's possible. Rainbow Dash started to mumble. But that is not important. I can't just watch you. The good-natured person, give my ticket to someone else. Oh. The situation seems to be a bit off. Anonymous felt the atmosphere was starting to spark. Wait a minute. Applejack burst in from the side. Applejack, are you also following me? Twilight Sparkle couldn't believe it. No, I'm following this guy. Applejack pointed her hoof at Rainbow Dash. Just in case she tries anything. She's always trying to steal my ticket. Hey, that's my ticket. Rainbow Dash excitedly flew up. It's clearly my ticket. It's mine. It's mine. The ticket is mine. Oh my gosh, Anonymous felt like the girls were arguing like 500 ducks. My head is about to explode. Quiet. Twilight Sparkle shouted loudly. Girls, arguing is useless. The decision is in my hands. Now I need to go eat first. All right, let us go. Whoosh. The girls walked away dejectedly. Chapter 10 Too weak, no power. The scene shifted, and Anonymous, Spike, and Twilight Sparkle arrived at the Hay CAF. They sat at a table outside the CAF, with hay bales as chairs and a mushroom table. Anonymous and Spike were looking at the menu. My Celestia. What should I do? Twilight Sparkle sighed. My 5 best friends. Each has a good reason to attend. Twilight Sparkle magically picked up a decorative flower from the table. Which one to bring? Applejack? Rarity? Fluttershy? Rainbow Dash? Pinkie? Every time she said a name, Twilight Sparkle plucked a petal. Twilight Sparkle's little face lay on the table, looking at the 5 petals. She rolled her tongue and ate all the petals. Have you made up your mind? A male voice came from the side. I don't know. Twilight Sparkle yelled. Twilight Sparkle, he asked the waiter. He just wants you to order. Spike pointed to the menu. Oh, I'll have a daffodil and daisy sandwich. Twilight Sparkle said shyly. Anonymous, what do you want? Spike asked Anonymous again. I don't know. I'll have the same as Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous pondered over the menu. Do you have rubies? Spike gestured to the waiter. The waiter didn't respond, but his face said it all. None. All right, I'll have fried hay. Make it crispy. Fried hay? Doesn't that thing get blown away? Anonymous asked in confusion. No, fried hay is just that crunchy texture. When it's served, you'll know. Spike made a gesture with his little hand. Spike, Anonymous, what do you think? Twilight Sparkle asked. I think we should change to another restaurant. They don't even have rubies here. Spike looked displeased. I think I need to taste it before I can decide. Anonymous looked at the menu again. You know I'm not talking about that. Who should I take with me? Twilight Sparkle was about to jump onto the table. If I choose one, will the other 4 be angry? Or I could give up my ticket. But that still leaves 3 tickets. I say Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous flipped through the menu, easygoing. I think you need to talk to the girls. Share your worries. You are friends, aren't you? But I don't know how to say it. I'm not ready. Twilight Sparkle buried her head on the table. Your food is ready. The waiter brought the food. Thank you. Anonymous thanked the waiter. Spike's mouth was already stuffed with fried hay. Taking a closer look at the daffodil and daisy sandwich, 2 slices of bread sandwiching a bunch of small flowers, with a toothpick stuck on top. It looks a bit small for Anonymous, but it seems quite delicious. Great. Let us eat something first. And then I'll think about it. Twilight Sparkle magically lifted the sandwich. At this moment, little ponies ran into the restaurant. Miss, are you sure you want to eat in the rain? The waiter asked Twilight Sparkle. What happened? Anonymous looked around. It turned out it was pouring rain all around. But only Twilight Sparkle's table was sunny. Wow, the protagonist's halo. Looking up, there was a hole in the clouds, and Rainbow Dash popped out from inside. ISNT this my best friend in the world. Do you like this good weather? Rainbow Dash asked Twilight Sparkle hopefully. Rainbow Dash. What are you doing? What doing? I just saw my best friend eating, and didn't he want her to get rained on? Rainbow Dash beamed with a bright smile. Rainbow Dash. Are you doing this to make me think about taking you with me? Twilight Sparkle frowned, realizing the problem. No, how could that be? Rainbow Dash was just facing away from the sun shining behind her, and a holy sound surrounded her. Rainbow Dash. I don't like enjoying special treatment for no reason. Close the clouds for me now. Twilight Sparkle said seriously. A zipping sound came from the clouds. Twilight Sparkle. Are you sure you don't want to cover up? Anonymous raised the plate holding the sandwiches above their head. What was she blocking? Twilight Sparkle was about to take a bite of her sandwich when the rain started pouring down, soaking her. Oh no, the daffodil and daisy sandwich. Spike was struggling to hold back his laughter under Anonymous. Oh, Twilight Sparkle, didn't you notice it's raining? Rarity appeared holding an umbrella. Really? Twilight Sparkle felt hopeless. Come with me. Rarity grabbed Twilight Sparkle and Spike and pulled them away. Looks like I'm left alone. Anonymous muttered to herself. These girls are something else. I'll take a bite of the daffodil and daisy sandwich first. Anonymous licked her lips. Delicious. The fresh daffodil burst with juice, filled with the taste of sunshine. The daisy was soft, with a rich floral fragrance, perfectly complementing the sweet and sour of the daffodil, coupled with the unique aroma of the sauce. The dish was infused with a refreshing herbal scent. Anonymous finished the sandwich in just a few bites. Oddly enough, as soon as Rarity pulled Twilight Sparkle away, the rain stopped. At that moment, Anonymous suddenly felt something was off. She felt a bit dizzy, had a headache, felt nauseous, and was queasy. Not good. Anonymous clutched her stomach and ran to the hospital. After our examination, your race is not suitable for eating daffodils, the doctor said while flipping through his notebook. Your body will react with the licorine in the daffodil. Luckily, you ate a little. If you had eaten more, you might have needed a stomach pump. The doctor said things that Anonymous couldn't understand. So, doctor, am I going to be okay? Anonymous weakly leaned against the bench, clutching her stomach. You'll be fine. Just rest for a while. Your physical condition is still great. Even if you hadn't come in today, it would have been okay, the doctor said lightly. That's good to hear. Anonymous perked up, feeling that her waist didn't ache anymore. Her back wasn't hurting, and her legs weren't cramping. Anonymous walked out of the hospital full of energy. Wow, what is going on? She saw that Ponyville was in chaos, with all the ponies chasing Twilight Sparkle and Spike. The two were hiding everywhere, behind cars, pretending to be mothers with babies, hiding under bridges, disguised as fake pony mannequins in stores. No matter where they hid, they were always found. Anonymous noticed the dejected girls who weren't part of the chase. So what happened? Anonymous asked with concern. We made a mistake. The girls all looked dispirited. It seems we put too much pressure on Twilight Sparkle. Applejack pointed at the chased Twilight Sparkle. I really want the tickets. But I don't want it this way. We feel the same, the other girls responded. Haha, you've come to your senses. Anonymous teased them. Friends shouldn't be like this. Now let us go to the Golden Oak Library and apologize to her properly. Anonymous and the girls walked towards the library. The sky gradually darkened when suddenly a faint explosion was heard. Twilight Sparkle and Spike teleported to the library. Next time you use that trick, could you at least give me a heads up? Spike said, puffing out black smoke. I didn't expect to use it. Now quick, lock the doors. Twilight Sparkle and Spike quickly closed all the doors and windows. Just as they caught their breath, Twilight Sparkle spotted the girls standing on the second floor. I can't decide. I really can't decide. Twilight Sparkle clutched her head. I know you all want to go, but I only have 2 tickets. And I don't want to disappoint any of you. I want you all to be happy. But I can't do it. I really can't do it. Twilight Sparkle collapsed to the ground, ready to accept her fate. Dear, I'm sorry. I didn't know I put so much pressure on you. Applejack stepped forward to comfort Twilight Sparkle. I'm really sorry. I don't want the ticket anymore. You can give it to the other ponies. Applejack promised. Me too. Fluttershy said as she flew over. I'm really sorry for putting you in a tough spot. Me too. It's not fun to make friends sad. Pinkie Pie said. Twilight Sparkle, I'm sorry, we went too far. Rarity also apologized. These ponies are so understanding. Only Rainbow Dash was very happy. So, that means the tickets are mine. Haha, I got the tickets. I got the tickets. Rainbow Dash noticed everyone was staring at her. I still need to practice my signature move. I don't want the tickets anymore. We're really sorry, Twilight Sparkle. The girls all apologized to Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle smiled. Spike, help me write a letter. Dear Princess Celestia, I have learned that the joy of friendship is sharing happiness with friends. Thank you for your invitation, but I have decided to return these 2 tickets. Everyone looked at Twilight Sparkle in surprise. Even if one friend can't go, I won't go either. Everyone looked at Twilight Sparkle with emotion. It's already sent, Spike said. The girls huddled together. At that moment, Spike spat out a scroll. My dear student Twilight Sparkle, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Spike read the reply. 7 tickets for the running of the Leaves Festival. Awesome. We can all go. Let us go out for a feast together. The girls laughed as they left. Ah, being young is great. Anonymous sighed. It's evening. It's time to go back. The moon was bright, and the stars were few, illuminating the earth. Anonymous walked down the street, bathing in the starlight. At that moment, something seemed to be lurking in the shadows ahead. Anonymous braced herself. I bring the will of Princess Luna. Emerging from the shadows was a nightmare. Nightmares are a type of Pegasus, but have bat-like wings. They are the guards of Princess Luna, just like the solar guards of Princess Celestia. By the order of the heavens, Princess Luna of Ponyville declares, Princess Luna wishes to invite the residents of Ponyville, Anonymous, to attend the running of the Leaves Festival. Hereby, the moon guard finished reading the scroll. From the shadows, he pulled out a shiny golden ticket. Princess Luna hopes to dine with you during the running of the Leaves Festival. Oh, now I have to go too, Anonymous thought. Chapter 11, Dark Thoughts. In the Golden Oak Library, a very strange scene unfolded. Almighty Gem God, please grant me endless gems to eat. Gems are the truth. Gems are the future. Long live gems. Twilight Sparkle looked speechless as she watched the enlightened Spike bowing to Anonymous. Ha ha ha, I see your sincerity. These gems are a reward for you. Anonymous sat on a high platform, holding out a handful of gems to Spike. What are you two doing? Anonymous, how old are you to still be role-playing with Spike? Twilight Sparkle said with a speechless expression. What do you know? A man remains a boy until death. Anonymous rebutted, nose in the air, with reason. But seeing Twilight Sparkle's sharp gaze, Anonymous backed down. Fine. Actually, I just came back from the mine. I brought Spike some gems. I heard from Fluttershy that the dragons of Ponyville eat gems. I haven't seen it before. Anonymous scratched her head. Now you've seen it. Spike picked the largest ruby and tossed it in his mouth. Anonymous watched as the hard ruby was crushed like candy by Spike's teeth. I still don't believe it. Anonymous picked up a smaller ruby. I followed Spike's example and tossed it in my mouth, biting down hard. With a crunch, Anonymous spat out the intact ruby, covering her mouth and saying nothing. Ha ha ha. Twilight Sparkle and Spike laughed until they fell to the ground. Halfway through their laughter, Spike covered his mouth. Burp. He spat out a scroll. It's a letter from Princess Celestia. Twilight Sparkle looked at the scroll. My dear student, how have you been lately? I would like to ask for your help with a task. Do you remember the last time we visited the castle ruins? I hope you can go to the castle ruins, to Luna's room. My sister, Princess Luna, has not yet escaped the tragic memories of Nightmare Moon. I was very happy to see the castle before it was destroyed by time, but I couldn't find the time to go. Please search the room for Luna's memories. Love. Celestia. The princess has assigned me a task. Twilight Sparkle is instantly invigorated. Anonymous, Huolong, can you accompany me to the castle ruins? Of course. I didn't get to go last time, but I must go this time. Huolong replied. Happy to serve, but I have one more thing to do. Anonymous raised the remaining bag of crystals. I still need to deliver the remaining crystals to Jinchi. Upon hearing Jinchi's name, Huolong's eyes sparkled with affection. Ahem. Since you can't find the time, I'll help you deliver the crystals. You go with Twilight Sparkle to the castle ruins. Huolong smiled kindly and took the crystals from Anonymous' hands, running off in a flash. That Huolong Twilight Sparkle shook her head helplessly. She thought no one would notice his secret crush on Jinchi. As Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous made their way, she complained. Anonymous laughed heartily. I think any little pony can see it. Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous entered the Eternal Freedom Forest. They passed through the small paths in the woods, walked by the blue flower fields, and ignored the trembling bushes. They crossed the calm little river, walked through the dark thicket, and traversed the creaking suspension bridge over the canyon. Finally, they arrived at the castle ruins. This is where we discovered the elements of harmony. Twilight Sparkle pointed to the stone ball sculpture in the hall. At that time, the 5 elements of harmony were placed on top. My friends and I used the elements of harmony to defeat Nightmare Moon. Anonymous stroked his chin, no wonder. When I woke up, the 5 small stone balls were gone. They climbed up the stairs. I wanted to ask this since my first visit. Anonymous huffed. Wasn't this castle once owned by the 2 princesses? Yes, Twilight Sparkle replied. Somewhat puzzled. Then why? Are there so many stairs? Didn't both princesses have wings? Didn't they just fly? Twilight Sparkle ignored this silly question. Upon reaching the upper level of the castle, Anonymous pointed to a terrace with a great view. Last time I encountered Nightmare Moon here. You never mentioned that. Twilight Sparkle was very surprised. Didn't I mention it? No. Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous speechlessly. Don't answer a question with a question. Just tell me. All right, it was on the day of the summer sun celebration. I met Nightmare Moon here. Anonymous tried to recall. I felt that Nightmare Moon wasn't as bad as you all said. She felt very gentle to me. She just needed a warm hug. That's impossible. What you felt must be Princess Luna inside Nightmare Moon. Twilight Sparkle retorted. Nightmare Moon is the embodiment of dark magic, a collection of nightmares. She cannot be friendly. She can only be evil. Is it really like that? Anonymous questioned himself in his heart. All right, we have arrived. This is Princess Luna's old room. Twilight Sparkle stood in front of a large black door with a moon symbol on it. Let me open the door. Twilight Sparkle's horn glowed softly. Boom! The door opened. Anonymous stepped closer and saw a dark room. There was only one window above the bed and no other windows. Princess Luna must have been able to lie in bed and see the moon, Anonymous thought. What is this? Twilight Sparkle discovered a book on the ground. Picking it up, the title read Complete Guide to Castle Mechanisms. Twilight Sparkle curiously flipped through it. Hall of Hooves, trapdoors, interesting. Anonymous then scanned the room and suddenly saw a table. On the table was a book with a black cover, as if all the light nearby had been absorbed by the book. Anonymous was inexplicably drawn to it and picked it up. The title read Complete Guide to Dark Magic by Black Crystal. Twilight Sparkle had said that dark magic could corrupt ponies. It would erode the user's mind and gradually lead them into the abyss of evil. Anonymous thought, I'm not a pony, so I shouldn't become corrupted, right? Should I take a look? Just one glance. Anonymous opened the book while Twilight Sparkle was still looking at the Complete Guide to Castle Mechanisms and didn't notice anything. The book stated, dark magic is a form of magic driven by the desires of living beings. Unlike the meek harmony magic, dark magic is the strongest magic. 7 emotions can guide the strongest dark magic. They are fear, madness, anger, suspicion, confusion, hatred, and arrogance. Anonymous swallowed hard and glanced towards Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle was still reading. Flipping further, the rest was about various dark magic spells, such as mind control, corrosion, fear spells, and so on. Out of a strange impulse, Anonymous tried to channel an emotion and released a small black orb. He thought of the confusion he once felt and cast a corrosion spell at the cabinet in the corner. The cabinet gradually turned black and fell apart, as if it had never existed. Is that all? Anonymous thought. I didn't feel anything wrong, did I? Haha. This thing probably only works on innocent little ponies. This book attracted Anonymous to continue reading. This book is really interesting. Twilight Sparkle looked up. Anonymous was startled and quickly hid the book. Did you find anything from Princess Luna's past, Anonymous? Twilight Sparkle put away the book. Not yet. Anonymous answered guiltily. Twilight Sparkle felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it, so she let it go. At that moment, a silver light emerged from the cabinet that had just been corroded. Approaching it, they saw it was a jewelry box adorned with Luna's silver moon. Hooray, we found it. Twilight Sparkle was very excited. Let us go back. I also found an interesting book. Yes. Anonymous replied. I also found an interesting book. Chapter 12, Work in Progress. The dream was filled with black mist, and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Anonymous struggled to move forward, and in the center of that black mist, Anonymous found a glimmer of pure white moonlight. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What is happening? Anonymous was jolted awake by the tremor, rushed out of the room, and onto the street. In the distance, a large cloud of dust was approaching. Run for it. Rainbow Dash flew in the sky, warning everyone. That large cloud of dust turned out to be a stampede of runaway cows. They charged towards Ponyville as if they had gone mad. The ponies were in a panic. We're doomed. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Yippee! Applejack dashed out from the side, with her loyal dog Winona beside her. The two surrounded the entire herd of cows. Applejack used a lasso to catch the lead cow, and Winona roared from the other side. The stampede of cows was actually diverted by Applejack, a single pony, and passed by Ponyville without causing any harm. Woohoo! The ponies cheered for Applejack's cowboy skills. We need to throw a party for Applejack. Pinkie Pie shouted in the street. See you in a few days. Everyone dispersed. And Anonymous also prepared to go back to work. Anonymous, are you free right now? Applejack called out to Anonymous. Of course, happy to help you. Anonymous said. Do you need my help? Never mind, it's nothing. I, Applejack, don't need help. Applejack hesitated for a moment, but as soon as she heard the word help, she ran off. Anonymous scratched his head, unsure of what had just happened. The scene shifts, and Anonymous is boredly sitting at the front desk of the spa. He rests his chin on his hand and lets out a long sigh. What is going on? Although the residents of Ponyville have gradually become accustomed to Anonymous' presence, the regular customers of the spa still prefer massages from Aloe and Lotus. Poor Anonymous has no appointments and can only spend his days mopping the floor, warming towels, and fixing the boiler. Just then, Aloe walks in. Mr. Anonymous, don't be discouraged. I found you a customer. Anonymous' heart leaps with joy. Are my hands finally going to be put to good use? Behind Aloe follows a gray Pegasus. It is a female Pegasus with yellow mane and light gray fur. The cute mark on her rear is a string of transparent bubbles. One eye looks up, and the other looks down. It's Little Days. Little Days smiles happily. Hello, Mr. Anonymous. Miss Aloe recommended you to me. She said your fingers have a special magic. I've been a bit messy with my feathers lately, and I came to trouble you for help. I'll take care of everything, Mr. Anonymous, Aloe jokes. I promise to get the job done. Anonymous salutes. He picks up Little Days and gently places her on the massage table. Then he opens her wings and runs his fingers over them. Wow, it feels a bit like bird wings, but softer and warmer. Anonymous can't help but touch them a few more times. Little Days finds her wings ticklish. Yes, right there. I can never reach that spot, she says, shaking her head comfortably. Do I need to pluck this feather? Anonymous points at a misplaced feather. Yes, Mr. Anonymous, Little Days' wings flutter. But please be gentle. My wings are a bit sensitive. Anonymous carefully plucks the misplaced feather. Thank you, Mr. Anonymous. That feels much better. Little Days flaps her wings a few times and laughs happily. After tidying up her feathers, it's time for the essential oil massage. Little Days, which essential oil do you like? Anonymous asks, pointing at 2 bottles. This one is lemon-scented, and this one is iris-scented. I want this lemon-scented one. Little Days' eyes darted and pointed to the iris-scented oil. Anonymous noticed this clearly and felt a ripple in his heart. With a flick of his hand, he pretended to pick up the iris oil while actually grabbing the lemon-scented one, ensuring Little Days didn't notice. He applies the oil to Little Days' back and begins to knead. The refreshing scent of lemon calms him. Little Days falls asleep comfortably. A few hours later, Anonymous holds Little Days, wiping her soft fur with a towel. Little Days, what's up with your eyes? Anonymous asks curiously. Oh, this? Little Days snuggles closer. I had an accident when I was young and hurt my head. Since then, my eyes have been a bit cross-eyed, and my brain has become a bit slow. So you? Anonymous says. Yes, I used to see doctors often, looking for wizards and such. But I've long since given up, Little Days laughs. So what if I'm a bit slow? I can still eat delicious muffins, and I have many good friends. I even met you. You're a great person, Mr. Anonymous. Little Days hugs him a bit tighter. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to muffins. They're the best thing in the world. Suddenly, Anonymous feels the soft Little Days in his arms grow huge, radiating a golden light. There is only one true heroism in this world, and that is to love life even after recognizing the truth of it. After bidding farewell to Little Days, a beautiful day has passed. That night, Anonymous tosses and turns in bed, unable to sleep, with Little Days' smile filling his mind. Suddenly, a dark thought appears in Anonymous' mind. If magic and medicine don't work, what about dark magic? Anonymous quickly gets up and opens the book of dark magic, flipping to the page on mind control. Sometimes the source of corruption comes from noble deeds. Chapter 13, Being Stubborn is a Bad Idea. Speaking of which, last time Applejack single-handedly saved the entire town. The mayor called everyone to throw a big party for Applejack. A huge apple banner was hung at the town hall, and the nearby trees were wrapped in ribbons, with strips of ribbons scattered on the ground. Anonymous, with vacant eyes and dark circles under them, was setting up party props. He yawns, looking very tired. Little Days and Pinkie Pie notice and come over with concern. Mr. Anonymous, what's wrong? Why do you look so tired? Little Days nudges Anonymous' hand. Anonymous reaches out to pat Little Days. She rests her head on his hand. Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't slept well these past few days. I've been engrossed in reading. Thanks, Little Days, I feel better already. Pinkie Pie also hugs Anonymous' head, rubbing against him, emitting a sweet cotton candy scent. Anonymous, did you know? I'm going to manage Sugar Cube Corner for the first time. I'm going to make lots and lots of muffins to give to everyone. You all have to come. Pinkie Pie quickly finishes this long sentence with her rapid-fire speech. Sure, Mr. Anonymous, and I will definitely be there. Little Days' eyes light up at the mention of muffins. Of course, we'll definitely come to support. Anonymous expresses his agreement as well. Who doesn't like free cake? The ponies gradually gather as the party is about to start. Twilight Sparkle uses magic to hold a large stack of speeches, standing at the podium. Upon seeing the large stack of papers, an uneasy premonition rises in Anonymous' heart. He remembers the speeches he attended at school. Those were his lost youth. Twilight Sparkle organizes her speeches at the podium, confidently pulls out the first one. Welcome, every pony. Today we are here to honor a pony who is always eager to help, whether it's a big or small matter. Twilight pulls out the second sheet of paper. Due to her contributions, just as she begins, Rainbow Dash rushes up, knocking over all the speeches. You did great, Rainbow Dash. Did you see how fast Applejack ran? Her skills are simply amazing. She is going to help me practice new flying techniques. It's going to be awesome. Rainbow Dash covers her face on stage, almost losing her voice from excitement. Twilight Sparkle, with a hoof, pushes Rainbow Dash aside and retrieves the stack of speeches. Just as she is about to continue, Pinkie Pie pops up from under the podium. I'm going to manage Sugar Cube Corner for the first time. Applejack is going to help me. Applejack is the best pastry chef. So please, everyone, come to Sugar Cube Corner for free tastings. The crowd erupts in cheers, and Little Days even jumps up into the air. All right. Does any pony else want to speak? Any pony? Twilight Sparkle looks around the audience. It seems they're ISNT. Then I'll continue. Twilight Sparkle stubbornly raises the stack of speeches. Turning around, she finds the mayor looking at her with big eyes, blinking. Never mind. Twilight Sparkle throws away the speeches. The mayor elegantly walks up to the stage and clears her throat. Well, without further ado, I am honored to present the Best Pony Award of Ponyville to our beloved winner. The mayor points to a golden trophy. The most trustworthy, loyal, and kind pony, Applejack. Yay! Applejack! Applejack! The ponies below cheer excitedly. The curtain rises, but strangely, Applejack is not behind it. The mayor coughs awkwardly on stage. Where's Applejack? Just then, a voice comes from the crowd. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Applejack squeezed her way up from the crowd and stood on the podium. Upon closer inspection, Applejack looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes, carrying 2 baskets of apples. Anonymous thought to herself that Applejack seemed even more tired than she was. Swaylong poked her leg. Indeed, but Anonymous knew in her heart that she had been watching dark magic for several days. What was Applejack's situation? She sincerely thanked everyone for the Outstanding Pony Award. Applejack drooped her eyelids and walked in front of the trophy. What a shiny trophy. Ha, ha, ha. So thank you, Applejack, for stopping the big stampede a few days ago and saving everyone. Twilight Sparkle summarized to Applejack. Yes, I just like helping everyone, Applejack replied. Did Applejack actually fall asleep standing there? Oh, thanks. Applejack shook her head, suddenly woke up, and dragged the trophy away. Don't you think Applejack seems a bit? Twilight Sparkle asked. Tired? Rainbow Dash said. Dizzy? Fluttershy said. Dirty? Rarity said. Twilight Sparkle frowned. After a while, Anonymous was invited by Little Days to go to Sugar Cube Corner for cake. Wow, 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 Little Days swayed in the air. The cake at Sugar Cube Corner is the best cake in the world. Anonymous smiled as she watched the happy Little Days. She reached out and placed the almost colliding Little Days on her head. Let us go, Anonymous is setting off. Little Days swayed on Anonymous's head. Just arriving at Sugar Cube Corner, many ponies were lined up here, waiting for delicious free cake. At this time, Pinkie Pie popped out from behind the counter, holding a large plate of steaming cakes. Small pieces of cake are free to taste. They look so delicious and smell so good that the surrounding ponies drooled. The scene shifted. Pinkie Pie and Little Days were lying in the hospital. All the ponies who had eaten the cake were here. It was a scene of misery, with ponies struggling everywhere, and every pony's face was green. Anonymous was a bit better, just feeling a little nauseous. Still helping to take care of other ponies. No, I want to eat cake anymore. No more wah, Pinkie Pie said lying on the bed. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to vomit again. Twilight Sparkle and Swaylong, who rushed over upon hearing the news, picked up the half-eaten cake, and a worm crawled out. After taking care of the sick ponies, Anonymous learned the truth from Pinkie Pie. She headed straight for the apple orchard. Anonymous found the drowsy Applejack. Applejack, you need help. You're too tired, let me help you. Anonymous advised earnestly. Help? Applejack shook her head. No, I don't need help. Twilight Sparkle was just here. You too. I am Applejack. I don't need help. Seeing Applejack's stubborn look, Anonymous came up with a plan. Then, Applejack, I need your help. Huh, you? What can the most trustworthy pony in Ponyville help you with? Applejack looked like she was about to collapse. Recently, not many ponies have come to the spa to ask for my massages. So I need a volunteer to practice my technique. Just in the apple orchard, it'll be quick and 1T delay your work. Anonymous flashed a bright smile. Okay, how can I help you? Applejack asked dazedly. Leave it to me. Anonymous took off her cowboy hat and placed her hand on Applejack's head. Anonymous slowly dragged her fingers through Applejack's beautiful golden mane, smoothly down to her neck and back. Applejack let out a comfortable sigh and slowly leaned against Anonymous. They cuddled for a while. It felt like a dream. Anonymous heard Applejack mumbling. Applejack? Anonymous asked gently. No response. Anonymous looked at Applejack's face. Oh, she has already fallen asleep. Anonymous slowly shifted her body away from under Applejack's head, gently placing her on the ground and covering her with the cowboy hat. Applejack curled up like a cat. Anonymous smiled happily. Sweet dreams, Applejack. Now, it's my turn to take action. Anonymous walked deeper into the apple orchard. After a while, the girls found the hard-working Anonymous. Anonymous. You. Applejack rushed towards Anonymous, knocking her to the ground. Oh, I know this move isn't great. But you don't have to. Anonymous didn't finish her sentence. Thank you, Anonymous. Applejack hugged Anonymous tightly, unwilling to let go. The other girls watched this warm scene with smiles. Now we will help you together, Twilight Sparkle said. Friendship is not just about giving to your friends, but also accepting help from them. Chapter 14, The Antagonist. Early in the morning, Anonymous was taking a walk when 2 little foals rushed over, almost colliding with her legs. Move aside. We need to get through. Hey, be careful, kids. Anonymous waved one hand, and upon closer inspection, she found it was Snip and Snails. Why are you 2 running so fast? Anonymous asked in confusion. Snip and Snail stood at attention. Haven't you heard? A unicorn has arrived in Ponyville. Snails said. What is so strange about that? There are plenty of unicorns in Ponyville. Anonymous still didn't quite understand. This time it's different. Snip said excitedly. They say her magical abilities surpass any unicorn in history. She's south at the town square. No time to talk. We have to go, or we'll miss the front row. Snip and Snails dashed away. Anonymous thought, huh? Surpassing any unicorn in history? I have to see this for myself. Anonymous arrived at the town square, where a carriage was set up in the center of the open space. Most of Ponyville's ponies were here. Of course, the girls were also here. Anonymous waved to the girls and sat down beside them. Pinkie Pie naturally burrowed into Anonymous' embrace. Anonymous, you came to see the performance too. It's going to be super fun. Anonymous scratched Pinkie Pie's head. The feeling was so good that no matter how many times she did it, it was never enough. At this moment, the carriage made a sound and transformed into a stage. Come on, everyone come over and witness the most magnificent and all-powerful Trixie's magical powers in history. As soon as the words fell, a puff of smoke erupted in the center of the stage. A pony with silver mane and blue fur appeared on the stage. The pony wore a star-patterned cape, a pointed wizard hat, and a blue gemstone hung around her neck. Wow, what a grand entrance. The surrounding ponies were mesmerized. Watch out. The greatest Trixie is going to perform the most spectacular feat in history. After saying that, Trixie spread her hooves, and the carriage erupted with fireworks. So cool. Anonymous clapped and cheered from below. Who would have thought that ponies could perform magic shows too? What a feast for the eyes. What an eye-opener. However, the girls seemed to have different opinions. Oh my gosh, she really knows how to brag. Rarity said with a dissatisfied expression. There's nothing wrong with having special talents. Twilight Sparkle comforted. Of course, there's nothing wrong with it, Applejack replied. Unless someone boasts everywhere, like a new student tying colorful ribbons. At this point, Trixie magically conjured a bouquet of flowers and threw them into the audience. Anonymous reached out to catch the flowers and handed them to Pinkie Pie. It was actually okay, Anonymous explained. Magicians are like that. They tend to boast a bit. But if they don't say it like that, no one would come to watch the performance. Anonymous didn't hesitate to give her compliments. And Trixie really isn't bad. She knows a lot of magic. Trixie seemed to hear the Anonymous praise, gave a nod to the Anonymous, and continued her performance. Even if she could perform many magic tricks, it didn't mean she was better than others. Rarity was still a bit dissatisfied, especially when I, the most outstanding pony, am standing here. Rainbow Dash stood tall and confidently placed her hooves on her chest. Then, Applejack shot her a glare. It's not that impressive. Rainbow Dash immediately changed her tune. Trixie, who was performing, couldn't take it anymore. All right. It seems some ponies have different opinions. Who is so foolish as to challenge the most versatile Trixie of all time? Don't they know that Trixie is the most magical unicorn in all of Equestria? After Trixie said that, she struck a pose, and the wagon cooperatively released fireworks. Hey, what makes you think you're the most magical unicorn in all of Equestria? Rainbow Dash, impatient, flew forward to question Trixie. Of course, it's because only the great and powerful Trixie can use her strong magic to defeat the Ursa Major. The fireworks from the wagon formed a shape of the Ursa Major, with a star on its forehead. The ponies gasped in amazement. When the ponies of Ponyville were at their wits' end and had lost hope, the great and powerful Trixie stood up and used her magic to defeat the Ursa Major. She saved everyone. The fireworks from the wagon shot out a little Trixie, who waved her wand and instantly turned the fireworks Ursa Major into nothing. Amazing. Trixie is indeed the most talented, powerful, and awesome unicorn in Ponyville's history. No, Trixie is the best in all of Equestria. Snips and Snails had completely become Trixie's diehard fans. That's right, my enthusiastic admirers. Trixie is undoubtedly the best and most powerful in Ponyville. That sounded a bit too much, and the audience was silent. What? You don't believe the great and powerful Trixie? Well, I accept your challenge. I can do what you can do even better. To hype up the atmosphere, Trixie challenged the ponies. Too bad, no pony challenged Trixie. It seems Trixie is destined to become the greatest unicorn of all time. I can't take it anymore. Twilight Sparkle, hurry and show her your skills. Spike wailed, holding on to Twilight Sparkle's hoof. Why are you so excited? Trixie is clearly just bragging, Anonymous said while munching on the popcorn Pinkie Pie handed him. Bragging? Who dares to say Trixie is bragging? It's you. Trixie pointed at Anonymous. Come on, tell me. What can you do that the great and powerful Trixie cannot? Trixie seemed a bit impatient, and when she said this, she regretted it a little. The creature sitting there had given her a lot of praise during the performance. And the situation took a turn. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Applejack saw Anonymous being pointed at, straightened up, and stepped onto the stage. Trixie sighed with relief in her heart. Can your magic do this? Applejack began to showcase her cowgirl skills, using her tail to play with a lasso. Impressive. The lasso danced around Applejack's tail like it was an extension of her body, weaving in and out without touching her at all. At that moment, Applejack gave a strong flick, and the lasso perfectly snagged an apple from the tree nearby. With another tug, the apple flew straight into Applejack's mouth. Yum yum. The ponies below cheered for Applejack. Amazing. Woohoo. Just some petty tricks. Trixie's hat began to glow and actually flew up, revealing the horn hidden under the hat. Look at my magic. Accompanied by a strange sound, the rope beside her began to writhe like a snake. One end swayed in front of Applejack's eyes while the other stealthily picked an apple from the tree. With a snap, it tied Applejack up with her hooves in the air, not forgetting to shove an apple into her mouth. The great and powerful Trixie wins again. Applejack hopped off the stage. The girls all stared at Anonymous. Well, she was a bit excessive, but it was still bearable. Anonymous wiped the sweat from his forehead. Rainbow Dash, seeing Applejack being bullied, couldn't sit still. Watch me. Rainbow Dash took off, flying 3 circles around the windmill. Then she shot straight up, passing who knows how many clouds. With her back to the sun, she quickly dashed back to the stage. Water vapor followed Rainbow Dash, forming a beautiful rainbow. The ponies cheered, and one little Pegasus let out an excited scream. Too bad you encountered the great Trixie. Trixie smirked and cast a spell that hit Rainbow Dash. The rainbow turned into a whirlwind, pulling Rainbow Dash off the stage. Rainbow Dash spun several times with her head facing down. I think I'm going to be sick. Just as Applejack helped Rainbow Dash up, Trixie used a lightning spell. It struck beside Rainbow Dash's rear, scaring her so much that she let out a girly scream. The ponies all laughed at Rainbow Dash, and the girls all stared at Anonymous. Anonymous felt even sweatier. Chapter 15. You've been enhanced. Send it out. Earth ponies and Pegasi can't do. It seems we need a unicorn to deal with her, Spike said while elbowing Twilight Sparkle. Right. We need to let this arrogant one know who the boss is. Rainbow Dash echoed. A competition between unicorns. Applejack also chimed in. I get what you mean, even though I find it very boring. But since Applejack and Rainbow Dash have both lost, I can only rely on my beauty and elegance to win. Rarity tossed her mane and walked onto the stage. Oh, so confident. Aren't you afraid I'll turn your hair into a rat's nest? Trixie provoked. Anonymous frowned. That was a bit too much. Humph. Maybe you know a lot of magic, so you think you're impressive. But your style is too barbaric. Unicorns need more than just muscles. They also need beauty and elegance. Rarity used magic to pull down the stage curtain. She spun around a few times, and with her magic, she created an elegant outfit. The ponies below cheered with excitement. Rarity would not be defeated by Trixie. Spike below praised Rarity. Trixie grinned and unleashed her magic. Everyone was stunned. Rarity seemed to realize something as well. Mirror. Quickly give me a mirror. What did she do to me? Nothing at all. Twilight Sparkle prepared to brush it off. It's fine. Rainbow Dash said the same. Very nice. Even Applejack said so. Green. Spike suddenly looked dumbfounded and blurted it out. Spike, you are the true element of honesty. No. Rarity finally saw her mane. Her mane had turned green, a clump piled up together. There were even 2 little twigs sticking out, looking like seaweed washed ashore. Green hair. I don't want green hair. It's too scary. Too scary. Rarity cried as she ran off the stage. Hey, Trixie, you've gone too far. Anonymous couldn't sit still any longer. How dare you do this to Rarity? I challenge you. With magic. Anonymous stepped onto the stage. Oh, someone actually dares to challenge Trixie in magic. Then let us go? Anonymous extended his hands, showing everyone. His hands were in a very relaxed state. Anonymous swept his right hand over the palm of his left hand, and his left hand over the back of his right hand. He showed that both hands were empty. Suddenly, with a flick of his right hand, a bouquet of flowers appeared in Anonymous' hand. Wow. The ponies gasped in amazement. How did he do that? His hands were empty just now. The little ponies were completely captivated by the Anonymous figure's hands. The Anonymous used their right hand to wave the flowers, and with a swipe of their left hand, the flowers disappeared. The Anonymous bowed to the audience. Amazing human fingers. Amazing human fingers. The little ponies cheered for the Anonymous, and the girls cheered the loudest. Your magic is impressive, but it doesn't count. Trixie said, you're a human, not a unicorn. The greatest and most powerful Trixie is still the most amazing unicorn in Ponyville. Oh, come on. Indeed, the Anonymous was a human. The show was over, and everyone dispersed. The Anonymous went to comfort Rarity. Thank you, dear. Thank you for teaching Trixie a lesson for me. Rarity looked at the Anonymous with gratitude. I can't just stand by and watch my friend get bullied, the Anonymous replied. Twilight Sparkle nearby looked a bit sad. It's a pity you didn't win in the end, the Anonymous said regretfully. Enough of that. Anonymous, tell me quickly. How did you make the flowers disappear? Rainbow Dash eagerly flew over, nearly pressing her face against the Anonymous' hand. It's a secret, if I tell you the magic. It won't work anymore, the Anonymous said with a smile, pushing Rainbow Dash away. Oh, please. I really want to know. Everyone laughed at Rainbow Dash's enthusiasm. That night, the Anonymous was in the spa staff dormitory, looking at a dark magic book. The Anonymous was dozing off, resting their head on the magic book. It is well known that high-density things flow into low-density things. So as long as the Anonymous placed their head on the book, knowledge would flow into their empty mind. At that moment, the ground began to shake, accompanied by the sound of trees falling. What's happening? Is it another stampede? The Anonymous thought. The Anonymous stepped out of the spa and onto the street. They immediately spotted a blue constellation bear, taller than a house. Haha, I must still be dreaming. I should go back to sleep. The Anonymous prepared to cover their ears. Upon closer inspection, the constellation bear was chasing Fluttershy, Snip, and Snails. Oh no, how unlucky. The Anonymous ran towards the constellation bear with a shovel in hand. In another scene, Trixie stood in front of the constellation bear with Snip and Snails. Trixie cast a rope spell. The rope wrapped around the constellation bear's toes, but the bear just flexed its toes, and the rope snapped. Trixie then cast a lightning spell. Lightning gathered into a thundercloud on the bear's backside, and with a crack, a dark mark appeared on the bear's rear, making it angrier. The constellation bear opened its huge mouth and let out an angry roar. The ponies of Ponyville panicked and scattered. At that moment, a rock flew over and hit the constellation bear's rear, causing it to yelp in pain. It turned out the Anonymous had arrived on the scene. Don't be afraid. I, Anonymous, will save everyone. The constellation bear noticed the Anonymous figure and shouted, "You're the one who threw that rock at me." The Anonymous charged at the bear. The Anonymous enhanced themselves with dark magic. Blood was boiling, flowing like a stream. A strong body is the weapon of a great hero. They would win the victory and roar into the sky. An indomitable spirit, your courage will lead you forward. The Anonymous rushed in and slapped the constellation bear. They flew back and crashed into the wall. The Anonymous woke up in the hospital. When the girls saw the Anonymous awake, they all gathered around. "You scared us to death, Anonymous," Rarity exclaimed loudly. "Yeah, what were you thinking, going head-to-head with the constellation bear?" Rainbow Dash questioned. Girls, what happened?" The Anonymous mind was still a bit foggy. "Right, the constellation bear. What happened to the constellation bear? Did any ponies get hurt?" The Anonymous tried to get out of bed. "Just lie down. No one else got hurt except you," Applejack said. Twilight Sparkle solved the problem in the end. She sang a lullaby to put the constellation bear to sleep. "It was so cool," Fluttershy said excitedly. "Actually, guys, that wasn't the great constellation bear. It was just a little bear," Twilight Sparkle said, a bit shy. "Little bear? Then how big is the big bear?" Everyone was shocked. "You really don't want to know?" Twilight Sparkle chuckled. "It's all Trixie's fault. She attracted the big bear and got Anonymous into this mess." Rainbow Dash said angrily. "And now she's gone. She must be too embarrassed to show her face." "Actually, it probably wasn't Trixie's fault," the Anonymous recalled. "I remember seeing the constellation bear chasing Fluttershy, Snip, and Snails at first. Yeah, Snip and Snails went into the forest to lure it out just to see Trixie defeat the constellation bear," Fluttershy said, sounding speechless. "Those two little troublemakers." The Anonymous was about to explode with anger. At that moment, Nurse Redheart walked in. "Mr. Anonymous, we've checked your body, and there's nothing seriously wrong. It's truly incredible. But just to be safe, you'd better stay in the hospital for observation for a day." Nurse Redheart flipped through the examination report. "By the way, Mr. Anonymous, why do you keep ending up in the hospital? I've seen you here 3 times in just 1 week." The Anonymous lowered their head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 16, this time it's real enhancement. Picking up from where we left off, our Ponyville hero, Anonymous, was in distress. At this point, a reader might ask, how did Anonymous become a great hero in just 1 chapter? Here's how it went. Few ponies witnessed Anonymous fighting the constellation bear last time. However, many heard Anonymous' battle cry. Plus, the constellation bear was ultimately defeated, and Twilight Sparkle wasn't one to boast. So, under the boastful influence of a certain purple dragon, things turned out this way. Anonymous was slapped into the wall by the constellation bear while trying to protect the ponies. Anonymous battled the constellation bear for 300 rounds, but ultimately got caught off guard and was struck into the wall while trying to protect the ponies. Now, many ponies had become fans of Anonymous, and the news even spread to other towns. The Cosmic Princess even sent a letter of commendation. This is how Anonymous became the great hero of Ponyville. The girls were teasing Anonymous, especially Rainbow Dash. "Ha ha ha, I've never seen a great hero defeated by a slap before." And similar remarks. Anonymous reflected deeply, realizing they were still too weak and lacked strength. Dark magic couldn't be used regularly and was useless in critical moments. While Anonymous was still troubled, they suddenly felt a warm hug. Turning around, it was indeed the adorable Pinkie Pie. Anonymous embraced Pinkie Pie. "Pinkie, do you know any way to get weapons or armor?" Anonymous asked instinctively, not really expecting Pinkie to have an answer. "Anonymous, are you still worried about the constellation bear?" Pinkie said, patting Anonymous' head with her little hooves. Anonymous was surprised. Pinkie could see right through them. "Of course, I didn't help much last time. Now I've suddenly become a hero. It's really embarrassing." Anonymous sighed. Pinkie snuggled closer. "But Anonymous," Pinkie's big beautiful eyes looked at Anonymous, and she said in a serious tone, "When you stood up and charged at the constellation bear, in my eyes, you were already a hero." Anonymous ruffled Pinkie's mane. Okay, but I'm still too weak. What if there's another monster next time? I can't let you girls bear the brunt." It seemed Pinkie's words had little effect. "In that case, let me help you set up a small forge." Ponyville doesn't have armor or weapons. You'll have to mine the ore and make them yourself. Beaky lay in Anonym's arms and casually said, You can make a furnace? Anonym looked at the pink Beaky, thinking she seemed unrelated to a furnace at all. Of course, I come from a quarry. Making a furnace is a piece of cake, Beaky said confidently. After a while, on the edge of Ponyville, near the mine, a small furnace had been set up. Anonym had brought back a lot of ore and began forging attempts, lighting the furnace, awakening the anvil, raising the sails, hammering like thunder. The furnace's flames lasted until dusk, and Anonym looked at the pile of scrap on the table, lost in thought. Ah, indeed. I have not a shred of forging experience. Anonym covered his face. After most of the day forging, Anonym had successfully wasted materials and produced a pile of junk. The sun gradually sank in the west, its dazzling light being slowly consumed by darkness. Anonym felt disheartened. At the same time, a noble moon began to rise slowly, taking the sun's place, continuing to illuminate the land. This moon was exceptionally bright, its light soft and radiant, casting a silver veil over everything. In this tranquil night, the appearance of the moon was particularly striking. To Anonym's surprise, it seemed that this moon was hanging directly above the furnace, as if it had risen specifically for this furnace. A beam of moonlight was cast down, and twinkling starlight surrounded Anonym. Suddenly, Anonym felt a surge of inspiration, took out the fragments of the nightmarish moon armor, and placed them into the furnace. The bright moon hung high, and the fragments melted under the moonlight, turning into a mass of black liquid. The dark magic within Anonym seemed to be drawn in, some of it sinking into the liquid. The furnace gradually extinguished, as if all the heat had been absorbed by the liquid. The liquid gradually congealed, taking the shape of a shield. It was a deep blue circular shield, adorned with a moon pattern, and on the moon was the shadow of a black mare. Just like the first time Anonym saw the moon in this world. Anonym slowly raised the shield, which felt incredibly light in his hands, as if it had no weight at all. With a gentle swing, the shield emitted a crisp sound, demonstrating its tough texture. Moon shield. Anonym stroked the shield, pronouncing its name. Anonym stood proudly under the moonlight. Chapter 17. Let's climb the mountain first. 341. 342. 343. Yunbao was focused on juggling a ball, while Anonym stood by counting for her. Haha, I'm about to succeed. I will become the future highest juggling record holder of Ponyville. That's amazing. We must celebrate. Beaky ran around excitedly. Anonym yawned and, with a glance, spotted a panicking Ruru. Help! There's a terrible cloud of smoke. Ruru said in a very small voice. Ruru? What's wrong? Why are you so panicked? Anonym asked, confused, stepping forward. Over there. It's smoking. Ruru looked very anxious, but the more anxious she became, the quieter her voice got, and Anonym couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Don't panic, Ruru. Calm down and speak slowly. Anonym squatted down, gently comforting Ruru. Everyone listen. Suddenly a voice came from Twilight Sparkle. The smoke is spreading all over Ponyville. Smoke? What smoke? The ponies looked around and saw a thick black smoke drifting in the sky. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Ruru jumped excitedly. But everyone, there's no need to worry, Twilight Sparkle continued. I just received a letter from Princess Celestia, and it's not a fire. Oh, the ponies' hearts calmed down a bit. It's a dragon. Twilight Sparkle stated the terrifying fact in a plain tone. Oh, the ponies immediately panicked. At the Golden Oak Library, everyone was helping Twilight Sparkle look through the dragon information. A fully grown dragon is coming to Ponyville. What is he here for? Applejack asked, puzzled. To sleep. Twilight Sparkle replied flatly. The group gasped in disbelief. Princess Celestia said he is taking a nap. It's his snoring that's causing all this smoke. Twilight Sparkle said while packing her bags, putting the books into her saddlebag. He really should see a doctor. That doesn't sound healthy at all, Beaky grumbled. Well, at least he isn't breathing fire everywhere. What should we do now? Rarity asked. Let me tell you what we should do. Kick him. Get him out of Ponyville. Yunbao said, demonstrating by kicking a wooden horse figurine of Twilight Sparkle. Poor figurine. We should persuade him to sleep somewhere else. Twilight Sparkle said resolutely. Princess Celestia entrusted us with this task. We cannot fail. If we fail, Ponyville will be shrouded in smoke for 100 years. Wait. Anonym interrupted Twilight Sparkle. Princess Celestia entrusted this task to you, to persuade a fully grown dragon to leave Ponyville. The girls nodded at Anonym. Anonym covered his face with his hands. Am I crazy? Or is Princess Celestia crazy? All right, ponies. Quickly pack your bags. We have a long way to go. Meet back here in an hour. Twilight Sparkle slung her saddlebag on her back. Did you hear that, girls? The fate of Ponyville is in our hooves. Yunbao was very excited. Except for Ruru. The other girls were thrilled. Everyone went back to pack their gear. Twilight Sparkle, are the dragons in Ponyville as big as the Spike Dragon? Anonym asked Twilight Sparkle. No. Spike is just a baby dragon. An adult dragon is bigger than a house. Twilight Sparkle replied as a matter of course. Looks like I have to go along. These girls are too excited. This isn't a picnic. Anonym thought to himself. After a while, Anonym and the girls were all geared up, ready for Twilight Sparkle's inspection. All right, friends, we need to find the quickest route to reach the top of the mountain before night falls. That dragon lives in a cave at the top of the mountain. The girls began discussing excitedly, as if it were a picnic. Only Ruru and Anonym felt uneasy, their hearts pounding. Okay, friends, let's set off. The ponies hurriedly took Ruru and Anonym along as they ran toward the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ruru said, This mountain is really high, hiding behind Anonym. This is just an ordinary mountain, Yunbao said. Right, it's just that there's a dragon up there. I don't think a mountain with a dragon can be considered an ordinary mountain, Anonym retorted. Eek. Ruru shrank even smaller in fear. The ponies began to climb the mountain. Ruru remained frozen in place, too afraid to move. This mountain is too steep. Ruru weakly said, But you're a Pegasus. Just spread your wings and fly up. Yunbao said, a bit exasperated. Come on, Ruru. You can do it. Flap your wings. Beaky cheered for Ruru. Okay. Ruru gathered her courage, spread her wings, and flapped hard. She slowly began to rise. At that moment, the dragon on the mountain let out a loud snore. Ruru heard the huge sound. Her wings locked up, and she fell straight down. Anonym quickly caught Ruru. Ruru tried to open her wings again, but they wouldn't budge. We don't have time. Twilight Sparkle urged anxiously. It's okay, I'll carry Ruru. Anonym lifted Ruru onto his back, feeling she was quite light, no problem. After climbing for a while, Anonym felt Ruru trembling on his back, as if something was off. Be careful, friends. We're entering the collapse zone. Even the slightest sound can cause a rock slide, Twilight Sparkle reminded quietly. Collapse. Anonymous felt that Ruru was shaking even more intensely. He reached out and patted Ruru. Ruru, don't be afraid. If you don't make a sound, nothing will happen. However, Ruru was too nervous and got startled by Anonymous' touch. Collapse. Anonymous quickly covered Ruru's mouth with his hand. Ruru's voice echoed in the valley, and everyone was too scared to breathe. The rock wall began to shake violently. Collapse. Everyone, come to me. Anonymous held his backpack over his head. Oh no. Help. Twilight Sparkle was unable to dodge in time and was about to be hit by falling rocks. Applejack quickly flashed in and brought Twilight Sparkle under Anonymous. Bang, bang, bang. The boulders crashed onto Anonymous' backpack and shattered. Everything gradually settled down. Is everyone okay? Anonymous pushed away the rocks on his head and freed everyone. Let's do it again. Pinkie Pie bounced around. It's okay. Thank you, Applejack. Twilight Sparkle nuzzled against Applejack. The path ahead was blocked by dirt and rocks. I'm sorry. Ruru apologized weakly. It's okay, dear. Applejack comforted Ruru. Yeah, actually it's my fault. Anonymous raised his hand apologetically. It's fine. We just need to climb over it. Twilight Sparkle sighed. Chapter 18. Dragon Tamer Cake Hoof. They continued to move up the mountain. Anonymous felt that Ruru was shaking more and more. Don't be afraid, Ruru. I will protect you. Thank you, Anonymous. Ruru was still trembling uncontrollably. The higher they climbed, the worse it got. Do you really think it's a good idea to bring Ruru along? Rainbow Dash whispered to Twilight Sparkle as she flew next to her. We'll know soon enough. We're almost there. Twilight Sparkle looked at the cave ahead. In front of the cave entrance, Twilight Sparkle began assigning tasks. Rainbow Dash, please use your wings to clear the smoke. Rainbow Dash saluted and soared into the sky. Rarity and Pinkie Pie, if anything seems off, make some noise to distract the dragon. Pinkie Pie pulled out a rubber chicken. Applejack, be ready with the apples in case the dragon attacks. Applejack swung her hind hooves, launching apples into the trees. I think we're doomed. Anonymous covered his face. Don't worry. Anonymous, I don't think we'll need those because Ruru and I will negotiate with the dragon to leave Ponyville. Twilight Sparkle reassured. All right, we need to go in. Twilight Sparkle walked into the cave. So Ruru, how do we wake up a dragon without making it angry? What should we do? Twilight Sparkle asked as she walked, looking back to see that Ruru hadn't followed. Oh my goodness. Twilight Sparkle found Ruru outside the cave. Ruru had buried her head in the dirt like an ostrich. Come on, Ruru. Every second that dragon sleeps means more of Ponyville gets covered in smoke. Twilight Sparkle pushed Ruru, but she remained immovable. The other friends stepped forward to help, but Ruru was still unyielding. What's wrong, Ruru? You've been off since we started climbing the mountain. Anonymous noticed something was off and asked in confusion. I don't want to go into that cave. I'm afraid of the dragon. Ruru's voice grew softer. But Ruru, you can communicate with animals, even the scorpion lion last time? Twilight Sparkle asked, puzzled. Yes, but they're not dragons. Ruru replied. But the dragon is a dragon too, and you're not afraid of him. Pinkie Pie said. Yes, because he isn't a huge, mighty, terrifying dragon with sharp teeth, claws, and scales that could eat a pony in one bite, and is fully grown. As soon as Ruru finished speaking, the dragon let out a snore, shaking the entire mountain. Anonymous pessimistically thought, it seems we are really doomed. But if you were afraid of dragons from the start, why didn't you say anything before we set off? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Because I was too scared to say. Ruru lay on the ground, looking very dejected. We're all afraid of that dragon. Applejack comforted Ruru. I'm not. Rainbow Dash crossed her hooves. Okay, almost all of us are afraid of that dragon. But we have to complete the mission and show that dragon your strength. Applejack reassured Ruru. Aye. Ruru looked at her friend's smiles. I still can't. Ruru lowered her head and hid behind a rock. It's okay, we can manage without you. Ruru. Twilight Sparkle comforted everyone. I'm going in. Twilight Sparkle walked inside. Anonymous touched his backpack to confirm everything was still there, feeling a bit anxious. After a while, Twilight Sparkle was expelled by black smoke. He won't listen to me, Twilight Sparkle said, feeling wronged. What do we do now? Applejack asked worriedly. Anonymous gripped his backpack. In situations like this, we need to use some pony charm. Let me handle it, girls. Rarity elegantly walked into the cave. After a while, Rarity wasn't expelled. A glimmer of hope arose among everyone. Could Rarity be succeeding? The ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Rarity quickly ran out, clutching a rock. Darn it. I was so close to getting that diamond. Rarity bit her hoof in frustration. What diamond? Twilight Sparkle looked at Rarity skeptically. Oh wait. I was almost able to convince that dragon. Rarity laughed awkwardly. Toot. Pinkie Pie blew a party horn, dressing herself up like a gift. Now watch me. Sharing joy is a great way to get others to accept you. Pinkie Pie walked in with all four hooves moving in different directions. Hello. Bang bang bang. Sounds of knocking echoed in the cave. Looks like he doesn't like joy. Pinkie Pie stumbled out. All right. We can't waste any more time. It's my turn. Rainbow dashed inside. Rainbow, no? Twilight Sparkle shouted to stop her, but it was too late. Rainbow Dash kicked the dragon right on the nose. Rainbow Dash quickly rolled back, crashing into the girls like a bowling ball. The dragon angrily peeked out of the cave. I just fell asleep. And all these colorful ponies are bothering me. Especially that white one who wants to steal my treasure. And that blue one dared to hit my handsome face. The dragon roared loudly, accusing the ponies. But due to being too angry, and also having a bit of a throat issue, the dragon couldn't keep his mouth shut. And with a panicked expression, a blast of dragon fire shot out. The ponies huddled together, looking up to see a massive wave of flames approaching. Not good. Anonymous rushed in front of the girls, raising his backpack. The dragon fire surged, mercilessly consuming everything in its path. In an instant, the backpack was burned to ashes, revealing a dark gleam. It's the moon shield. The ponies opened their eyes. The dragon fire had extinguished. Anonymous stood unharmed in front. Ruru saw her friends engulfed in flames and fire blazed in her eyes. Ruru was furious. How dare you? You. How dare you? Ruru flew up to the dragon's face and gave him a kick. The dragon covered his nose and tears streamed down. How dare you hurt my friends? Ruru glared at the dragon, a tear rolling down her cheek. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. I was just so angry at the time, I couldn't control my throat. The dragon cried. I'll leave right now, right away. Wah. Ponies are too scary. I want to go back to Dragonland. Anonymous swallowed hard, feeling that Ruru was even scarier than the dragon. Ruru, we're okay. Twilight Sparkle waved her hoof at Ruru. Oh, that's great. Ruru charged straight in, and everyone fell down like bowling pins. Ha. The little ponies happily hugged each other. The mission was accomplished. Never lose faith in your friends. They will be a source of strength and can help you overcome your greatest fears. Chapter 19. Rumors. The weather was clear and sunny. Today was a great day. Anon opened the door to the spa, ready to welcome customers. But to his surprise, the street was empty, not a single pony in sight. What is going on? Is there a holiday today that I don't know about? Confused, Anon decided to go out and see. Where did all the ponies go? Even Sugar Cube Corner, usually so lively, had no ponies around? Anon looked at the closed doors of Sugar Cube Corner, lost in thought. Just then, Anon noticed what seemed to be a little pony hiding behind a trash can. Upon closer inspection, it was a pale yellow filly with a mane as red as a ripe apple, topped with a big bow. Hello there, little one. Who are you? Anon approached and asked. The little pony was startled by the sudden voice, but upon seeing Anon, she exclaimed, You're the great hero of Ponyville, Anon. I'm Apple Bloom, and Applejack is my sister. The little pony suddenly became excited. When Anon heard that name, his eyelids twitched. Apple Bloom, nice to meet you. What are you doing hiding behind the trash can? Anon asked, puzzled. Apple Bloom glanced at the trash can. Shoo, I'm observing her. That pony in the cloak. My sister says she is a witch, but I don't believe it. Oh right. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Apple Bloom's head. Anon, could you ask her if she is really a witch? Apple Bloom pleaded with her big, cute eyes. The effect was powerful. Anon was hit hard. He was captured by Apple Bloom. Anon walked over to the cloaked pony. Hello? What are you doing here? Anon asked the cloaked pony. The pony seemed surprised by Anon's question and lowered her hood. As soon as she did, a mohawk popped out. It turned out to be a zebra, adorned with many gold rings. A marvelous creature, unafraid of me. I am Zekara, and it is an honor to meet you. The zebra spoke in an eloquent manner. I come to shop at this store, but every time I arrive, the doors are closed. Perhaps they fear me. Zekara looked a bit sad. Anon was captivated by Zekara's mohawk, wanting to reach out and touch it, but worried he might be seen as a creep. Ahem, Zekara. Nice to meet you. I'm Anon, the spa master of Ponyville. After dismissing his strange thoughts, Anon greeted Zekara. It's a pleasure chatting with you, Anon. This place isn't suited for idle talk. How about we go to my humble abode? Zekara looked around the room and invited Anon. Anon thought, let us go check out Zekara's place, then I can tell Apple Bloom when I get back. So he happily agreed. I temporarily reside in the ever-free forest. Zekara and Anon walked and chatted. They didn't notice that a little pony had followed them from behind. Zekara was sharing interesting tales from her homeland when they happened to pass through a field of blue flowers. Friend, this flower field is not to be touched. Zekara tugged at Anon, wanting to steer clear. Apple Bloom. A voice called from behind. Anon and Zekara turned to see the girls and the sneaky Apple Bloom. Anon? The girls were surprised to see Anon. Rainbow Dash rushed forward and pulled Anon back. Ouch! Anon stumbled and fell into the flowers. Sorry, Anon, Rainbow Dash laughed sheepishly. The other girls rushed up, shielding Apple Bloom and Anon behind them. I warn you, witch, stay away from my family and friends. Applejack shouted at Zekara. Zekara looked very sad and angry, but her kind nature compelled her to remind the ponies. Be careful, little ponies. The blue leaves are not to be trifled with. After saying this, Zekara retreated deeper into the forest. Are you trying to scare us? The girls shouted at Zekara. Only Pinkie Pie was singing a strange song. Be careful. Be careful, Zekara's leaving. What are you doing? Zekara is my friend. She invited me over for tea. Anon asked the ponies, confused. That's it. Twilight Sparkle shook her head. I told you. Anon has been cursed by the witch. She's taken his mind. Hey, Zekara is not a witch. She's just a zebra, Anon explained. The evil witch dances wickedly. Pinkie Pie was lost in her strange song. It seemed Pinkie Pie was unreachable. And Anon looked at Twilight Sparkle with hopeful eyes. There's no such thing as a curse in this world, Twilight Sparkle said firmly. It's very convincing coming from you, a magical pony. Rainbow Dash flew over and poked Twilight Sparkle's horn with her hoof. My magic comes from the heart. It's innate. But curses are made by ponies, concocted with potions and spells. Curses have no real power. They're just legends, Twilight Sparkle confidently said. Anon recalled the Dark Magic Handbook and realized that Twilight Sparkle might not be entirely right. And you? Applejack said to Apple Bloom. Why won't you listen to your sister? Apple Bloom lowered her head. Who knows what strange curse Zekara might cast on you? Applejack said, feeling scared. I already said, curses aren't real, Twilight Sparkle said helplessly. Yeah, Zekara wouldn't curse anyone. She's a good zebra, Anon agreed. Applejack looked at Anon. That's it. Anon is beyond saving. The curse has gotten into his brain. Applejack then looked at Twilight Sparkle and said, just wait, Twilight Sparkle. You will eventually learn that some legends about ponies are true. The group left. That night, Anon fell into a dream. A vast, tranquil grassland, bathed in moonlight. Chapter 20, Anon the Handsome. The sun shone on Anon's face, and he woke up. I didn't do anything yesterday. Why do I feel so tired? His head felt a bit heavy too. After a groggy wash-up, Anon stepped out onto the street. The ponies on the street were staring at Anon with strange expressions. The stallions were envious and resentful, but there was also a hint of relief in their eyes. The Maras had hearts in their eyes, but there was also a touch of regret. What is going on? Anon looked around, puzzled. Why does it feel like something is off today? My vision seems wider. Anon, what happened to your face? Fleur-de-Lis suddenly appeared and screamed upon seeing Anon's face. Anon quickly rushed to a mirror, and there, staring back at him, was the head of a pony. But the body was normal, still human. Whoa, horse head, human body. So handsome. Fleur-de-Lis finished her sentence and fainted, her face flushed with an unnatural red. Great. Now I have a handsome pony face, Anon thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Could it really be Zekara's curse? No way. As Anon walked, accepting the strange stares. He thought right. Twilight Sparkle and the others were there yesterday. I'll go see how they're doing. Anon strode confidently towards the Golden Oak Library, causing many ponies to swoon along the way. Upon arriving at the Golden Oak Library, I immediately heard the sound of an argument inside and entered anonymously. What greeted my eyes was a marvelous scene. Twilight Sparkle, with her sparkly mane, lay lazily on the ground, swaying with her head movements. Pinkie Pie's tongue had grown long, a large chunk hanging out, impossible to retract, though it looked quite adorable. Rarity appeared as if she had reincarnated from a mop, her long mane dragging on the ground, obstructing her vision. Applejack had not changed much, just proportionally smaller, about the size of a bowl on the table. Rainbow Dash was stuck in the middle of a ladder, still struggling, and upon closer inspection, I realized her wings were reversed. Only Fluttershy looked the same as before, with no noticeable changes. While I observed the girls, they also noticed me. Everyone's faces turned red, and Rarity began to act a bit infatuated. Hello there, handsome. I'm Rarity, what brings you here? After saying this, Rarity instinctively flicked her mane. Realizing something was off, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I've been cursed today? Aya, don't look at me, I'm not Rarity." Using magic, Rarity somehow summoned a fancy chair, flopped onto it, and began to cry. "What are you doing, Rarity?" "I'm anonymous," I said, pointing to my horse head. As if it were obvious, the air in the library seemed to freeze, and everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Pinkie Pie was the first to react, hugging my leg and starting to talk excitedly. "Gah!" Pinkie's saliva splattered all over me. Pinkie, I can't understand what you're saying." I wiped the saliva off my face. Pinkie then hugged Fluttershy's hooves, looking at her with pleading eyes. "You've been cursed too. It's a Keela curse." Fluttershy sighed and said in a sultry bass voice, "What a handsome face, yet it turned into a horse." Rarity looked sadly at my face. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. Look at you all," mop-headed Rarity, running around Rainbow Dash. Long-tongued Pinkie Pie, Little Applejack, Rough Fluttershy, Soft-Horned Twilight, and Horse-Headed Anonymous. Swaylong was rolling on the ground laughing, and I joined in the laughter. "This is no joke. Swaylong, quickly, find a book and look for the antidote." Twilight Sparkle seemed a bit hysterical. "I think we can find the antidote from Keela." Rainbow Dash finally broke free from the ladder and wobbled in the air. "This isn't a curse," Twilight Sparkle insisted. "Yeah, Keela's great. I think it's related to that blue flower from yesterday," I said honestly. "Gah!" Pinkie was still spraying saliva. The little ponies started arguing like 500 ducks. I felt a headache coming on. "Hey, wait a minute. Where did Apple Bloom go?" I suddenly noticed Apple Bloom was missing. "Oh no, my little sister. She must have gone to find Keela. Let's hurry to Keela. Giddy up." Applejack took the lead, riding on Rainbow Dash's head. The little ponies hurried along. Upon reaching Keela's little cottage, the girls pulled me behind a window to spy on her. "Look at these decorations. They're so creepy," Rarity complained. "Very exotic," I said, admiring the strange masks. Rarity rolled her eyes at me. Inside the house, Keela was cooking a large pot of green soup. To be fair, she did look quite witch-like. Keela muttered in zebra language while cooking, making her seem even more like a witch. "Gah!" Pinkie suddenly got very excited and hugged Fluttershy's hooves. Fluttershy sighed and began to sing. "She's an evil witch, she dances wickedly. Stare into her eyes, and you'll be confused. What else will she do? Boil a pot of stew, cook you up, and eat you deliciously. So be careful," Fluttershy sang, while Pinkie mimicked her actions. Keela was just cooking soup. I tried to calm everyone down, though it was not very convincing. At that moment, Keela took a sip of the soup. This temperature is just right for those little ponies. Now, let me see, where's Apple Bloom?" "She's cooking Apple Bloom soup." The little ponies screamed. "I'm coming to save you, Apple Bloom." Applejack got angry and, riding Rainbow Dash, crashed through the window and charged inside. "Wait, Applejack." I quickly followed her in. Keela was startled by the intruding little ponies. "Calm down, friends. Keela wouldn't do such a thing," I said, grabbing Rainbow Dash before she could cause more destruction. "Don't stop me, Anonymous." Applejack was about to panic. "Where is Apple Bloom?" Applejack was frantic and jumped onto Keela's ear, pulling it and demanding answers. "Keela, I found what you need." Just when things were getting urgent, Apple Bloom casually walked in through the door. "Sister, why are you all here?" "Apple Bloom, you're okay?" Applejack was a bit confused. "Why would I be in trouble?" Apple Bloom asked in confusion. "Because Keela is an evil witch. She cursed us and wants to make soup out of you." Twilight Sparkle stood in front of Apple Bloom. Keela and Apple Bloom both started to laugh. "How could you start believing this, Twilight? There are no curses in the world. Your appearances are the result of a poison prank from that blue flower field yesterday." Keela explained. "That plant looks a lot like poison ivy, but its effects are just a joke. I've said it before, it was all a misunderstanding." I looked at the other little ponies, and they all shyly looked down. "Now, if we brew a pot of herbal bath, the poison prank can be lifted," Keela explained with a smile. "Maybe next time you can think a little more. Instead of judging by appearances," Keela told the little ponies. "We should apologize. The other ponies in Ponyville shouldn't judge by appearances either." The girls bowed their heads to Keela. "Let's go to the spa," I suggested. "I'm the gold medal massage therapist at the spa, and this is a perfect opportunity for you to try my skills." I also apologized for not persuading my friends. "I have a small request, Anonymous. Could you please lift the poison prank effect after giving me a massage?" Keela said, her face glowing with a blush as she looked at my pony face. Chapter 21, Exotic Charm. Picking up from where we left off, to express my apologies, I decided to show off and give Miss Keela a full-service treatment. I took Keela to the room. "Oh, I've never had a massage before." Keela curiously looked at the facilities inside. "Miss Keela, do you have any customs or places that cannot be touched?" I quickly got into the mood and asked Keela thoughtfully. Keela smiled slightly. "Other than what you know, there is nothing different. It's all up to you, Mr. Anonymous." Keela lay down on the massage table. "Then let's start with the hooves, then the limbs, torso, and head." I introduced to Keela, then helped her remove her ornaments. As the large golden rings fell off one by one, the bare-faced Keela appeared before me. A beautiful face, a lovely figure. with black and white stripes showcasing her exotic charm. What a magnificent horse. I admired Keela with appreciation. You're such a strange pony. Anonymous. Keela's face turned slightly red. Since leaving my hometown, you're the first to compliment me. The ponies in Ponyville fear me. Keela's expression became somewhat melancholic. You know, I am different from you. To me, you all look like little ponies, quite similar and all beautiful. Anonym said while trimming the stray hairs on Cola's hooves. Therefore, I pay more attention to inner beauty. Miss Cola, you are a kind zebra. Even when misunderstood by the little ponies, you still maintain your noble character. To me, you are very beautiful. Anonym said with righteousness. Cola heard Anonym's words and smiled from the heart. You are really a good person, Anonym. While chatting, Anonym polished Cola's hooves until they shone. All right, the hooves are fixed now. Anonym put down Cola's hooves and began to climb up her legs. Cola's hind legs were tense like tightened piano strings, seeming to be nervous. Anonym moved up Cola's hind legs and started to massage her gluteus maximus. Miss Cola, I have always been curious. Why do you speak in rhymes? Anonym asked curiously. Oh, let me tell you my story, Cola said slowly. Zebra Cola has been fascinated by magic since childhood, but due to an accident, she learned that zebras cannot use it. Other friends thought she was just obsessed, but she had no regrets and devoted herself to studying the mysteries. A mundane childhood, how boring that must be. Mastering magic, vowing to be the best zebra. The great magician, hiding unparalleled magic. The evil sea witch, her song concealing treachery. The strong warrior, armed with a shovel. The magical healer, settled in a swamp cabin. The healer's story stirred her nerves. An ancient painting ignited her passion. Finally fulfilled, the zebra potion master. Since then, I found that rhyming spells are the most effective. So, from now on, rhyming is my goal. Anonym looked at Cola in shock, not understanding the magician and sea witch, feeling impressed nonetheless. But some things Anonym understood from the story. A zebra that does not obey fate. A heart that never gives up, as Cola recounted her past. The leg massage was completed, and Anonym began to massage Cola's back. Anonym's hands followed the spine from top to bottom, massaging the nearby muscles from the inside out. Oh, that feels good. Cola stretched lazily, feeling all fatigue relieved. Anonym slowly moved from Cola's shoulder to her waist. Cola's coat was bright and smooth, very pleasant to the touch. Every time during the massage, Anonym felt like he was making a fortune. He could reasonably pet little ponies and get paid for it. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Finally, Anonym started to massage Cola's head. Miss Cola, I'm going to start massaging your head now. This is your first massage. If you feel uncomfortable, be sure to say so right away. Cola waved her hoof at Anonym, indicating it was fine. Anonym's fingers brushed through Cola's mane, scratching deeply down to her scalp. Anonym began to gently rub, gradually increasing the pressure, starting from the top of Cola's head, extending outward. When Anonym scratched behind Cola's ears, she let out a comfortable moan. How's this pressure? Anonym asked. Cola looked like she was in a trance, her eyes slightly rolled back, tongue hanging out. Anonym became a bit curious, wondering if Cola would suddenly speak in dialect. No. Cola was already unable to form complete sentences. Should I stop? Anonym paused his movements and asked kindly. No, don't stop. Keep going. Cola finally finished her sentence. This feeling is really comfortable. Cola's expression relaxed, her eyes squinting. It's as if my soul has been cleansed. Upon hearing this, Anonym continued to massage Cola's scalp. Long ago, Anonym had a hypothesis. If little ponies liked having their ears scratched like little cats or dogs, would they? Cola's current appearance perfectly confirmed Anonym's assumption. Anonym started gently rubbing from the base of her ears, fingers moving up and down along the edges. Cola began to tremble on the massage table, making some incomprehensible sounds. She had transformed from a wise zebra sage into a pudding. Anonym felt Cola's reaction was a bit too intense and was about to stop. Suddenly, Cola trembled violently and went still. Celestia, I've knocked Cola out. Anonym exclaimed in shock, quickly checking on Cola. Cola's face was beaming with a radiant smile. She had comfortably fallen asleep. Anonym let out a sigh of relief in his heart. In the future, when encountering little ponies coming for their first massage, I can't use such strong techniques. After the massage, Anonym sent the beaming Cola back. At this moment, in the front, Aloe poked Lily with her hoof. I think we can start a new business. Pony head massages by the handsome Anonym. Lily responded with a knowing look. Chapter 22, The Unbegun Catastrophe of the Century. Twilight Sparkle was inspecting the preparations of the little ponies on the street. Recently, the Cosmic Princess was coming for a casual informal visit. Although it was an informal visit, it was still the Cosmic Princess. In Twilight Sparkle's own words, any visit from a princess is never easy. On the street, the little ponies were working hard to prepare decorations. The trees by the roadside were filled with bouquets, intertwined with ribbons, wrapping around the whole tree. Not only on the trees, but also fresh flowers were placed in the grass by the road, and a large bough was hung on the small bridge. Twilight Sparkle looked quite satisfied. At that moment, Two little ponies were raising a banner by the roadside. It read, "Warmly welcome the Cosmic P. YISNT the princess's name fully written." Twilight Sparkle asked. Because there wasn't enough space, the little pony replied honestly. "Warmly welcome the Cosmic P. What kind of banner is that? Take it down and rewrite it. We can't be careless with the princess's visit." After saying this, Twilight Sparkle continued her inspection. "Oh dear, have you seen Anonym?" Rarity approached Twilight Sparkle and asked. "No. Are you looking for Anonym for something, Rarity?" Twilight Sparkle asked curiously. "He still has more than 10 outfits to try on. And he disappeared as soon as I turned around." Rarity lamented to Twilight Sparkle. Meeting Twilight Sparkle opened Rarity's floodgates, and she began to complain about Anonym's misdeeds. Listening to Rarity's complaints, Twilight Sparkle recalled the scene from their first meeting. A shiver ran down her spine, silently mourning for poor Anonym. "Oh, poor Anonym. I hope you don't get caught by Rarity." "Ahem, don't worry, Rarity. If I see Anonym, I will let you know." Twilight Sparkle laughed it off and made an excuse to leave. After wandering around, Twilight Sparkle arrived at Sugar Cube Corner. "Hello, Mrs. Cake," Twilight Sparkle politely greeted. "How is the banquet preparation going?" Mrs. Cake hesitated for a moment, pointing to a table over there. "We were preparing quite well, but..." The table was covered with cakes that had been mostly eaten, with only one intact cake wearing a crown. "Is this a cake battle? Only the last surviving cake is worthy to be served at the royal banquet." "Not really." Pinkie Pie suddenly popped out from behind the only surviving cake and devoured it in a few bites. "Pinkie Pie, what are you doing?" Twilight Sparkle watched helplessly as Pinkie Pie finished off the only cake. "Those desserts were prepared for Princess Celestia." "I know," Pinkie Pie said sheepishly, poking her hooves together. "So I have to try it first. A little pony has to make sure that the princess gets the best food." Beaky said matter-of-factly. "Come on." Beaky just wants to eat the cake and can't keep her mouth shut. A voice of complaint came from behind the counter at Sugar Cube Corner. Twilight Sparkle looked closely and found it was Anonymous. She saw Anonymous sneaking around behind the counter, as if hiding from some terrible monster. "Anonymous, what are you doing? You didn't act like this when you saw the little constellation bear earlier." Twilight Sparkle was seeing such a cowardly Anonymous for the first time. "Ahem, there's a reason for this. Because of that, naturally, there's logic, don't mind the details." Anonymous was trying to play it cool. He was hiding from Rarity. Beaky ruthlessly exposed Anonymous while shoving a piece of cake into her mouth. Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous with curiosity. Anonymous had no choice but to poke his head out. "Sigh, you know, the princess is coming, right?" Twilight Sparkle nodded. "Isn't the princess coming for an informal visit this time?" Anonymous said while grabbing a piece of cake from Beaky's hoof. Twilight Sparkle didn't understand how this related to Anonymous and Rarity. "The princess is visiting Ponyville this time to see you, and then she'll conveniently see me." Anonymous sighed helplessly. "I have no problem, but Rarity does." "What did she say exactly?" "Oh, darling, how can you wear that to meet the princess?" Anonymous began to imitate Rarity's tone. Then Rarity freaked out. "Thinking that wearing my usual clothes would embarrass Ponyville. I feel like solid colors are nice. Simple and plain is the truth." Anonymous took a bite of cake and continued. "Then Rarity kicked out dozens of flashy outfits for me to wear. They were all covered in gems and pearls, and I couldn't refuse, so I just ran away." This cake is really good. Delicious. Food really solves all worries." Anonymous began to praise the cake. "That's how it was. And then Anonymous came crying to me for refuge," Beaky added. Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous with pity, placing a hoof on his shoulder. "You really have it tough. Who says otherwise? I feel like she's about to die me." Anonymous was close to tears. At that moment, Rarity suddenly walked in from outside. "Friends, you won't believe what I found." Rarity looked very excited as she jumped in from outside. Then she saw Anonymous, Twilight Sparkle, and Beaky seemingly in an intense discussion. She instantly switched to her usual shy mode. "Sorry, did I interrupt you?" "No, not at all. What happened, Rarity? You seem so happy." Anonymous waved to Rarity. Yes. Come on over and eat as much as you want," Beaky chimed in, finishing another cake. Twilight Sparkle looked at Beaky with disbelief. "Girl, how are you still eating cake? You will absolutely not believe what I found at the edge of the forest." Rarity looked at her mane. "Come out, little guy, it's okay." One little pixie fly. Two little pixie flies. Three little pixie flies crawled out from Rarity's mane. 3. Rarity looked a little confused. "They are so cute." Twilight Sparkle stepped forward. "What kind of insect is this?" "I don't know. I don't know how the other two got here," Rarity said, puzzled. The 3 little pixie flies flew around above Rarity. "Can I have one? Such a cute little thing. I've never seen one before." Twilight Sparkle picked up a little pixie fly and rubbed it against her cheek. "Cute?" Anonymous looked at the little pixie fly, which was just a body with wings. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Beaky, do you want the other one?" Rarity asked Beaky. "Ugh, pixie flies, what a joke." Beaky seemed to disdainfully stick out her tongue. "Pixie what? You actually don't like them?" Twilight Sparkle and Rarity were both very puzzled. "Now I need to find a tuba." Beaky turned and walked toward the door. "What?" Twilight Sparkle was confused. "Oh, darling, there you are." At that moment, a lady's voice came. Anonymous jolted and quickly dove back behind the counter. Oh no, I see you. A surge of magic came and suddenly grabbed Anonymous. Anonymous was dragged away by a huge force. Let us have a moment of silence for him. Amen. Rarity. I'll go take a look. This sounds a bit too tragic. Twilight Sparkle bid farewell to Rarity and headed toward the Carousel Boutique. Chapter 23. They are everywhere. The scene shifted to the Carousel Boutique. Inside the store, Rarity was dressing up Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash had hoof covers on each hoof and was sporting a tall white wig on her head, looking beautiful from head to toe. Stand still and don't move, Rainbow Dash, Rarity said, holding a few needles in her mouth. I can't take it anymore. I want to fly away. Rainbow Dash was itching all over and suddenly took off, trying to escape. However, Rarity stepped on her tail, preventing her from running away. This is so boring. Rainbow Dash looked like she was about to lose it. Yeah. I mean, Rarity. Since you're dressing up Rainbow Dash, can you let me go first? A helpless voice came from the side. Anonymous was leaning against the wall, tightly wrapped in ribbons, looking like an Egyptian pharaoh. Shut up. Those who run away have no right to speak. Rarity shot a glare at Anonymous, and he shot one back. Then she turned to Rainbow Dash and said, Do you want to go see the Cosmic Princess looking all pretty or not? Upon hearing this, Rainbow Dash could only obediently sit down, looking resigned. Wow, Rarity. These clothes are so beautiful. Twilight Sparkle walked in, admiring Rarity's craftsmanship. Rarity's heart soared upon hearing Twilight Sparkle's praise. Thank you, Twilight Sparkle. Finally, there's a pony who appreciates my talent. Saying this, she shot a glare at Anonymous, who was lying on the floor like a pupa. Anonymous was about to sneak away, but suddenly caught in Rarity's sharp gaze, revealing an awkward smile. Rainbow Dash couldn't help but laugh at Anonymous's expression, but then remembered her own situation and couldn't help but feel sad. This is so boring. Rainbow Dash covered her face with her hooves. At this moment, a rustling sound came from Twilight Sparkle's mane. Rarity and Rainbow Dash curiously leaned in. What is that sound, Twilight Sparkle? A little head popped out from Twilight Sparkle's mane. It was a pixie fly. Wait. Something seems off. The one pixie fly just now has turned into 3. Wow, what are they? Rainbow Dash asked curiously. I want to know where they came from. Just a minute ago there was only one, Twilight Sparkle said, puzzled as she looked at the pixie flies. I want one. Rainbow Dash took one pixie fly. I want one too. They look too cute. Rarity also took one. At that moment, Beaky rushed in through the door, looking very anxious. Is there any pony who knows where to find an accordion? But the ponies in the room were too busy playing with the pixie flies to respond. Well, goodbye. Beaky hurriedly ran away. Anonymous also took the chance to escape while Rarity was focused on the pixie flies. What Rarity would do to Anonymous in her fury is a story for another time. The next day, Anonymous carefully tidied himself up and pushed open the door of the spa. Outside, there were pixie flies everywhere. I must have been too nervous. The way I opened it was a bit off. Let's try again. Anonymous thought he was seeing things and opened the door again. Outside, there were swarms of pixie flies, frantically devouring the food of the little ponies. The cake on the plates, the vegetables in the garden, and even the lollipops in the little ponies' mouths were not spared. Twilight Sparkle, what is going on? Anonymous noticed the girls standing by the roadside and hurriedly approached to ask. Don't worry, Anonymous. I will use magic to make them stop eating the food. Twilight Sparkle smiled awkwardly. She crouched down, compressing her body. The horn on her head emitted a dazzling purple light, and a series of purple magical waves were released, enveloping all the pixie flies. The pixie flies seemed to return to normal, and one flew over to the wooden barrel filled with apples. The girls nervously stared at the pixie flies. They watched as the pixie flies sniffed the apple and showed a disdainful expression. Phew, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a crunch, the pixie fly started eating the wooden barrel. That's it. Not eating food refers to everything except food. Anonymous was surrounded by the pixie flies. They were gnawing at Anonymous' clothes. The invincible Anonymous collapsed. I'm so cold. It's dark in front of me. Anonymous trembled and raised a hand weakly towards the sky. No, Mr. Anonymous. Little Days flew over from the sky. I'm here, Mr. Anonymous. Anonymous' hand fell weakly. No, Mr. Anonymous. Little Days wailed towards the sky. Every little pony, run for your lives. Trixie wailed as she ran away. Twilight Sparkle was still not giving up and grabbed a pixie fly, running to the Everfree forest to find Cora. Cora was practicing an inverted meditation on a stick, and Twilight Sparkle crashed in, scaring her down. Cora scratched her head on the ground, looking quite hurt. Cora, these little things are about to eat Ponyville clean. But the princess is coming to visit soon. Can you help? Twilight Sparkle said urgently. The pixie fly flew in front of Cora. Cora was startled by the pixie fly, her ears drooping down. Oh, not big, but quite capable. Am I seeing a pixie fly? It said that no amount of crops is enough for them. If these guys are in Ponyville, then it's terrible. Twilight Sparkle gulped as she looked at the pixie flies. By the time Twilight Sparkle ran back to Ponyville, Princess Celestia was almost there. The once beautiful Ponyville was now a mess, with broken planks and bricks scattered on the streets. The walls of the houses were not on, and the windows and roofs were in shambles, covered in bite marks. The little ponies were crying out in pain, fleeing everywhere to escape the pixie flies' attacks. Some little ponies were trembling in the ruins, while others were running desperately, hoping to find a safe place. Twilight Sparkle started to panic. All right, let's do it this way. Rainbow Dash, you distract them. Rainbow Dash was being chased by a swarm of pixie flies, whizzing past. Good, other little ponies. We will rebuild Ponyville over there. Less than a minute left. The now standing Anonymous, wearing a bathrobe, was defending the roof of the spa when he heard Twilight Sparkle's words. It's over, she has finally gone mad. Anonymous looked at her with concern. Cora was right. We are doomed. Twilight Sparkle finally deflated, lowering her head. A sound of music came. No, the princess's convoy is coming. It's all over. Twilight Sparkle grabbed her mane with her hooves. However, coming towards them was Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie was playing 8 instruments at once, a little pony performing with them all. Twilight Sparkle rubbed her eyes. She saw the pixie flies swaying to Pinkie Pie's music, following her out of the town one by one. The other girls were dumbfounded. The Pied Piper solved the plague. Anonymous suddenly realized, filled with DJVU. At that moment, the princess's convoy really arrived. The little ponies bowed in front of the convoy to welcome the princess. Twilight Sparkle, my dear student, I am so glad to see you and your friends. Celestia greeted the little ponies. A wave of music sounded as Pinkie Pie played her instrument, leading the pixie flies past. Princess Celestia was stunned. So, how was the journey? No traffic jams, I hope? Twilight Sparkle awkwardly changed the subject. What are these? A pixie fly landed on Princess Celestia's wing. Oh, these little things are so cute. They are not as cute as they look, Rainbow Dash secretly commented from below. I'm very happy, Twilight Sparkle. You and the citizens of Ponyville organized such a grand parade for me. Princess Celestia said happily. A parade? Twilight Sparkle was a bit confused. Oh, right. A parade. Twilight Sparkle found an excuse and breathed a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, I can only visit Ponyville next time. I heard there was a terrible insect disaster in Ponyville. Princess Celestia said with a meaningful smile, looking at the girls. An insect disaster? Twilight Sparkle's face showed embarrassment, with cold sweat running down her forehead. Yes. A large group of pesky little insects invaded that town. Princess Celestia's smile grew stronger. Anonymous felt that Princess Celestia seemed to have ulterior motives and was about to ask. Princess Celestia winked at Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous, we finally meet. Welcome to Ponyville. Nice to meet you. Princess Celestia, Anonymous said nervously. I hope you are enjoying your time in Ponyville. Princess Celestia smiled at Anonymous' bathrobe. Anonymous awkwardly tightened the bathrobe around them. Oh, this is an unexpected situation today. I usually don't dress like this. Anonymous wanted to say more, but Twilight Sparkle put a hoof over Anonymous' mouth. Nothing at all. Twilight Sparkle had a suspicious smile on her face. Princess Celestia looked at her playful friends and smiled happily. Your friends always manage to surprise me. See you next time. My little ponies. Princess Celestia left. Pinkie Pie, you saved Ponyville. You saved us. Twilight Sparkle excitedly apologized to Pinkie Pie. Everyone returned to the ruins of Ponyville. Looks like we have to rebuild Ponyville, Anonymous sighed. Chapter 24, Apple Bloom's Worries. The weather was clear and sunny, and today was a rare day off for Anonymous. Anonymous decided to stroll through the Ponyville market to see if there was any good food or interesting happenings. Come and buy delicious and nutritious big apples. As soon as Anonymous arrived at the market, he spotted Applejack calling out about apples and Apple Bloom performing acrobatics with a green apple on her head. Delicious and nutritious big apples, and they have many benefits. Apple Bloom echoed her sister's calls. You can eat them. Apple Bloom bit into the apple on her head. You can also play with them. After saying this, Apple Bloom left the 2 customer ponies dumbfounded. Anonymous was also confused. It was the first time he heard that apples could be played with. He saw Apple Bloom pick up an apple and toss it into the air. Then, with a racket she picked up from who knows where, she hit it. Hey, be careful. Looks like it hit some unlucky pony. Apple Bloom wasn't finished yet. She picked up another apple and continued. You can even paint a picture. Apple Bloom kicked the apple onto a blank canvas, splattering it with beautiful shapes. She also splattered apple bits all over the painter's face. If you don't buy a big bag to take home, you're a fool. Apple Lily's words became more and more absurd, causing Apple Gyre to panic and grab Apple Lily's bow with a hoof, pulling her back. Kids just love to make trouble. Apple Gyre looked embarrassed. At that moment, Apple Lily set her sights on a passing doctor. Sir, would you like to buy an apple? No, thank you. Why not? Apple Lily suddenly popped out in front of the doctor, startling him into making a hoarse sound. Because I have some at home. The doctor felt something was off and began to slowly back away. As he was retreating, he suddenly bumped into Apple Lily. When did she run behind him? Are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. The doctor's brow began to furrow. You're just quite sure, but not completely, absolutely, 100% sure. Right. Apple Lily flashed back in front of the doctor, bombarding him with questions, making him back away repeatedly. If I buy one, can you stop bothering me? Sweat beads the size of mung beans appeared on the doctor's forehead. Okay, Apple Lily beamed. The doctor hurriedly tossed out 4 gold coins, grabbed an apple, and darted away. I haven't given you change yet. Apple Gyre shouted after the doctor. Woohoo! Selling apples like this will surely get me a cute badge. Apple Lily joyfully spun in place. Apple Gyre frowned, sensing something was off. What exactly does my cute badge look like? Is it a bag full of apples? Or is it a customer happily eating an apple? Apple Lily suddenly spotted a customer, Little Pony, picking apples. Maybe I need to improve my sales performance. Apple Lily walked over to Little Pony. If you touch it, you have to buy it. She shouted, startling Little Pony to the ground. Cash or card? Apple Lily propped her face on her hooves, smiling at Little Pony. But in the customer's eyes, Apple Lily looked like a little demon. This kid has the talent of a swindler, Anonymous exclaimed from the side. The thick-browed, big-eyed Apple family actually produced such a sales genius. Apple Gyre was horrified and quickly comforted Little Pony. When she turned around, Apple Lily was up to no good again. She was seen dumping an entire basket of apples into Tootsie's saddlebag. That'll be $4, Apple Lily said matter-of-factly to Tootsie. Whoa, that's strong-arming. I never said I wanted to buy apples, Tootsie frowned. Upon hearing this, Apple Lily's little face fell. What are you talking about? Ma'am, $4, quick, pay up. Apple Gyre shoved a hoof into Apple Lily's mouth. Miss, I'm really sorry. She's a novice, Apple Gyre said, looking embarrassed. Tootsie still wore an unhappy expression. Here, take these as a gift, no charge. Apple Gyre stuffed another basket of apples into Tootsie's saddlebag. Tootsie's face still looked glum. And these too. Apple Gyre shoved the apples from the stall into Tootsie's saddlebag. Tootsie's face was still downcast, but her expression softened a little, still not enough. Apple Gyre pushed out the last basket of apples. And these. A basket of apples was directly piled onto Tootsie's back, almost squashing her flat. Tootsie trembled on all fours, but left with a smile. Counting it up, Tootsie was able to carry 4 baskets of apples and still walk. Divine strength. After sending Tootsie off, Apple Gyre turned to deal with Apple Lily. What's wrong? Apple Lily felt she had done nothing wrong. I'm sorry, my little sister. I'm afraid I can't let you sell apples anymore. What? Then how am I supposed to get a cute badge? Go home. Now. Apple Gyre ordered Apple Lily to go home. Upon hearing this, Apple Lily's face puffed up in anger, her cheeks round and puffy. The little pony stood still, refusing to move in protest. Apple Gyre sighed. Apple Lily, I know you want a cute badge, but you can't force it. Besides, you're not grown up yet. Apple Gyre gently advised. Apple Lily drew circles in place with her hoof. Don't you have other little ponies in your class? Well, Trixie doesn't have one either. Apple Lily replied softly. Then wouldn't it be better to go to the party with her? That's right, go find your friend. Apple Lily happily ran off. Apple Gyre let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She turned around to find Anonymous watching the spectacle. Anonymous, come here. Apple Gyre waved her hoof. What's up? Anonymous approached. You saw what just happened, right? Anonymous nodded. Apple Lily, she seems obsessed with wanting a cute badge. I'm worried she might cause some trouble. Do you have time, Anonymous? Can you help keep an eye on Apple Lily? I'll ask Rainbow Dash to help you later. Please. Apple Gyre widened her beautiful eyes, pleading with Anonymous. Anonymous' heart took 1,000 points of damage. He never expected Apple Gyre could be so cute too. All right. I'm just destined to be busy. Anonymous embarked on his journey to watch over Apple Lily. Chapter 25. Searching for the cute badge. Anonymous spotted Apple Lily. She seemed to be talking to 2 other little ponies. One was a violet-skinned pony with purple and white streaked mane, and a cute badge styled like a headpiece on both sides of her rear. The other was a dark gray pony with silver-gray mane, wearing glasses and a jeweled necklace. Looking a bit old-fashioned, with a cute badge of a silver spoon on her rear. We're going to hold a cute badge party. Guess who doesn't have a cute badge? You. Both little ponies pointed at Apple Lily. Bump, bump, little but is bear, huh? The 2 little ponies finished and walked away, leaving Apple Lily standing there with a downcast face. Apple Lily, are you okay? Anonymous stepped forward. Anonymous brother. Apple Lily replied listlessly. Did they bully you? I'm going to find them right now. Seeing Apple Lily like this made Anonymous furious. No, they just laughed at me for not having a cute badge. You wouldn't understand its significance to me since you're not a pony, Apple Lily said, very dejected. Then, how about we go get something delicious? Eating some cupcakes will make you feel better, Anonymous suggested, scratching his head, trying to comfort a child for the first time. Okay. Apple Lily still looked listless. Anonymous carried Apple Lily on his back and headed towards Candy Corner. On the way, Apple Lily remained unresponsive. Anonymous was anxious and wanted to comfort her, but didn't he know what to say? Wow. It looks like there's a little pony here with a storm cloud over her head. Suddenly, a head popped down. It was Rainbow Dash. Seeing Rainbow Dash was like seeing a savior for Anonymous. Comforting kids was really tough. What's wrong, little one? Rainbow Dash asked, standing on Anonymous' shoulder, looking at Apple Lily. Apple Lily took a deep breath. There's a cute party this afternoon, and all the little ponies in my class are going. They all have cute badges, and I want one too. But I can't sell apples. And I really want to go to the party, but how can I go without a cute badge? My sister said I'll get one eventually, but I want one right now. That was a long speech. A cute badge? I can get one for you right away, Rainbow Dash said nonchalantly, flicking her tail. Really? But my sister said it takes time. Apple Lily's eyes sparkled with hope, but quickly faded. I can only patiently wait for it to appear naturally. If I can do something myself, why should I foolishly wait? Rainbow Dash smiled confidently, but Applejack said, come on, who do you plan to listen to? Applejack or the first pony in class to get the cute mark? Rainbow Dash saw that Rarity had regained her energy, seized the opportunity, and continued. I have always loved flying, but I used to not be able to fly very fast. It wasn't until I participated in a competition that I realized how much I loved speed. Then bam, this mark appeared like lightning. Rainbow Dash pointed to her rainbow lightning cute mark. Rarity's eyes sparkled with hope. So, we need to find our own cute marks. Let's go? The scene changed. Rainbow Dash had a white scarf tied around her head and a whistle hanging around her neck. Rarity was doing push-ups while an anonymous pony stood by with a water bottle and towel. That's right. Stretch those legs well. You've got to warm up properly. The key is to try as many things as possible as quickly as you can, and you will definitely find your cute mark. Rainbow Dash flew in the air and spoke confidently. Are you ready? I'm ready, Coach Rainbow Dash. I can't hear you. I'm ready, Coach Rainbow Dash. Oh. The anonymous pony made a strange noise beside them. Rainbow Dash and Rarity looked over, and the anonymous pony awkwardly covered their mouth. Sorry, it felt too familiar. Juggling start. Rainbow Dash whistled. Rarity stood on one hoof, juggling 6 colorful balls with her front hooves. Oh, the anonymous pony didn't expect Rarity to actually throw them up. It seemed like the juggling cute mark was in sight. Just as the anonymous pony finished their thought, Rarity fell flat on the ground, and the 6 colorful balls cruelly hit her little head. It seems juggling is not going to work. Next, gliding. Rainbow Dash stood at the edge of a cliff while Rarity prepared to jump off with a parachute. Hey, let's skip this one. The anonymous pony quickly pulled Rarity back. We're land ponies. What are we doing gliding? Next item. Oh right, Rainbow Dash realized. Next, kite flying. Rainbow Dash whistled. Rarity picked up a kite and ran forward. The anonymous pony looked up at the sky. Rarity's kite flew high and did quite well. Ponies can fly kites too, holding the spool with her mouth and running. Kite flying is still a physical activity for ponies. Just after the anonymous pony finished complaining, they saw Rarity's kite do 2 loops in the sky before crashing down. The kite even made a bombing sound as it nosedived into the ground. The canvas ripped apart in pieces. For a kite to stick straight into the ground is quite impressive too. Rainbow Dash was not discouraged and took Rarity to the Super Pony Ice skating competition. Is this for real? Rarity has never skated before, and you're just letting her compete? The anonymous pony looked at Rainbow Dash in disbelief. It's fine. Kids Rarity's age learn things quickly. Look, she's already in the lead. Go Rarity. Sprint. Sprint. Rarity on the ice wobbled, and 3 little ponies chased after her. Suddenly, Rarity screamed, fell, and started rolling. The 3 little ponies behind her couldn't dodge in time and crashed into her. Bang. Crash. Boom. The anonymous pony covered their eyes, unable to watch. In the end, Rarity was completely fine, but the other 3 little ponies were left dazed. Their shoes flew off, and they were done for. After a long afternoon, Rarity and the anonymous pony lay exhausted under a big tree. Rainbow Dash was still checking the list nearby. I'm done for. I'll never find what I'm good at. Rarity looked like she was about to cry. At that moment, Pinkie Pie jumped out. I see you're good at eating cupcakes. Pinkie winked at the gloomy Rarity. Good at eating cupcakes? Rarity's eyes lit up. Oh, sorry, Rainbow Dash. You're a great coach, and I've learned a lot from you. But now I have to go eat cupcakes. Bye, Rainbow Dash. See you at the party. Rarity happily followed Pinkie Pie away. Huh, I really don't understand. Why is it so easy for you girls to cheer up little ones? The anonymous pony looked troubled. I clearly mentioned cupcakes before. Exhausted, the anonymous pony followed along again. Chapter 26. The 3 little ponies gather. Rarity excitedly followed Pinkie Pie to Sugar Cube Corner. Why didn't I think of this? A cute mark for eating cake. Rarity was very happy. She could eat delicious cake and earn a cute mark. It was a win-win. All right, where are the cupcakes? I want to eat them all. Rarity rummaged through the cabinets and even opened the oven but found no cupcakes. Where are the cupcakes? There are no cupcakes here. Pinkie Pie strolled over casually. But, you look like you could help me make some cupcakes. A chef's hat and little apron were tied around Rarity. And you, anonymous pony. Come too. The anonymous pony was also instantly dressed up. How did she do that? When did these clothes appear on me? The anonymous pony looked at her chef's outfit. Lost in thought, a cheerful tune began to play. You just need to mix a cup of flour. Pour it into the ingredients. Then add a little sweetness, not sour. Sprinkle a tiny bit of salt. Baking these cakes is so simple. Add a spoonful of vanilla, a little more, and count to 4. Don't forget the filling. The cupcakes are sweet and fragrant. Cupcakes, don't rush. Cupcakes, 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 cupcakes. Pinkie taught Rarity how to make cupcakes with a cheerful song. After a while, dough was everywhere, and the mixer sprayed cream. Rarity eagerly opened the oven. A wisp of black smoke came out, making a sound like lava cooling. The anonymous pony brought out the cake Rarity had baked, and Rarity excitedly went to look. 9 lumps of charcoal. They look much better than that previous tray, Pinkie said, eating one of the lumps. The cake made a crunching sound in her mouth, and Pinkie happily ate the cake. Is it really good? Wait, why does the cake make a crunching sound? The anonymous pony thought to herself, carefully taking a piece and putting it in her mouth. An explosive texture, salty, sour, and spicy, all rolled out. The anonymous pony said nothing, just covered her mouth. You've made progress, Rarity. Next time, you can definitely do it. The anonymous pony's voice trembled slightly. That's great. Let me try? Rarity saw that Pinkie and the anonymous pony had already eaten, so she also took a piece to taste. The cake didn't stay in her mouth for half a second before she spit it out. It seems I want to be a good pastry chef either. Tears sparkled in Rarity's eyes. Wow, what happened? Twilight Sparkle just arrived at Sugar Cube Corner, and upon entering, saw the room in disarray. We're making cupcakes. Want to try? Pinkie held out a plate of the charcoal Rarity baked to Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle saw that the plate was still smoking. The anonymous pony stood aside, turning green, secretly waving her hands at Twilight Sparkle. No thanks, though it looks nice. Twilight Sparkle wore an awkward smile on her face. Twilight Sparkle, you have to help me. What's wrong, Rarity? Rarity took a long, deep breath. The cute party is today, and all the little ponies in class will go. They all have cute symbols, and I want to have a cute symbol too. But I can't sell apples, I can't skate, and I can't bake cakes. But I want to go to the party. How can I go without a cute symbol? Pinkie Pie said I can't just create one out of thin air, but I want to now. Twilight Sparkle was confused by this long string of requests. How can I help you? You can use your magic to help me create a cute symbol. Apple Bloom looked at Twilight Sparkle with hope. Oh no, Apple Bloom. All the little ponies have to find their cute symbols on their own. Magic can't create them. As soon as Twilight Sparkle finished speaking, Apple Bloom looked at her with big watery eyes, pleading. Please, Twilight Sparkle, just try. But, oh, please, please, please. All right, I'll give it a try. Twilight Sparkle was defeated by Apple Bloom's cute attack. Thank you. Twilight Sparkle gathered her magic and aimed at Apple Bloom's flank. Bang! A cart full of apples appeared on Apple Bloom's flank. Great! I knew you could do it. Apple Bloom hadn't finished her sentence when the cute symbol disappeared. I'm so sorry, Apple Bloom. But I told you. Try again. Twilight Sparkle sighed, unable to refuse Apple Bloom. Again and again, she used her magic, but the symbol kept disappearing. It's all over. It's hopeless. Apple Bloom walked out with her head down. I can't go to the party. I can't go. Everyone will laugh at me. It will be the worst night ever. As Apple Bloom was feeling down, she looked up and found herself at the party. She quickly hid behind Anonymous. How could I forget the time? How could I forget that this party is at Sugar Cube Corner, hosted by Pinkie Pie? I have to sneak out, Anonymous. Please take me away. Apple Bloom whispered to Anonymous. Hey, you are the great hero of Ponyville, Anonymous. I'm Diamond Tiara, and this is my party. Welcome. Oh no. Diamond Tiara spotted Anonymous. Anonymous could only give Apple Bloom a helpless look, helping to divert the other ponies' attention. Hey, he asked the great hero Anonymous. Everyone, come on. All the little ponies were drawn to Anonymous, who was overwhelmed by them. Apple Bloom gave Anonymous a moment of silence and quickly slipped toward the door. Just as Apple Bloom was about to sneak out, the door to freedom was right in front of her. Apple Bloom, you're here. Apple Bloom ran into Applejack, who had just arrived at the party. I was worried you wouldn't come. It seems you finally figured it out. The cute symbol will come when it's time. Rushing it will only make you anxious. Applejack rambled on, taking Apple Bloom deeper into the party. Apple Bloom could only see the door getting farther and farther away. It's over. Go on, your friend is looking for you. Applejack turned Apple Bloom around, and Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon walked over with wicked smiles. Apple Bloom quickly came up with an idea, grabbed a nearby tablecloth, and tied it around herself. Look, who's here? That dress is nice. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon laughed at Apple Bloom. This is me, just finished making it. It really matches your cute symbol. Oh, I remember now. You don't have a cute symbol. Diamond Tiara said smugly. I have a cute symbol. Apple Bloom steeled herself and told a lie. What? When did you get one? Silver Spoon looked at Apple Bloom suspiciously. Really? Let us see. Diamond Tiara questioned Apple Bloom. Sweat began to bead on Apple Bloom's little forehead. I can't. Because. Oh, my cute symbol is just too beautiful and special. If I show it, my friends will all come to see me instead of you. Apple Bloom quickly came up with a believable excuse. How embarrassing it would be to be overshadowed at her own party. Apple Bloom placed her hoof on Diamond Tiara's shoulder. Never mind, I don't want to see it at all. Diamond Tiara was fooled. Great, then I'll go find someone else. Have fun. Apple Bloom sighed in relief, ready to sneak away. Just as she was walking toward the door, she accidentally stepped on her dress and bumped into the gramophone. The gramophone emitted a loud noise, and all the little ponies turned to look. Apple Bloom's dress fell off, revealing her completely bare flank. Wow, what a beautiful cute symbol. Silver Spoon exclaimed dramatically. She really knows how to brag. Her little flank is bare. Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon laughed at Apple Bloom. Apple Bloom felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. So what if her little flank is bare? Two voices came from under the table. Two little ponies crawled out from under the table. A bare flank just means she's not special at all, Silver Spoon said matter-of-factly. No, it means she has potential. The white-coated little pony stood beside Apple Bloom, and it turned out to be Sweetie Belle's sister, Sweetie Belle. She could excel at anything, which means her future is definitely limitless. Another orange-coated little pony also came over. It was Scootaloo, Rainbow-Dash's little fan. She could eventually become a great scientist, a great artist, or a great writer. She might even become the mayor of Ponyville. Hearing this, Apple Bloom's face lit up with a radiant smile. Unlike you two, your futures are already set. The tide turned, and the surrounding little ponies began to laugh at Silver Spoon and Diamond Tiara. Hey, this is my party. Why are you two defending her? Diamond Tiara said angrily. Because we don't have cute symbols either. Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo showed their flanks, which were also bare. I think you three are very lucky little ponies. Twilight Sparkle stepped forward and smiled at the three. Lucky? How could they be lucky? Diamond Tiara said defiantly. Because they can still feel the excitement of discovering their talents. And they have plenty of time to find themselves. Applejack also came over, instead of just one afternoon. Applejack winked at Apple Bloom. Apple Bloom, will you really become the mayor one day? The other little ponies were moved by the three words and gathered around. Hey, this is my party. You should be paying attention to me. Diamond Tiara was ignored, with only Silver Spoon still by her side. No matter what, we still think you're a loser. Right, Diamond Tiara? Bare flank. Silver Spoon comforted Diamond Tiara. Stop it, Silver Spoon. Diamond Tiara walked away silently. For some reason, Anonymous felt a bit sorry for the two. Thanks for taking care of my sister all afternoon. Applejack came over and patted Anonymous's leg. Anonymous looked at Applejack with a resentful look. I'm exhausted from all afternoon. Today is my day off. I'm going to punish you. Anonymous grabbed Applejack and hugged her. The three little ponies found good friends, and Anonymous got to hug Applejack. We all have bright futures. Chapter 27, Iron Pony Challenge. So what are you two going to do? Twilight Sparkle looked at Applejack and Rainbow Dash. Yunbao is stretching on the ground. Applejack barely uttered a word when she was interrupted by Yunbao. Iron Pony Challenge. Look, we've set up many events to see who is the strongest pony. Applejack had just started to say something. The pony with the best athletic ability. Yunbao did a push-up, cutting off Applejack's speech. Applejack looked at Yunbao with a speechless expression. So what am I here for? Twilight Sparkle asked, a bit confused. Yunbao was about to interject, but suddenly realized she didn't know the answer to the question. I don't know, what is she here for? To be our referee and keep score. Right. Someone has to record the new record I create. Yunbao was radiating pride. The scene shifted to Suelong standing atop an anonymous pony, both male creatures very excited. Hey, every pony. Welcome to the first Iron Pony Challenge. Suelong held up a stick, pretending it was a microphone. Yes, I'm the commentator Anonymous. This is my partner Suelong. We will bring you an exciting commentary. Anonymous also held a stick. Twilight Sparkle looked at the two lively ponies with wise eyes. Suelong, who are you talking to? There are no spectators. And Anonymous, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be working? Anonymous smirked and smiled mischievously. I'm the prize. The winner gets a massage voucher from the spa. Besides, I'm actually promoting the spa, so it should count as a business trip. Twilight Sparkle was speechless. Exactly, and look. Suelong pointed behind him. Jinshivu and Beaky had all come to watch the Iron Pony competition. The first event about to start is the barrel obstacle race. Suelong announced passionately. Oh, we see contestant Applejack has started. She's like a gust of wind. I've never seen a pony run so fast. She cleared the first barrel. The second barrel. Oh, what a shame. Contestant Applejack hit a barrel while clearing the fifth one. Anonymous reported with a disappointed expression. Indeed, Anonymous. According to the rules, hitting a barrel deducts 5 seconds. Suelong pressed the stopwatch. Let's see how many seconds contestant Applejack used. 17 seconds. So fast. But she hit a barrel. So her total time is 22 seconds. What a pity, but 22 seconds is still pretty good. Applejack kicked a stone in frustration. Yunbao looked a bit nervous. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Don't be nervous. Remember, it's just a game. Applejack poked Yunbao. Our second contestant Yunbao is now at the starting line. Will the Pegasus be the speed king on land? Let's wait and see. Anonymous and Suelong were already immersed in the commentary atmosphere. Wow. Contestant Yunbao zipped around the barrels like a rainbow. All we can see is the tail of the rainbow. It seems that on the ground. A Pegasus is still a Pegasus. Yunbao completed the entire course without any mistakes. Suilong raised the stopwatch. Let's see the final results. 18 seconds. Suilong was astonished. Yunbao won the barrel obstacle race. Let's cheer for her. Ruru hung a score of 1 on Yunbao's scorecard. I actually won. Yunbao flew in the air, feeling proud. Yes. But don't get too cocky. There's more to come. Applejack pressed Yunbao down. The second challenge. The leg kick challenge. The two contestants will test their hind leg strength. Suilong began the report for the second event. Although I think this is a bit uncomparable. Anonymous muttered quietly. Ahem. Now our contestant Yunbao is standing in front of the machine. 1 kick. Wow, the highest score. I didn't expect Yunbao's hind leg strength to be so great. Next time, remind me not to get kicked by her. Anonymous held the stick up to the audience. The audience threw flowers and cheered for Yunbao, who flew in the air. Gesturing modestly, I think there's no suspense in this round. How can anyone win with the highest score? Suilong still didn't understand Applejack. Applejack stepped up. Is she that confident? She planned to challenge the machine with just 1 hoof. Bang. Contestant Applejack shattered the measuring device with 1 hoof. The bell on top flew who knows where. I hope no unlucky pony got hit. Anonymous was a bit shaken. Yunbao stood by, dumbfounded. I've kicked apple trees for many years, Applejack explained proudly to Yunbao. Now the score is 1-1. Next event, the wild horse race. Ahem, our commentator Suilong volunteered to be the model. There is no greater sacrifice than that of others. Anonymous pretended to wipe away a tear. Let's begin. Suilong was bounced around on Applejack's back. Oh no, she didn't get thrown off. What a pity. Oh, Suilong took off and crashed into the haystack on the sidelines. TSK. That looks painful. Anonymous mourned for Suilong. It seemed it wasn't over yet, as our contestant Yunbao emerged from under the haystack. Is Suilong going for a rematch without a break? That feels a bit unfair. Anonymous muttered quietly. Yunbao was like an electric motor, and Suilong didn't last a second on her back. She flew high. Oh, that was quite a fall. Don't worry. Dear audience, we have the best medical team. Commentator Suilong will be back soon. After a while. Dear audience, we are halfway through the competition. Our two contestants currently have a score of 5-5. Suilong held the stick up and addressed the audience. Yunbao and Applejack's scores are closely matched. Both are high-hoofed. Anonymous, who are you talking to? Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous and Suilong, who were having a great time commentating, and raised a question. Anonymous pointed to the side. The stands were filled with ponies, and the clouds above were also full of ponies. Everyone from Ponyville is here for such an exciting competition. 95, 96, 97. Yunbao and Applejack were doing push-ups, with Twilight Sparkle counting for them. 98, 99. It seemed both Yunbao and Applejack were stuck. Just one last push. Come on. Oh. Yunbao flapped her wings and completed the 100th push-up. Applejack felt a bit of unease. Next event. Long jump. Applejack jumped very far. Oh. Contestant Yunbao flapped her wings while jumping and landed just ahead of Applejack. Having wings makes a difference. Accompanied by anonymous, passionate commentary, the pony audience threw flowers wildly. Next event, Mud Puddle Escorting Chicks. It's a competition to see who can walk steadily and prevent the chicks from getting splashed by mud. Suilong explained the rules of this event. Start. Both contestants took off, and Yunbao spread her wings wide. She perfectly shielded the chicks, and none got splashed. Applejack's chicks had all run away. What a pity. I feel like those wings will be hard to clean later. Anonymous commented from the side. All right, both of you. This is the final match, tug of war. Twilight Sparkle waved a small red flag. Begin. Applejack and Yunbao were evenly matched in strength. No, Applejack's strength seemed a little greater. It seems Applejack is going to win this time. Suilong excitedly said. Applejack pulled Yunbao into the mud pit. No, Yunbao flew up. Now Applejack had no chance. Applejack was pulled into the air by Yunbao. This isn't fair. You can't use your wings to help. Applejack angrily said while holding a rope. You're cheating. But she forgot she was still in midair, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she fell into the mud pit. The current score is 15-5, and Yuna wins. Woohoo! I'm Ironhoof. Yuna excitedly flew into the air, leaning against the sun, while Little Days and Rarity held up rainbow-colored ribbons behind her. You're just relying on cheating. Applejack said angrily. What? In this race? Half of your win was thanks to your wings. I see you can't handle losing. Do you dare say you didn't use your wings? Just as Applejack and Yuna were about to argue, their friends rushed in to intervene. Don't fight, don't fight. Even without wings, I can still win. Yuna was a bit heated. Then let's compare. Tomorrow is the annual Leaf Fall Long Run competition. Do you dare to race me? Applejack raised an eyebrow at Yuna. Easy. Easy. I can win without using my wings. The two little ponies spat on their hooves and bumped them together, making a simple vow. Chapter 28, King of Leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Leaf Fall Long Run. I'm Peachy, your official aerial commentator. Peachy floated in a hot air balloon, commenting with a loudspeaker. Everyone knows that the leaf fall long run is an important tradition. Without it, the leaves in Ponyville wouldn't fall in autumn. So, are you ready, little ponies? The leaf fall long run will start in 5 minutes. The camera shifted to the starting line. The little ponies had their numbers on and were stretching at the starting line. Applejack was among them, stretching her 4 hooves. Excuse me. Make way for the champion. Una strutted over, stretching her wings and holding her head high. You're the cheating champion, right? Applejack mocked. I say, Applejack, are you ready to take second place? Ignoring Applejack's jab, Una looked at her with a teasing gaze. I'm ready to race fair and square. All right. You can't use your wings anymore. Applejack pointed at Una's little wings. Even if I tie my wings behind my back, I can still win against you. Una confidently flapped her wings. Applejack showed a mischievous smile. I'll just tie you up like a turkey, but a turkey that can't fly. Applejack laughed. Haha, very funny. Una looked pleased, but her wings were tightly bound by Applejack. At least this time we can compete fairly, Applejack chuckled. All contestants, ready. The race is about to start. Peachy made her final announcement. Applejack and Una were all set, and when they turned around, Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous were also standing at the starting line. What? Twilight Sparkle? Anonymous, what are you two doing here? Applejack asked in confusion. Racing, Anonymous replied, wearing a suit with a golden curly mane logo. I got caught by the boss while slacking off yesterday, and Furong probably said it like this. Anonymous cleared his throat, mimicking Furong's voice. All right, Mr. Anonymous. Not working and secretly hosting a competition, huh? You said you were promoting the spa, so today I'll make you promote it well. You go participate in the long run wearing the spa's outfit. Do a good job promoting. Anonymous' face showed deep sorrow. Ha! Una laughed heartily at Anonymous. And what about Twilight Sparkle? I'm here to race too, Twilight Sparkle said matter-of-factly. You're not an athlete. You're just a bookworm, Una said, struggling to understand Twilight Sparkle's words. I'm not a bookworm. I just love reading, Twilight Sparkle replied, a bit annoyed. Bookworm, Una muttered under her breath. Twilight Sparkle is right. Anonymous nodded with hands on hips. Staying cooped up in the library reading isn't good. You need to come out and exercise more. Twilight Sparkle looked a bit embarrassed. All right. Have you raced before? Applejack asked. No, but I know a lot about racing. Una and Applejack snickered on the side. So where did you learn about it? Books. I've read a few books about racing. Books? The Bookworm's Guide to Racing? Ha! Una laughed uncontrollably. Hey, laugh if you want, Una. The long run is a tradition in Ponyville. Since I'm here to learn, I should experience it firsthand, Twilight Sparkle said, extending her hoof. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Anonymous said a very philosophical line. The friends looked at Anonymous in surprise. What's wrong? Hey, I'm quite articulate too, you know. Anonymous felt underestimated by the ponies. It's fine, just a bit shocked. I didn't expect you to say something like that, Anonymous. Twilight Sparkle adjusted her dropped jaw. You're actually a bookworm. Una was stunned for a while before managing to say something. Just then, Peachy spoke. All right, little ponies and humans. Are you ready? Positions. Go. Sui Long didn't know when he had also sat in the balloon. They set off. Welcome to the official live broadcast of the Leaf Fall Long Run. Peachy was reporting the race situation to the pony audience. You know, Sui Long. Although it's called the Leaf Fall Long Run, it's not the leaves that are running, but these little ponies. Sui Long paused. What? Oh right. It's the running of these little ponies that makes the leaves fall. These leaves are so lazy. As the little ponies ran by, the leaves fell in abundance. I'm not that surprised anymore. Anonymous and Twilight Sparkle jogged leisurely behind, enjoying the autumn scenery. It turns out, ponies are also part of the natural cycle. Anonymous started saying some things that Twilight Sparkle couldn't understand again. Today is a special race. Not only do we want the leaves to fall, but we also strive to be the best. We have 2 little ponies who want to win the race, and that is Applejack and Una. Peachy announced the leading ponies. You know, Peachy, these 2 ponies have a personal feud to settle. They need to prove who is the strongest athlete. Sui Long spoke confidently while holding a real microphone. Yes, I had some Tangyuan this morning, Peachy replied. What? Sui Long looked at Peachy with wide eyes. So good, I ate a lot. My belly is round. Tangyuan? Sui Long realized that this commentator was a bit off. Never mind, let's continue. Let's take a look at our 2 frontrunners. Peachy put a layer of confusion on Sui Long's head and continued. After Applejack and Una burst out from the starting line, they have been neck and neck. Now, Applejack is picking up speed. She's taken the lead by a nose. But Una is not backing down. She's taken the lead again by half a nose. Or maybe 3/4 of a nose. No, it's 60% of a nose. Sui Long looked at Peachy in bewilderment. I just estimated. Peachy said with an embarrassed smile at Sui Long. Applejack was watching, and she surged forward. She overtook Una by 350 noses. Look, Peachy, Una has caught up to the leading Applejack. I really didn't expect it. I thought Applejack had it in the bag. Just then, an accident happened. Applejack suddenly fell, her face plowing a deep groove into the ground. The herd of ponies thundered past Applejack. I can't believe it. Applejack said angrily. Yeah, very pretty, right? Twilight Sparkle caught up. I'm not talking about the scenery, Twilight Sparkle. Rainbow Dash just tripped me. Applejack said angrily. She didn't do that. It was that rock that tripped you. Anonymous helped Applejack up and dusted off her coat. What? Oh, how unlucky. Now I'm way behind. Thank you all, I'm off. Applejack ran off determinedly. Be careful. Twilight Sparkle reminded Applejack, but she had already run far away. These two are a bit too much. Anonymous stroked his chin, pondering. I can't believe it. After falling so far behind, Applejack has surged to the front again. Suelong was reporting on the front line. She is now the leading sheep, becoming the bird that stands out, turning into a headless fly. Wait, how did Applejack become a headless fly? That wouldn't look good. Pinkie began to ask and answer herself. All right, let's return to the race. Suelong suppressed the urge to retort and continued explaining. Oh, history is always surprisingly similar. Our contestant, Rainbow Dash, has also been tripped. Rainbow Dash also plowed a long furrow in the ground with her face. Ah, I can't believe Applejack tripped me. Rainbow Dash seemed to feel betrayed. Don't you all watch where you're running? It was the stump that tripped you. Twilight Sparkle pointed at the stump. Nonsense. I saw her doing it on purpose. Rainbow Dash was still fuming. Rainbow, Applejack didn't trip you. It was just an accident. Twilight Sparkle advised earnestly. Just an accident? Rainbow Dash was still not convinced. Twilight Sparkle looked at Rainbow. I mean, yes, it was just an accident, haha. Rainbow Dash awkwardly shifted Twilight Sparkle's attention. Rainbow, friendship comes first, and competition second. Anonymous also said to Rainbow Dash. Yes, but the rules have changed. If we play this game, I can play too. Rainbow Dash said slyly. The race was halfway through, and the ponies gradually ran into Whitetail Woods. This is beautiful, Anonymous. Seeing such a beautiful view, this trip is really worth it. Anonymous nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they saw Rainbow Dash ahead on a signboard. Hey, Rainbow Dash, weren't you in the lead? Twilight Sparkle asked curiously. Hee, now I've definitely won. Rainbow Dash answered without addressing the question. But other contestants have already passed you. Twilight Sparkle kindly reminded. Oh no, bye. Rainbow Dash suddenly jumped up from the ground and ran away like a flash of lightning. Twilight Sparkle was puzzled, and Anonymous seemed to have figured something out. You don't think Rainbow Dash secretly turned the sign to lead Applejack down the wrong path, do you? Anonymous boldly speculated. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Probably. Twilight Sparkle first smiled, then her voice gradually lowered. Anonymous and Twilight Sparkle started running slowly. Anonymous, how come you're not tired at all? Twilight Sparkle began to breathe a bit heavily. This is just the beginning. I'm a human. Anonymous said while running a circle around Twilight Sparkle. Our greatest strength as humans is endurance, although we definitely can't run as fast as the ponies in short distances. But if it's a long trek, ho ho, you definitely can't keep up with me. Anonymous' nose was practically in the air. At this point, they had gradually left Whitetail Woods and passed a peak. Rainbow Dash and Applejack slid down a large stone slab from the mountain. Girls, how did you get up there? Twilight Sparkle asked in surprise. Let's go, Twilight Sparkle. We're almost at the sprinting stage. I'm off first. See you at the finish line. Anonymous jogged ahead. Rainbow Dash and Applejack were once again neck and neck, refusing to yield. Rainbow Dash in the lead, then Applejack in the lead, then Rainbow Dash again in the lead. Pinkie was making the final report. Now it's Rainbow Dash. Now it's Applejack. Now it's Rainbow Dash. Now it's Applejack. The finish line is in sight. Oh, Rainbow Dash and Applejack have started fighting. A cloud of dust rose, occasionally revealing hooves of ponies, rushing through the finish line. I won. No, I won. Rainbow Dash and Applejack got up covered in dirt, still arguing. You tied. Tied. First place? Applejack asked in confusion. Last place. Pinkie mercilessly delivered the final blow. Last. Then who won? Rainbow Dash asked incredulously. At that moment, Twilight Sparkle walked over wearing a medal. You? Both Rainbow Dash and Applejack were in disbelief. No, but I got 5th place. Given that this is my first competition, I'm already very satisfied with this result. The first place is over there. Twilight Sparkle pointed to the podium. I am the king of leaves. Anonymous stood on the podium, holding the trophy. He opened a soda that sprayed everywhere, enjoying the cheers of the ponies. What? This is unbelievable. Applejack couldn't believe it. Wow. Look at your faces. If Rarity saw this, she would definitely faint. Anonymous walked over holding the trophy. Look, such a big trophy, shining gold. Shiny gold. Anonymous flaunted the trophy to Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Why? You ran so slowly and still looked at the scenery. Rainbow Dash asked in confusion. Long-distance running isn't about who is faster, but who can endure longer. Look at the ponies lying down over there. They're all exhausted. Anonymous pointed to a group of ponies lying on the ground, panting. That's right, just like the book says. First conserve your energy, and when all the ponies are exhausted, then sprint. Twilight Sparkle explained as well. You two were bickering back and forth. It was too easy to beat you. Anonymous laughed harshly at Rainbow Dash and Applejack. You're right. Our behavior was too poor. Applejack poked the ground with her hoof. Yes, we didn't compete fairly. Rainbow Dash also lowered her head. It seems you have learned an important lesson. A voice came over. It was Princess Celestia. The surrounding ponies bowed their heads in respect. I'm sorry for letting you see us being so barbaric, Your Highness. Applejack said apologetically. It's all right, Applejack. Every pony can be blinded by competitiveness. Princess Celestia comforted her. Yes. The most important thing is to never forget. Friendship first, competition second. Twilight Sparkle also echoed. Very true, Twilight Sparkle. And because of your competitiveness, many leaves have yet to fall. Princess Celestia said. Leave it to us, Your Highness. Applejack poked Rainbow Dash with her hoof. Just in time. I want to stretch my arms and legs. Rainbow Dash and Applejack ran towards Whitetail Woods. Chapter 29, Miss Sunflower. Early in the morning, Anonymous strapped on his backpack, preparing to go to the mine for some gems. Just as he was walking out of town, a sweet voice suddenly came. The voice was like warm sunshine, shining into Anonymous' heart. Hello, sir. I'm a traveler new to Ponyville. Do you know where the Golden Oak Library is? Anonymous looked up, and what met his eyes was a cream-colored Pegasus. Her mane was a brilliant golden color, mixed with a little blue highlight. She wore a shiny, seemingly expensive necklace around her neck. The cute symbol on either side of her rear was a sun, wearing sunglasses. My name is Sunflower. Noticing that Anonymous was observing her, Miss Sunflower elegantly curtsied. Hello, Miss Sunflower. My name is Anonymous. Welcome to Ponyville. Anonymous shook Miss Sunflower's front hoof vigorously. The Golden Oak Library is located near the city center. Come, let me take you there. The enthusiastic Anonymous led Miss Sunflower towards the library. Miss Sunflower, what brings you to Ponyville? This doesn't seem like a tourist destination. Anonymous chatted with Miss Sunflower as they walked. Oh, I'm here to visit my student. She lives in Ponyville. She has been writing to me regularly. This time, I decided to break the norm and come to see her quietly. I want to see for myself how she lives day to day and whether she is happy. Miss Sunflower showed a mischievous smile, sticking out her tongue adorably. Anonymous chuckled in response. While Sunflower and Anonymous were chatting happily, Anonymous noticed Twilight Sparkle squatting behind some bushes by the roadside, holding a telescope as if spying on something. Hey, Twilight Sparkle. What are you hiding in the bushes for? Anonymous waved at Twilight Sparkle. Shoo. Twilight Sparkle pulled Anonymous behind the bushes and peeked outside, then quickly retreated. What is going on? Anonymous was puzzled, and Miss Sunflower curiously joined him behind the bushes. Shoo. I'm observing Pinkie Pie. Her scientific name is Pinkie Monster. Twilight Sparkle said in a low voice, very seriously. Uffed. Anonymous couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Pinkie has a special ability. It makes no sense. It's too strange. Twilight Sparkle was a bit flustered. But don't you have special magic too? Anonymous replied honestly. No, that is not the same thing. Twilight Sparkle stood up excitedly. I've said this before. Magic is not something inexplicable and mysterious. It's traceable. You can only get what you want by casting magic. But look at Pinkie. It makes no sense at all. Well, coming from a magic pony, that is quite persuasive. Anonymous stroked his chin. Miss Sunflower looked at Twilight Sparkle. Her expression slightly awkward. Now, Pinkie's tail is twitching. Twilight Sparkle held up her telescope to look at Pinkie. So what does a twitching tail mean? Anonymous asked curiously. It means something is going to fall from the sky. Huh, I don't believe it. Twilight Sparkle still held the telescope. Anonymous' heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the sky. A flower pot fell down, and Anonymous reached out to catch it. Wow, that is surprisingly reliable. Anonymous exclaimed. A flower pot doesn't prove anything. Twilight Sparkle retorted stubbornly. An anvil just fell. Anonymous blocked it with force, clang. The anvil was deflected by Anonymous. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Twilight Sparkle. An anvil doesn't prove anything either. Twilight Sparkle was still insisting. A piano just fell. Oh no. Anonymous felt he had to grab Twilight Sparkle and Miss Sunflower, rolling to one side, where they had been standing. A piano and a cart full of hay all crashed down. Anonymous looked up in fear. It turned out it was the door of the Pegasus Moving Company that hadn't been closed properly, and all the furniture fell out. Do ponies use Pegasi for moving? That is too dangerous. Anonymous' heart raced, and he nervously touched Miss Sunflower who was in his arms. Miss Sunflower blushed a little. Do you still think Pinkie's predictions are inaccurate? I believe it now. Anonymous said fearfully. Twilight Sparkle still looked skeptical. At that moment, Pinkie and Applejack were greeting each other. Pinkie, what are you doing here? Oh, I was letting Twilight Sparkle follow me. She thought I didn't know. Pinkie licked her hoof. You said you always knew. Why didn't you tell me? Twilight Sparkle rushed towards Pinkie, covered in dirt. Silly, that wouldn't be called following. Pinkie smiled at Twilight Sparkle. The ponies laughed and ran off. Watching the happy ponies, Anonymous smiled from the heart. Miss Sunflower, let us continue to the Golden Oak Library. Anonymous looked at Miss Sunflower. No need, Mr. Anonymous. I suddenly don't want to go to the library anymore. Miss Sunflower said. Why not? I'm confused. Anonymous scratched his head. Why are all the ponies so strange? Miss Sunflower became curious about Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous, What are you planning to do with that big backpack? Me? I'm planning to go to the mines for some gems. I'll send some to Rarity, feed some to Spike, keep some pretty gems for my collection, and sell a few. Slowly saving up, I'll have money soon. Anonymous counted on his fingers. What do you need money for? Miss Sunflower asked a silly question. I plan to buy a house. Everyone in Ponyville has been really nice to me, and I've made many good friends here. I intend to settle down in Ponyville. A smile beamed on Anonymous' face. Congratulations on earning enough money soon. Miss Sunflower saw Anonymous smile. Goodbye, Mr. Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you again next time. Miss Sunflower waved goodbye to Anonymous. Goodbye, wish you smooth sailing. Anonymous waved back at Miss Sunflower. Later that day, Spike opened the skylight of the Golden Oak Library, preparing to send a letter. Princess Celestia suddenly fell from the sky and grabbed the letter. A twitching tail, and it can drop this. Spike was a bit stunned. Chapter 30, Target, Cloudsdale. This is the last book. Twilight Sparkle pushed the last book onto the shelf. Thank you all for helping me organize these books. Studying this weekend has been exhausting. Twilight Sparkle's eyes were spinning in their sockets. Ah! Rainbow Dash suddenly crashed through the window, creating a big mess. The freshly organized bookshelf and friends were all knocked to the ground. Is everyone okay? Twilight Sparkle stood up wobbly with 3 scrolls sticking out of her mouth. I'm fine. Pinkie Pie emerged from under a book. Me too. Applejack struggled to poke her head out from the pile of books. I can't breathe. Please move Rarity off me. Rarity had already fainted, pressing Spike tightly along with the bookshelf. Rainbow Dash, you're amazing, whoa. Fluttershy flew in through the window. Hey, sorry everyone. That performance was really off. Rainbow Dash shook her wings and stood up. Actually, it wasn't too bad. I loved your cloud turning trick. Fluttershy said while mimicking Rainbow Dash's cloud turning with her hooves, spinning in circles. I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about you. Does that count as cheering? Rainbow Dash pointed her hoof at Fluttershy. What are you all arguing about? Anonymous asked curiously. Are we being too loud? Sorry. Fluttershy apologized to her friends. Ugh, I'm going to Cloudsdale to participate in the Best Young Flyer competition. Do you want to come watch? Rainbow Dash sighed. Of course. I, Anonymous, will definitely come to support you. Anonymous patted his chest. But what is Cloudsdale? You've been here for so long and still don't know where the home of the Pegasi is? Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous with a caring gaze. Anonymous smiled awkwardly. Wow, the Best Flyer competition. Pinkie's eyes sparkled. It's a competition where flyers showcase their flying skills. Some are very fast. Pinkie ran a few laps quickly around the library. Some are very graceful. Pinkie stood on one hoof, but unfortunately lost her balance and fell over. Anonymous helped Pinkie back up. Wow, I really look forward to seeing you shine in the competition, Applejack said to Rainbow Dash. That's great. I hope you can come too. Rarity is nice, but her cheering really lacks energy. Rainbow Dash looked a bit nervous. I'm sorry, Rarity said softly. Oh, I really want to see you do a sonic rainbow. That's the coolest and most dazzling thing ever. Although I've never seen it, it's a sonic rainbow. Pinkie bounced around the stack of books, causing Twilight Sparkle's eyelids to twitch. What is a sonic rainbow? Anonymous asked curiously. A sonic rainbow is a legend. When a Pegasus flies super fast, it's like this. Pinkie bounced up to the second floor of the library and then quickly bounced back down. Boom. The rainbow and the sonic boom appear at the same time. And our Rainbow Dash is the only pony who has ever done it, Applejack explained proudly. That was a long time ago. I was still small then. Rainbow Dash felt a bit shy. Yes, but you can still do it now, right? Pinkie excitedly pressed. Well, of course. I'm the best flyer in Cloudsdale. I could do a sonic rainbow with my eyes closed. Rainbow Dash lifted her front hoof and placed it on her chest. For some reason, Anonymous always felt Rainbow Dash's tone was a bit forced. Wow, so that means the championship is definitely yours. Twilight Sparkle congratulated Rainbow Dash. The grand prize is spending an entire day with the Wonderbolts. Flying with the heroes I've always admired for a whole day is my dream. Rainbow Dash's eyes lit up. I'm going to take a rest. I need to keep my energy up before the competition. Haha. Rainbow Dash zipped away. All right, looks like we need to reorganize and do this again. Twilight Sparkle looked at the mess of books. Hurry up, hurry up. Rarity poked Twilight Sparkle's rear with her horn. Hurry up with what? Twilight Sparkle seemed to be poked in the rear and turned to glare at Rarity. Hurry up and find a spell that can let us enter Cloudsdale. Didn't you see how nervous Rainbow Dash was? Rarity said matter-of-factly. Nervous? Rainbow Dash just boasted louder than the tuba in the band. Applejack retorted. Oh, come on. I've hosted many fashion shows. I can tell at a glance who's nervous. We need to find a way to help her quickly. Rarity looked worriedly in the direction Rainbow Dash flew off. I feel the same way. Rainbow Dash is different from usual. Didn't you notice her brow was furrowed the whole time? Anonymous stroked his chin. Ah, with this mess, how am I supposed to find a flying spell? Twilight Sparkle looked at the chaotic scene, feeling a bit distressed. A flying spell, wait. Pinkie suddenly ran off, and then quickly returned with a book in her mouth. Here. Page 27. The book flew open in front of Twilight Sparkle. How did you find that? Applejack asked in confusion. Don't ask, it's Pinky's magic. Anonymous explained from the side. Come on, that's not true. Rainbow Dash hit the bookshelf earlier, and it hit my face. Pinky explained to Applejack. Pinky's magic. Anonymous whispered to Applejack again. Here, this spell can let earth ponies fly for 3 days and nights. Oh, it looks really difficult. I wonder if I can do it. Who wants to volunteer to be my test subject? Twilight Sparkle raised the book and asked. I'll do it for Rainbow Dash. Rarity stood up with great righteousness. All right, let us begin. Twilight Sparkle focused hard on the spell, her horn glowing faintly with purple light. 2 magical bonds wrapped around Rarity, slowly lifting her into the air. A spark flashed and boom. Everyone was knocked down. Oh, it looks like it worked. Everyone shook their heads and got up. Rarity had a pair of shiny butterfly wings on her back. They were translucent and very beautiful. The ponies were on their way. I can't believe this. This is so cool, you all came. Rainbow Dash excitedly looked at everyone. The ponies came in a hot air balloon to see Rainbow Dash, except for Rarity, who was flying in the air. Our flying champion should have a strong support team, shouldn't she? Rarity said while flying in the air. Of course. Pinky said as she bounced off the hot air balloon. Don't. Rainbow Dash hurriedly waved her hoof to stop her, but it was too late. Pinky landed steadily on the clouds. Twilight Sparkle and Applejack also stood firmly on the clouds. How did you guys do that? Only Pegasi can walk on clouds, right? Rainbow Dash curiously asked. I found a spell that can turn into wings, but that was too difficult. So I found a simpler one that lets us walk on clouds. Twilight Sparkle confidently explained. We're here to cheer you on. Applejack said. At first, I felt a bit nervous. But seeing you all here, I feel much better. Rainbow Dash sighed in relief. Wait, where's Anonymous? Can he not come? Rainbow Dash noticed Anonymous was missing and felt a bit disappointed. Oh, I almost forgot. Pinky bounced over to the back of the hot air balloon and pulled Anonymous out. Are we there? Can I open my eyes now? Anonymous kept his eyes tightly shut, holding a pony-shaped balloon in his arms. Anonymous isn't a pony, so he can't walk on clouds. Fortunately, Pinky had the idea of using a bunch of balloons to let Anonymous float, and we could take him along. Twilight Sparkle said while laughing. Ha ha. The girls were all laughing at Anonymous. Anonymous spread his arms in the air. Chapter 31. A trip to Cloudsdale. There's still some time before the competition. Rarity and I can take you around Cloudsdale. Rainbow Dash said while holding the balloon with Anonymous. Awesome, let us go? The girls cheered excitedly. Look, this is Cloudsdale. Rainbow Dash led everyone to the edge of the clouds. Looking up, houses made of clouds were nestled on the soft, fluffy clouds. Occasionally, Pegasi flew by, giving the city in the clouds a sense of life and vitality. Is this Cloudsdale? Anonymous excitedly looked at the city above the sea of clouds. It's so beautiful. Ponies are truly a magical species. Anonymous reached down to touch the clouds on the ground, but when he reached out, he grasped nothing, and a cool sensation lingered in his palm. It's really beautiful. Twilight Sparkle agreed. Wow. Only Rarity was admiring her beautiful wings in front of a mirror. Rainbow Dash said awkwardly as she walked along while introducing everyone. Some of the greatest Pegasi in history came from Cloudsdale. Oh, wait for me. Rarity saw everyone moving forward and flapped her butterfly wings to catch up. Oh, those wings are so beautiful. Passers-by Pegasi along the way were amazed by Rarity's wings and couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you. Rarity proudly flew a few more circles in the air, showing off her gorgeous wings. Be careful with your wings, Rarity. They're made of spider silk and morning dew, and they're very fragile. Twilight Sparkle worriedly watched Rarity show off her wings. Don't worry, Twilight Sparkle. I just want everyone to see. It'll be fine. Rarity seemed unconcerned. Spider silk and morning dew. That reminds me of the story of Icarus. Anonymous stroked his chin. Oh, is Anonymous going to tell a story? I want to hear. Pinky bounced excitedly. Or maybe not. It's not a good story. Anonymous hesitated to say. After all, the ending of that story is death. Is it a story from the human world? I want to hear it too. Twilight Sparkle's eyes sparkled as she looked at Anonymous. Oh, does everyone want to hear it? Anonymous looked at the girls, and they all nodded vigorously. Well, then I'll say it. The ending of this story isn't very good. Anonymous began to tell the ancient story. Once upon a time, there was a man named Daedalus. He had a son named Icarus. Daedalus and Icarus were imprisoned by the king, and they planned to escape. Daedalus was a skilled craftsman, and he made a pair of wings from wax and feathers. He warned his son, be careful. We must fly in the middle of the air. If we fly too low, the wings will get wet from the sea, and we will be dragged into the ocean. If we fly too high, the wax on the wings will melt from the sun, and we will fall. They successfully donned the wings and flew out of their cage. However, Icarus gradually became exhilarated, forgetting his father's words, and flew higher and higher. In the end, his wings melted from the sun. He fell into the sea, and the vast waves drowned him. Anonymous sighed, and the little ponies around were stunned. Don't worry, this is a fable. Such things don't happen in reality. Anonymous explained in a relaxed tone as he saw the fearful expressions of the ponies. Phew, that scared me. So this story is like the legend of the headless horse, right? Applejack wiped the sweat from her forehead. This story teaches us about the cost of arrogance and overstepping boundaries. It reminded me when we talked about the precious spider silk wings. Friends, I hope you can all remember this story. If you can learn something from it, then it is a good story, Anonymous said solemnly. Your race is really good at using stories to convey wisdom. It's amazing. Twilight Sparkle's eyes sparkled. Well, maybe I should tone it down a bit. Rarity smiled shyly and flew a little lower. Anonymous noticed that Rarity only flew a little lower. Sigh. Let us just leave it at that. Since we're here, let me take you to see where they make the weather. This way, friends, to the weather factory. Rainbow Dash said. Thunderclouds were floating above the weather factory, crackling with sound. So the weather is made? Anonymous asked. Yes, the Pegasi gather the clouds. Wind, rain, clear skies. It's all made by the Pegasi, Twilight Sparkle explained to Anonymous. That's amazing, controlling the clouds and rain. The Pony King of Clouds. Anonymous exclaimed. Rainbow Dash puffed her nose proudly, while Fluttershy appeared a bit shy. Everyone changed into white work uniforms and entered the weather factory. This is the workshop for making snowflakes. Each one is crafted by Hoof. Rainbow Dash whispered so as not to disturb the workers at work. Look, this is fine work. Rainbow Dash pointed to the working ponies. They were holding magnifying glasses, carefully examining the snowflakes, not daring to breathe. Each one is carved? How do you do that with your little hooves? Anonymous asked incredulously. The ponies can do it. It just takes a bit of time. Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous with wise eyes. Yes, this is common knowledge, Applejack said. Anonymous was a bit skeptical about life. Oh, look quickly. It's even more beautiful to see the snowflakes up close than from the ground. Rarity flew up to the ceiling to see the hanging snowflakes closely. But the wind from her wings disturbed the airflow in the workshop, causing the snowflakes on the workbench to fly up. Oh no, catch them quickly. The worker ponies panicked and quickly chased after the scattered snowflakes. We should hurry and leave. We can't let Rarity ruin winter. Rainbow Dash said helplessly. A snowflake shattered right in front of Rainbow Dash. Sorry, Rarity came down from the sky. Next, let us go to the Rainbow Factory. Rainbow Dash led everyone toward the source of the rainbow. Oh, I've always wanted to taste what a rainbow is like. Pinkie Pie was very excited, drooling. Hee, you'll find out. Rainbow Dash said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 32, Rainbow Sonic Boom. This is where rainbows are made. Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy brought everyone to a wide hall. Rainbows slanted down from the sky, gathering into lakes and rivers. Many Pegasi were carrying large spoons, mixing the colors of the rainbow. Pinkie Pie dipped her hoof into the rainbow pool and tasted it. Yuck, Pinkie Pie exclaimed. In seconds, her face changed into 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. So spicy. Water. Pinkie Pie breathed fire and ran out to find water. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed at Pinkie Pie. Yes, the taste of rainbows isn't very good. Rainbow Dash introduced with a mischievous smile. Anonymous was also ready to try a taste. But seeing Pinkie Pie, who could drink hot sauce and turned out like this, decided against it. This rainbow is truly beautiful, almost as good as my wings. Rarity was captivated by the rainbow waterfall and couldn't help but fly up. Wow, where did such beautiful wings come from? I want them too. Rarity's wings attracted 3 nearby Pegasi. Thanks for the compliment. Rarity proudly waved her butterfly wings. Oh look, we ran into Rainbow Dash again. The Pegasi spotted Rainbow Dash and teased her with their companions. Yes, Rainbow Dash. Ha, you guys. How can you give other ponies random nicknames? Anonymous waved his arms and scolded the 3 Pegasi. Those born evil flying pony brats, if I were on the ground. Rarity, what are you talking about with those guys? Rainbow Dash sounded a bit angry. Nothing, they were just praising my beautiful wings. Rarity stretched her wings in the air. Yeah, you still forgot about the Rainbow Sonic Boom, right? Get yourself a pair of wings like that. Ha. The 3 Pegasi mocked Rainbow Dash and laughed as they flew away. Rainbow Dash looked a bit gloomy. Don't listen to those guys. You're sure to win this competition. Fluttershy comforted Rainbow Dash kindly. Don't comfort me. I can't even make a Rainbow Sonic Boom. And look at my wings, ordinary and ugly. I'm done for. Rainbow Dash said sadly, shaking her wings. Don't say that. I think your wings are beautiful. Anonymous floated over and touched Rainbow Dash's mane. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from the side. Oh, so beautiful. How did you get them? A group of Pegasi surrounded Rarity, who was flying in the air. My wings are beautiful. Everyone come look. Feel free to take pictures. Rarity was lost in her beautiful wings. Twilight Sparkle couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. Rarity, we're here to help Rainbow Dash relax. Quickly put your wings away. Don't show off anymore. Twilight Sparkle pointed at Rainbow Dash, who had curled up. Oh, how can such perfect wings be put away? Rarity proudly flew under the sun. The sunlight refracted through her wings, casting dazzling, beautiful light spots that stunned the surrounding Pegasi. Oh ho 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 ho. Rarity looked at the amazed ponies, proudly letting out a three-part laugh in the sky. Rainbow Dash, are you okay? Twilight Sparkle comforted the curled-up Rainbow Dash. I'm fine. How could I be not? Everyone is busy looking at Rarity's wings. When the competition comes, no one will see me make a fool of myself. Rainbow Dash covered her face, looking like the pressure was about to explode. Rainbow Dash, listen to me. Anonymous held up Rainbow Dash's little face, their eyes locking. You are the best Pegasus flyer I have ever seen, Rainbow Dash. Believe in yourself, not just in what I believe in you. It's not that. It's you who believes in me. Believe in the you that you believe in. This anonymous message shocked Yumbao. This sentence is so cool. I feel much better. Thank you, everyone. Yumbao excitedly hugged the anonymous one. I have an idea. You should enter the competition. A Pegasus suggested to Jinchi. Yes. No little pony has wings like mine. Maybe I should consider competing. Jinchi admired her wings under the sun. Anonymous felt a pang of worry. What? Yumbao was shocked. What should I do? I'm doomed. I think I can't win the competition. Yumbao broke down, and her friends came forward to comfort her. But it was of no use. After a while, the friends sat in the cloud stands, looking forward to Yumbao's competition. Beaky put on a finger sign to cheer for Yumbao. Anonymous looked worriedly at the competition waiting room. The announcer began to announce. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise and welcome the esteemed Princess Celestia. Princess Celestia descended slowly to the main stand with 2 royal guards. Please welcome the guest judges for this best young flyer competition, the Lightning Pegasus team. 6 Lightning Pegasi made a dazzling entrance, trailing smoke. The announcer continued. Now, let's see who will become this year's best young flyer. The competition begins. After a while, I like number 7. Doing 15 flips isn't easy. Twilight Sparkle was discussing her favorite athletes with her friends. I like number 10 the most. She looks pretty good. Ruru said softly. Why haven't we seen Yumbao and Jinchi yet? The competition is almost over. Applejack looked a bit puzzled. Next up, the final group of competitors. Contestant number 15. And contestant number 4. Jinchi and Yumbao finally appeared. Jinchi was heavily made up, looking like a big moth, almost like a Bulgarian fairy. In contrast, Yumbao was timidly flying in the air, looking extremely nervous. Yumbao, go for it. And Jinchi too. Anonymous shouted loudly, her voice resonating throughout the venue. The little ponies all looked at Anonymous. Celestia saw Anonymous hanging from a balloon and couldn't help but chuckle. Yumbao looked even more nervous. Jinchi performed a graceful ballet in the air. Yumbao patted her head, gathered her courage, and started her performance. The first item was to quickly circle a cloud pillar. Yumbao performed well at first, but towards the end, she lost control of her speed. She crashed into the cloud pillar and bounced hard against the edge of the stands. Go for it, Yumbao. Her friends worriedly watched Yumbao. Jinchi was still dancing ballet. Yumbao began the second item, cloud spinning. Look, that move is really great. Yumbao's first 2 spins went very smoothly, but during the third, she accidentally got blinded by the cloud. The cloud spun towards the main stand, almost hitting Princess Celestia. Oh no, this won't be taken as an assassin, will it? For the final item, Yumbao and Jinchi flew towards the sky. No, don't. Please don't be what I'm thinking. Anonymous silently muttered. Yumbao was about to attempt the rainbow sonic boom. Ruru looked worriedly at Yumbao. Jinchi flew above the sun. Look up at me, little ponies of Ponyville. I am Jinchi. Jinchi spread her wings, which reflected dazzling light, enveloping the entire venue. The worst thing that Anonymous feared happened. In less than 2 seconds, Jinchi's wings melted in the sun. Jinchi fell from the sky. It's over. She's really becoming Icarus. Twilight Sparkle, think of a way with your magic. Anonymous was frantic, shaking Twilight Sparkle. Don't worry, Anonymous. Look, the Lightning Pegasi are already on the move. Twilight Sparkle pointed her hoof, and 3 Lightning Pegasi rushed towards the falling Jinchi. However, the 3 Lightning Pegasi were all knocked out by Jinchi's wildly flailing hooves. Oh no. They're going to fall. This time, it was Twilight Sparkle who panicked. Ruru closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch anymore. No, Jinchi, is it really going to end? Not yet. Yumbao in the sky saw her falling friend and poured everything she had into diving down. The speed was so fast that she instantly broke the sound barrier. A brilliant rainbow burst out from Yumbao's body. Rainbow Sonic Boom. It's the Rainbow Sonic Boom. She did it. She succeeded. Ruru jumped up excitedly, shouting with unprecedented volume. Yumbao, with a rainbow trail, successfully caught Jinchi and the 3 Lightning Pegasi. She painted a beautiful rainbow in the sky above the venue. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. The whole venue was in an uproar. Rainbow Sonic Boom. Rainbow Sonic Boom. I did it. I did it. Tears welled up in Yumbao's eyes. Today was amazing. After the dust settled, Jinchi sat in the hot air balloon apologizing to everyone. I was too obsessed with my beautiful wings, I really lost my mind. It's okay, Jinchi. This is Twilight Sparkle. It's fine. This is Applejack. Yes, we still love you. This is Beaky. What makes me feel most ashamed is that I jumped out to participate in the competition without considering your feelings at all. Can you forgive me, Yumbao? Jinchi apologized to Yumbao and pleaded for forgiveness. Of course, no problem. The final result was pretty good. Yumbao generously forgave Jinchi. Now we should call you Icarus, Jinchi. Anonymous teased. Ha ha ha. The friends all laughed. In the end, Yumbao unsurprisingly won the title of Best Young Flyer. She happily spent a day with her idol, the Lightning Pegasus team. Everyone was happy. Chapter 33, The Great Adventure of the Three Little Ones. So, you came to find me? Anonymous looked at the three little ones in front of her. Yes, we originally planned to have cute army night at Jinchi's house. But Jinchi had to work all day, so we came to play with you instead. Sweetie Belle explained. Oh, but my work. Anonymous scratched the back of her head. Don't worry. We already talked to Miss Aloe, and she gave you the day off. You want not play with us, right? Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo attacked Anonymous with their sparkling little pony eyes. Stop it. Don't look at me with those cute eyes anymore. You little ponies are definitely doing this on purpose. I give up. Anonymous covered her heart. Yay. Cute army action. The three little ones shouted loudly. We are going to fight. Complete the mission. Scootaloo said excitedly. Find the cute emblem. Apple Bloom was just as excited. We're ready. Sweetie Belle cheered. These little ponies are so cute. Anonymous looked at the three little ones with a loving gaze, as if halos were floating above their heads. Cute army. Move out. The three little ones dashed away, and Anonymous stepped up to follow them. Twilight Sparkle was leisurely strolling down the street. The three little ones laughed and chatted as they zipped past her, making her spin in place several times, dizzy. Twilight Sparkle, are you okay? Anonymous hurriedly approached. Kids, be careful not to bump into ponies while walking. Quickly apologized to Sister Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous urged the three little ones. I'm sorry, Twilight Sparkle. The three little ones lowered their heads in apology. It's okay. It's actually quite fun to spin around a few times. Twilight Sparkle's eyes rolled in her sockets, but soon returned to normal. Hello, Anonymous. What are you doing with them? Twilight Sparkle asked curiously. Today, Pinkie Pie has to rush a huge order. Anonymous had only said half of it, so we came to play with Anonymous. The three little ones chimed in unison. Wow. Are you taking care of these three little ones all by yourself? Twilight Sparkle asked. No problem. Anonymous patted their chest confidently. Look at these three little ones. They are so cute. They look like the kind of good little ponies who are very understanding. Anonymous pointed, and the three little ones stood neatly, showing bright smiles. A halo appeared above their heads. There won't be any issues at all. Twilight Sparkle, what are you going to do? Anonymous countered. Oh, I'm going to get some tea leaves from Cora. Twilight Sparkle patted her saddlebag. You're going to find Cora? Good luck. Anonymous and the three little ones bid farewell to Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous played with the three little ones in Ponyville for a while and went to Sugar Cube Corner to eat some cupcakes. While eating the cupcakes, Apple Bloom suddenly thought of something. Is Twilight Sparkle going to the Everfree Forest? You have such a long reflex arc, Anonymous silently complained. I heard Cora lives in the Everfree Forest. Sweetie Belle said. Cora lives in the Everfree Forest. I've seen her. Apple Bloom received envious looks from the other two little ponies. I want to go to the Everfree Forest too. Hey, Anonymous, take us to the Everfree Forest. Rarity exclaimed with a good idea. No, that place might not be suitable for you. You are still too small. Anonymous shook their finger, disagreeing with the three little ones' opinion. Oh no, Big Brother Anonymous, please take us. The three little ones used their cute attack. Humph. The same trick cannot be used on me a second time. You are indeed too small. You cannot go to such dangerous places. Anonymous' resistance to cuteness increased, ignoring the three little ones' adorable eye attack. How frustrating. The three little ones saw that the cute attack was ineffective, and they huddled together to think of a new plan. After a while, Sweetie Belle peeked out with a mischievous smile. But, Big Brother Anonymous, you will go with us, right? Exactly. Big Brother Anonymous is so amazing. We definitely won't be in danger. Apple Bloom climbed onto Anonymous' back to help him massage his shoulders. Really? I didn't know I was that amazing. Anonymous felt a bit flattered, their nose almost pointing to the sky. Of course, Anonymous, you are the great hero of Ponyville. Punching Ursa Major, kicking dragons. The Everfree Forest is nothing to you. Rarity also praised. All right, then I will take you to have some fun. Anonymous got carried away. The three little ones exchanged glances. Yay, mission accomplished. Anonymous was confusedly pulled by the three little ones to the Everfree Forest. When they realized it, they had already entered the forest. This is the place. Last time I met Cora here with my sister. Apple Bloom pointed to a sea of poison joke flowers. Such beautiful flowers. Sweetie Belle exclaimed. Although beautiful, you can't touch them. Rarity said. Kids, come here. At that moment, Anonymous suddenly sensed something. Something was approaching. Anonymous quickly picked up the three little ones and placed them on a tree. There was a rustling sound coming from the grass ahead. Footsteps were coming from not far away, getting closer. Anonymous stared at the grass, ready for action. Suddenly, three dark green figures sprang out from the grass and pounced on Anonymous. The three little ones closed their eyes in fear. Ha ha ha, it's you guys. Anonymous laughter came from under the tree. Looking up, Anonymous was scratching 3 wooden wolves. Anonymous, run. Those are wooden wolves. Apple Bloom was very scared. Don't worry, kids. I know them. They are my friends. Anonymous introduced the wooden wolves to the 3 little ones. The wooden wolves stuck out their tongues, eagerly licking Anonymous like dogs, their tails spinning like fans. The 3 little ones mustered their courage and came down to interact with the wooden wolves. The wooden wolves showed their bellies to the 3 little ones. Instantly, the 3 little ones began to play with the wooden wolves. Cute army of wooden wolf riders. Rarity laughed happily on the back of a wooden wolf. The 3 wooden wolves became the little ponies' mounts. Anonymous took the 3 little ones and the wooden wolves for a walk in the forest. As time passed, the originally bright sunlight gradually became softer. The sun was setting, as if it was a bit tired, heading home. All right, kids, let's head out of the forest. The sun is about to set. I'll take you home. Anonymous called the kids to prepare to leave. The 3 little ones reluctantly said goodbye to their newly made wooden wolf friends and climbed onto Anonymous' back. After a day of playing, they were tired, and Anonymous carried the 3 little ones towards the edge of the forest. That was so cool. Next time, I must ride a wooden wolf to find Cora. Apple Bloom was very excited. Yes, we have a group of wooden wolf friends. Yay. It's too bad we didn't get the wooden wolf rider's cute badge. Yeah, what a pity. The 3 little ones chattered on Anonymous' back. Children are always so carefree. They are the treasures of the world. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the forest, Anonymous saw a shadow of a pony. Twilight Sparkle? Is that you? Why are you standing there motionless? Anonymous felt a bit strange and walked closer to take a look. It turned out to be a statue of Twilight Sparkle, lifelike, with a terrified expression on its face. The 3 little ones were startled by the statue, tremblingly hugging Anonymous' head and covering his eyes. Boo-hoo-hoo, wait. Who covered my eyes? I can't see anything. Anonymous struggled to pry the little one's hooves away. Listen carefully. Girls, this is one of the reasons I didn't want you to come to the Everfree Forest. Anonymous pointed at the statue and explained. There are many dangerous creatures in the forest. Just look at Twilight Sparkle like this. She must have encountered a cockatrice and been turned into a statue. You must never run into the forest by yourselves. Anonymous warned. Why are you still so calm? Twilight Sparkle has been turned into a statue. Rarity eagerly interrupted Anonymous. Don't worry, Rarity. As long as we scare off the cockatrice, Twilight Sparkle will return to normal. I have experience. Anonymous proudly patted their chest and began to search for the cockatrice with the 3 little ones. Look, the cockatrice is over there. Let's sneak over together and scare it away. Shoo. Anonymous hushed, leading the 3 little ones to stealthily approach the cockatrice. Anonymous and the 3 little ones quietly approached the dozing cockatrice, suddenly jumping up and shouting. Ah! Nearby trees shook. The cockatrice seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt, scared out of its wits, and hurriedly took off. It only dared to look back once far away and saw it was Anonymous doing, cursing as it flew away. Ha ha! Everyone laughed uncontrollably. Anonymous? Girls? What happened? How did I end up here? A confused Twilight Sparkle walked over, utterly bewildered. Ha ha! Everyone laughed even harder. Chapter 34. The Return of the Sunflower. Anonymous was strolling down the street when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was Miss Sunflower. Hello, Mr. Anonymous. Long time no see. Miss Sunflower greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hello, Miss Sunflower. Are you here to visit the students again? Anonymous said, feeling delighted to see her. Not this time. I actually came to ask you for a favor. Miss Sunflower paused for a moment. My sister has not been feeling well lately, and I want to find a rare moonstone to give to her, hoping it will cheer her up. I heard there are moonstones near Pony Valley, so I would like Mr. Anonymous to accompany me. Miss Sunflower looked at Anonymous with hopeful eyes. No problem. Let's go. Anonymous patted his chest confidently. At that moment, deep in the mine, the leader of the Diamond Dogs was scolding his subordinates. Idiot. Look at you guys. Can't you be more spirited? Can't you be more lively? Boss, don't scold them anymore. It seems we shouldn't have messed with the Diamond Hunter in the first place, the second in command of the Diamond Dogs side. Exactly. If we hadn't provoked the Diamond Hunter, we wouldn't have ended up here starving. One of the Diamond Dogs complained. I haven't stolen a gem in 3 days. Where else are you going to starve? Is there anyone else in this mine? Can you escape? The leader of the Diamond Dogs was furious. We can't go on like this. My reputation as the leader of the Diamond Dogs cannot be sullied by the Diamond Hunter. Brothers, gather immediately. We're going to rob. The leader of the Diamond Dogs slammed the table and stood up. But boss, the Diamond Hunter is still outside. One of the Diamond Dogs said timidly. So what if the Diamond Hunter is out there? We've faced the Diamond Hunter before. The leader of the Diamond Dogs suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. No. I mean, we've fought the Diamond Hunter before. What are we afraid of? Brothers, those who are willing to follow me, raise your hands. The surrounding subordinates were hesitant, with only the leader of the Diamond Dogs raising his paw. Oh no, what a disgrace. The leader of the Diamond Dogs sat down heavily. Just then, a subordinate ran over with urgent news. Boss, report. The Diamond Hunter is in the mine. The Diamond Dogs jumped in fright, and he brought a pony with him. Huh. The leader of the Diamond Dogs' eyes lit up with a wicked idea. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us go and rob. Boss, aren't you afraid of the Diamond Hunter? One of the Diamond Dogs asked weakly. Idiot. If you can't beat the Diamond Hunter, can you not beat a pony? Once we capture the pony, the Diamond Hunter will be too scared to come down. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Diamond Dogs laughed proudly. Anonymous and Miss Sunflower had already arrived at the mine. By the way, I saw you at the best pilot competition in Cloud City last time. Miss Sunflower chatted with Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous, you looked so funny tied up with balloons. Miss Sunflower giggled. Hee hee. Anonymous rubbed his head shyly. What can I say? I'm not a pony after all. But don't underestimate the idea of being tied up with balloons. It's a good one. I once heard a story about an old man chasing his dreams who used balloons to make his house fly around the world. That sounds fascinating. I really want to see that. Miss Sunflower's eyes sparkled. Just then, several Diamond Dogs suddenly popped out of the ground nearby. Hey, this mountain is mine. And this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave behind the gems. Wait, why is it still you guys? Haven't you given up yet? Anonymous facepalmed. Impossible. This is a matter of the dignity of robbery. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. The leader of the Diamond Dogs declared solemnly from the back. Just then, a Diamond Dog suddenly jumped out of a hole behind Anonymous and snatched Miss Sunflower away. Brothers, we got her. Let's move. The Diamond Dogs ran off quickly. Stop. Don't chase. The leader of the Diamond Dogs was on the verge of tears, realizing how formidable the Diamond Hunter was. They couldn't even outrun him. Quick. Let Miss Sunflower go. I'll go easy on you. Anonymous clenched his fists. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Anonymous. Miss Sunflower appeared completely unfazed, even showing a sense of novelty. You, surrender immediately, or I will throw this pony off the cliff. The leader of the Diamond Dogs, in a desperate move, lifted Miss Sunflower over the edge of the cliff. What? Boss, don't do this. We're not at that point yet. The other Diamond Dogs were horrified. Oh, then go ahead and throw her, Anonymous said nonchalantly. Huh. The Diamond Dogs and Miss Sunflower looked at Anonymous in shock. How can you be so cold-blooded? The leader of the Diamond Dogs shouted in fear. Miss Sunflower was also in tears inside, wondering if Anonymous was really this cold-blooded. Anonymous stepped closer. Stop. I give up. You won't have a good ending for being so cold-blooded. The pressure caused the leader of the Diamond Dogs to crumble, and he put Miss Sunflower down. Idiot. Do you know why I wasn't worried? Miss Sunflower is a Pegasus. She can fly. Anonymous complained about the leader of the Diamond Dogs. All right. The Diamond Dogs and Miss Sunflower finally realized the problem. But Miss Sunflower didn't show it. She felt embarrassed for forgetting she was a Pegasus. Relax. The pain is only temporary. Anonymous clenched his fists and walked towards the Diamond Dogs. Here are Anonymous' move list. Black Tiger Heart Extraction. Heavy Punch, Heavy Punch. Mount Tai Press, Heavy Punch. Elephant Kick, Heavy Kick. Giant Axe Chopping Trees, Heavy Kick. Cunning Rabbit Strikes, Light Punch. Broken Melon Fist, Heavy Punch, Light Punch. Dragon Claw, Light Punch. Flamingo Dance Steps, Light Kick. Meteor Rapid Punch, Light Punch, Heavy Punch. Sky Monkey cleverly snatches treasure box, Light Punch, Heavy Punch. Crow takes a plane, Light Kick, Heavy Kick. Tornado destroys parking lot, Heavy Punch, Light Punch, Heavy Kick, Light Kick. In the end, Anonymous found the precious moonstone in the Diamond Dogs' treasure trove. Miss Sunflower returned home happily. The Diamond Dogs in the mine no longer dared to rob passing ponies. Congratulations, congratulations. Chapter 35, Full Spa Treatment. Anonymous and Ruru were chatting happily at the spa reception. The doorbell rang sharply, and Jinchi rushed in wearing a beautiful feathered hat. Hello, Anonymous. Jinchi quickly greeted Anonymous. I'm so sorry, Ruru. I'm late for our beauty appointment. Jinchi apologized to Ruru, looking embarrassed. It's okay, Ruru said gently. Let's get started. Anonymous led Ruru and Jinchi to the steam room. Anonymous scooped a spoonful of water and poured it over the volcanic stones, instantly creating a surge of steam, filling the room with mist, as if in a heavenly palace. The two girls wrapped in robes and headscarves began chatting in the steam room. You might not believe it, but I just encountered a big deal, Jinchi said dramatically to Ruru. It's not something scary, right? Ruru asked anxiously. No, when I was walking with my new hat, I suddenly ran into a big shot. She asked the famous Beauty Phoenicia. Jinchi excitedly waved her hooves in the air. Beauty Phoenicia? Ruru is not very knowledgeable about fashion and has never heard of the famous photographer, MyLittlePonyFanfiction. After finishing in the steam room, Jinchi and Ruru walked to the lounge. She is the most famous fashion photographer in Pony Maria. To her surprise, when she saw my new hat, she loudly praised it as incredible. Jinchi was in high spirits, her face beaming with a smile. Farong and Aloe were applying green beauty mud on the faces of the two girls. Ruru politely declined. Jinchi had a thick layer of beauty mud on her face, with 2 slices of cucumber over her eyes. Her compliments were so high, Ruru whispered in admiration. Anonymous tucked soft cushions under the two girls. She liked it so much that she wanted to come to my shop to take some photos herself. Jinchi was still talking nonstop. This is fantastic, Ruru said. The two girls lay on the massage chairs, and Anonymous and Aloe started massaging them. Do you know what this means for my career? Anonymous was quickly and gently tapping on Jinchi's back, making her words come out in a stutter, full of tremors. Of course, I know. I'm really happy for you. Ruru sincerely wished Jinchi well. Aloe was gently pressing on Ruru's back. After the massage, the next step was the mud bath. Anonymous wrapped Ruru's whole body in herbs and gently placed her in the mud pool. Thank you, Ruru softly thanked Anonymous. Anonymous gave a thumbs up. Aloe and Furong also wrapped Jinchi up, but there is one problem. Jinchi lightly jumped into the mud pool. I need to find a pony to be a model. She must be beautiful and elegant, Jinchi said. Oh, that might be hard to find. I really hope you find one soon, Ruru gently replied. After the mud bath, Ruru and Jinchi went to the hoof bath. So I've been thinking. Isn't this little pony you, Ruru? Jinchi shot a hopeful look at Ruru. Me? Don't joke around. Ruru lowered her head. Oh dear, I am absolutely not joking. This opportunity is truly rare, Jinchi urged Ruru. But I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Ruru still felt a bit scared. Impossible. No pony is as beautiful and elegant as you, Jinchi said. But Ruru wanted to say something. No pony, Jinchi emphasized again. Surely there is someone more suitable than me. Ruru said. Please, someone more knowledgeable about fashion. Please, someone who is more natural in front of the camera. Ruru wanted to hide herself with her mane. Please, please, please. Jinchi put on a hopeful expression. I think you're pretty good. Jinchi, why don't you model yourself? Anonymous curiously asked while holding a towel. Oh dear. I'm just a fashion designer, not that elegant or graceful. I prefer making clothes rather than standing in front of the camera wearing them. Jinchi said as she instinctively flicked her mane. Anonymous looked at Jinchi. Is that really lacking grace? If this is important to you, I can help. Ruru sighed. Oh. Kind Ruru, so understanding of pony feelings. Anonymous was about to cry. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are my best pony friend. Jinchi was so happy she could almost fly. After finishing the spa, Ruru and Jinchi walked out of the spa. Ah, spending an afternoon like this is truly delightful. Ruru sighed contentedly. Indeed, I was so worried you wouldn't agree to be my model. I was sweating from worry, feeling like I might break out in pimples. Jinchi touched her face. Oh, I have a great idea. Let us do another spa session. Jinchi put on a bathrobe. Furong and Aloe nearby were smiling like blooming flowers. All right, Anonymous. Remember to come help at the clothing store later. Jinchi waved her hoof at Anonymous and dived back into the spa. Is it really okay, Ruru? If you really don't like it, you can tell Jinchi. Anonymous was a bit worried. It's fine, Anonymous. I don't want to disappoint Jinchi. This is very important to her, and I will do my best to help her. Ruru's face was filled with determination. Even if I have to face the camera and the audience, Ruru's voice grew quieter. Is it really going to be okay? Anonymous still felt a bit concerned. Chapter 36, Model Ruru. In the carousel clothing store, Anonymous carefully placed the feather headpiece on Ruru's head. There stood Ruru, all dressed up, on a circular platform. A beam of light shining down on her, wearing a purple feather headpiece covered in sequins and draped in a purple gown. Phew. Anonymous wiped the sweat from her forehead. I didn't expect Ruru to look so good in a different style. Anonymous smiled at Ruru. Ruru's little face turned red as she shyly lowered her head. She hoped to see confidence and elegance in herself. Jinchi anxiously paced back and forth, sizing up Ruru. Not bright enough. We need to make the sequins shine, or the whole outfit will be ruined. Jinchi directed Twilight Sparkle to enhance the lighting above. The entire room suddenly lit up. Jinchi examined Ruru closely again. Oh no. The lace on the dress is crooked. Get me some safety pins. Suilong quickly ran over, bringing back a bunch of safety pins. Jinchi took 4, waving her hoof to send Suilong away. Thank you all for coming to help. I'm sorry for my bad attitude. I'm just so nervous. Jinchi said with a worried frown. It's fine, Jinchi. Who isn't gone crazy at times? Anonymous comforted her. Doesn't it hurt? Twilight Sparkle looked at Suilong with a back full of safety pins. It's fine. I have thick skin. It doesn't hurt at all. And even if it did, I would do anything to help the most beautiful and charming pony in the world. Suilong had a love-struck look on her face. Sigh. Twilight Sparkle looked at Suilong's love-struck expression and sighed helplessly. I have a secret to tell you all, but you have to promise not to leak it. Suilong suddenly turned around, speaking mysteriously to Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, and Anonymous. I promise, Twilight Sparkle said. Me too, Anonymous said. I swear, fly, fly. And a cupcake flies in my eyes, Pinkie Pie said while swearing and poking her eyes with her hoof. Suilong beckoned everyone to come closer. Everyone moved in closer. A bit closer, Suilong whispered. Everyone got even closer, nearly bumping faces. I think I like Jinchi. Suilong felt she had revealed a big secret. Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous both remained calm, while only Pinkie Pie seemed surprised. We want to tell, Pinkie Pie said seriously. Come on, all the ponies know that. Twilight Sparkle retorted. Indeed, I can see that. Anonymous also complained. Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous. You promised not to tell Su Long. He trusts you. If you break that trust, you will lose this friend forever. Beaky pointed at Su Long, who was pleading pitifully with both hooves together towards Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous. However, Twilight Sparkle still wanted to say something. Forever. Beaky repeated once more. Our Anonymous has already zipped up his mouth. All right, I promise not to say anything. But I think Shinchi will definitely understand your intentions. Twilight Sparkle showed a loving smile. Right. Anonymous gave Su Long a thumbs up. Su Long looked very happy. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and 3 little ponies walked in. MyLittlePonyFanfiction is here. This was a little pony with blue fur and gray mane, dressed in a black and white striped long dress, wearing large purple glasses. Your presence truly graces our humble shop. Shinchi stepped forward to greet. But MyLittlePonyFanfiction ignored her and walked straight towards Ro. We are now starting. MyLittlePonyFanfiction stood behind the camera. Ro was already starting to get nervous. Be confident and relaxed, Shinchi whispered to Ro. Ro was still frozen in place when MyLittlePonyFanfiction suddenly took a few pictures, flashing the light in Ro's eyes. Yes, give me a few poses. MyLittlePonyFanfiction looked very happy. Ro struck a confident pose. No, MyLittlePonyFanfiction said loudly. Ro's confidence was hit, and she curled up a bit sadly. Yes, that's it. MyLittlePonyFanfiction started taking pictures again. Shinchi waved her hooves from behind, signaling Ro to strike a confident pose. Ro propped her chin with her hooves, forcing a smile on her face. No, MyLittlePonyFanfiction said. Ro looked a bit dazed, her expression turning to disappointment. Great, MyLittlePonyFanfiction started taking photos again. Enough. MyLittlePonyFanfiction took a few photos and had the accompanying ponies put the camera away. It seemed she hadn't taken many. Twilight Sparkle quietly said to Anonymous. Shinchi was a bit dejected, taking the clothes off Ro. I'm really sorry, I did my best. Ro felt very sorry. That headpiece is too big for you, and there are too many sequins on the dress. I really am a self-important fool. It's not your fault, Ro. Shinchi also felt sorry. Don't be sad, friends. Although it didn't work out, it was still an experience. Anonymous comforted Ro and Shinchi. It seems I've found the next fashion superstar in Ponyville. MyLittlePonyFanfiction said loudly. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared on Shinchi's face. And I, MyLittlePonyFanfiction, will help her become a superstar in Ponyville. Tomorrow we will go to the park to continue shooting. Let's go. MyLittlePonyFanfiction quickly left with her accompanying ponies. Did you all hear that? I'm about to become a star in Ponyville. Shinchi was so happy that her head was held high. Oh, Shinchi. I was worried that I might mess things up. Ro sighed in relief. How could that be? I know you can do it. Shinchi happily bounced around, just stepping on Su Long's tail. Su Long's expression changed between pain and infatuation, wildly switching. Twilight Sparkle looked speechless and pulled Su Long aside. Love is truly terrifying. Anonymous thought as she looked at Su Long Chapter 37, Unfulfilled Pony Wishes. The next noon, Twilight Sparkle, Su Long, Beaky, and Anonymous arrived at the carousel shop. As soon as they entered, they saw Shinchi sewing a black robe. Black? Are you Shinchi? I can't believe Shinchi can sew black clothes. Anonymous said incredulously. Hey, this is a black melancholy style. Shinchi sighed, not even in the mood to retort Anonymous. How is it? Beaky asked excitedly. Not great. Shinchi looked despondent. MyLittlePonyFanfiction wanted Ro, not me. Shinchi draped the black robe over herself. Oh, Shinchi, what a pity. Is there anything we can do? Twilight Sparkle said with regret. I just want to be alone for a while. Shinchi put on the hood, and her friends were about to step forward. Did you hear that? She said she wants to be alone. Let's go. Su Long stretched out his hooves, shooing everyone out while turning to walk towards Shinchi. Twilight Sparkle bit Su Long's tail and dragged him out too. What's wrong? I thought she didn't really want to be alone. Su Long spread his hooves, showing an awkward smile. Forgetting friends for the sake of love, I disdain you. Anonymous added on the side. Everyone left. Time passed to the afternoon, and Anonymous was daydreaming at the front desk of the spa. Suddenly, Xiao Dai flew over with 2 tickets in her mouth and bumped into Anonymous' embrace. Phew. Anonymous barely avoided being knocked to the ground, and Xiao Dai smiled apologetically. Anonymous. I got 2 tickets to the fashion show. Do you want to go with me to see it? Xiao Dai squirmed excitedly in Anonymous' arms. I didn't expect you, Xiao Dai, with your thick brows and big eyes, would go to a fashion show? Anonymous said while rubbing Xiao Dai's face. Boo-hoo, don't rub my face. It's hard to talk like this. Although Xiao Dai said that, her body was very honest, not resisting at all. Anonymous and Xiao Dai arrived at the fashion show venue. The surrounding ponies were basically all Mares, each dressed very fashionably. Anonymous, being a big pony, felt out of place here, while Xiao Dai blended in perfectly. After all, Xiao Dai was also a mare, and the desire for beauty is universal among ponies. Suddenly, a powerful music played, and the curtain on stage was pulled open. Coming towards them was a beige pony with pink mane, dressed in a bright green long dress. Wait. Isn't that Ro? Anonymous could hardly believe her eyes. Didn't Shinchi say the situation didn't work out? How did Ro end up as a model? Ro seemed to mumble a few words on stage, then nervously stood at the front, striking a few twisting poses. The Mares in the audience stomped their hooves excitedly. The flashlights blinded Ro, making it hard for her to open her eyes. From the beginning, Anonymous' jaw had not closed. Anonymous didn't know how the night ended, feeling dazed as she watched the entire fashion show. The next day, Anonymous discovered that the streets were filled with images of Ro. Even Applejack's Sweet Apple Acres was branded with Ro's logo. Rainbow Dash flew by with a banner featuring Ro. Even Aloe and Lotus were discussing whether to use Ro's name to attract customers, like saying, "The spa favored by the coolest superstar in Ponyville." A wave of Ro fever swept through Ponyville. It was truly crazy. Is Ro really okay? Anonymous felt a bit worried. No, I have to find her. Without hesitation, Anonymous started searching the streets for Ro's whereabouts. Surprisingly easily, Anonymous quickly spotted Ro, surrounded and chased by reporters. The flashes made it hard for Ro to keep her eyes open as she darted around the street. Here, Ro. Anonymous called out to Ro from behind a big tree. Ro quickly flew over and hid in the tree. Anonymous leaned against the tree, pretending to be asleep. Is she still here? We saw Ro running this way. A few reporter ponies rushed over. I just woke up. I didn't see anything. You guys should go look elsewhere. Anonymous yawned, tricking the reporter ponies away. Ruru, come down. They have left. Anonymously called Ruru softly. No, anonymously. I'm not coming down. I'm afraid they will see me again. Ruru hid in the tree, unwilling to come down. It's really too scary to have so many little ponies watching. Ruru sighed. All right. But Ruru, what's going on? You should hate flashlights and the attention of the audience the most. Why are you still being a model? Anonymously asked in confusion. Sigh. It was Jinchi who asked me to do this. She said I must be a model. Ruru hesitated, but finally spoke up. And I don't like being a model. No, I hate being a model. I'm so depressed, I really want to scream excitedly. Ruru took a deep breath and called out in a very small voice. What? Anonymously was shocked. How could Jinchi do this? This is not your dream. Anonymously was a bit angry. Ruru, you have to tell Jinchi that you don't want to do this. Jinchi might just be stuck in a rut. You are friends. She will understand you. Anonymously advised Ruru earnestly. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll tell her when I go to the spa with Jinchi this afternoon. Ruru finally made up her mind. That's it. It's very simple. Just tell her your thoughts. Anonymously smiled. A few days later, Anonymously was surprised to find Ruru still being a model. What's going on? I need to go see. Anonymously couldn't understand what was happening and decided to find Ruru to ask. At the fashion show, Anonymously spotted Jinchi, who had also come to watch. I'm here to see what she is famous for. Jinchi looked a bit jealous. Anonymously's mind turned, as if understanding something. Just as she was about to approach Jinchi, Ruru made a grand entrance. The surrounding little ponies immediately erupted, crowding the venue. But this time it seemed different from before. Ruru first slammed her face hard onto the ground. Then she stretched her limbs, like a cat, transforming into a spiked-back dinosaur shape, and then lay flat on the ground. With her 4 legs in the air, she flew to the front of the stage. The surrounding little ponies were stunned, and MyLittlePonyFanfiction even fainted. Ruru was not yet done with her performance. She dug at her nose with her hooves, as if picking her nose. Then she scratched her head with her hind hooves, shook her head, and barked twice. Oh my! Anonymously couldn't bear to watch. But it wasn't over yet. Ruru then let out a loud bray. Get her off the stage. She's a disgrace to the fashion world. This is terrible. MyLittlePonyFanfiction made a huge mistake. The surrounding little ponies were furious, almost throwing eggs onto the stage. Amazing. Truly amazing. At this moment, a different voice rang out, and upon closer inspection, it was Jinchi. So confident, so stylish. She invented a brand new performance style. The surrounding little ponies saw Jinchi praising Ruru. They also saw Jinchi in her fashionable outfit. They all thought, if this person who seems to know fashion thinks it's good, then it must be good, right? If I say it's not good, doesn't that make me seem unfashionable? Under this bandwagon effect, the audience shifted from disdain to thunderous applause. After it ended, Anonymously rushed backstage. Upon entering, she saw Ruru complaining to Twilight Sparkle. This is terrible, terrible. I'm now even more popular. What should I do? I wish Jinchi wouldn't let me be a model. Ruru looked very distressed. But Jinchi, Twilight Sparkle started to say something, but suddenly covered her mouth with her hooves. Ruru, my dear, are you alright? At that moment, Jinchi rushed in. Of course, I'm fine. I'm now a super famous fashion model. Why would I feel bad? Ruru smiled very forcefully. Because you don't. Twilight Sparkle wanted to say something, but quickly covered her mouth with her hooves to prevent herself from speaking. I can't take it anymore. I'll just say it. Ruru doesn't like being a model, and Jinchi doesn't like Ruru being a model. Anonymously had had enough of this pretense. She knew clearly that if things weren't clarified, there would be big trouble later. One lie needs 1,000 lies to cover it up. How do you know that? Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymously with a terrified expression. I can see it with my eyes. Ruru is shy, standing under the spotlight. How can she feel good? As for Jinchi, you also saw how lonely she looked before. Anonymously explained. Yes, I'm very sorry. I was jealous of you. I wished the famous pony was me. So when you just did that indecent act, I actually felt happy. I'm not a good friend. Jinchi lowered her head. Jinchi, I also hate being a model. But I'm afraid that if I don't be a model, you will be angry with me. Ruru said to Jinchi. I was also worried that if I told Ruru I was jealous of her, she would be angry and think I am a bad friend. Jinchi painfully lowered her head. I won tea, Ruru said gently. So it would have been better to say it clearly from the start. Sometimes I really don't understand you little ponies. Anonymously shook her head on the side. I swear I will never hide my feelings again. Thank you anonymously. Jinchi said excitedly. Me too. Ruru also said. Ha ha ha. Ruru and Jinchi reconciled, and the two little ponies happily went for a spa. But Twilight Sparkle, why didn't you say anything? Anonymously asked Twilight Sparkle in confusion. Clearly seeing that the purple pony was quite distressed, Twilight Sparkle sighed. Because Pinkie Pie said that if I can't keep a friend's secret, I will lose this friend forever. Twilight Sparkle lowered her head, drawing circles on the ground with her hooves. Forever. Pinkie Pie suddenly appeared in the mirror. Oh my, Pinkie Pie. How did you get in there? Anonymously was startled by Pinkie Pie. Secret. Pinkie smiled shyly. Twilight Sparkle, you should know that keeping secrets is not wrong. But if this secret can help two friends reconcile, I would be willing to take that risk to reveal it. Moreover, you should share your true feelings with your friends. That's what friends are for, to understand and tolerate each other. The flower of friendship blooms in this. Anonymously brushed aside Pinkie Pie and said to Twilight Sparkle. Wow, I need to write this down in my friendship diary. Twilight Sparkle's eyes sparkled. Chapter 38, Royal Breakfast. Today, Princess Celestia will continue the visit that was not completed last time. The location is Sugar Cube Corner, and many little ponies in town have been invited to attend. Anonymously is no exception. Anonymously arrived at Sugar Cube Corner feeling anxious, dressed in a neat black suit. At the entrance of Sugar Cube Corner, two royal guards stood, and Rainbow Dash flew in the air talking to them. Speaking of which, what do I have to do to become a royal guard for the princess like you? The guards remained motionless. The pay is pretty good, right? Rainbow Dash poked the guard's golden armor with her hoof. The guard still remained motionless. Hello? Is anyone home? Rainbow Dash asked into the guard's ear. The guard's face was expressionless and remained still. All right, you asked for it. Rainbow Dash rolled up her non-existent sleeves. No. Rainbow Dash first pulled her mouth open with her hooves and stuck out her tongue, then pulled down her eyelids and rolled her eyes. Finally, she stuck out her tongue and made a funny face while shaking her head. The guard's face remained expressionless, and silence enveloped the entrance of Sugar Cube Corner. Wow, you guys are amazing. I'm impressed. Yunk flew into Sugar Cube Corner board. Anonymous, what are you doing standing at the door? We're going to be late. A gentle voice came from behind Anonymous, and turning around, they saw Ruru, who was out of breath. Phew, I made it just in time. Ruru stood next to Anonymous at the entrance of Sugar Cube Corner, ready to go inside. Ping. The royal guard's wings clapped together, making a sound like a sword being drawn. Ruru jumped in surprise and glanced at Anonymous, who was voicing the guard. Anonymous awkwardly scratched their head and started whistling. Stop. State your names. The guard questioned Anonymous and Ruru. We are guests invited to the breakfast party. Anonymous stepped forward to clarify their purpose. That's right. Ruru timidly hid behind Anonymous. The guard scrutinized the two of them closely. It's fine, gentlemen, they are guests. Twilight Sparkle peeked her head out from the door. Thank you, Twilight Sparkle. Ruru sighed in relief. I'm so glad you could come. It wouldn't be as fun without you. Twilight Sparkle looked very happy. Are you nervous, Twilight Sparkle? Anonymous patted Twilight Sparkle on the head, smoothing her mane. Nervous? Haha, how could I be? Twilight Sparkle's smile was a bit forced. Anonymous looked around the room. Spike was wearing a chef's hat, using dragon fire to bake cakes one after another. Once baked, Mr. Cake would take the cakes away to serve to all the little ponies present. Mrs. Cake was serving Princess Celestia. Would you like anything else, my dear? Mrs. Cake suddenly felt she couldn't say that, and quickly changed her words. Oh, I meant the most noble guest. Mrs. Cake flashed an awkward smile. It's already quite lavish. Sir and madam, Princess Celestia said gently. Anonymous noticed that Twilight Sparkle was starting to sweat. Twilight Sparkle, I thought I was the only one who would be nervous in a situation like this. Ruru said in disbelief. It's strange, but when Twilight Sparkle gets nervous, Ruru and Anonymous feel less nervous. This is the duality of tension. I just hope the princess of the universe can recognize my friends. Twilight Sparkle showed an awkward smile. But haven't you met before? You even write friendship journals to the princess every day? Anonymous didn't quite understand. However, this is the princess's first formal meeting with everyone. We have to leave a good impression on the princess. Twilight Sparkle's expression was serious. You're just overthinking it. Anonymous shook his head with a smile. Yeah, I think you have nothing to worry about. Besides, it's just a casual gathering. Ruru comforted Twilight Sparkle. Watch your clothes. A voice suddenly came from the crowd of ponies. It was Rarity, dressed in fancy clothes. Be careful. You might spill on me. Rarity yelled at every passing pony. At that moment, Mrs. Cake came over with a tray of apple cupcakes. Wow, they look delicious. Can I have one? Rarity wanted to reach out to grab one, but suddenly thought about the clothes she was wearing. Will it get dirty? Get it away from me. Rarity curled up on the spot. Is this a program conflict? It seems like you're not the only one who's nervous, Anonymous commented. Well, maybe it's not that casual after all, Ruru said. Applejack was sitting at the long table, surrounded by a red checkered napkin, looking at the entire table of food. This is salad, and that is an appetizer. Which one should I eat first? Applejack was caught in a dilemma. She opened her mouth to take a bite of the salad, but thought better of it. She was about to take a bite of the sandwich, but hesitated again. Oh, forget it. I'm not hungry yet. Applejack helplessly pushed the food away from herself. It seems Applejack is really struggling with table manners. I'll go help her. Anonymous laughed and walked up. Applejack, stop overthinking it. Let me feed you. Open wide. Anonymous lifted a piece of apple pie and tried to feed it to Applejack. Even if our friends don't do perfectly, I don't think the princess will notice, Ruru comforted the slightly disappointed Twilight Sparkle. Woohoo! Cake, candy, pie, party. Pinkie Pie appeared. She was bouncing around the venue like a pink whirlwind and suddenly bounced right in front of Princess Celestia. The princess was about to take small bites of a cake she was holding. Do you want to eat this? Pinkie Pie asked. Before the princess could respond, Pinkie Pie took a big bite of the cake. Yummy, yummy. A loving expression appeared on Princess Celestia's face. Suddenly, an ominous sound rang out. Ruru glanced at Anonymous, who was voicing the scene. Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake were terrified. Mrs. Cake quickly appeared and pulled Pinkie Pie away from the princess. Mr. Cake swiftly brought in a brand new cake. I am so very sorry, Your Highness. Mr. Cake bowed and stepped back. It's all right, thank you. The princess lifted her teacup with magic and took a small sip. She placed the empty teacup on the table. For a clock direction. The teacup is empty. Mrs. Cake urgently reported. I saw it, dear. Mr. Cake quickly flew forward and refilled the teacup. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, Your Highness. Princess Celestia took another sip of tea. This time, Mrs. Cake rushed over to refill the teacup. Thank you again. You're welcome, Your Highness. Princess Celestia took another sip of tea. The teacup was refilled. The princess took a sip, and the teacup was refilled again. The princess took a sip, and the teacup was refilled again. Princess Celestia rolled her eyes, pretended to take a sip, but didn't actually drink. Mr. Cake refilled the tea again, and it spilled out. Oh, it spilled. Princess Celestia showed a happy smile. Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake were very embarrassed. Oh no. Seeing all of this, Twilight Sparkle had already shrunk under the table. Oh, dear, you must be Ruru. Princess Celestia noticed Ruru. Yes, Your Highness. Ruru surprisingly didn't freeze. Twilight Sparkle wrote to me, saying you love to care for and help the little animals in the forest. Princess Celestia said. Yes, I love little animals, Ruru replied. So do I. As a princess, I care deeply for all animals. All my subjects are very important to me. Princess Celestia smiled and glanced at Anonymous, who was petting the little ponies in the crowd. At that moment, there was some commotion coming from the golden cage next to Princess Celestia. Oh, my Philomena, you're awake. Come say hello to everyone. Princess Celestia was very excited. Inside the cage stood a very ugly bird. Its feathers were flesh-colored and nearly all gone, with a large bald patch on its rear. One eye was big, and the other was small. One was on lookout, and the other was standing guard. The bird coughed a couple of times, losing feathers as it did so. Oh my goodness. Shock was written all over Ruru's face. At this moment, a royal guard walked up to Princess Celestia and whispered a few words. Really? Well then, I'm sorry everyone. I'm afraid I must take my leave early. Twilight Sparkle, who was drinking tea, spat it out upon hearing this. The mayor requests an audience with me. It's time to handle business. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Princess Celestia left with the royal guards. The little ponies all bowed their heads in respect. I don't know how the princess feels, but at least nothing major has happened. Twilight Sparkle let out a long sigh of relief. Anonymous noticed that the cage of the cosmic princess was open. It should be fine, right? Did the princess take the bird away just now? Anonymous pondered, resting their chin on their hand. Chapter 39, The Treatment of Philomena. What happened? Rarity. Did the little bird bring me a message? Is there an emergency? Anonymous suddenly pushed open Rarity's front door. Oh, Anonymous, you finally came. Please help me take a look at her. I don't know what to do. Rarity looked very distressed. Anonymous focused and saw Philomena, the cosmic princess's bird, lying on Rarity's floor. How did you get the princess's bird? I was wondering why the cage was open. Anonymous was a bit surprised. I thought the princess was too busy to take care of her properly, so I brought her to my house. Rarity sighed. No, that's not important. What's important is that I can't heal her. Look, Rarity demonstrated her treatment method to Anonymous. Rarity covered Philomena with a blanket. Philomena immediately turned red. Smoke coming from her head, and she started sweating. Rarity quickly took the blanket off and placed an ice pack on Philomena's head. Philomena instantly turned blue, shaking all over, her body covered in frost. Anonymous was dumbfounded. You see, these methods are useless. Anonymous, please help me think of a solution. Rarity shook Anonymous' shoulder. Let me think. Let's try a humidifier. Anonymous put their chin back in thought. Yes, a fresh environment helps with recovery. Rarity took Philomena to the bathroom, turned on the humidifier, and a light mist surrounded the room. How do you feel, Philomena? Is it better? Rarity asked, relieved. Philomena also imitated Rarity, taking a deep breath and then coughing, scattering feathers everywhere. Don't worry, I have many more ways to treat you. You'll get better. Rarity started to sweat. Let's try aromatherapy. Rarity placed Philomena on a soft mat, while Anonymous lit a bunch of soothing incense. Are you feeling better? Rarity looked hopefully at Philomena. Philomena took a whiff of the incense, sneezed loudly, and scattered more feathers. Rarity's face showed concern. A hot bath? Rarity filled a bucket with hot water and placed Philomena inside. Philomena absorbed all the hot water like SpongeBob, swelling up like a balloon. Then she scattered feathers everywhere. Scalpel. Anonymous handed a scalpel to Rarity. Tape. Anonymous handed tape to Rarity. Feathers. Anonymous handed a basket of feathers to Rarity. This is ridiculous. Anonymous looked at Philomena, covered in feathers. Philomena was almost completely featherless, and Rarity had no choice but to stick the fallen feathers back on. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Twilight Sparkle walked in. Hi, Rarity. I just stopped by to say thank you for leaving such a good impression on the princess today. Twilight Sparkle looked very pleased. Huh, why is Anonymous here too? Twilight Sparkle noticed Anonymous. Why are you hiding your hands behind your back? Twilight Sparkle curiously stepped forward. Nothing. Rarity suddenly flew over to block Twilight Sparkle. I'm also very happy to leave a good impression on the princess. Hee hee. Rarity started to sweat, the smile on her face very forced. Why do I feel like you two are hiding something from me? Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous and Rarity with suspicion. Nothing. Anonymous and Rarity forced big smiles. Cough. At that moment, Philomena coughed, revealing her presence. Why is the princess's pet here with you? Twilight Sparkle looked like she was about to faint. I couldn't leave her there. She needs my help, Rarity explained. Oh no, no, no. This is bad. Twilight Sparkle covered her eyes with her hooves. But how can I just let her stay sick? Rarity said. But she's not yours. Twilight Sparkle exclaimed. Then I have to do something. Rarity insisted. But you just took her without saying anything. Twilight Sparkle was getting a bit hysterical. But Rarity wanted to say something. I know you're well-meaning. But we need to hurry and return her. Twilight Sparkle said. All right, you're right. Rarity lowered her head. Anonymous picked up the basket. Rarity put Philomena inside. And Twilight Sparkle covered it with a lid. Hurry, we can put her back before anyone notices. Twilight Sparkle ran to the door and magically opened it. Twilight Sparkle jumped back in fright, sitting on the floor. Two royal guards stood at Rarity's door. We heard Twilight Sparkle could be found here. We came to inform you. Miss, the princess's pet is missing, the royal guard said in deep voices. Really? No way. Twilight Sparkle's smile was very forced. At that moment, Philomena coughed again from the cage. Anonymous quickly coughed, pretending it was their own. Philomena coughed once more, and Twilight Sparkle rushed over to start coughing too. Rarity was still frozen in place until Twilight Sparkle nudged her with a hoof. Rarity began to cough as well. The royal guard saw two ponies and a human coughing wildly and were unsure of what was happening. Cough, cough. The air is so dry tonight, Twilight Sparkle explained. But it's daytime, Rarity corrected Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle's cold sweat started pouring down. The air during the day is even drier. Haha. Anonymous explained. I suggest you hurry and search for the princess's pet, Philomena, right? Thank you for coming here to tell me. Bye. Twilight Sparkle quickly pushed the guards out the door and slammed it shut. Phew, phew. Twilight Sparkle saw from the window that the guards had left and sat on the floor, panting heavily. What are you doing? Twilight Sparkle looked at Rarity and Anonymous, who were heading towards the door. Going to return Philomena? Rarity answered as if it were obvious. Not now. Twilight Sparkle teleported over, blocking the main door. Why not? Anonymous asked. Can you guess what will happen if the princess finds out you took her pet? Twilight Sparkle was very agitated. She might banish you from Equestria or throw you in the dungeon. Or banish you first, and then build a dungeon in the place where you're exiled. Twilight Sparkle started thinking of the worst-case scenario. I don't think the princess would do that, Anonymous said honestly. But do you want to take that risk? Twilight Sparkle asked. I don't care. Right now, I'm worried about whether Philomena will get better soon. Rarity looked at Philomena with concern. Such a kind heart. If you were banished, I would write to you. Unless I was also banished to a place without a post office. Then you would write to me, okay? Twilight Sparkle had a forced smile on her face. Chapter 40. The Ashes of Philomena. Oh, Twilight Sparkle, stop overthinking. You just need to help me cure Philomena, and then we can return her, and everything will be fine. At that moment, Philomena poked her head out from Anonymous' arms and coughed loudly, scattering feathers everywhere. Did you give Philomena any medicine? Twilight Sparkle asked. I tried, But she wouldn't take it, Rarity replied honestly. Ah, then you have to force her to take it. You can't always be so soft, Rarity. You need to let the patient know who's in charge, Twilight Sparkle said to Rarity. I don't feel that's very reliable. Anonymous quietly said to Rarity. No discussion. Twilight Sparkle held up a pill and directly shoved it into Philomena's mouth. Done, what's next? Twilight Sparkle said confidently. Also, she keeps pulling out her own feathers, Rarity said. That will do. Twilight Sparkle put an Elizabethan collar on Philomena so she couldn't reach her feathers. Philomena looked very uncomfortable, lying on the ground and kicking at the collar with her paws. She seems to dislike it, Rarity said with some concern. We're doing this for her own good. You want her to get better quickly, right? Philomena rolled around on the ground. Yes, but Rarity was interrupted by Twilight Sparkle. Next, she urgently needs to rest. But I can't get her to calm down, Rarity said. Twilight Sparkle magically lifted Philomena. I'm doing this for your own good, I promise, Rarity said to the caged Philomena. That's so rough, Twilight Sparkle. Is this really okay? Anonymous watched Philomena struggle in the cage, desperately trying to get out. How about we just send her back and apologize properly? She looks too distressed. Anonymous felt a bit uneasy. I feel the same way, Rarity said. No, the treatment is already working. She'll get better soon, just as long as she drinks this bowl of soup. Twilight Sparkle magically opened the cage door. Wait, Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous hurried to stop her, but was too late. Philomena immediately escaped through the open cage door. No, where are you going? This is Twilight Sparkle. Philomena, come back. This is Rarity. Phew, now it's time to catch a bird, said Anonymous. Philomena ran ahead, with two little ponies leading the chase, while Anonymous fell behind. Wow, Philomena runs so fast. She doesn't look sick at all, Anonymous complained. Stop complaining, just chase. Twilight Sparkle shouted at Anonymous. The two little ponies chased Philomena around a big tree several times, creating a whirlwind of dust. Anonymous focused and saw that Philomena had somehow hidden in the tree. Philomena stuck her tongue out at Anonymous and ran away along the branches. Stop running in circles. Philomena has already escaped. Anonymous called to Rarity and Twilight Sparkle to continue the chase. The royal guards were posting Philomena's picture around the street. Twilight Sparkle saw the royal guards and slowed down to sneak past, while Rarity flew gently overhead, and Anonymous took a longer route to avoid alerting them. As they moved away from the royal guards, Philomena had already disappeared. Rarity and Twilight Sparkle approached a nearby pony, sitting on a bench reading a newspaper, and asked if he had seen Philomena. When the newspaper was opened, Philomena disguised with a fake mustache appeared. Rarity and Twilight Sparkle completely failed to see through the disguise and continued to mimic Philomena's actions. The disguised Philomena spread her wings, indicating she hadn't seen her, then returned to reading the newspaper. Rarity and Twilight Sparkle were about to leave. Really? That's Philomena. She's just wearing a mustache. How could you not recognize her? Anonymous pointed at the disguised Philomena, looking incredulous. Philomena's disguise was exposed, and she quickly ran away. Everyone continued to chase after her. Twilight Sparkle and Rarity were completely outsmarted by Philomena. Philomena even had the leisure to add a mustache and eyebrows to her picture while running away. What are you doing? Racing? Take me with you, run. A voice from above called out. It was Rainbow Dash. Anonymous looked up and saw they had already chased to the fountain in the center of Ponyville. The girls were here eating cake. Sorry. Rarity lifted Pinkie Pie to check underneath her. Sorry. Twilight Sparkle also lifted Applejack. Put me down. Applejack didn't understand what was happening. Sorry. Anonymous also followed suit and lifted Fluttershy. What are you doing? Fluttershy asked. Sorry, we need to find. Rarity started to say. The princess's pet bird. A deep male voice came from the side. It was the royal guards. The royal guards looked towards the fountain. What's wrong with the fountain? Everyone turned to look at the fountain. Philomena was actually standing at the very top of the fountain, coughing, with all her feathers gone. Philomena, come down. You'll get hurt. Rarity shouted worriedly. At the top of the fountain, Philomena coughed, grabbed her neck, then flipped upside down, eyes bulging, and fell onto the fountain top, lifeless. Time seemed to freeze. 2 seconds later, Philomena stood up again, grabbed her neck, and fell off the fountain. I'll catch you. Rarity was terrified and flew up. Philomena spontaneously combusted in midair, turning into a pile of ashes that slowly drifted down into Rarity's hooves. The friends were stunned. Rarity looked at the ashes in her hooves, tears streaming down her face. What happened? At that moment, Princess Celestia appeared. The ponies bowed their heads in respect, and no one answered. Twilight Sparkle? Princess Celestia looked at Twilight Sparkle. Your Highness, a terrible accident has occurred. Twilight Sparkle lowered her head. This is all my fault. Rarity rushed forward and said, No, Your Highness. Rarity didn't know. It's all my fault. Twilight Sparkle blocked Rarity behind her. I'm the one who caused the trouble. Rarity clutched her chest. But you just wanted to help, Twilight Sparkle said. The two little ponies began to argue at the spot. At that moment, Anonymous poked at the ashes on the ground, The ashes seemed to tremble. Spontaneous combustion, ashes, bird, full of vitality? Anonymous muttered to herself, forming a hypothesis in her mind. Hey, friends, it looks like everything's fine, Anonymous said to Twilight Sparkle and Rarity. But they didn't pay attention, still arguing about who was at fault. Stop it. Thank you for protecting me, Twilight Sparkle, but this is my fault. I'm sorry, Princess Celestia, I took your pet. I just wanted to help this little one and then return her to you. I really did. After Rarity finished speaking, she lowered her head in fear. Princess Celestia walked up to the ashes of Philomena. If you want to exile me and then lock me in a dungeon where I am exiled, then I deserve it. Rarity awaited her fate's judgment. Princess Celestia suddenly smiled. Stop joking, Philomena. You scared everyone. Princess Celestia said to the ashes. The ashes trembled, then suddenly scattered and gathered in midair to form a handsome, beautiful bird with red and gold feathers. Philomena flew across the sky, flames on her wings, and gently landed on Princess Celestia's hoof. I don't understand. What happened? What happened to Philomena? Ruru was stunned, and questions kept spilling out of her mouth. There is only one truth. Philomena is an immortal bird, right? A phoenix. Anonymous voiced his guess. Yes, Philomena is an immortal bird. How did you know? Princess Celestia's face was full of curiosity. An immortal bird? Ruru's face was also full of curiosity. I guessed it. In my world, there is also a legend of immortal birds. They are mythical creatures that can live forever. When they grow old, they shed all their feathers, turn to ashes in the flames, and then are reborn from the ashes. When I was chasing Philomena earlier, she didn't look sick at all with all that energy. Anonymous stood tall and proud. The girls looked at Anonymous with admiration. Yes, this is the life cycle of an immortal bird, Celestia said. Our mischievous little Philomena took this opportunity to play a little joke on you, Ruru. It's time to apologize, little one. Philomena called out to Ruru twice. So you won't exile me? And you won't lock me in the dungeon? And you won't build a dungeon in the place where you exile me and lock me inside? Ruru said something shocking, leaving the girls stunned. Of course not, Ruru. Why would you think that? Princess Celestia looked at Ruru in surprise. Ruru looked at Twilight Sparkle, whose face turned slightly red. Ha ha. Anonymous laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Chapter 41, Ordinary Days. It's so quiet today, nothing strange or crisis-like has happened. It feels a bit boring. Anonymous lay on the lawn, chewing on a piece of hay and looking at the blue sky. In the blue sky, there was a cloud pony flying. Oh right. Hee hee. Anonymous suddenly thought of something fun. The scene shifted to Sugar Cube Corner. Pinkie Pie was inside, mixing cake batter. I love cupcakes. La la la, Pinkie hummed happily. Suddenly, it seemed she heard laughter coming from outside. Pinkie leaned out the window to take a look. She saw Anonymous lying on the lawn outside Sugar Cube Corner, hands seemingly grasping something. Anonymous was secretly looking at his palm, enjoying himself. Anonymous. Anonymous. What are you looking at? Is it fun? Let me play? Let me see. Pinkie Pie suddenly jumped out of the window and started bouncing around Anonymous. When Anonymous saw Pinkie suddenly appear, he stood up and hid his hands behind his back. There's nothing here. Anonymous' expression turned flat. You hid your hands behind your back. I saw it. I heard you laughing. Pinkie's cheeks puffed up. No, you heard wrong. Anonymous still looked indifferent. Let me see. Pinkie dashed around to Anonymous' back, trying to see what he was hiding. Anonymous quickly turned around, facing Pinkie all the time. Let me see. Pinkie climbed onto Anonymous' back, and Anonymous brought his hands in front of himself. Please, Anonymous, let me see. Pinkie, unable to reach despite trying everything, switched strategies and acted pitiful. Anonymous, usually unfazed, was unmoved by Pinkie's big watery eyes. No way, I'm leaving. Bye. Anonymous walked away and found another spot to lie down. Ugh. I have to know what that thing is. Pinkie became annoyed. A patch of grass appeared behind Anonymous. What are you doing, Pinkie? Twilight Sparkle appeared. Shoo. Pinkie brought Twilight Sparkle into the grass. I'm tracking Anonymous. Pinkie whispered. Pinkie, it's not good to track others. Twilight Sparkle said earnestly. But last time you tracked me. Pinkie said honestly. That was different. I did it for science. Can that be called tracking? Twilight Sparkle's expression became a bit awkward. Shoo. Don't talk. Did you see what Anonymous was holding? Pinkie pointed at Anonymous' hand. I want to know what he is playing with, but he won't tell me. Pinkie said angrily. Just this? Watch me. Twilight Sparkle said confidently. After a while, Twilight Sparkle, carrying a pile of books, walked up to Anonymous. Anonymous, please help me. I can barely carry this. Twilight Sparkle wobbled under the weight of the books. Oh. Twilight Sparkle suddenly slipped, and the pile of books fell. In an instant, Anonymous reached out a foot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Anonymous caught all the falling books with his foot and placed them steadily on the ground. No need to thank me. Anonymous walked away, leaving Twilight Sparkle with her mouth agape, looking incredulous. I failed. Twilight Sparkle lowered her head and walked back to Pinkie. What are you two doing? Another voice came from nearby. It was Applejack. Shoo. Twilight Sparkle and Pinkie dragged Applejack into the grass. We're tracking Anonymous. Did you see what he's holding? We really want to know what's inside. Twilight Sparkle told Applejack. You want to know what's in his hands, right? No problem, leave it to me. Applejack confidently patted her chest. After a while, Applejack pushed a cart of apple juice over. Anonymous, would you like a refreshing cup of apple juice? Applejack said, holding up a cup of apple juice. This one's on me. Applejack handed a cup of apple juice to Anonymous. Haha. Anonymous will instinctively open his hands to take the apple juice. Thank you, Anonymous said, still keeping his hands clenched, using his wrist to hold the apple juice, and happily started drinking. So good, thank you, Applejack. Anonymous left. Huh. Applejack was stunned. My plan failed. I lost the apple juice and still didn't see what he was holding. I failed. Applejack also returned to Pinky. Darn it. Now I'm curious about what Anonymous has in his hands too. Applejack's eyes were sharp, staring at Anonymous' hands. But he just let go. Twilight Sparkle gritted her teeth. No, I can't take it anymore. Let's just go for it. Pinky shouted, bursting out from the grass. All right, Applejack said. The three little ponies pounced on Anonymous, knocking him down. Bad. Anonymous' expression was no longer calm. Twilight Sparkle used magic to restrain Anonymous. While Pinky and Applejack started to pry open his hands, Anonymous tried to resist, but it was futile, and his clenched hand was ultimately pried open. Huh. Why is it empty? Pinky and Applejack opened Anonymous' hand, and it was completely empty. Anonymous wore a mysterious smile. Where did the thing go? What did you do with it? Pinky stared closely at Anonymous' hand. I had nothing in my hand. I was just teasing you. Anonymous said with a smile. I thought only Pinky would fall for it, but I didn't expect Twilight Sparkle and Applejack to come too. Ha. Anonymous laughed and picked up all three little ponies. Anonymous started tickling them. You're such a mischievous Anonymous. Ha. Pinky snuggled up to Anonymous. The friends happily huddled together. Every ordinary day we spend together may just be a series of miracles. Chapter 42, Meteor Shower. Tonight's meteor shower will be spectacular. Twilight Sparkle said excitedly. Do you know that this meteor shower only happens once every 100 years? If we miss it this time, we won't see it again. Twilight Sparkle said to her friends. There's no need to be so anxious, Twilight Sparkle. We've arrived. Anon and friends had made it to the hillside of the back mountain, finding a great spot. Many ponies from Ponyville had also arrived, and everyone was quietly waiting for the meteors to appear. Spike. Twilight Sparkle called out Spike's name. Got it. Spike saluted and quickly began setting up the things he had brought. He laid out a red and white checkered picnic blanket, placing fruits, scrolls, and the special fruit punch provided by Pinkie Pie. And my secret 3-layer nutty vanilla cookies. Spike placed the last bowl of cookies on the picnic blanket and started setting up the telescope nearby. The cookies looked delicious. Anon didn't expect Spike to have such skills. Anon picked up a cookie and took a bite. Crunchy and just as tasty as I imagined. The crispy outer layer and unique texture made Anon feel very satisfied. Spike stood proudly nearby, unable to hide the smile on his face. Twilight Sparkle, I really envy you for having such a good assistant. It would be great if someone could help me run errands too. Rainbow Dash picked up an apple and took a bite. Oh, I can do anything you ask me, Rainbow Dash exclaimed. Sweetie Belle, who was a fan of Rainbow Dash, was very excited to hear this. Really, little one, how about helping me throw away some trash? Rainbow Dash tossed the leftover apple core to Sweetie Belle. Yes, ma'am. Sweetie Belle picked up the apple core and dashed away. We really have to thank Spike for preparing so many things. He's truly amazing, Anon praised Spike. All right, Spike scratched his chin proudly. Praise me some more. Spike wanted more compliments. I say, Spike, who would have thought such a big dragon was so cute when he was little? Pinkie Pie said while scratching Spike's head with her hoof. Spike, you're really a little star. I made a little bow for you. Anon pulled out a red bow adorned with jewels. Oh, please stop praising me. I already know, Spike said as he put on the bow, his face filled with pride. Twilight Sparkle, it's your turn. Spike pointed at Twilight Sparkle. All right, Spike. You truly are my #1 little assistant, Twilight Sparkle said lovingly. I didn't hear you. Spike put his paw to his ear. I said. Twilight Sparkle wanted to repeat herself, but suddenly realized something and looked at Spike with a speechless expression. The air was filled with joyful laughter. Hey, friends, look. The meteors are coming. Sweetheart pointed at the sky. I want to stand in front. The ponies rushed forward. Anon lifted the 3 little ones and stood with the girls. Wow, so beautiful, so spectacular. Under the vast starry sky, meteors streaked across the quiet night. The long tails shimmered like silver threads, flickering in the night sky as the meteors flew by. Anon and friends huddled together, enjoying the peaceful and warm moment. There's a purple meteor, Rainbow Dash said. Wow, everyone admired the beautiful meteors. I hope my friends and the ponies I know will all find happiness. Anon silently made a wish to the purple meteor. After the meteors passed, the friends began discussing the recent meteors in excited voices. Pinkie Pie gobbled up the remaining cookies. These cookies are so good. Pinkie Pie praised the cookies. Spike really helped a lot today. Speaking of which, Spike, can you get me some more fruit punch? Twilight Sparkle called out twice, but Spike didn't respond. The friends turned to look. Spike had half lay in a glass jar, asleep, with a cup of fruit punch clutched beside him. Poor little guy. He must be exhausted, Anon said. That reminds me of when we first met. Twilight Sparkle looked at Spike with a loving gaze. By the way, Twilight Sparkle, you haven't told me how you met Spike yet, Anon asked curiously. Let me think. That was when I was still little. I was taking the admission exam for the school for gifted unicorns. The goal was to hatch a dragon egg using magic. And Spike was that egg, Twilight Sparkle recalled. Wait, your entrance exam was to have little ponies hatch a dragon egg by themselves. That's outrageous. Anon was quite surprised. Haha, actually it wasn't. I made a mistake. The goal was just to use heating magic. But in my excitement, I used age transformation magic and hatched Spike right out. Twilight Sparkle's face turned a bit red. When Spike first came out, he was so small, still sucking his thumb. He's not just my little assistant. He's like my family. Like my little brother, Twilight Sparkle said, stroking the sleeping Spike. Oh, that's so touching. The friends enjoyed the warm moment. Oh, please don't tell Spike about what I just said. Twilight Sparkle felt a bit shy. Hey, Twilight Sparkle is blushing. Pinkie Pie pointed at Twilight Sparkle's face. Ha ha. The air was filled with laughter and joy. After a while, everyone went their separate ways. Anon returned to the spa's bed and fell into a long-awaited dream. In the dream, Anon saw the solitary moon again. But this time, the moon was surrounded by brilliant meteors. Chapter 43, The Number 1 Assistant. Twilight Sparkle gathered her friends at the Golden Oak Library. Hey friends, come check out my owl. Her name is Aloysius. She showed up last night and has been helping me a lot since then. Twilight Sparkle showcased Aloysius to her friends. She's such a clever and cute little friend. So cool. Pinkie Pie said to Twilight Sparkle. She's amazing. Rarity was enchanted by Aloysius's cuteness. She's really great. Spike bobbed his head, mimicking Rarity's words. The friends all looked at Spike. That's true. She's great, Spike said with an awkward smile. She really has it all. Spike muttered to himself. Oh, Aloysius. You're such a little star. I want to put a little bow on you. Anon magically pulled out a red bow adorned with tiny jewels. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same bow Spike had yesterday? Anon looked at Spike. Spike became puffed up with anger. His cheeks and forehead turned red, and he made a kettle-like noise. Then, Spike blew out a big breath, stood up, walked back to the library, and slammed the window shut. The bang attracted the friend's attention. What's got him so mad? Applejack asked. He might just be jealous of Aloysius, Rainbow Dash said. Maybe Spike is feeling nervous, worried that Aloysius will replace him. Rarity's expression turned a bit serious. Anon nodded beside her. Replace him? That's too exaggerated. Spike knows no one can replace him. Twilight Sparkle looked completely unfazed. Anon glanced at the shiny bow around Aloysius's neck and raised an eyebrow at Twilight Sparkle. It's just a bow. Spike definitely won't mind. Twilight Sparkle retorted. Everyone went their separate ways. Anonymous and Ro walked together, with Anonymous planning to stop by to find Keela for some tea leaves. I still feel that Swaylong might be scared. Ro seems a bit uneasy. I feel the same way. Today's Way is just like last night's Swaylong. It's outrageous. Look at Swaylong's face. It's all red from anger. Anonymous agreed. Anonymous took Ro back to her house. Thank you, Anonymous. Ro said gently. No problem. Just passing by. Anonymous waved his hand, ready to leave. Come on. Little chicken, little chicken, little chicken. A strange noise suddenly came from the chicken coop behind Ro's house. Anonymous and Ro went to check it out. Come here. Hurry up. What came into view was Swaylong, trying to catch a chicken. Don't peck my face. Don't peck my face. Swaylong was tangled up with the chicken. After a flurry of feathers and chaos, the little chicken was unharmed, but Swaylong was covered in dust, lying on the ground. What happened to you, Swaylong? Are you hurt? Ro rushed over to help Swaylong up. I'm fine. Luckily, I managed to get it. Swaylong struggled to get up, pulling out a feather. What happened, Swaylong? Weren't you at the library just now? Why are you here trying to catch chickens? Anonymous brushed off the dust from Swaylong. The Twilight Sparkle feather pen is gone. All right, forget about that for now. Twilight Sparkle is still waiting for my feather pen. As the best little assistant, I can't let her down. Swaylong dashed away. I'm even more worried now, Anonymous said, watching Swaylong run off. Ro nodded in agreement. The next day, Anonymous was holding the fresh flowers ordered by Farong, preparing to move them to the spa. Anonymous, do you know? I can't believe Swaylong actually lied to me. A voice came from the side. It was Twilight Sparkle. Huh, what happened to Swaylong? Anonymous looked puzzled. It was the night we watched the meteor shower. I asked Swaylong to help me find a book about constellations, but he told me the book was gone, and today Oroway found it right there. I'm so disappointed. Swaylong has learned to lie now. Twilight Sparkle complained to Anonymous. Maybe Swaylong was too scared to tell you? Anonymous waved to Twilight Sparkle, signaling her to come closer. I've noticed that Swaylong seems to be in self-doubt these past couple of days. He might really be afraid that Oroway will replace him. Anonymous said softly to Twilight Sparkle. That's unlikely. Swaylong wouldn't he think that way. Twilight Sparkle still didn't he believe it. So I forget it. Let us not talk about it. Bye. I need to get back to work. Anonymous said goodbye to Twilight Sparkle and continued moving the flowers. After a while, Anonymous saw Swaylong wearing a black cloak, a black top hat, and even added 2 little mustaches to himself. Swaylong covered his body with the cloak and let out an evil laugh. Anonymous rubbed his eyes. Swaylong was gone. Maybe I'm just too tired and saw it wrong. Anonymous continued moving the flowers. After some more time. Phew, finally done. Anonymous moved all the flowers to the spa and settled them in. Just sat down to catch a breath. Bang. The spa's doors suddenly swung open, startling Anonymous. Anonymous. You can't imagine what just happened. Twilight Sparkle rushed in from outside. Swaylong actually framed Aura away. I'm so disappointed. Twilight Sparkle looked a bit sad. What? Calm down, Twilight Sparkle. Take it slow. This is a lot to take in, and Anonymous couldn't grasp it all at once. Just now, Swaylong brought over Opal's toy mouse, sprinkled it with ketchup, trying to frame Aura away. I can't believe he thought such a ridiculous scheme would work. Twilight Sparkle said excitedly. Uffed. Anonymous couldn't help but laugh. I haven't finished yet. Sigh. Swaylong really let jealousy cloud his mind. He is no longer the Swaylong I know and love. Twilight Sparkle sighed. Kids will be kids. It's normal to feel a bit jealous. Swaylong turning out like this is understandable. Just the night before, he was in the spotlight, and then woke up to feel unnecessary. As a guardian, you need to have a good talk with him and help him overcome his jealousy. Anonymous advised Twilight Sparkle. You're right. I should talk to Swaylong. Thank you, Anonymous. Twilight Sparkle dashed away. Good luck. Anonymous waved to Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle returned to the Golden Oak Library, just in time to catch Swaylong packing his bags. Ready to run away from home. Swaylong, why are you running away from home? Twilight Sparkle looked at Swaylong in disbelief. I thought you didn't need me anymore. I thought you didn't love me anymore. Swaylong said with a slight cry. Swaylong, I'm disappointed. But you are my #1 little assistant, my friend, my family. That will never change. Hearing Twilight Sparkle's words, hope sparkled in Swaylong's eyes. It's just that sometimes I need help at night. You're still a little dragon. I can't let you stay up too late. And the owl doesn't sleep at night. So I asked Aura away for help. It's not to replace you. No one can replace you, Swaylong. Twilight Sparkle said seriously. I'm sorry, Twilight Sparkle. I shouldn't be jealous. Swaylong hugged Twilight Sparkle. I'm sorry too, Swaylong. I should be more understanding of you. Twilight Sparkle and Swaylong embraced tightly. Chapter 44, The Party. It was a sunny morning. Anonymous, as usual, prepared to open the spa's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the spa was suddenly knocked on. Anonymous stepped forward and opened the door. Uffed. A bunch of streamers shot at Anonymous. Surprise. I'm throwing a birthday party for Gammy this afternoon. Come on, come on. Pinky bounced up and started singing. Your singing telegram is delivered to your home. Please come to the party. We will all welcome you. Gammy is almost 1 year old. Let us help him celebrate. The cake is delicious and the show is wonderful. There will be games and dancing, bobbing for apples and the twist dance. After the party, let us all huddle together. No need to bring gifts. Just showing up is enough. Birthdays are about having fun with friends, not receiving gifts. It wouldn't be the same without you. I hope you'll agree. So please, say you're willing to come over. Bouncing around, Pinky nudged the little alligator Gammy. You little ponies songs, I can never get tired of them. Don't worry. I'll deliver. Anonymous patted Pinky's fluffy head. Pinky's face lit up with a radiant smile. After a while, everyone gathered at Sugar Cube Corner to celebrate Gammy's birthday. Rainbow Dash and Applejack were playing the bobbing for apples game on the side. Applejack quickly grabbed an apple from the bucket, quick and precise. Then she took a big bite. Yum yum. Not bad. Let me show you how it's done. Rainbow Dash's competitive spirit was ignited. Hey girls. Just as she was about to take a bite, Pinky suddenly dashed over. Hey Pinky. Hello. Rainbow Dash and Applejack greeted Pinky. I'm so glad you all could come to Gammy's birthday party. Pinky's face was beaming with joy. Of course. I wouldn't miss the party you're hosting. Applejack said. Me neither. As long as it's a party hosted by Pinky, I'll definitely be there. Rainbow Dash said, diving her head into the bucket and grabbing a big apple. Yunbao held an apple in her mouth and showcased it. Oh, it's just an apple, she said. There are many more surprises in the bucket. Beaky said with a grin. What other surprises? Yunbao and Applejack's interest was instantly piqued. I won't say. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Beaky winked and ran away. Yunbao and Applejack dove into the bucket. Applejack grabbed a round object and pulled hard. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't move it. When she opened her eyes, she realized it was a spring ball. The spring suddenly exerted force, pulling Applejack into the water. Applejack's mane was soaked by the spring ball. She looked up at Yunbao, who had a gummy bear stuck to her face. Uffed. Applejack couldn't help but laugh. On the other side of the room, Jinchi was elegantly sipping fruit punch. This juice wine is really delicious, Jinchi exclaimed sincerely. Beaky, is this the kind of wine you mixed at the spring festival? Jinchi asked curiously. No, this is new. It's Gummy's favorite, Beaky pointed out. and Gummy was seen soaking in a whole tub of punch, blowing bubbles. Jinchi saw this, and her eyes twitched, unable to hold back. She sprayed the punch all over Beaky's face. Beaky had a bright smile on her face, looking at Jinchi with anticipation. Jinchi swallowed hard and took another sip of the punch, but couldn't swallow it down, forcing a strained smile. At that moment, cheerful music started playing. Wow, this is my favorite song. Beaky ran towards the dance floor. When Jinchi saw Beaky run away, she quickly spat out the punch in her mouth and rubbed her tongue with her hoof. In the center of the room, Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy were happily dancing. Anonymous stood by, holding a cup of punch, enjoying the dance. Beaky zoomed in like a bullet and collided right into Anonymous' stomach. Puff! The invincible Anonymous fell down. Are you happy, friends? Beaky said while standing on Anonymous. Of course, Beaky, Twilight Sparkle said. Your parties are always the most fun, Fluttershy agreed. Yes. Anonymous, lying on the ground, gave a thumbs up. That's because my best friends are all here. Beaky joined the dance floor, moving freely. But Beaky was a bit too excited and bumped into Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy, sending them flying. Our poor Anonymous had just stood up when Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy flew over. Oh, a big pileup occurred, creating a heap of ponies on the ground. Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy shook their heads, seeing stars, and slowly got up. Are you okay, Anonymous? Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy looked at Anonymous with embarrassment. I'm fine. Anonymous' eyes spun a few circles, waved his hoof to disperse the stars above his head. Friends, come quickly. Gummy wants to dance. Happy birthday, Gummy. Happy birthday, Gummy. Beaky placed Gummy in the center of the dance floor. The ponies gathered around, dancing wildly around Gummy. After a joyful time, the sky darkened, and friends prepared to leave. Wow, the last time I danced was right at your party. Thank you for the invitation, Beaky. Applejack nudged Beaky's hat. Goodbye, little crocodile birthday star. Yunbao said farewell to Gummy. Beaky threw another great party, Jinchi said with a smile. Yeah, Anonymous agreed. The friends gradually walked away. Are you really not staying? There's still cake left. Beaky, feeling reluctant, wanted to keep her friends for more fun. I think I'll pass. But it was really fun. We can come again next time. Twilight Sparkle waved her hoof at Beaky and left. Oh, we should definitely come again. Beaky thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. Chapter 45, Party. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock woke Anonymous up. My stomach. Anonymous rubbed his belly, still feeling a bit uncomfortable. Last night was too crazy. It seemed he needed to take it easy in the future. Anonymous scratched his head and started tidying up the dorm. After everything was done, Anonymous went to the spa front desk to prepare for cleaning. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked on. Anonymous opened the door and saw Beaky. Beaky had a basket tied to her head, filled with a pile of invitations. Good morning, Beaky. What's up? Anonymous asked curiously. Surprise. Take one. Beaky leaned her head toward Anonymous. Let me see. Inviting you to Gummy's birthday after party. This afternoon at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock? Anonymous read the invitation and asked Beaky in confusion. I invited all our good friends. We can dance, sing, play games, eat cake, and eat ice cream together. Beaky said excitedly, bouncing around. You mean this afternoon? You mean today this afternoon? Anonymous raised an eyebrow at Beaky. That's strange. Twilight Sparkle said the same thing. Beaky rubbed her chin. Haha, I get it. It's fine. Beaky, I can go, but I have to leave halfway through the party for other things. Anonymous winked at Beaky. Oh, okay. Coming halfway is better than not coming at all. Bye. I'm off to deliver the next invitation. Beaky looked a bit disappointed, but quickly regained her joy and dashed away. That Beaky, Anonymous chuckled and shook his head, closing the spa's door. Busy, it was lunchtime. Anonymous prepared to go to the Hey CAF for something to eat. While walking, Anonymous spotted a sneaky Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle was carrying a box and seemed to be hiding from someone, quietly slipping past one obstacle after another. Hey, Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous called out to her. Twilight Sparkle was startled by the sudden voice. Phew, it's just Anonymous. You scared me. I thought it was. Twilight Sparkle started to say, but suddenly stopped and looked around to see if any pink figures appeared. I know we have to keep it a secret. But you don't have to act like a thief, Anonymous teased. Shoo, don't leak the secret. Twilight Sparkle covered Anonymous' mouth with a hoof. Anonymous quickly raised his hands in surrender. By the way, Twilight Sparkle, did Beaky come looking for you this morning? You didn't all agree not to go, did you? After getting Twilight Sparkle's hoof out of her mouth, Anonymous asked. You too? Oh no, I should have guessed. If we all don't go, Beaky will get suspicious. What do we do? Twilight Sparkle smacked her head, feeling very regretful. It's okay. I said I'll go halfway. I'll bring Beaky over after the party is halfway done. Anonymous assured. Great, then it's up to you. Let's go set up the place. Twilight Sparkle said happily. You too. Anonymous said goodbye to Twilight Sparkle. However, Twilight Sparkle didn't notice that a pink figure had followed behind her. After eating and drinking enough at the Hey CAF, Anonymous prepared to find Beaky. In a corner of the street, Anonymous discovered a lost, sad Beaky, wearing a fake mustache and fake nose, hiding behind a hay bale. Beaky? What are you doing here? Anonymous asked in confusion. This is not Beaky. Beaky replied in a sorrowful voice. Little alligator Gammy was also wearing a fake mustache and nose, poking his head out from a hay bale. Anonym raised an eyebrow at Beaky. Well, here is Beaky. I thought everyone liked my party. Even with the hay bale disguise, Beaky still looked very sad. Oh, cute little Beaky, why would you think that? Anonym knelt down on one knee, leaned closer, and asked Beaky in a gentle tone. Beaky hesitated. Hey, Beaky. At that moment, our Miss Rainbow Dash passed by and casually greeted Beaky. After greeting, Rainbow Dash realized something was off. Her whole body tensed up, and she froze in place. Oh. Rainbow Dash prepared to quietly fly away. Don't go, Rainbow Dash, wait. Beaky pushed Anonym aside and chased after the flying Rainbow Dash. I have a bad feeling about this. Anonym watched a blue and a pink blur speed away. Let's switch to Beaky's perspective. Beaky chased after Rainbow Dash, who, in a panic, darted into Sweet Apple Acres, into Applejack's barn. Seeing Beaky chasing after her, Applejack quickly shut the door. Beaky was furious, banging her head against the door. Open up. Hurry, open the door. I know you're in there. Beaky shouted angrily. The barn opened a small crack, and Applejack peeked her head out. Oh, hi, Beaky. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Applejack's forehead. Can you let me in to take a look? Beaky showed a friendly smile. No. Yes. You can't come in. Applejack was a bit flustered, but Rainbow Dash went in. Beaky asked. Oh, she is here to help me carry materials. Yes. Materials for renovating the barn. We need to fix it up inside and out. Applejack forced a strained smile. They're busy renovating inside right now. Applejack shouted into the barn. Did you hear that? They're renovating. A faint voice repeated, sounding like Rainbow Dash. Then, sounds mimicking renovation began to echo from inside the barn, sounding like 4 of them. Beaky's expression became more serious as she stretched her neck to look inside. Applejack also stretched her neck, perfectly blocking Beaky's view. Beaky grew anxious, sticking her head forward to peek inside. Applejack quickly countered, head-butting Beaky in a contest of strength. Applejack saw her own reflection in Beaky's eyes, and the sweat on her forehead increased. Just as she was about to give in, Applejack quickly shut the door with a snap. Bang! Beaky got her head caught in the door, stars dancing in her eyes as she staggered back. They're renovating. I'm not lying. They are renovating. Applejack forced an ugly smile. Beaky squinted at Applejack. Silence enveloped Sweet Apple Acres. After a while, fine, if I can't go in, then I won't. Beaky said each word slowly, then turned and left. Applejack let out a long breath. Inside the barn, for sighs were heard. Chapter 46, A Party? A Conspiracy. These little ponies must be up to something. They are hiding something from me. They don't want me to know something. Beaky paced around Gammy, going in circles. I will find out. I will get to the bottom of this. Beaky stared at Gammy with a serious expression. Gammy yawned and stuck out his tongue. Anonym. No, Gammy. Anonym is silly. You won't get anything from him. Beaky countered Gammy's words. I know who we should ask about this. I will make him spill everything. Beaky showed a terrifying expression. The scene shifted to Sugar Cube Corner. Wow, how lavish. Soren excitedly rubbed his little hands at a large plate of gems. Of course. They're all for you, Soren. Beaky smiled as she walked over, pushing a lamp towards him. Suddenly, she pinned Soren to the chair, stretching his tail to let Gammy hold it. You need to talk to me. Beaky raised an eyebrow. Talk. Sure. Ahem. Today's weather is nice, the flowers are blooming, and the birds are singing. Soren still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, speaking while reaching for the plate of gems. No. Let's talk about our friends. Beaky pushed the gems away, holding the lamp towards Soren. Okay, let me think. Let's start with Anonym. He's a human, a big silly guy. Oh, and then there's Rarity. She's a gorgeous mare, and Anonym thinks I can't win her over. What does he know? Soren put his hands on his hips. No, you didn't understand what I meant. I want you to confess right now. Beaky shouted, startling Soren. See, confess. Soren looked nervous. Confess. Beaky stared hard at Soren. I spilled juice on Twilight Sparkle's magical tales and the practical potions. Soren curled up after saying that. Anything else? Beaky was still watching Soren. I took a bubble bath for 7 hours yesterday and used up all the hot water in Ponyville. Soren shrank back again after saying that. Anything else? Beaky continued to look at Soren. Well, when no one's around, I do this. Soren pulled over a mirror and flexed his muscles in front of it. So handsome, Soren. You're really cool. Soren talked to his reflection. After saying that, he shyly covered his face. No. Beaky froze for a few seconds, suddenly realizing something was off, and pushed the mirror away. What do you want to hear? Just tell me, and I will say it. Soren was startled by Beaky's excitement. Tell me, my friends are lying to me because they don't like my party and don't want to be friends with me anymore. Beaky became more and more agitated, speaking louder and louder. Your friends are lying to you because they don't like your party and don't want to be friends with you anymore. Soren honestly repeated. I knew it. Beaky held her head high, her mane suddenly puffing up as if it were a deflated balloon, drooping down straight. Oh no. My friends don't like my party and don't want to be friends with me anymore. Tears welled up in Beaky's eyes, her whole body radiating sorrow. So. Soren pointed at the plate of gems. Beaky sadly pushed the gems towards him. Soren happily took the gems and left. Soren? Where did you get so many gems? Anonym ran into Soren on the way. Beaky gave them to me. It's strange. She just wanted me to repeat what I said and gave me all these gems. Soren showcased the pile of gems Beaky had given him. Huh, what did you say? Anonym asked. Something like, your friends are lying to you or something. Soren said, while stuffing gems into his mouth. Oh no. Anonym hurried towards Sugar Cube Corner. As soon as he entered, he saw Beaky putting party hats on bags of flour. Something was off. Beaky looked completely gray. Her usually soft and fluffy mane was all drooping down, turning into long dark pink hair. It's Anonym. Beaky's eyes were hollow. Her face wore a strange smile. And a sad aura surrounded her. Beaky, are you okay? Anonym hurriedly approached. Anonym, there's a question I've been thinking about for a long time. What is the meaning of life? Beaky asked. The meaning of life? What kind of question is that? Anonymous chuckled, wondering if Pinky was joking again. I'm serious, Anonymous. What is the meaning of life? Pinky asked again. Not good. This doesn't sound like a joke. Anonymous realized that Pinky was caught in a confusion about her own existence. Sigh. I can only try to persuade Pinky. I think it should be living happily. Anonymous scratched his head. That's a sweet answer. Pinky's colors seemed to brighten a bit, but quickly dimmed again. However, this answer comes from your arrogance. After all, it's just a biological emotion. And emotions are meaningless in the face of such vast existence as the universe. We are smaller than dust. Pinky spoke philosophically, lowering her head. To me, this sounds a bit nihilistic. Anonymous glanced at the cake nearby. He preferred the usual Pinky who baked cakes. I don't want an answer like that. Pinky sighed. All right, then I'll give it a try. In the universe, all our actions are meaningless, and thinking about it really feels oppressive. Anonymous paused. But we can realize our own personal value to make our existence more satisfying to ourselves. We can find the meaning of our existence. We make friends, we laugh and chat. We fall in love, and in the end, we will have an interesting life full of meaning. Anonymous smiled at Pinky. My love for you little ponies will never change. I hope I can be a kind person. That should be the meaning of my existence. Anonymous hugged Pinky, gently stroking her long hair. Well, that really makes a pony happy. I believe the meaning of my existence is to spread laughter and positive energy. These cakes may be meaningless in the universe, but they can fill someone's little belly. Pinky seemed to regain her usual joy, her hair puffing up a bit. Even if my friends no longer like me, I can still do things that make me happy, although I'm still very sad. Pinky sighed. What? Which friends don't like you anymore? Anonymous was puzzled. My friends are lying to me. They secretly held a farewell party for Pinky, and we won't be friends anymore. Tears welled up in Pinky's eyes. No. Silly Pinky. You forgot something very important. Anonymous patted Pinky's head. What? Now it was Pinky's turn to be confused. Anonymous carried Pinky to Sweet Apple Acres, slowly pushing open the barn door. Surprise. The girls were standing inside, happily shouting. Our little birthday star has arrived. Anonymous gently set Pinky down. What little birthday star? Pinky looked confused, glancing at the banner hanging up and then at the words on the cake. Happy birthday, Pinky. Today is my birthday. Pinky instantly regained her energy, her hair fully puffing up, and her body returned to its usual bright pink, even brighter. I'm such a silly pony. How could I forget my own birthday? Pinky stretched out her hooves and pulled her friends into a hug. You all like me. You threw me a surprise party. Pinky turned into a spring, bouncing around the barn. Yes, we were secretly preparing this morning just to give you a big surprise. Rainbow Dash said proudly. You are my very best friends. Love you all for 10,000 years. Pinky excitedly rambled. All right, friends. Enough talk. Let us start the party. Applejack turned on the music. The ponies happily played together. By the way, Pinky, do you have a philosophy degree or something? Anonymous asked Pinky while holding a fruit punch. What are you talking about? Silly? Come eat some cake. Pinky excitedly pulled Anonymous to the cake. All right, Pinky is like this. You don't have to think too much about pony things. Chapter 47 is about to begin. On a sunny afternoon, under Celestia's radiance, Anonymous and the girls were leisurely enjoying afternoon tea on a hillside. Rarity and Fluttershy were sipping tea on a picnic blanket. Applejack lay on the grass with a cowboy hat covering her face, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Rainbow Dash was munching on an apple. This book is really good. Twilight Sparkle lay on the grass, holding a book, leisurely sighing. Bookworm. Rainbow Dash whispered to Applejack. Rainbow Dash and Applejack chuckled softly. Twilight Sparkle, are you still reading? Take a break. Anonymous said, patting Pinky in his arms. But this weather is really perfect for reading. Hearing Anonymous' words, Twilight Sparkle's little face turned red. Anonymous looked at Twilight Sparkle with deadpan eyes. You read in the library every day for several days straight. I call you out for a picnic, and you're still reading. At this rate, You're really going to turn into a bookworm? Anonymous patted Twilight Sparkle's head. All right. I won't read anymore. Twilight Sparkle put away the book. Oh, I just thought of something fun. Pinkie bounced out of Anonymous' arms and stood on a rock. Hey, friends. Guess what I am? Pinkie stood on the rock, balancing on one hoof, her body forming a big letter. A butterfly? Fluttershy asked softly. No, Pinkie replied. A circus clown? Twilight Sparkle asked. Wrong. Pinkie answered. Oh, I know. A piñata. Rainbow Dash waved her hoof. Wrong. Pinkie looked a bit anxious. A flying cupcake? Anonymous guessed. Wrong. Pinkie waved her hooves while standing on the rock. I'm Pinkie, your best friend. Can't you recognize me? Pinkie replied matter-of-factly. Pinkie. The girls shouted at Pinkie, and Anonymous smiled, holding his forehead. Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle. From a distance, Spike came running over. Huff, huff, huff. Spike ran up and started panting. Spike, don't rush, speak slowly. Anonymous patted Spike's back. Thanks, Anonymous. Twilight Sparkle, I have a letter for you. Spike held up 2 scrolls, one with a sun symbol and one with a moon symbol. At that moment, in Canterlot Castle. Sister, where did my letter go? Did you see it? How odd. I just wrote it last night, and now I can't find it anywhere. Luna was searching for the letter she wrote to Anonymous. Celestia had just taken a bite of cake and hadn't tea swallowed yet. Suddenly, she remembered something and choked a bit. I think I accidentally sent your letter to Twilight Sparkle. Celestia gave Luna an awkward smile. Celestia, roars echoed through Canterlot Castle. The royal guards adjusted their helmets, already used to it. It's a letter from Princess Celestia. Twilight Sparkle used magic to open the scroll and began to read. Dear Twilight Sparkle, my student hopes you are well lately. Blah, blah. Twilight Sparkle skipped over a large section in the middle. Recently, the Galloping Gala is about to begin, and I look forward to meeting you and your friends during the celebration. Cosmic Princess, Celestia. Twilight Sparkle finished reading the scroll. We are looking forward to it too. Speaking of which, I'm a bit nervous. Applejack looked up at the sky. It's a pity that Anonymous can't come with us. Beaky was lying on Anonymous' back, feeling a bit down. I can go, Anonymous said flatly. What? The girls were a bit confused. Everyone, quiet down. I'm going to read the second chapter. Twilight Sparkle cleared her throat. By the will of heaven, Princess Luna of Little Maria's Moon proclaims. How did Princess Luna's letter end up here? Twilight Sparkle was a bit puzzled. Dear Anonymous, the Galloping Gala is coming soon, and I look forward to having dinner with you. Moon Princess, Luna. Twilight Sparkle finished reading the scroll. What? Anonymous. You're going to the Galloping Gala too. Beaky jumped up and shouted in Anonymous' ear. You didn't even tell us? Jinchi looked at Anonymous with a resentful expression. Didn't I say? Anonymous scratched their head, looking quite embarrassed. No. The girls shouted at Anonymous. All right, I was wrong. I genuinely forgot. Anonymous apologized at lightning speed. That's more like it. The girls temporarily forgave Anonymous. Wait, you're going to the gala and having dinner with the princess. Jinchi seemed to realize something and suddenly got excited. What's wrong? Anonymous and the other girls looked confused. You don't have a gown yet. What are you going to wear to the gala? Jinchi pulled a fancy chair from somewhere and collapsed onto it. I feel like regular clothes will be fine. It's just a regular gathering, Anonymous said indifferently. No. That's the Galloping Gala. That's Princess Luna. How can you wear regular clothes? Jinchi magically lifted Anonymous. Quick, we still have a little time. I need to make you an outfit. Jinchi whisked Anonymous away with magic. Help. Anonymous reached out to their friends. No, you didn't tell us you were going. This is your punishment. The girls laughed at Anonymous. What happened after Jinchi took Anonymous away goes without saying. Amen. Chapter 48, The Galloping Gala. I can't believe it. The Galloping Gala is tonight. How awesome. Beaky bounced on the trampoline, making Twilight Sparkle, who was reading nearby, quite annoyed. Beaky, can you be quiet? I'm trying to read, Twilight Sparkle said, then continued reading. At that moment, Jinchi came out of the carousel shop and immediately spotted the bouncing Beaky. Beaky, stop jumping. If you sweat too much, I want to let you wear the new outfit. Hearing Jinchi's words, Beaky quickly stopped midair. With a pained expression, she jumped down from the trampoline and stood next to Swaylong and Anonymous. What is she doing? Beaky couldn't help but ask Swaylong. She's studying a very magical spell for the gala. Swaylong raised her little hand proudly. Jinchi looked around. A few friends hadn't arrived yet. Where are the others? It's so late, Jinchi said, a bit anxious. What are you worried about? We're here, came Applejack's hearty voice, along with Yunsong and Ruru, who had also arrived. All set, let us get started. Twilight Sparkle confidently closed her book. Swaylong stepped forward and placed an apple on the ground. The friends curiously stared at the apple. An apple? Are we making apple pie? Beaky said. Shoo, watch. Swaylong urged everyone to lower their voices. Twilight Sparkle silently gathered her magic. A light purple glow swirling around her horn. The glow enveloped the apple, and it slowly began to float, as if something inside was expanding. With a pop, the apple suddenly grew larger and transformed into an apple carriage. Oh my gosh. Wow. So cool. This truly is the magical world. The friends gasped in amazement. Thank you, Twilight Sparkle said with a radiant smile. But it's not over yet. Ruru, have your friends arrived? Twilight Sparkle asked Ruru. Yes, Ruru replied. And 4 cute little white mice popped out from her head. Is everything all right, Twilight Sparkle? Ruru lowered her head as the little mice ran in front of Twilight Sparkle. I promise everything will be fine. Twilight Sparkle pumped her magic and cast a spell on the 4 little mice. With a puff, the 4 little mice transformed into 4 tall horses. However, their faces still resembled those of mice, with mouse ears, mouse eyes, mouse noses, mouse whiskers, and mouse big front teeth. Oh, this is interesting. The girls showed little interest in the mouse horses. Wow, impressive, Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous exclaimed, eyes sparkling, reaching out to the mouse horses. The mouse horses squeaked. Not bad. Don't worry. They turned back into mice at midnight, Twilight Sparkle explained, extending her hoof. I'm already having a sense of deja vu. Anonymous started saying incomprehensible things again. Suddenly, a white figure sprang out from the bushes. It was Jinchi's Persian cat, Opal. Opal, no? Ruru noticed the lurking Opal and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Opal pounced on the rear of the mouse horses. The 4 mouse horses got scared and scattered in all directions. No, come back. But the mouse horses had already run far away. I originally wanted to use those mouse horses to pull the carriage, so how are we going to get to the gala now? Twilight Sparkle was very frustrated. What should we do? Jinchi sighed, holding her forehead. Hey, I have an idea. Be right back. Anonymous suddenly thought of something and ran off. The friends exchanged glances. After a while, Anonymous returned, leading 3 wooden wolves. What? Those are wooden wolves. Are you crazy? Wooden wolves can bite horses. The friends exclaimed at Anonymous. It's fine. They are all my friends. See, they don't bite at all. Anonymous petted the wooden wolf's head, and its tail turned into a fan. The friends approached cautiously. It seems to be true. They don't smell bad at all. In fact, they even smell a bit like wood. Applejack exclaimed. Anonymous, you managed to tame wooden wolves. How did you do that? Ruru excitedly questioned Anonymous. I've studied it. Anonymous cleared their throat. The bodies of wooden wolves are made of wood, and naturally, they will rot over time from the wind and sun. That's why they smell bad, and a kick will scatter them. Anonymous explained proudly. I often go to the forest to play with them and help them clean their bodies. Over time, we naturally became familiar with each other. Now they are my loyal fans. As Anonymous spoke, they struggled to fend off the tongues of the 3 wooden wolves. Well, this works too. Twilight Sparkle looked at the wooden wolves helplessly. You all go change your clothes. I'll put the harness on the wooden wolves. Anonymous waved to the friends. After a while, the friends finished dressing up. The girls all wore beautiful dresses, looking quite glamorous. Even Suelong was dressed in a mini suit. Wow, you all look so beautiful. And Suelong, you look handsome too. Anonymous clapped in admiration. You too, Anonymous. The girls smiled at Anonymous. Anonymous was wearing a fitted black suit with a red bow tie around their neck. Of course I'm the most handsome. Suelong struck a strongman pose. All right. Our little strongman. Anonymous patted Suelong's head. Hey, Suelong shouted. Ha ha ha. Friends laughed heartily. Wow, this is so cool. Yimbao pointed at the wooden wolves and exclaimed. The 3 wooden wolves were also wearing red bows around their necks. Come on, ladies. You can get on the carriage now. Anonym bowed slightly. The young ladies chatted and laughed as they boarded the apple carriage. Anonym and Suelong took their seats in the driver's position. All right, Anonym commanded. And the wooden wolves ran towards Cantlot. The galloping celebration. Here we come. Chapter 49, A Journey with the Moon. Oh, look at that. Such a beautiful carriage. They actually used wooden wolves to pull it. How impressive. As the apple carriage moved forward, the little ponies by the roadside occasionally gasped in amazement. We've arrived, ladies. You can get off now. Anonym patted the apple carriage. Suelong bounced to the door, opened it, and gracefully bowed. A crystal shoe was the first to extend out of the carriage. Soon, the young ladies followed one by one. Wow, so beautiful. Who are they? The beauty of the young ladies attracted the attention of the surrounding ponies. I can hardly believe we are here. All our imaginations are coming true. This is the best night ever. Twilight Sparkle said excitedly. In the distance, the Cantlot Castle launched fireworks, illuminating the tranquil night sky. At this celebration, the young ladies began to sing the celebration song, taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the passing ponies was drawn to the young ladies. Anonym quietly untied the reins of the wooden wolves. Goodbye, friends. Thanks for your help. Anonym whispered farewell to the wooden wolves. The 3 wooden wolves dashed off towards the eternal freedom forest. This is definitely the best night ever. Do you know why? Because we are going to spend this together. Suelong excitedly told her friends, but before she could finish, the young ladies all ran off in a flash. The celebration. Suelong was left spinning in place several times. She plopped down on the ground, her head buzzing. Poor little Suelong. Anonym helped the fallen Suelong up. Phew. They all ran away. Thankfully, I have you with me, Anonym. Suelong looked at Anonym with hopeful eyes. Your Highness, Princess of the Moon, please. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and two night maras had appeared beside Anonym without him noticing. Oh, sorry, Swaylong. I have to go to my appointment too. Goodbye. Anonym said farewell to Swaylong. All right, it seems I'm left all alone now. Swaylong helplessly rested her chin on her hand. With the night maras, Anonym stepped over one stair after another. Phew. Although I already heard about the castle ruins before, I still want to say, why are there more stairs? Was this castle built by a fitness coach? Anonym complained breathlessly. The nightmare leading the way looked at Anonym with a disdainful expression. After passing through a long corridor, Anonym arrived at a room. Welcome, Mr. Anonym. I'm so glad you could come. A beautiful black figure walked over. It was Princess Luna. You all can go down now. Princess Luna dismissed the guards. Anonym took a moment to look at Luna. He saw that Princess Luna was wearing a long black dress. Her mane was tied up in a very sophisticated hairstyle. She wore a moon-shaped ornament on her head. There were no horseshoes on her hooves. Only a couple of silver anklets. A pearl necklace hung around her neck, and there was a large moonstone on her chest, very eye-catching. She looked just like the goddess of the moon descended to earth. Anonym couldn't help but think. No, she seems to be the goddess of the moon. The moonstone on her chest looks very familiar. Come on, Mr. Anonym. This way, please. Princess Luna smiled and led Anonym to a round table. There was a large window beside the table, allowing a view of the beautiful scenery of the celebration outside. A red tablecloth was laid on the table, and there were no candles lit. Under the moonlight, the entire room was filled with a gentle glow. Anonym and Luna took their seats. Luna clapped her hooves, and a pile of little pony dishes and fruits suddenly appeared on the table. After conjuring the food, Luna crossed her hooves, resting her face on them, smiling at Anonym. Thanks. After climbing so many stairs, I'm starving. Anonym forked a piece of muffin and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, Princess Luna, why aren't you eating? As Anonym was eating, he noticed something was off. Luna was just smiling at him and hadn't touched any food. I'm not hungry. Luna stammered a bit. Anonym looked at Luna with curious eyes. I'm okay. Luna took a deep breath, her face filled with anxiety. I want to apologize to you, Mr. Anonym. Back when I was Nightmare Moon, you treated me so kindly, and I imprisoned you. I'm very sorry. Luna lowered her head, looking regretful. Anonym listened to Luna's apology, feeling a bit confused. Was I imprisoned? When did that happen? I don't remember. Suddenly, a dark thought crossed Anonym's mind. These foolish ponies actually dared to imprison me. Tear them apart. Pierce through them. Anonym was even more confused. What was this thought? Is there a downside to learning dark magic? I want to seek your forgiveness. You must hate me very much. I just hope I can make amends for all of this. Can we be friends again? A sad expression appeared on Luna's face. Look at what you're saying. As soon as Anonym said this, Luna's expression dimmed. I guess I still can't have friendship. Luna murmured sadly to herself. I thought we were already friends. This statement shone like the bright moon, illuminating the dark night sky. Already friends? But I was Nightmare Moon. Hope reignited in Luna's eyes. But her past experiences made her hesitate. I also went to ask Twilight Sparkle. It wasn't your fault that you became Nightmare Moon. Anonym comforted Luna. Besides, you didn't harm any ponies. 1,000 years ago, when you just turned into Nightmare Moon, you were sealed on the moon by Celestia. You were locked away for 1,000 years, and when you came out, you didn't do anything. You were just purified by Twilight Sparkle and the others. That is not nothing. Anonym counted Luna's experiences on his fingers. Thank you, Anonym. Luna's face broke into a smile again. Luna joined in this dinner. And in Anonym's terrified gaze, she took a big bite out of a pineapple. Ugh, what's wrong, Anonym? Realizing that her behavior wasn't very graceful. Luna's face turned slightly red. It's nothing. You look so beautiful today, Luna. I'm mesmerized. Anonym couldn't say he was shocked by Luna's biting ability, so he had to change the subject and praise Luna's beauty. For some reason, Luna's face turned even redder. After that, Anonym and Luna spent a somewhat awkward time together. After dinner, Luna took Anonym to the castle terrace. I want to give you a gift, Anonym. A smile appeared on Luna's face, and the horn on her head glowed faintly. The stars in the night sky suddenly brightened, and many constellations appeared. The beauty of the moonlit night was fully displayed. Amazing. Anonym excitedly gazed at the beautiful night sky. Luna's face was flushed as she walked to Anonym's side. Every time I hear you say that, I think I must have misheard. My little ponies only like the sun, not the moon. If only you had been here 1,000 years ago, Luna murmured to herself, her eyes never leaving Anonym. Thank you, Luna. This is truly beautiful. Anonym sat on the ground, gazing at the stars. You're welcome, Anonym. Luna also sat beside him, gently leaning against Anonym. A person and a horse quietly admired the night sky. Happy times are always fleeting. Suddenly, intense music, screams, the sound of things collapsing, and animal noises erupted from the celebration scene downstairs. What is going on? Luna and Anon hurried downstairs to see what had happened. Upon reaching the ground, Anon saw the girls running away, covered in dirt, with Princess Celestia following behind them, looking calm and carefree. What is going on? Anon was even more confused and could only follow them. What happened, girls? Anon and Luna chased the girls to a donut shop, and upon entering, they saw the girls happily eating donuts. Anon, you're here too. I have to tell you, the donuts here are super delicious. Suelong stuffed a bunch of donuts into Anon's hands. Anon shrugged. Given the situation, they might as well eat donuts. This is the best night. Probably. Chapter 50, Chaos Approaches. A beautiful day has begun. Anon had just woken up, ready to start the day's work. Pushing open the door of the spa, Anon noticed that Ponyville seemed a bit off today. Pink clouds floated in the sky, and brown rain was falling. A drop of rain landed on Anon's mouth. Chocolate milk. Anon was puzzled. Hey, come back. Rainbow Dash was chasing the pink cloud away. Anon hurriedly chased after her. They reached Sweet Apple Acres. And Anon was stunned. The ground was covered with popcorn, and chocolate milk rain was falling from the sky. The apples on the trees had become enormous, bending the branches. The little rabbits had grown long legs, towering like giraffes. Beaky, come help me check. Am I hallucinating, Beaky? Anon turned to see Beaky lying on the ground, grinning widely as she drank chocolate milk. Don't worry, everyone. I've learned a new spell that can restore everything. Twilight Sparkle appeared with Suelong, and everyone looked at her like she was a savior. Twilight quietly gathered her power, and suddenly, a beam of purple light erupted from her horn. The purple wave enveloped everything around. When the light faded, the friends looked around with high hopes. Nothing had happened. Everything was the same as before. My foolproof spell failed? Twilight couldn't believe what was happening. What should we do? Twilight asked her friends. Let it go. Suelong said honestly. Suelong, Twilight will think of a way. Jinchi walked over and placed an umbrella on Twilight's back. Twilight pondered for a moment. I have a plan. Rainbow Dash, gather those clouds together. Rainbow Dash saluted and flew into the sky. Applejack, I need you to pull down those unruly thunderstorm clouds. Applejack swung her lasso and quickly snagged the gathered cloud, bringing it down to the ground. Fluttershy, I need you to do this now. Twilight whispered to Fluttershy. Oh my gosh, I really hope no animals see these chocolate-flavored, delicious, and beautiful cotton candy clouds. I don't want to share them. Fluttershy said loudly on purpose. The surrounding little animals heard this and rushed over to eat the cotton candy clouds. Amazing. Anon sincerely praised Twilight. Twilight's face turned slightly red. Burp. Suelong suddenly spat out a scroll. Twilight picked it up and read. Quick, girls. The Cosmic Princess wants us to meet her in Canterlot immediately. The girls set off for Canterlot. Anon returned to the spa. After a while. You must be Anon. It's nice to finally meet you. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Anon. Anon's hair stood on end, and an inexplicable sense of unease rose in their heart, quickly creating distance. Anon turned around to see a monster made up of various animals standing before them. Its body resembled a dragon. One hand had a bear claw, the other an eagle claw. One foot was a deer hoof, and the other a lizard foot. A tuft of gray-white goat beard grew on its face, and a sharp fong hung from its mouth. A human in Ponyville. How hilarious. The monster let out a creepy laugh. What kind of monster are you? I won't let you harm these ponies. Anon was first startled, then prepared for battle. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Chaos. I am the spirit of chaos and discord, the king of chaos. With Chaos's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. I won't harm those ponies. I just like to play games with them. Chaos floated closer to Anon. The harmony of these ponies is too boring. Dull harmony. How can Chaos be interesting? Chaos laughed wildly in the air. It seemed this guy was the mastermind behind the disturbances. I must hold him off and not let him interfere with Twilight and the others, Anon thought. Chaos snapped his fingers. With a poof. All the efforts made by Anon's friends that morning were wasted. Chocolate rain began to fall again. Chaos pulled out a glass and filled it with chocolate milk. Now that's the right flavor. Chaos sighed. This isn't scientific. Anon was amazed to find that the cup was filling from the bottom up, as if the gravity of the cup had reversed. Science? What does Chaos need with science? Chaos scoffed at Anon's words. I can feel it. You are also a creature of chaos, right? Chaos's big face suddenly pressed against Anon's. Don't you think those harmonious ponies are boring? If the world were always orderly, how dull would that be? Chaos's face showed a mischievous expression. But we are all children of chaos. Anon said astonishingly. Chaos is not just a decoration for order. It is the underlying color of everything. It is the essence of all things. Hearing Anon's astonishing remarks, Chaos was stunned. No, Chaos cannot be everything. Look at that grass, that flower, that house, and that pony. Chaos pointed at Tang Tang, who was so scared that she froze in midair and then dashed away. They are so orderly. Is this chaos? Chaos looked at Anon. Chaos, you are too superficial. You must look beyond the surface phenomena of things to see the essence. Anon looked at Chaos with a caring gaze. The underlying logic of the world is chaos. Harmony is just a surface phenomenon. You and I are both within chaos. Let me put it this way. Anon made an analogy. Destiny. If the universe itself were orderly, then our fates would already be predetermined. We should all know what will happen in the future, when we will be born and when we will die. But we don't know, because of chaos. Fate is unpredictable. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery. Every day in the future is unknown. Anon stated their theory of chaos in the world. Chaos seemed to be malfunctioning. Phew, I should have tricked him over. I hope Twilight and the others are okay. Anon wiped the sweat from their forehead. Just then, the entire world suddenly froze. The rain, the birds, and even chaos were suspended in midair. The whole world turned gray. A grand voice came, as if possessing infinite power. Chaos rejoiced. Time returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Phew, phew, phew. Anon took a deep breath nervously. Chaos's big face suddenly pressed against Anon's face. Don't you think those harmonious little ponies are boring? If the world were always orderly, how dull that would be. The face of Chaos showed a mischievous expression. Didn't we just talk about this? Anonymous raised a question. No, we didn't. Oh, I get it. You want to distract me. Chaos was engaging in a battle of wits with the air. Anonymous had 1,000 questions in his mind. But reason told him not to ask anymore. Oh, right. The game with your little pony friends has already ended. They only just became a bit interesting. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you meet them. It must be spectacular. Tap tap. Chaos suddenly disappeared with a puff. Unrest and confusion filled Anonymous' heart. Friends, you must be okay. Chapter 51. To survive or not. The sky over Ponyville was overcast, with fierce winds blowing. The sun was locked behind thick clouds, and not a glimmer of sunlight could be seen. The ponies' houses flew up one by one, spinning in the air. Hurry, hurry. Everyone go to the town hall. Anonymous guided the ponies to the town hall for shelter. The ponies were terrified. The power of chaos was on display at that moment. The sun and moon alternated rapidly. The roads turned into slippery soap. Dark clouds descended, pouring out chocolate milk rain. At that moment, Chaos suddenly appeared in front of Anonymous. No one saw how he appeared, as if he had been floating there all along. Beautiful, isn't it? This is the upgraded Ponyville, still my initial design, of course. Chaos proudly pointed to the sky. Ponyville will become my city of chaos. Ho 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 ho. Under Anonymous' unfriendly gaze, Chaos vanished. Oh right, there's one more thing. Your little pony friends are back, go meet them. At the Golden Oak Library, Chaos popped up from behind Anonymous' head again, spoke, and then disappeared. Anonymous hurried to the Golden Oak Library. He immediately saw the girls and Spike. Why do they look so gray? Only Twilight Sparkle looks a bit better. But she's also turned gray. Twilight Sparkle, are you all okay? Why have you all turned gray? I led the residents of Ponyville to the town hall for shelter. What should we do next? Anonymous asked Twilight Sparkle. There's no way out. We have failed. Ponyville is doomed. Twilight Sparkle lowered her head. A tear dropped from her eye, and her body turned completely gray. Yo yo yo, the coward has finally arrived. Applejack pointed at Anonymous. I've always hated you. What were you doing while we were fighting chaos? Sleeping in your spa, huh? Applejack tipped her cowboy hat and left. What? Anonymous reached out to try to stop Applejack. Rarity saw Anonymous' outstretched hand. He is mine, my treasure. Stop. Don't touch my Tom. Go away, monster. Rarity roared at Anonymous' outstretched hand, running away with an ugly rock on her back. What's wrong with everyone? Pinky. Anonymous reached out to touch Pinky. Don't touch me. Pinky dodged Anonymous' hand. So sad, no? I don't want this. You tricked me before. Your words are as full of false hope as you are. Pinky cried and ran away. No, no, no. Anonymous' heart was stabbed hard. Ha ha. Looks like a loser has been abandoned. Gilda flew to Anonymous' ear. Loser, ha ha ha. Gilda hit Anonymous hard on the head with her hoof. Gilda, what did you say? Anonymous couldn't believe it. Even the kindest Gilda had turned like this? Can't you hear? I said loser. Gilda roared at Anonymous and flew away. With friends like this, who needs enemies? Twilight Sparkle lifted her head, tears filling her eyes. Anonymous. You're the only one still my friend. Let's leave together. We can go anywhere. Ponyville is no longer my home. Sadness consumed Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous gently hugged Twilight Sparkle. Chaos. What have you done to my friends? A raging fire of anger surged in Anonymous' heart. Spike. Anonymous looked at Spike beside him. Listen, Spike, you're already a man. Take care of your sister, Twilight Sparkle. If I don't come back, you'll be in charge of them. Anonymous bent down, looking Spike in the eyes. What are you going to do? Spike looked at Anonymous with concern. Go do what I must do. Flames burned in Anonymous' eyes. Anonymous walked to a place far from the town hall. Come out, Chaos. I know you've been watching me. With Anonymous' voice, Chaos made a flashy entrance. Haha. You finally see them. Honestly, your expression back then was spectacular. Want some popcorn? Chaos held a cup of empty popcorn and spoke while spitting. Anonymous didn't respond. Silence enveloped the surroundings. How about it? Don't be silent. They're just getting interesting now. Each element of friendship's opposite, the element of betrayal. Haha. Chaos floated over and threw his arm around Anonymous. Bang. Anonymous punched out like lightning, landing a blow on Chaos's nose. Ouch! Chaos covered his nose and cried out in pain. Interesting? Let me show you what interesting really is. Anonymous was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, swinging his fists and hitting Chaos's face. You hurt my friends. Bang. You destroyed my home. Bang. And now you dare to ask me if it's interesting. Bang. Go to hell, Chaos. This punch was heavy. Chaos was knocked down to the ground by Anonymous. You love to play games, right? Alright, I'll play with you. This game is called Real Man Battle. I hit you once, you hit me once. Let's see who can't hold on first. Anonymous clenched his fist and charged toward the downed Chaos. Bang! A sound of metal clashing echoed. Anonymous clutched his right hand and stepped back a few paces, his palm buzzing. Chaos slowly floated up from the ground. You're actually serious? So pathetic, a human corrupted by false friendship. Chaos scoffed at Anonymous' friendship. But I like games. Chaos, accept your challenge. Chaos also clenched his own fist. But you didn't say I couldn't use magic to make myself harder than stone, right? Chaos grinned wickedly at Anonymous. Anonymous said nothing, just kept throwing punches. Chapter 52, The Return of Harmony. In the ruins of the building, a bruised and battered Anonymous lay on the ground. He stared blankly at the sky. I have failed. How can I save you, my friends? The chocolate milk rain relentlessly pelted Anonymous' face. Yes, here. A gentle voice came. Anonymous felt 6 soft things pounce on him. It's the girls. They had regained their original colors. I'm not dreaming, am I? I thought I had lost you. Anonymous looked at his friends, tears filling his eyes. We said such hurtful things to you. The girls all looked very dejected. Applejack took off her hat and looked at Anonymous with pity. Pinky's mane had straightened again, and a sad atmosphere surrounded them. Gilda curled up, not daring to look at Anonymous. Rarity and Twilight Sparkle both hung their heads. Rainbow Dash also lowered her head, even though she had directly run away without hurting Anonymous with words. Can you forgive us? The girls looked at Anonymous. Anonymous smiled. No need to say. Who are my favorite little ponies? That's not your true intention. Anonymous pulled his friends into an embrace. The friends resumed their usual laughter and joy. Alright, now we just need to deal with Discord. Twilight Sparkle looked intently at the center of Ponyville. That big bad guy. Fluttershy shouted angrily. He made us all not ourselves. Applejack said furiously. He even turned Anonymous into this. Pinky pointed at Anonymous' face. Well, let's just forget about that. He didn't really gain anything, and besides, he is not that skilled. Anonymous covered his face and said shyly. I have an idea. Let's do this, and this. Twilight Sparkle started to lay out the battle plan with everyone. Sometime later, Discord sat on the throne at the center of Ponyville. A mirror floating in front of him. Discord was sticking a band-aid on his nose while looking into the mirror. Haha. Chaos, how wonderful. Ouch. Discord accidentally touched his swollen nose. Discord, we're not done yet. An angry voice came, and Anonymous appeared. Oh, come on. Don't you know when to give up? Discord yawned. Never. Last time I was careless. We're going to keep fighting. Let me show you the ultimate realm of power and speed. The mighty Storm Punch. Anonymous raised his left fist and charged forward. Bam! Another sound of metal clashing echoed. Behind some bushes, that is such a cool name for a move. Should I call Rainbow Power the same way? Rainbow Dash's eyes sparkled. I hope Anonymous won't get hurt. Fluttershy looked a bit worried. Alright. Anonymous has already engaged Discord. Friends, it's time for us to act. Twilight Sparkle said. Okay, girls, put on the elements of harmony and prepare to charge. The camera returned to the front lines. Useless, you can't hurt me. I can just stand here and let you hit me. It won't matter. Discord smugly spread his arms. Discord saw the bushes beside him glowing. How dare you lose focus while fighting me? How about this move? Anonymous pulled out a black object from behind and slapped it on Discord's head. It's the moon shield. Discord was knocked dizzy, seeing stars from the impact of the hard shield. What is this thing? So hard. You actually brought a weapon. You're cheating. Discord pointed at Anonymous. I never said weapons weren't allowed. Besides, you were the one who cheated first. You were the one using magic. Anonymous kept slapping Discord on the head. Discord was dazed and seeing stars. Alright, girls. Now is the time. Discord turned around to see the elements of harmony ready to go. Let him feel the power of friendship. Twilight Sparkle and her friends took to the sky, radiating endless light. A rainbow shot into the sky, perfectly hitting the dazed Discord. No. Under the impact of the rainbow, Discord slowly turned to stone. The rainbow didn't stop, continuing to wash over the chaotic land. A blinding white light flashed, and when Anonymous opened his eyes again, Ponyville had returned to its peaceful and serene state. The girls slowly descended. Discord's stone statue fell to the ground. We did it. We saved Ponyville. Woohoo. The girls jumped up and down excitedly. A few days later, in Canterlot Castle, drums and firecrackers were booming. The grand doors of the hall slowly opened, and the girls walked out on the red carpet. Surrounding them were ponies who had come to witness the ceremony. The air was filled with uplifting music. The girls walked confidently forward. Princess Celestia on stage winked at the girls, showing a satisfied smile. Anonymous and Spike stood to the sides, secretly waving at the girls. Twilight Sparkle smiled back at them. Today, we gather here to celebrate. Princess Celestia began her speech. To once again commemorate the heroic actions of these 6 good friends. It was they who rose up against discord, saving Ponyville from eternal chaos. When Princess Celestia finished, the ponies below erupted in cheers. And this human, Mr. Anonymous. As Celestia spoke, Anonymous stepped onto the stage. Your dedication amazes me. You truly deserve the title of hero. Anonymous's face turned slightly red. In light of your brave actions, I declare, Mr. Anonymous, congratulations on becoming an honorary citizen of Ponyville. And you will have your own property here. Welcome once again to Ponyville, Mr. Anonymous. Princess Celestia winked at Anonymous. The ponies below erupted in cheers again. The girls' eyes were filled with joy. Princess Celestia activated her magic, her horn radiating dazzling white light. The curtain was drawn, revealing a brand new, stained glass window. It depicted the moment the girls defeated discord. The girls wearing the elements of harmony shot towards discord. Anonymous was also up there, right in front of discord. The image of Anonymous raised his shield, resisting the chaotic power emanating from discord. The ponies below cheered once more. After the ceremony. So are we heroes now? That is so cool. Rainbow Dash excitedly spun several times in the air. Steady now, steady now. Applejack chuckled. Should we go grab a bite at Donut Joe's together? His donuts are the best I've ever had. Pinkie licked her lips. Hey, speaking of which, where did Anonymous go? Fluttershy looked around, not finding Anonymous. Oh, he was called over by Princess Luna. She said she wanted him to join her for dinner. Twilight Sparkle smiled. Chapter 53, Anonymous' Big House. Picking up where we left off, Anonymous was rewarded by the princess and received his own little house. Finally, he could move out of the spa staff dormitory. Anonymous' little house was different from the girls' houses. There were no tree houses, cloud houses, or any other super cool things. It was just an ordinary little house, following a minimalist style. But as a human, Anonymous was bound to have some differences from the ponies. For example, it was especially big. A big table, a big bed, big potted plants, big pots and pans. Just like now, Anonymous had to pull Pinkie out of his big cookie jar. Pinkie, Anonymous shouted. The kitchen fell into a moment of silence. Anonymous looked at Pinkie, and Pinkie looked back at Anonymous. They stared at each other. Then Pinkie reached her hoof back toward Anonymous' cookie jar. Don't eat my cookies anymore, Pinkie. Anonymous tried to stop Pinkie's actions, but it was too late. Pinkie vacuumed up all of Anonymous' snack reserves like a vacuum cleaner. Pinkie's face was swollen like a hamster stuffed with food. MMM. Pinkie wanted to say something, but the food completely sealed her ability to make sounds. Pinkie tried to swallow the food, which struggled in her throat. They were stuck in a standoff for quite a while. Then, Pinkie's throat briefly bulged like in a cartoon. Plop. Anonymous' snacks fell into the endless abyss. Ah, good morning. Anonymous. Pinkie's mouth finally could speak. I sometimes really wonder if this is some cartoon world or something for kids. Anonymous covered his face, speechless. You're talking weird again. Anonymous. If you keep saying things like that, the world will turn gray again. Pinkie jumped onto Anonymous' back and rubbed his head with her hoof. I'm used to it by now. Go on, Pinkie. Why are you in my house, and how did you get in? Also, why are you eating my cookies? Anonymous remained expressionless. Don't ask so many questions about the little pony. Pinkie Pie tightly hugged Anonymous' leg, hoping to get away with it. Anonymous raised an eyebrow at Pinkie. Oh right, there's one more thing. We're going to be late for our picnic. See you soon. Pinkie Pie dashed away. But it's only morning. Anonymous called after Pinkie as she ran off. The sound of Pinkie's voice warning her grew fainter. That Pinkie Pie. Anonymous chuckled and shook her head. After a while, Anonymous stepped out of the house. A rainbow shockwave burst forth in the distance. Today, Ponyville was quite peaceful. Anonymous sighed and walked towards town. Anonymous arrived at the picnic spot. The girls had already arrived, except for Twilight Sparkle. Please don't tell me I forgot to bring the plates. Rarity rummaged through the picnic basket, with forks, knives, and tea sets scattered everywhere. Ah, really, I forgot everything. She collapsed, holding her forehead. But before she fell, she magically dragged a fancy chair from who knows where and lay down on it. Why? Rarity wailed on the fancy chair. Her friends looked at her in silence. What's wrong? You don't think I would lie on the grass, do you? Rarity said to her friends. Just a usual day. Nothing special. Her friends resumed their activities. Rainbow Dash put on her sunglasses and lay on the grass, enjoying the sunlight. Crash. Something fell near Rainbow Dash. She looked up to see a grinning Twilight Sparkle, her mane all messy and looking quite scary. Rainbow Dash jumped back in surprise. Her friends looked at Twilight with concern. Are you okay, Twilight? Why is your mane so messy? Anonymous reached out to help Twilight comb her mane. No. Twilight yelled, startling her friends. I have a big problem. Twilight said. What's wrong? Can we help you? Her friends asked. It's terrifying. Twilight exclaimed. What is it? They asked again. It's the scariest trouble I've ever faced. I really need your help. Twilight looked desperate. What is it? You're making me anxious. Anonymous asked urgently. The time to write to Princess Celestia is running out. And I haven't learned anything about friendship yet. I don't know what to write. Twilight cried out in despair. Phew. Her friends breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I thought something terrible happened, Fluttershy said softly. Twilight looked at her friends in disbelief. Crash. Twilight suddenly teleported in front of Rainbow Dash, knocking her sunglasses off. That's a very serious problem. Twilight jumped into the air. Crash. Twilight teleported again, appearing next to Rarity, scaring her so much that she spat out the tea she had just drunk. If I can't write the letter on time, I'll procrastinate. Twilight explained to her friends in panic. Procrastinate. Twilight raised her voice. From what you're saying, it sounds serious. How can I help you? Anonymous rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Ha ha ha. Come on, Anonymous. It's just a small matter. No need to overreact, Applejack said nonchalantly. Twilight's face turned red with anger. This is not a small matter. It's a very big deal. I need you all to help me find a troubled little pony before dark. Twilight shouted in despair. Ha ha, Twilight. You really are a crazy pony, Pinkie Pie laughed heartily. Come on, sit down. Let's have a picnic together. Don't worry about such trivial matters, Applejack urged Twilight. Twilight panicked and teleported away. Is everything really okay? Watching Twilight's departing figure, Anonymous had a bad feeling. Yeah, I've never seen Twilight so anxious before, Fluttershy said to everyone. You're making a big deal out of nothing, Rarity commented while lying on the fancy chair. Everyone looked at Rarity on the fancy chair. Ahem, relatively speaking, Rarity said, a bit embarrassed as she adjusted her mane. Chapter 54, The Clever Donkey. Anonymous walked to the Golden Oak Library. Spike! Spike! Anonymous shouted from outside the door. What's wrong? Anonymous? Spike popped his head out of the second-floor window, wearing a pot on his head. Twilight. As soon as Anonymous said those 4 words, Spike understood everything. Yes, she's been acting a bit off today. She's really stressed out. Can you help me talk to her? I've already written to Princess Celestia, so it should be fine, Spike said, patting his chest. Okay, I'm on it, Spike. Anonymous waved goodbye to Spike and began searching for Twilight. After a while, Anonymous saw Twilight on the grass in the distance, along with Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom, and Scootaloo. It looked like Twilight had pulled something out, and the 3 little ponies quickly got into a scuffle. Don't fight, kids. Anonymous hurried over, ready to break them up. Twilight suddenly hugged Anonymous' leg. Anonymous, thank goodness. You have to help me get that doll. Twilight pointed at what the 3 little ponies were fighting over. Anonymous focused and saw it was a gray cloth doll that looked like a little donkey. Anonymous felt something was off, the more she looked at the doll. The cuter it seemed, and she wanted it so badly. Anonymous stepped forward and grabbed the doll. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Now please give it to me. Twilight reached out for the doll in Anonymous' hand. No, Anonymous said. What? Twilight looked at Anonymous. Pink hearts appeared in Anonymous' eyes. It's mine. Anonymous raised the doll and ran away. No way. Twilight covered her face with her hoof. No, it's mine. Give it to me. The 3 little ponies chased after Anonymous. What are you all doing? Their strange behavior caught the attention of Miss Mayor nearby. They're fighting over that doll. A Pegasus pony with hearts in her eyes pointed at the doll in Anonymous' hand. That doll is so beautiful. Another little pony also had hearts in her eyes. The situation seemed to take a turn for the worse. Many other little ponies were having a picnic on the lawn that afternoon, and now they all saw the doll in Anonymous' hand. The ponies rushed towards Anonymous. Seeing the situation, Anonymous turned and ran. It's my treasure. No one can take it away. It loves me, and I love it. Anonymous' adrenaline surged, and she burst forth at a surprising speed, leaving the other little ponies in the dust. What have I done? Twilight looked at the chaotic scene before her, completely panicked. Meanwhile, Applejack was leaning against a big tree, chewing on a wheat stalk, enjoying the shade. Strange sounds came from a distance. Did you hear that? Applejack asked. Just then, Anonymous dashed past, leading a large group of little ponies. Give it to me. Give it to me. No. The scene was a complete mess. What happened? What on earth is going on? Applejack asked as she watched Anonymous being chased by the little ponies. Rainbow Dash, with her excellent eyesight, spotted the doll that Anonymous was holding, her eyes slowly filling with hearts. Don't look at him. Twilight Sparkle rushed over and covered Rainbow Dash's eyes. Don't look at what? Rarity asked in confusion. Twilight Sparkle covered Rarity's eyes as well. My smart donkey doll, I cast a love spell on it. Now all the little ponies want it. Well, and Anonymous too. Twilight Sparkle pointed at the Anonymous being chased. Anonymous can run that fast? Rainbow Dash was a bit surprised. So why did you cast a spell on the doll? Fluttershy asked in confusion. Twilight Sparkle lay on the ground, hugging her head with her hooves. I can't find any friendship problems to report to Princess Celestia. I thought if there were no problems, I would create one myself. Today is almost over. If I can't report before today ends. Twilight Sparkle looked like she was about to break down. Today is already over. Applejack pointed at the sky. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon. I'm doomed. Twilight Sparkle collapsed on the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Twilight Sparkle. A dazzling sun appeared in the sky again. It was the angry Princess Celestia. Oh my. The friends looked at Twilight Sparkle with concern. Princess Celestia flew in the air, her horn emitting a bright light. With a flash of white light, all the love spells were lifted. The confused little ponies returned to normal. Everyone smiled awkwardly and dispersed. Anonymous fell to the ground with a thud. What is going on? My leg. Anonymous, unable to get up. Princess Celestia, heartbroken, let Anonymous float in the air. Then, she slowly brought him down in front of Twilight Sparkle. Go to the library to meet me. Princess Celestia said coldly, then flew away with Anonymous. Goodbye, friends. If you want to see me again, I will be at the Canterlot Magic Kindergarten. Twilight Sparkle said, lowering her head and walking away dejectedly. What magic kindergarten? Fluttershy asked. Will we never see Twilight Sparkle again? Pinkie Pie covered her face sadly. What should we do? Applejack panicked. Among all the bad things that could happen, this is the worst thing. Rarity exclaimed loudly. The girls looked at Rarity. What's wrong? It's true what I said. Rarity said honestly. The scene shifted to the Golden Oak Library. Anonymous lay on the ground, and Spike quietly apologized to him. I'm sorry, Anonymous, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go find Twilight Sparkle alone. Spike looked at Anonymous with pity. No, it's all my fault. I'm a bad student, a bad friend. Twilight Sparkle said sadly. It's okay, Twilight Sparkle, Spike. I'm just a little leg injured, as long as no ponies are hurt. Anonymous patted Spike on the head and smiled at Twilight Sparkle. Just then, the door was kicked open with a bang, and the girls rushed in. Wait. Rainbow Dash quickly stood in front of Twilight Sparkle. You can't punish her. Pinkie Pie also stood in front of Twilight Sparkle, speaking to Princess Celestia. I'm listening. Princess Celestia said. Your Highness, we saw Twilight Sparkle was very anxious. Fluttershy said. But we didn't take it seriously. Rainbow Dash said. So while Twilight Sparkle was doing these things, we couldn't stop her. Applejack said. As Twilight Sparkle's good friends, we should have taken her feelings seriously and helped her. Rarity said. I was wrong too. I thought I could help Twilight Sparkle by myself. Anonymous struggled to get up. I shouldn't have tried to be strong. I should have called other friends to help Twilight Sparkle. And besides me, no other pony was hurt. Please, don't make Twilight Sparkle leave. Anonymous looked at Princess Celestia with pleading eyes. Please, don't take Twilight Sparkle away. The friends said in unison. Princess Celestia finally smiled. Well, it seems you all learned a lesson today. I want to punish Twilight Sparkle, but there's one condition. From today on, I want you all to report to me about your experiences with friendship magic. Of course, only when you discover them. Princess Celestia winked at Twilight Sparkle. The friends cheered. Do I have to write too? Anonymous raised his hand. Of course, we love our strong hero. Princess Celestia smiled and left. Love being strong, huh? Applejack poked Anonymous' leg. Ow! Anonymous fell down. Ha ha ha. The room was suddenly filled with laughter. Chapter 55, Wheelchair Anonymous. Several days passed since the last incident. Mr. Anonymous, what a coincidence. I saw you again in the hospital. Nurse Redheart walked into Anonymous' hospital room. Twilight Sparkle smiled at Anonymous shyly. Doctor, how is he? The girls asked eagerly. Well, moderate muscle strain. But he is quite strong and has almost recovered. He can be discharged today. Nurse Redheart looked at the report on her hoof. Woohoo, that's great. Pinkie Pie bounced on Anonymous' bed, predictably stepping on his leg. Ouch. Anonymous grabbed Pinkie Pie and put her down on the floor. Sorry. Pinkie Pie said sheepishly. Well, now it's fine. Mr. Anonymous will need to sit in a wheelchair if he wants to go out. Nurse Redheart teased. Anonymous and the girls left the hospital. Can you really get back by yourself? Do you need us to see you off? Applejack raised an eyebrow and looked at Anonymous sitting in the wheelchair. No problem. Little wheelchair. My arms are strong too. Anonymous raised his right hand and flexed his arm muscles. Okay, then we're leaving. The girls departed. Phew. Anonymous took a deep breath. Are you really okay? The girls suddenly popped up again from nowhere. Oh, you scared me. I'm fine, you all go ahead. Anonymous waved the girls away. Are you really okay? Pinkie Pie asked repeatedly. Anonymous looked at the girls with an exasperated expression. Fine, we're really leaving now. Goodbye. The girls left. All right, time to go home. Anonymous pushed the wheelchair and strolled slowly down the street. Mr. Anonymous. A warm voice suddenly came from behind. It was Miss Sunflower. Hello, Miss Sunflower. Anonymous greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Anonymous. I heard you overexerted yourself and got hurt again. Miss Sunflower had a bright smile on her face. Anonymous' face turned red instantly, mumbling something about helping others not being overexerting, which made Miss Sunflower laugh. Just as Anonymous and Miss Sunflower were walking through town, three small figures suddenly darted out ahead. Anonymous. It was Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, and Apple Bloom. How are you recovering? Scootaloo tried to poke Anonymous' leg, but was stopped by Apple Bloom. Hey, can't you see Anonymous is still in a wheelchair? Apple Bloom said to Scootaloo. I was just curious. Scootaloo made a face. Haha, seeing you three little ones makes me feel like I'll be better in no time. Anonymous patted the heads of the three little ones and said with a smile. Miss Sunflower looked at Anonymous and the three little ones with a loving gaze. All right. This is Miss Sunflower, an old friend of mine. Anonymous introduced Miss Sunflower to the three little ones. Hello there, little ponies. Miss Sunflower gently greeted the three little ones. Hello, Miss Sunflower. The three little ones replied in the same manner. Miss Sunflower really likes children. Seeing how quickly she bonded with the kids, Anonymous thought to himself, oh, hurry, take out the stuff. Sweetheart Baby poked Apple Lily. Oh right, I almost forgot. Anonymous, take us to play with them. Apple Lily took out 3 items. Who? Just as Anonymous was about to ask, he saw the three little ones carrying 3 fine applewood sticks. Oh great, let's go together. Anonymous readily agreed to the three little ones' request. Hooray, long live Anonymous. The three little ones cheered excitedly. Where to? This time it was Miss Sunflower who was puzzled. Just follow us. This time I'll show you something. Anonymous said mysteriously. Anonymous and the three little ones took Miss Sunflower to the edge of the eternal freedom forest. Anonymous whistled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 handsome wooden wolves rushed out. Miss Sunflower was startled and quickly shielded the three little ones behind her. Don't be afraid, my little ponies. I will protect you. Back off, you wooden wolves. Miss Sunflower's voice was like the blazing sun in anger, startling the 3 wooden wolves, who trembled and lay on the ground, afraid to move. It's okay, Miss Sunflower, they are our friends. Apple Lily said as she handed the applewood to the wolves. The wolves timidly got up and crunched down the applewood. It seemed like they had eaten something delicious, and their tails started to spin wildly. The 3 little ones began to play with the wooden wolves. What's happening? Miss Sunflower couldn't understand the situation before her. It's okay. I often bring Apple Lily and the others here to play with the wooden wolves. These 3 little wooden wolves won hurt ponies. Anonymous explained to Miss Sunflower. At that moment, the 3 wooden wolves noticed Anonymous sitting in a wheelchair, and one of them pounced. It crashed into Anonymous' stomach. Uffed. Anonymous was knocked off balance, struggling against the wolves' sap-covered tongues. Ha ha ha. Miss Sunflower couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Anonymous in such a predicament. Anonymous and Miss Sunflower sat on the grass, quietly watching the 3 little ones playing with the wooden wolves. Every time I see these lovely children, I feel that the world is full of hope, Miss Sunflower said, looking at the happy 3 little ones, and revealed a heartfelt smile. Yes, children are the treasures of the world. Anonymous replied. Well said, Mr. Anonymous. I didn't expect you to say something so philosophical. Miss Sunflower looked at Anonymous in surprise. Humph, I'm not the big silly you think I am. I've also read many books and tackled numerous questions. Anonymous held his head high, his face full of pride and satisfaction. Miss Sunflower looked at Anonymous like this and chuckled softly. Mr. Anonymous, may I call you Anonymous? Miss Sunflower gently asked. Sure, Sunflower. Anonymous replied with a smile. Actually, it seemed like Sunflower whispered something, but Anonymous couldn't hear clearly. What's wrong? Anonymous asked. It's nothing. Let us call the kids. It's getting late. We should head back. Miss Sunflower said gently. The setting sun cast a beautiful golden veil over Miss Sunflower. She looked like the goddess of the setting sun. Anonymous couldn't help but stare in awe. Chapter 56, The Little Black One. Hee hee. An evil and gloomy laugh echoed from Anonymous' little house. This outfit will definitely startle them. Ho 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 ho. Just as Anonymous was talking to himself in the mirror, there was a loud knock at the door. Anonymous quietly walked over and opened the door. Nightmare night, scare pony night. Thank us for the candy. Peeking dressed as a chick led a bunch of little ponies standing at Anonymous' door. Huh, strange, why is no one here? Where did Anonymous go? Peeking looked at the dark doorway, puzzled. The little ponies all poked their heads in to look inside. Surprise! Anonymous suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling Peeking and the little ponies into a whinny. Oh, Anonymous. Looks like you're adapting quickly. Welcome to your first nightmare night. Peeking was the first to regain her composure and smiled at Anonymous. Anonymous was dressed in a black bodysuit, even wearing a black hood over his face, revealing only a pair of smiling eyes. And to create an invisible effect, Anonymous had used a bit of black magic. Thank you, Peeking. Happy nightmare night, little ponies. Anonymous said with a smile. The little ponies looked at Anonymous with puffed up cheeks. Sorry, kids. Here, take your candy. Anonymous stuffed candy into the little ponies' bags. The little ponies immediately stopped being angry. I want some too. Hurry up and give me the candy. Peeking shouted, even mimicking a chick pecking at Anonymous' leg. Okay. This is yours. Anonymous poured the remaining candy into Peeking's bag. Yay. Little ponies, charge. Peeking happily led the little ponies away to ask for candy elsewhere. So lively. Anonymous watched the little ponies run off, feeling emotional. I should be off too. Enjoy nightmare night. Anonymous placed a bowl of candy at his door, closed the door, and turned to walk toward the town. On the way, Anonymous bumped into Twilight Sparkle and Spike. Good evening, Twilight Sparkle. Oh, and Spike. Nice little dinosaur costume. Anonymous greeted them warmly. What is making noise? Spike looked around and finally spotted Anonymous. Thanks, yours is great too, Anonymous. Spike responded enthusiastically. Twilight Sparkle said nothing, her face full of anticipation. She shook her cloak and hat at Anonymous, the bells on the cloak and hat jingling. Your old wizard costume is pretty good too. Is she playing a wizard? Anonymous quietly asked Spike. Well, at least it's close. Twilight Sparkle said helplessly. Haha. Spike laughed at Twilight Sparkle. I'm playing Santa Starshine. He is the greatest pony wizard, the creator of the sheep transformation spell, and the inventor of 48 types of magic. Twilight Sparkle began to ramble on. Twilight Sparkle, come see our candy. Peking came running with the little ponies, interrupting Twilight Sparkle's long speech. Anonymous looked at Peking with grateful eyes. Suddenly, a dark cloud floated behind Peking. A rainbow-colored mane peeked out from behind the cloud. It's Rainbow Dash. She was wearing a black Shadow Team outfit and kicked the cloud with a mischievous grin. Crack! A lightning bolt exploded above Peking and the little ponies. Peking and the little ponies were scared away by the sudden loud noise. Ha ha ha! Rainbow Dash laughed uncontrollably on top of the cloud. Rainbow Dash, that's not nice. Twilight Sparkle frowned slightly. Exactly, what if you scared the little ponies? Anonymous chimed in. Oh, relax, old man and little black one. This is the best prank time of the year. Rainbow Dash said from the cloud. Look at what you've done to poor Spike. Twilight Sparkle pointed at the ground. Spike was curled up on the ground, trembling in fear, hiccuping nonstop. Anonymously patted Suelong's back from the side. Just for fun. Yunbao chuckled. And Twilight Sparkle raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, more little ponies are coming over there. I'm off. Yunbao pushed the dark cloud and flew away. In the distance, the screams of little ponies and the sound of lightning could be heard, along with Yunbao's carefree laughter. Anonymously picked up Suelong and continued strolling through the town with Twilight Sparkle. As they walked, they encountered Applejack, who was hosting a barrel game. Applejack was wearing an old straw hat and several torn burlap sacks filled with hay, looking just like a scarecrow. Happy Nightmare Night, Applejack. Twilight Sparkle greeted her. Anonymously and Suelong waved as well. Hello, Suelong. Hey, Twilight Sparkle, nice costume. Applejack said. Twilight Sparkle felt very happy, finally getting compliments on her outfit from another pony. Just as she was enjoying the moment, Suelong spoke up. Thank you. I'm dressed as a dragon. Suelong patted her little chest. She meant me, Suelong. And you are a dragon. Twilight Sparkle said to Suelong. Applejack laughed as she approached, touching Twilight Sparkle's fake beard. Look at this beard. You must be dressed as a country singer. Ha ha ha. Anonymously couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh, who's laughing? Applejack looked around and noticed a dark Anonymously standing nearby. Wow, your costume is really good. I just noticed you. Applejack poked Anonymously's tight outfit. Of course. I went through a lot of trouble to get such a simple outfit made by Jinchi. Anonymously said proudly. At that moment, a commotion arose nearby. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, little ponies, for coming to the Nightmare Night celebration. The ponies erupted in cheers. It seems the mayor is giving a speech. Let's go see. Applejack led her friends toward the crowd of ponies. The mayor, dressed as a clown, stood on the podium, and the ponies below were all in various costumes, resembling a chaotic dance of spirits. The mayor cleared his throat and continued. Now all the little ponies who are out trick-or-treating, follow our friend Cola. Listen to her tell you about the story of Nightmare Moon. The mayor intentionally stretched his words to sound scarier. If she wasn't dressed like that, it might sound even scarier. Honest Dragon Suelong commented. The friends chuckled a few times. Phew. A puff of green smoke billowed from the podium, and Cola slowly appeared from it. Tonight, Cola let her mohawk down, turning it into long, flowing hair, and adorned it with a few spiders as decorations. To be honest, she doesn't look as good as usual, Anonymously thought to herself. Cola spotted the little dark Anonymously and winked at him. Come with me, everyone hurry up. Let's hear the legend of Nightmare Moon. Cola led the ponies to a crumbling statue. The statue was menacing, with Nightmare Moon carved on it. Listen carefully, children. Nightmare Night is dark and frightening. Cola pulled out a handful of green powder and blew on it. The powder formed the shape of Nightmare Moon in the air and charged toward the little ponies. The little ponies huddled together in fear. Amazing. Anonymously's eyes sparkled. Every year, we wear these costumes just to avoid her pursuit, Cola said while guiding the illusion of Nightmare Moon. Because Nightmare Moon has only one goal, to eat the little ponies whole. The illusion of Nightmare Moon revealed sharp teeth. Starving, she flies in the sky. If she can't see the ponies, she will disappear. The illusion of Nightmare Moon dissipated into smoke. Whenever Nightmare Moon disappears, Ponyville will have peace for a year. Cola narrated the ancient story while controlling the illusion, scaring the little ponies into trembling. Nightmare Moon eating ponies? Anonymously felt sorry for Nightmare Moon in her heart. She was portrayed too harshly, turned into a pony-eating monster. At this moment, a little pony stepped forward from the crowd. Miss Cola? The little pony Pippola tugged at Cola's clothing. If we wear costumes, we can avoid Nightmare Moon. Then why do we need to prepare candy? Pippola asked. That's a very good question, little one. Because you must not offend Nightmare Moon. Give her something tasty to fill her belly, and she won't come back to eat you. Cola said deliberately in a scary tone. Just after Cola finished speaking, Pinkie Pie let out a scream. Everyone quickly pour out the candy. or Nightmare Moon will eat us up. Pinkie took the lead and poured the candy in front of the Nightmare Moon statue. The little ponies followed suit. Anonymously smiled at the little ponies. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, with thunder and lightning. In the shadow of the moon, a black carriage suddenly appeared. 2 night stallions pulled the carriage, racing toward Ponyville. What is that? The little ponies panicked, fear spreading among them. It's Nightmare Moon. She's come to catch us. Everyone run, Pinkie shouted, igniting the tense atmosphere. The little ponies followed Pinkie in a frantic escape. Chapter 57, A Night of Fun. The carriage reached the center of the town. A shadow draped in a cloak slowly floated down from the carriage. The little ponies looked at the shadow in terror. A flash of lightning lit up the night sky, and the shadow removed its hood. It was Princess Luna. The surrounding ponies fell to the ground in fear, trembling. Luna also came to participate in Nightmare Night. How wonderful. Seeing her friend arrive, Anonymously felt genuinely happy. Luna walked slowly toward the ponies, her cloak transforming into bats and dissipating. Citizens of Ponyville, Luna said in a loud voice. The little ponies felt as if they would be blown away by the sound waves. I have come to personally visit your town so that you can witness the true princess of the night. Luna raised her hoof. I am no longer the evil Nightmare Moon. I have turned over a new leaf. I look forward to your love and admiration, Luna said excitedly. But she didn't notice that the surrounding ponies were slowly moving their hooves, quietly distancing themselves from her. Let's turn this terrifying nightmare night into a joyful and glorious day. After Luna finished speaking, another flash of lightning struck the sky, making her figure even more terrifying. Anonymously noticed that every time lightning struck, a white light flashed in Luna's eyes. Could it be that Luna was creating the lightning herself to enhance her dramatic effect? Oh no, this would only make things worse. The looks the little ponies gave Luna began to change. Initially, they were just anxious at the sudden arrival of the princess, but now it had completely turned into fear. Pinkie suddenly stood up and said to the little ponies, "Did you hear that, little ponies? Nightmare Moon said she would eat us all." Ah! Pinkie's words triggered screams from the little ponies. They all followed Pinkie in their escape. What? Luna remained in the position of raising her hoof, stunned in place. No, children. No. What I meant was that you no longer need to fear me. I hope that every time you see me in the future, you can laugh heartily instead of screaming in terror. Luna became anxious, stomping a hoof on the ground, causing a crack to form. The little ponies still on the ground became even more frightened. Mayor. Luna turned to look at the mayor, who was still lying on the ground. The princess who governs the night has arrived, Luna said, raising her hoof in front of the mayor's wife. The mayor's wife thought Luna was angry and was going to punish her, trembling in fear on the ground. Luna held her hoof up for a while, noticed no reaction, and turned to look at her assistant lying nearby. Gritting her teeth, she extended her hoof toward the assistant. The assistant was also scared and trembling. What is wrong with you? Luna was puzzled, and whichever little pony she pointed her hoof at would tremble on the ground. Well, suit yourselves, Luna said haughtily, raising her head. Since that's the case, I won't need you to hold a traditional royal farewell for me. Luna looked sad, ready to retract her hoof and leave. Suddenly, a pair of large hands grasped Luna's hoof. Luna was startled by the sudden grip on her hoof. When she focused her eyes, a little black pony suddenly appeared in front of her, gazing at her with eyes full of laughter. The little black pony performed a kiss the hoof gesture. Welcome, welcome, the guardian of dreams, Princess Luna. Anonym, at your service. The little black pony, Anonym, made a graceful bow. Luna gasped, covering her mouth with her hoof. Her face filled with joy. Anonym. Luna suddenly tackled Anonym to the ground. The surrounding little ponies were stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. Oh! Luna suddenly realized there were other little ponies around and blushed. Ahem, Mr. Anonym, please accompany me for a stroll to enjoy the night of nightmares. Luna coughed twice, trying to maintain a royal demeanor. Of course, Miss Luna. Anonym responded with a gentlemanly demeanor. Luna and Anonym walked towards a less crowded area, strolling under the starry sky. I'm so glad to see you, Anonym. Your outfit is really nice. I didn't even notice you standing there. Luna said. Of course, in this outfit. When I stand in the dark, no one can see me, Anonym replied with a smile. Luna chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with starlight, her mane dancing in the wind. It's always so happy to be with friends. Although my little ponies still don't quite like me, but seeing you makes me very happy, Anonym. Luna smiled at Anonym. If it's a matter of little ponies, I think I can help. Twilight Sparkle suddenly appeared. Starshine. This outfit is amazing. Even the beard looks identical. Luna returned to her stiff tone. Great, finally a little pony can recognize this outfit. Twilight Sparkle was very excited. Hey, Luna. Why do you speak to Twilight Sparkle in such a stiff tone? Anonym asked in confusion. Stiff? I was very joyful in my words just now, can't you tell? Luna asked incredulously. Not at all. Twilight Sparkle and Anonym exchanged bewildered looks and shook their heads. This is the royal voice of Canterlot. Luna waved her hoof in front of her chest. Whether spoken elegantly, Luna's voice erupted with sound waves. Or loudly like this. speaking to subjects. It's all part of our royal tradition. Luna's words sent Anonym and Twilight Sparkle swaying. Well, I know where the problem lies. Twilight Sparkle adjusted her blown-out hat. The result is obvious, Anonym agreed. What are you talking about? I can't understand at all. Luna exclaimed loudly. Your voice is too loud. A loud voice will scare the little ponies, Twilight Sparkle said. Oh, Luna looked a bit confused. But I've been locked away for 1,000 years. I don't know how to speak softly, Luna blinked. You were speaking just fine with me, Anonym said. Ah, I see. Like this? Luna said in a gentle tone. Exactly. Your voice is quite gentle, Anonym replied with a smile. Thank you. Luna's face turned red. Once we reach the town, just say it like that. I guarantee the little ponies will accept you. Anonym thought of a set of phrases to teach Luna. Twilight Sparkle, Anonym, and Luna headed to the town. When the little ponies saw Luna, they all fell to the ground, trembling. No, little ponies. There's no need to kneel. I am here to play with you. On this joyful night, there's no need to mind my presence. Luna said, glancing back at Anonym. Anonym gestured. Enjoy the festival to the fullest. Luna approached a kneeling little pony and gently helped her up. The other little ponies saw this scene, although still a bit timid. They were no longer so afraid of Luna. One by one, they stood up from the ground and continued to enjoy the night of nightmares. What? How did this happen? Luna returned, wearing an incredulous expression. Why is it that when you say it, the little ponies are not as afraid of me? You're amazing, Anonym. Luna excitedly hugged Anonym. Twilight Sparkle also looked at Anonym in disbelief. It's simple. Only children believe in the night of nightmares. Other little ponies fear Princess Luna more than they fear the night of nightmares. Anonym explained to Luna and Twilight Sparkle. What? They still fear me? Luna said dejectedly. Not that kind of fear, but the fear that you are a princess. Luna and Twilight Sparkle looked confused, not understanding what Anonym was saying. Silly Luna, silly Twilight Sparkle. Anonym patted their heads. Think about it. If you were an ordinary little pony, just enjoying apples and singing, enjoying the festival. Suddenly, a princess arrives. A princess you've never seen before, an unknown princess. Would you be scared? Anonym asked. Not scared. Luna and Twilight Sparkle shook their heads. Oh dear. Anonym slapped her forehead. Let me tell you, ordinary little ponies would be scared. They fear that the festival will be ruined because no princess has ever come before. You are an uncertain factor. Anonym pointed at Luna. Oh, I understand. Because the little ponies have never seen Luna and don't know her character. They will be afraid of her. They are not afraid of Luna herself, but of the changes she brings. Twilight Sparkle also understood. Then what should I do? How can I change the little ponies' view of me? I really want to mingle with the little ponies. Can you help me, Anonym? Luna stared at Anonym with her sparkling big eyes. Her beautiful eyes were like sapphires in the night sky, sparkling. Anonym steadied her little heart. It's simple. Just have fun. Anonym said. Chapter 58, a happy ending. Continuing from the previous chapter, Anonym brought Luna and Twilight Sparkle to the town center. In front of Applejack's stall. Applejack had just pulled Pip out of a barrel he nearly fell into. Turning around, she was startled to see Princess Luna and her attendants. Princess Luna? What brings you here? Applejack asked, trembling as she regained her composure. Ahem, Commoner Applejack. We are here to convey the wishes of Princess Luna, Anonym said in a very authoritative tone. Luna looked at Anonym incredulously. This was not what they had agreed on. Applejack trembled even more. Come on, Anonym. Stop teasing Applejack. Twilight Sparkle shot Anonym an annoyed glance. All right. Applejack said to Princess Luna. The princess is here to play games. Come and let her experience your game booth. Anonymous responded. Phew, why didn't you say so earlier? Bad Anonymous. Finally relieved. Applejack stuck out her tongue at Anonymous. Anonymous laughed at her. Come over here, Your Highness. Play some games, have some fun. Applejack regained her usual lively demeanor. What is fun? Luna asked in confusion. Fun means having a good time. It's the same thing, Anonymous explained. Right. Applejack agreed. The girls guided Princess Luna to a game booth. In front of them was a table with a bowl of spider toys. In the distance, there was a large spider web set up. What are these spiders for? Luna asked, pointing at the bowl of spider toys. You have to throw these spiders onto the web over there. The closer you get to the center, the more points you score, Applejack explained. Luna, somewhat skeptical, picked up a spider toy and threw it at the web. The spider toy arced through the air and plopped down on the ground, far from the web. Luna nervously glanced back. You can do it, Princess Luna. Your friends are cheering for you. Other little ponies gathered around when they saw the princess playing a game. Encouraged by her friends, Luna mustered her courage and picked up another spider. Holding her breath and concentrating, she threw it. Ding! The spider hit the web perfectly. Oh, I got it. This princess really likes this fun. Luna looked very happy. The plan succeeded. Anonymous and Twilight Sparkle exchanged smiles. Where can I find more fun? I haven't played properly in 1,000 years. Luna eagerly asked. Her friends took her to play the pumpkin catapult. Princess Luna placed a pumpkin in the catapult and carefully aimed at the target. There was no smile on Luna's face. Her eyes were filled with a desire for victory. Launch it, Princess Luna. With Twilight Sparkle's voice, Luna shot the pumpkin. Swish. The pumpkin hit the bullseye. Haha, I got double the fun. Luna excitedly raised her hoof. Yay. The little ponies around cheered for the princess. I'm so happy. Princess Luna enjoyed the unprecedented cheers and looked at the little pony townsfolk who supported her. Townsfolk. From now on, I hope you can all call me by my name, Luna. Luna happily announced. Wow, Luna. The moon. The little pony residents discussed Luna's name. You did it. How does it feel? Anonymous asked Luna with a smile. It feels amazing. I'm not done playing yet. Take me to the next game. Luna was filled with a playful spirit. Let's go bobbing for apples. To be honest, our apples are the best in all of Ponyville, Applejack proudly said. The friends laughed and walked towards the bobbing for apples booth. Suddenly, Luna saw a little pony about to fall into the tub from a distance. Luna was startled and dashed to the edge of the tub, grabbing the little pony. Hey friends, have you seen Pip? We lost him when we ran away. Binky appeared with the little ponies. Ah, Binky saw Luna with Pip in her mouth. Nightmare Moon is eating Pip. Everyone run. Ah, with Binky's scream. The little ponies scattered in all directions. Luna froze in place upon hearing Binky's words. Help, my butt is being eaten. Pip excitedly wriggled his body and escaped from Luna's mouth, fleeing quickly. Nonsense. Your butt is just fine. You little liar. Luna got angry. After getting angry, she felt wronged. How could she frame her like that? I was clearly doing a good deed. Luna said to Anonymous, feeling wronged. Binky went a bit too far. I will make her apologize to you. Anonymous comforted Luna. What is up with Binky today? She usually isn't like this, Twilight Sparkle wondered. Anyway, once I catch Binky, I'll find out, Anonymous said confidently. You can catch Binky? Twilight Sparkle looked at Anonymous with skepticism. You can't just grab her. We have to rely on our wit. Anonymous pointed to his head. After a while, come look at my masterpiece. Anonymous showed Luna and Twilight Sparkle the trap he made. A pile of candy was stacked up, with a big basket placed on top, propped up by a stick. A rope was tied to the stick, which Anonymous was holding. This trap will definitely catch Binky, Anonymous said proudly. Twilight Sparkle and Luna looked at Anonymous with caring eyes. Dear Anonymous, I know you want to help me, but you've already done enough for me. You should rest, Luna said gently to Anonymous. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? Anonymous looked at Luna and Twilight Sparkle speechlessly. A little, Twilight Sparkle whispered to Luna. Humph, you don't understand. Binky can't be considered with common sense. This is the only way to catch her, Anonymous said, and then listened closely. Shoo, don't make a sound. Binky is coming. Let's hide. Anonymous pulled Luna and Twilight Sparkle into the nearby bushes. This is way too unscientific. I feel like luring Binky with candy, and then catching her would be more reasonable. Twilight Sparkle had only said half of it when she saw the basket securely trapping Binky inside. What? This is unscientific. Twilight Sparkle's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This is a magical world. Science doesn't apply here. Anonymous proudly walked over and pulled Binky out of the basket. Giggly. Nightmare Moon. Binky saw Luna and started screaming again. Anonymous quickly covered Binky's mouth. Binky, stop screaming. Luna is very sad. Your words have had a deep impact on her. I don't know what you were thinking, but I hope you can apologize to her. Anonymous said seriously to Binky. Binky quieted down. Oh, really? Binky looked at Luna, who nodded. Oh, I thought you were trying to scare me, because you kept summoning lightning to create an atmosphere for yourself. So I pretended to be scared by you, thinking it would make you happy. I'm very sorry. Binky quickly explained the situation and sincerely apologized to Luna. Lightning? Luna was stunned. I thought it could create an aura of authority, making me look more regal. Do ponies really think lightning is scary? Luna asked incredulously, looking at Twilight Sparkle and Anonymous. Anonymous pointed to a distant Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash was riding a dark cloud, striking lightning. Wherever she flew, the little ponies screamed in fear. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Luna covered her face. So it was all a misunderstanding. Anonymous sighed. Chapter 59, The Newspaper Incident. Today, the friends gathered at the spa. This is what life is about. Isn't it, girls? This is the best hoof care I've ever had, Rarity said, holding a newspaper while lounging on the massage table leisurely. You're right, Applejack said, lying on the massage table, enjoying Anonymous massage. Oh, I feel like I've never been this relaxed in my life. Su Long had 2 slices of cucumber on his eyes, comfortably lying on the massage table. Hey, everyone, come look. Young Bao suddenly appeared, startling Su Long, who sat up abruptly. As Su Long suddenly rose, the 2 cucumber slices traced a perfect arc in the air, landing precisely on Young Bao's eyes. Young Bao didn't mind the cucumber slices on her eyes and placed the newspaper she was holding in her mouth on the ground. Look, the gossip column. The great and all-powerful Trixie's secrets are exposed. Young Bao excitedly pointed at the newspaper on the ground. We've already seen that article, Twilight Sparkle said, propping herself on the bed and shaking the newspaper in her hooves. Forget about the newspaper, Young Bao. Come over, relax, and take care of your hooves. Being a girl is about loving yourself, right? Jinshi shook her 4 hooves while lying on the bed. Young Bao rolled her tongue and ate the cucumber slices off her eyes. Do you think this is my first day knowing you? Asking me to take care of my hooves is harder than asking me to be a coward. My name is Young Bao, and I want to take care of my hooves, Daisy. Young Bao scoffed at Jin Chi's suggestion. Besides, I haven't even read this article yet. Young Bao picked up the newspaper from the ground. So let's be quiet. We still want to relax. Su Long took 2 more cucumber slices from Anonymous and placed them back on his eyes, then lay back down on his comfortable little bed. By the way, what is gossip column? Are you all discussing it lately? Is there a newspaper craze in Ponyville? Anonymous asked Su Long after covering him with a blanket. This is a newspaper that has only appeared in the past few weeks, mainly publishing gossip about ponies. Gossip column is the pen name of the newspaper's writer. Twilight Sparkle explained to Anonymous while shaking the newspaper in her hooves. This is way more interesting than boring Little Pony magazines. Jin Chi was enamored with the newspaper. I like gossip column too, but don't you think he is a bit harsh? Twilight Sparkle asked, pointing at a section of the newspaper. That is not harsh. Twilight Sparkle. That is called sarcasm, Applejack said. Twilight Sparkle raised an eyebrow and pointed at a section of the newspaper. Come look here. Princess Celestia, just like us. The newspaper had a picture of Princess Celestia devouring a cake. The princess looked a bit panicked, as if she had been caught off guard. Gossip column doesn't respect any pony's privacy, Twilight Sparkle said with some concern. Anonymous looked at the newspaper in front of Twilight Sparkle with surprise. This reporter has some skills. They even managed to catch the princess. Anonymous exclaimed. Don't be so serious, Twilight Sparkle. These are harmless gossip. Jin Chi said while holding up the newspaper. That's right, Twilight Sparkle, listen to this. Big Mac was caught dyeing his mane. Jin Chi read from the newspaper. Who wouldn't he want to see that? Jin Chi said while showing the newspaper she pulled from the water. Anonymous looked at the photo in the newspaper. The mayor was applying gray dye to his pink mane, looking just as terrified. It really is a sneak shot. This is a bit disrespectful of privacy. And the mayor isn't naturally gray, but has a pink mane? Anonymous received the shocking news. I just feel sorry for those ponies whose privacy was exposed. It must be so embarrassing for them, Twilight Sparkle said sadly. Twilight Sparkle really understands pony feelings. What a good girl, Anonymous remarked. Stop complimenting me, Twilight Sparkle blushed. Are you guys joking? Being mentioned in a newspaper is amazing. Young Bao exclaimed excitedly. Stop talking about newspapers, Young Bao, Jin Chi interrupted her. Since we're here, why not get a wonderful hoof care? Jin Chi waved her hoof at Young Bao while lying on the massage table. Young Bao looked at Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle nodded at Young Bao. Young Bao swallowed hard. Is it really that good? Fine, maybe just one hoof. Young Bao nervously walked over and lay stiffly on the massage table. Wow, the sun is rising from the west today. Young Bao is actually going to get her hooves done, Anonymous said, grinning as they picked up a hoof file. Don't worry, I'll make sure to make them look beautiful. Young Bao gulped as she watched the file get closer and closer to her hoof. Her heart raced, her teeth clenched, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the file was about to touch Young Bao's hoof. Forget it, I don't like anyone touching my feet. Young Bao suddenly jumped into the air, away from the file in Anonymous' hooves. What a pity, Anonymous stared at Young Bao's hoof. The spa was filled with laughter. Young Bao flew in front of the gossip column newspaper. Oh my gosh, I really hope gossip column can write an article about me. Being famous would be nice. Young Bao said with hope. Too bad it's infamy. Or rather, it's an embarrassing story. If it's really written, you want to be able to laugh. Anonymous said while pinching Twilight Sparkle's hoof. He has written about me, Su Long said slowly while lying on the bed. What? The girls rushed over. Su Long was startled, and the cucumbers on his face and the blanket on his body flew off. What is it? What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Young Bao impatiently asked Su Long. Yeah. The friends looked at Su Long with eager eyes. Su Long cleared his throat proudly. That was an exclusive interview. Su Long. That's me, talking about Canterlot, napping, and his favorite gems, Su Long said proudly. Congratulations. Oh, is that all? The girls lay back in their original positions. Why is your reaction so bland? This is an exclusive interview. Now it was Su Long's turn to be anxious. Su Long, although it may be sad, I don't think your article will be published. Anonymous patted Su Long's back to comfort him. Why? Su Long's small eyes were filled with great confusion. It's simple. Gossip column is all about gossip. How could they publish an interview? Anonymous explained. Of course, unless gossip column changes their ways, Twilight Sparkle added. No. Su Long's wail echoed through the spa. Chapter 60 Gossip column. A few days later, at Sugar Cube Corner, Applejack, sleeping on the job. Applejack angrily threw a newspaper on the ground. Anonymous picked up the newspaper and took a look. The picture showed Applejack napping under a tree after finishing picking apples. Can you believe this? Who does gossip column think they are? Applejack fumed as she paced back and forth. Listen to this. Twilight Sparkle. I'm a Canterlot snob. Twilight Sparkle used magic to lift a newspaper. Anonymous took the newspaper. An informant close to this hypocritical pony, who holds a prominent position and has scales, Says that Twilight Sparkle believes Ponyville has nothing but dirt roads and unsophisticated country folk. Anonymous read the newspaper and turned to Su Long. Su Long. Twilight Sparkle called out. Su Long was startled by Twilight Sparkle, unable to help but breathe fire, burning the newspaper in his hooves. How could you say that about me? Twilight Sparkle asked sadly. I never said that. It was fabricated. I never said such things. Su Long hurriedly explained. Everyone, please calm down, said Quirky lightly. He's just a naive little student who wrote a bit of gossip. You all are overreacting. After Quirky finished speaking, he raised the newspaper and continued reading. But all of this is a lie. He spouts off his thoughts without caring who he ruins, said Anonymous. As he held up the newspaper. Look at this one. An anonymous, strange, dangerous individual. It says that at night, strange black mist comes from Anonymous' house. Read Twilight Sparkle. How is this even about me? Anonymous suddenly leaned in. In the newspaper's picture, Anonymous was sleeping while a small pony made of black mist rummaged through his fridge, holding half a cake in its mouth. This isn't black mist. This is my house being robbed. I was wondering why all the snacks in the fridge were disappearing. I thought it was Pinkie Pie, Anonymous exclaimed, looking at the picture in shock. Hey, protested Pinkie Pie from the side. And look at this one. Twilight Sparkle flipped to the next page. Fluttershy's tail has been extended. The newspaper featured a photo of Fluttershy, with several red arrows pointing at her tail. Friends looked at Fluttershy, who slowly shrank back and hid behind the table. Twilight Sparkle turned to the next page. Pinkie Pie is an uncontrollable party animal. The picture showed Pinkie Pie dancing in a fruit punch bowl while wearing a lampshade. What? Pinkie Pie snatched the newspaper from Twilight Sparkle and lay on the ground to read it. This is true. It seems I really have a problem. Wah! Pinkie Pie hugged Anonymous and cried loudly. This is too hurtful. Anonymous comforted Pinkie Pie while saying, It's not over yet. Come look at this. Twilight Sparkle raised the newspaper. This report says that the cake couple is getting a divorce. After Twilight Sparkle spoke, her friends displayed shocked expressions. What? How do we not know? The cake couple rushed out from the kitchen, frightened. Crash. The door to Sugar Cube Corner was suddenly smashed open. Rainbow Dash flew in, holding a pile of newspapers. Oh my gosh, I can't go on like this. Rainbow Dash was pinned to the ground by the newspapers, finally managing to poke her head out from the pile. The gossip has already spread to Cloudsdale. Rainbow Dash held up a newspaper for everyone to see. Rainbow Dash Daisy, Speed Demon, or Spoiled Brat. Twilight Sparkle read aloud. The newspaper had a picture of Rainbow Dash getting her hooves done. I risked my life to grab all of this. But it's too late. I've become a laughingstock. Rainbow Dash lamented as she fell to the ground. Well, now you regret it, Anonymous comforted Rainbow Dash. See, the so-called harmless gossip you spoke of is really very hurtful. Twilight Sparkle said, turning back to Quirky. Honestly, you all lack a sense of humor. He was just teasing a few ponies occasionally, Quirky said nonchalantly. Flipping to the next page of the newspaper. Then Quirky saw his own photo. I'm going to settle this with him. The fashion designer's diary. He copied my diary. How did he get my diary? Quirky exclaimed, holding his head in despair. We have to make him stop writing like this. Twilight Sparkle said seriously. By the way, Sweetie Belle works at the newspaper. Maybe she knows who the gossip columnist is, Twilight Sparkle said to Quirky. No way. My sister can't possibly be connected to the gossip columnist. I don't like you saying that about her, Twilight Sparkle. My sister is the most innocent, cutest, and kindest little pony in the world. After Quirky finished speaking, he turned and left. The friends exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Quirky returned to the Carousel Boutique. Sweetie Belle had again tossed her backpack carelessly on the ground. Quirky found Sweetie Belle's backpack on the floor and casually rummaged through it. Quirky discovered his diary inside the bag. The most evil little pony in Ponyville. How could my sister steal my diary? Quirky was furious. How could my sister possibly be the gossip columnist? Quirky was struck by the harsh reality. The next day, the three little ones lay gloomily on the grass, while the surrounding ponies kept their distance in disgust. What should we do? Apple Bloom asked Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo. What do you mean, what should we do? Scootaloo replied, her eyes devoid of spirit, all her usual energy gone. The newspapers. Applejack won't even talk to me anymore. Apple Bloom said, feeling dejected. Isn't Rainbow Dash the same? She even splashed us with rain, Scootaloo responded. And Twilight Sparkle. She won't even let us near the library anymore. Sweetie Belle added. The three little ones sighed. I don't like this. This is the worst day of my life, Apple Bloom said. Me too, Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo agreed. Just as the three were lamenting, a shadow blocked the sunlight above them. They looked up to see Anonymous standing expressionless beside them. Anonymous. The three quickly stood up, lowering their heads. Seeing their pitiful state, Anonymous sighed. I am very disappointed in you. How could you do something like this? Anonymous asked. At first, we just wanted to get the cute reporter badge, but we ended up in too deep, Apple Bloom said. And then we hurt all the ponies we know. Sweetie Belle said. We feel very guilty, Scootaloo added. Do you really think making other ponies sad is what you truly want? Anonymous asked earnestly. No. But we don't know what to do now, the three little ones said dejectedly. Then go apologize. The last article from the gossip columnist. Anonymous patted the heads of the three little ones. Can we really do that? Hope returned to the eyes of the three little ones. As the three little ones took action again, new newspapers were printed one after another. To the citizens of Ponyville, you have been following this column for a while now, learning about the latest scandals and hottest news. But this is the last one. We want to apologize for the pain and humiliation caused by this matter. In fact, the gossip columnist is three little fillies, Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom, and Scootaloo. As the column became popular, we got deeper and deeper into it. We also felt that what we were doing was not right. But we didn't want to face it because it seemed that all the ponies loved reading what we wrote. From now on, we promise to respect the privacy of other ponies. We will no longer report harmful gossip. All we can do is ask for your forgiveness. Signed, your beloved gossip columnists. After reading the newspaper at Sugar Cube Corner, Anonymous smiled at his friends. Knowing that you can correct your mistakes, you are still good kids, Anonymous said. The three little ones lowered their heads shyly. Don't lower your heads, Apple Bloom. Given your sincere performance, I have already forgiven you, Applejack said, rubbing Apple Bloom's mane vigorously with her hoof. So have we, the girl said with smiles. Laughter concluded the chapter. Chapter 61, the Rodeo Festival. A big event is going to happen today. The ponies of Ponyville gathered at the town hall. Have you noticed how rundown the town hall is? Anonymous looked at the dilapidated town hall in front of him. There's no choice. The mayor's budget is insufficient. Many places in Ponyville are in disrepair. Twilight Sparkle explained to Anonymous. At this moment, the mayor stepped up to the podium. Woohoo! Woohoo! Applejack! 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 The little ponies erupted in cheers. Every pony, please be quiet and listen to me, the mayor said, raising her hoof, and the ponies quieted down. Thank you all for coming here to send off Applejack to participate in this year's rodeo competition in Canterlot. The mayor waved her hoof towards Applejack, who was standing to the side. Yay! The little ponies cheered, stomping their hooves and clapping. Also, I want to thank Applejack in advance. She generously donated her rodeo prize money to help repair our town hall. The mayor pointed to the dilapidated town hall. Yay! The ponies cheered for Applejack. Say a few words, Applejack. Pinkie Pie bounced up from the crowd. Oh, I'm not really good at speaking, Applejack said, shyly waving her hoof on stage. Well then, don't say anything, Pinkie Pie zipped off. But, I will say a few words, Applejack said. Pinkie Pie zipped back in. I'm really touched. This is the warmest send-off any pony could ask for. Every time at the rodeo, you cheer for my performances. So, I will bring back honor and prize money. I promise to make Ponyville proud. After Applejack finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. What do you mean you can't speak? That was great. Anonymous clapped enthusiastically. Applejack adjusted her hat on stage and saluted the ponies. The scene shifted to the train station. Friends were preparing to send Applejack off on the train to Canterlot. Go show those arrogant cowboy ponies what a real cowboy pony is like, Granny Smith advised Applejack. I will, Granny Smith, Applejack replied. And remember to bring the prize money back. The mayor suddenly chimed in. I will, Mayor, Applejack assured her. And also, have fun, don't be nervous. If you do get nervous, use that energy to become even stronger. Oh, and eat plenty of peanuts, popcorn, and taffy. They'll give you strength, Pinkie Pie said, holding up a bag of candy. Pinkie, eating candy one tea make you stronger, Anonymous said to Pinkie. What? Pinkie turned to stone. Just do your best, Applejack. Twilight Sparkle said to her. Applejack looked at her family and friends who came to see her off, feeling the heavy concern and love in her heart. I will. I'll do my very best. Applejack raised her hoof. The train to Canterlot is about to depart. All aboard. The conductor pony began to call out. I have to go. Applejack smiled at everyone and stepped into the carriage. See you in a week. Rainbow Dash said. Make sure to bring back lots and lots of blue ribbons. Rarity said. And the prize money. The mayor added. No problem. The train started moving, and Applejack left. Why do I feel like Applejack is filled with? Anonymous watched Applejack leave and turned to see everyone looking at him with unkind eyes. I didn't say anything. Anonymous covered his mouth. A week later, friends gathered at Sweet Apple Acres, decorating the barn to surprise Applejack upon her triumphant return. Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash were hanging a banner in the sky. I really hope this party surprises Applejack, Fluttershy said to Rainbow Dash. But it's a surprise party. Rainbow Dash replied, puzzled. I know. I just hope she won't be scared by the surprise. Surprises are great, but scares are not, Fluttershy explained. Surprise. Pinkie Pie suddenly appeared with streamers, startling Fluttershy. Pinkie, you scared me. Fluttershy fell to the ground. Sorry. Pinkie helped Fluttershy up. I was just rehearsing for this super cool surprise party. Congratulations to Applejack for winning the Ponyville Rodeo Championship. Pinkie bounced away. Fluttershy sighed in relief and prepared to decorate elsewhere. Surprise. Pinkie suddenly reappeared, scaring poor Fluttershy down again. Pinkie, look what you did to poor Fluttershy. Anonymous helped Fluttershy up. Thank you, Anonymous, Fluttershy said, her legs still shaky from the scare. Sorry, Pinkie apologized again. Show everyone. I think Applejack is almost here, Twilight Sparkle said, pushing the door open to peek outside. Quick, turn off the lights and hide, Anonymous whispered. The ponies hid in various corners of the barn. Creak. The barn door opened, and a pony stood in the doorway. Surprise. The ponies turned on the lights and jumped out from their hiding spots. Wow, this is such a surprise. How did you know today is my birthday? But it wasn't Applejack at the door. It was the male pony delivering mail. Oh, the friends were extremely disappointed. Twilight Sparkle stepped out of the barn and took the letter from the male pony's hoof, then quickly closed the door. The male pony sadly scratched the ground. Suddenly, the door opened again. Pinkie Pie handed the male pony a plate of cake, then quickly closed the door again. The male pony's face lit up with a bright smile. Whose letter is it, Twilight Sparkle? Rarity asked. It's a letter from Applejack. Twilight Sparkle began to read the letter aloud. Dear family and friends, I want to be coming back to Ponyville. Upon hearing this, the friends looked at each other in shock. Don't worry, I will send money back soon. That was all she wrote. Twilight Sparkle flipped through the letter in disbelief. Applejack, not coming back? Rarity asked tearfully. What do you mean Applejack isn't coming back? But she loves Ponyville. Rainbow Dash asked incredulously. She loves her apple orchard too, Granny Smith said sadly. And her family. Rarity's eyes became moist. Something terrible must have happened to Applejack. Pinkie said. Maybe she got hurt, or sad, or scared. Fluttershy worriedly covered her mouth with her hoof. So what are we waiting for? Let us go find her. Rainbow Dash exclaimed, rushing out of the barn. Don't worry, Granny Smith. We'll find Applejack, even if we have to search all of Ponyville, Twilight Sparkle said. Anonymous remained silent, nodding and following the girls. 5 ponies set off on their journey. Our orchard has lost an apple, Granny Smith said sadly. Wah! Big Mac's tears flowed. Chapter 62, Cherry Jack. The train rumbled along. Outside the window, the view was desolate. I hope this lead doesn't break again. We promised to find Applejack. We can't go back empty-handed. Rainbow Dash worriedly looked out the window. Pinkie Pie made a strange noise. I don't know how we're going to tell the Apple family about this, Fluttershy said anxiously. I don't know how we're going to tell Ponyville about this, Twilight Sparkle frowned. I don't know how I'm going to hold it together until the next stop. Pinkie squirmed on the bench. I told you to go to the bathroom before you got on the train, Anonymous said, trying to comfort Pinkie. Twilight Sparkle looked out the window sadly, and suddenly seemed to see something, regaining her spirit. Look, everyone, we've arrived. This is Dodge Junction, and it's said that Applejack came here after the rodeo. Twilight Sparkle said, pointing out the window. The train gradually slowed down, and friends began to disembark one after another. Let's split up and look around, Twilight Sparkle suggested. A pink figure darted past, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bathroom. Pinkie Pie quickly ran to the bathroom by the roadside and knocked hard on the door. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Come on, pony inside. Pinkie Pie wailed incessantly. The door swung open. Honestly, what poor manners. Applejack stepped out of the bathroom. Pinkie Pie immediately dashed into the bathroom and then back out again. Applejack. Pinkie Pie exclaimed in delight. I found you. I found you. I found you. No, wait, the bathroom. Pinkie Pie bounced around, dashing back into the bathroom. The friends gathered around. Applejack, thank goodness. Rarity said. We're so glad to see you're okay, Fluttershy added. Oh, you guys are here, Applejack greeted stiffly. Why didn't you go back to Ponyville? Did something happen? Anonymous asked anxiously. Yeah. Tell us what's going on, the friends chimed in. Applejack sighed, her gaze evasive, and said nothing. Hey, Applejack, are these your Ponyville friends? A voice called out. Looking closely, it was a light yellow filly with cherry red mane and tail, and cute cherry marks on her flanks. Yes, ma'am. Twilight Sparkle replied with a smile. Who are you? Rarity asked in return. I'm Cherry Jubilee, the owner here. Didn't Applejack tell you? Cherry Jubilee stepped down the stairs. She really shone at the rodeo in Ponyville. I've never seen a pony win so many ribbons in my life. Cherry Jubilee praised Applejack. Thanks, Cherry Jubilee, but you don't have to say all that, Applejack replied shyly. She's such a humble girl. I always liked the quick and sturdy ponies. So when I heard Applejack wanted a change of environment, I immediately took her on. Now she's an employee at my cherry orchard. Cherry Jubilee explained the backstory. The friends exchanged glances. As Cherry Jubilee walked past Anonymous, she glanced at them and poked their arm. Oh, look at this poor child. It must be tough being a stunted minotaur. You've really had a rough time these years. If you want a change of environment too, you can come to my farm, Cherry Jubilee said sympathetically. Anonymous was stunned. All right, I'll let you catch up with your friends. See you at the farm, Cherry Jubilee said to Applejack before leaving. Applejack was sweating profusely. A change of environment? What does that mean? Rainbow Dash questioned Applejack. It's nothing serious. I think it's fine to stop growing apples and switch to cherries. So I took this job and came here. That's all, Applejack said, sounding startled. Has she been possessed by something? Applejack doesn't like growing apples anymore. How could I dream something like this? Anonymous asked in panic. Exactly. Let us pin her down. Twilight Sparkle, you quickly break her spell, Pinkie Pie said, raising her hooves. Eager to try? What are you all thinking? Applejack looked at Anonymous and Pinkie Pie with a look of disbelief. I'm not under control. Thanks for coming to see me. But you all should go home. Say hi to the Apple family for me and tell them I'm doing fine. Applejack said stiffly before turning to leave. Wait, Applejack. Rainbow Dash suddenly blocked Applejack's way. We searched all over Ponyville to find you. You can't just leave like this. You have to come back with us. Rainbow Dash said excitedly. I didn't ask you to come find me. There's nothing to talk about. I'm not going back to Ponyville. Applejack said passionately, striding away. Applejack is definitely hiding something from us, Twilight Sparkle said, watching Applejack's retreating figure. I have an idea, Anonymous said. The scene shifted to Cherry's factory. Are you ready to work hard, Applejack? Cherry Jubilee asked. Yes, Ma am, Applejack replied. Jumping onto the Cherry conveyor. Great, everyone come in. With Cherry Jubilee's command, the friends entered the factory in work clothes. What are you all doing here? Applejack was startled by the sudden appearance of her friends. We're here to pick cherries, Twilight Sparkle replied with a smile. All right, Applejack said, pouting. Cherry Jubilee began to explain the workflow. Red cherries go in one bucket, yellow ones in another. It couldn't be simpler. Just remember one little thing. Have fun. After saying that, Cherry Jubilee left. What are you up to? Applejack looked at her friends. Wow, hearing you say that makes us think working at the cherry orchard sounds fun, Rarity explained with a smile. Applejack looked at her friends skeptically. All right, but remember, no mentioning Ponyville, Applejack said. What are you waiting for? Step on it. Rainbow Dash said to Applejack. Applejack started working on the cherry conveyor. The conveyor brought cherries one by one in front of her friends. They began sorting the cherries. Rainbow Dash watched Applejack on the conveyor and shook her head. Twilight Sparkle received Rainbow Dash's signal and blinked. By the way, Applejack, how is Canterlot? Twilight Sparkle asked. Applejack turned around and shot her a glare. We're not talking about Ponyville. Let us talk about Canterlot, Twilight Sparkle explained. Canterlot is fine, Applejack said stiffly. Did you have fun at the rodeo? Twilight Sparkle asked. Yeah, but Applejack's tone didn't convey any happiness. Did you make some good friends? Twilight Sparkle suddenly stood beside Applejack. A few, Applejack replied. Really? Did you meet Wild Bull Hickok? And Shining Armor? Rainbow Dash suddenly flew to Applejack's side, excitedly asking. Yeah, I saw them all, Applejack replied. Rainbow Dash grinned wide at Applejack. Applejack pouted back at Rainbow Dash. The first round of small talk didn't seem to have any effect. Anonymous gestured to Rarity. So how did you meet Cherry Jubilee? Rarity stepped forward to ask Applejack. Well, Cherry Jubilee had a cherry stand at the rodeo, and the stuff was pretty good. As she spoke, Applejack walked faster, gradually breaking into a light jog. Pinkie Pie, Fluttershy, and Anonymous on the conveyor felt the pressure. Cherry wine, cherry cake, cherry tarts. We talked for a bit, and I just fell in love with cherries, Applejack said. This is too ridiculous, Anonymous whispered to Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie. Did you mention Sweet Apple Acres to her? Twilight Sparkle asked. I did, Applejack replied. Did you tell her why you're not going back? Rainbow Dash pressed. No, because that's none of her business. Applejack gradually became excited and ran faster and faster. Can you slow down a bit? Fluttershy said softly to Applejack. But she didn't hear. Is it because I got you wet in the rain last time, so you won't go back? Rainbow Dash asked. No. Applejack had already started running. Fluttershy covered her head and looked at the conveyor belt in front of her. Oh no, we are going to miss it, Fluttershy said in terror. Let me do it. Anonymous took a deep breath and lifted Applejack off the conveyor belt. Is it because I gave you that orchard organizing manual, and you're unhappy? Twilight Sparkle asked. No. Applejack shouted from Anonymous' hands. Is it because I made fun of your ugly hair, so you're unhappy? Rarity asked. No. I won't tell you the reason. Applejack yelled. After losing her temper, Applejack realized she was in Anonymous' hands. She struggled a bit, jumped out of Anonymous' grasp, and ran away without looking back. We seem to be a bit anxious, Twilight Sparkle said, watching Applejack's retreating figure. That's because we were too polite. Rainbow Dash said angrily while flying in the air. Yes. Sometimes, special situations call for special methods. Rarity said seriously, making a very risky decision. It's time to use the secret weapon. The friends looked at Pinkie Pie, who was eating cherries. Chapter 63, Returning Home. Bang, bang. At this moment, in the cherry orchard, Applejack was kicking the cherry tree with all her might. 2 piles of cherries accurately fell into the basket. Applejack looked at the basket, then at the cherry tree, and let out a long sigh. Hey, Applejack, need some help? Pinkie Pie's big face suddenly appeared, startling Applejack. Can you promise not to ask me questions? Applejack asked skeptically. I promise, Pinkie Pie smiled. Pinkie Pie began to help Applejack shake the cherry tree. Have you ever had cherry pancakes? Pinkie Pie suddenly asked Applejack. Oh, sorry, I asked a question, Pinkie Pie apologized. That's okay, Pinkie. No, I haven't had cherry pancakes, Applejack said sadly, looking at the cherry tree. Of course, because cherry pancakes are my invention. Pinkie Pie suddenly appeared in front of Applejack. Cherry pancakes are made with fried dough filled with cherry puree. Cherry pancakes, nice name, right? Applejack was annoyed by Pinkie Pie and walked to another cherry tree. But it seems Pancake Roll Cherry might be more appropriate. Which name do you think is better? Pinkie Pie clung to Applejack again. Applejack avoided Pinkie Pie and picked up a basket of cherries to leave. How about combining them? Pancake Roll Cherry Pancake. Which name is more fun? I like fun names. One of my favorite names is Golden Pumpkin. Pinkie Pie bounced along with Applejack. This isn't something I made up. I really want to work in a golden pumpkin orchard. All day saying, golden pumpkin, golden pumpkin, golden pumpkin. And pickled cabbage barrel. That's the funniest one. Pickled cabbage barrel, pickled cabbage soup, pickled cabbage barrel. Say it with me, pickled cabbage barrel, golden pumpkin, pickled cabbage barrel, golden pumpkin. Pinkie Pie circled around Applejack. Applejack looked at Pinkie Pie, her pupils trembling violently. No, stop talking, stop talking. Applejack collapsed on the ground, wailing. You have to confess honestly. Then Pinkie will stop bothering you. Rainbow Dash appeared with 2 earplugs, physically silencing Pinkie Pie. Absolutely not. Applejack will never surrender. As expected of Applejack, such courage. I will miss you. Rainbow Dash opened her hooves, and Pinkie's mouth was freed. Speaking of beans, do you know how many words rhyme with beans? Lean, stink, button, basket. Grapefruit. Pinkie Pie chattered on, while Applejack retreated in fear until she bumped into a cherry tree. There was nowhere to run. All right, I'll confess. Please, just stop talking. Applejack broke down and gave up resisting. The friends gathered around, ready to hear Applejack's explanation. But can we wait until after breakfast tomorrow? I'm exhausted. Applejack rubbed her stomach. Tomorrow, huh? I don't know. Rainbow Dash looked at the surrounding friends. Are you willing to swear the Pinkie Pie oath? Pinkie Pie asked. Sigh. Applejack sighed, seeming to finally resign herself. I will definitely confess to you after breakfast tomorrow. I swear the Pinkie Pie oath. Applejack placed a hoof over her right eye. The next morning. Great. We can finally hear the truth from Applejack, Twilight Sparkle said as they walked together towards Applejack's room. Yeah, maybe. I still feel something's off. Rainbow Dash remained a bit worried. Don't worry, Rainbow. Applejack swore the Pinkie Pie oath, so there's only the path of honest confession left. Pinkie Pie said to Rainbow Dash. The friends arrived at Applejack's room door, and Twilight Sparkle knocked. Good morning, Applejack. Ready for breakfast? Pinkie Pie pushed the door open and looked inside. There was no pony on the bed. Pinkie Pie turned bright red, her ears smoking, and fire erupted from her eyes. There's no pony to blame the Pinkie Pie oath. Pinkie Pie roared as she rushed out. Let's hurry after Pinkie. The friends all followed. The scene shifted. Applejack was anxiously waiting for the train at the train station with a saddlebag on her back. Why isn't the train here yet? Applejack paced nervously. Applejack, you swore the Pinkie Pie oath. In the distance, an angry Pinkie Pie charged over. Applejack was startled and took off running. Quick, chase her, Pinkie Pie shouted. Applejack saw a carriage. Quick, guys. I need to get out of here. Applejack directed the pulling ponies to set off. She's trying to escape. Rainbow Dash yelled. No. She can't escape. Look over there. Twilight Sparkle pointed to an empty cart nearby. Follow that carriage. Pinkie Pie shouted from the cart. No. Why did it suddenly become me pushing the cart? Let's get off and run separately. It'll be faster. Anonymous was behind, pushing the cart at full speed. Don't talk. Just chase. Pinkie Pie said. All right. Anonymous sped up. The carriage and the cart began an intense and thrilling chase. Oh, what's happening? Applejack suddenly felt a violent bump. Pull over. It's time for violent carriage riding. Rainbow Dash shouted. Anonymous pushed the cart towards the carriage. Hey, stop messing around. Oh. Applejack was thrown up and landed on the carriage seat. If you pass me, I'll pay double. Applejack got up and adjusted her hat. The pulling ponies instantly accelerated. Slow down, we'll pay triple. Twilight Sparkle said from the cart. The pulling ponies looked at each other, slowing down. No. Throw them off far away. I'll pay quadruple. Applejack shouted. The pulling ponies took off like they were on steroids, zooming away and kicking up dust. This is ridiculous. Cough, cough. Rarity was choked by the dust. Catch her. Catch her. Pinkie Pie roared from the cart. Put in some effort, Anonymous. Think about how you stole that toy that day. Rainbow Dash encouraged Anonymous. Can we not bring that up? Twilight Sparkle said, embarrassed, covering her face. Oh no. Anonymous activated the hidden reserve power, and the speed surged dramatically. The cart gradually closed in on Applejack's carriage. Beaky seized the moment, leaped with all her might, and jumped onto the carriage. Applejack, you promised Beaky. Apologize quickly. Beaky angrily questioned Applejack. Beaky, I haven't broken my promise. I said I would tell you after breakfast yesterday, but I didn't have breakfast this morning. I can't go have breakfast because I can't tell you what happened, Applejack explained. You. Beaky looked like she had crashed. I'm sorry, Beaky, but I can't tell you the truth. Applejack apologized to Beaky. All right, I've heard your apology, so I'll let you off for now. But next time I need a formal apology. Catch me, Anonymous. Beaky jumped down from the carriage. What? Anonymous hurriedly turned the carriage around and barely managed to catch Beaky. What were you thinking? Jumping down from a speeding carriage? That's too dangerous. Anonymous scolded Beaky. Sorry. Beaky smiled shyly. Ah, look ahead. A train is coming. Jinchi pointed ahead, where a train was about to block their path. Great. Applejack flicked the reins, and the carriage sped up again. The train was getting closer. The little ponies pulling the carriage looked at Applejack in fear, but Applejack showed no intention of slowing down. Whoosh. In a flash, the carriage just crossed the tracks. The train whizzed past, almost causing disaster. The train blocked their friend's pursuit route. Heh. Applejack jumped down from the carriage, looking triumphantly at her blocked friends. Little girl, take it easy. We're not here to play with our lives. The little ponies pulling the carriage ran away grumbling. Haha, come catch me. Applejack said smugly to her friends. Yunbao and Ruru grabbed a handcart and flew over. My leg. Here it comes. Anonymous plopped down on the ground. Oh no. Applejack's ears drooped. Still want to run. Yunbao grabbed Applejack, who was trying to escape again. Applejack was tackled by Yunbao, and her saddlebag spilled all over the ground. The ground was covered in red ribbons. Now you all know. Applejack gave up resisting and lay helplessly on the ground. Know what? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Look at these. Applejack pointed at the ribbons on the ground. What's wrong? Did you win a lot of ribbons? Jinchi asked. Just like Cherry Jubilee said. Ruru said. You don't understand. There are ribbons of all colors. All colors, except blue. Applejack lay on the ground dejectedly. I got 4th, 3rd, even 2nd place. But not a single 1st place. So I didn't win any prize. Applejack lowered her head. To her, the colorful ribbons around her were very glaring, expressing her failure everywhere. But you sent a letter saying you would send money back, right? Yunbao asked. Yes, that is why I came here. I wanted to earn some money to take back. Everyone in Ponyville held such a grand farewell party for me. And everyone had so many expectations. I really don't have the courage to return empty-hoofed. As a loser, I'm too ashamed to go back. Applejack said sadly. Poor Applejack, your pressure is too heavy. Anonymous rubbed Applejack's head. Applejack, you are not a loser. The friends stepped forward to comfort Applejack. We are your friends. Even if you got 50 place, we wouldn't care. In our hearts, you will always be first. Yunbao said. So, you won't be disappointed or mad at me? Applejack asked anxiously. How could we? Who would be mad at the most honest and reliable pony in Ponyville? Anonymous suddenly hugged Applejack. Yeah. The friends nodded. But. What about the mayor? I really don't want to go back and tell her I didn't bring money to fix the roof. Applejack was still a bit anxious. Applejack, the holes in the house can be fixed. But if you leave, the hole in our hearts will never be filled. Ruru said gently. Yeah, we'll think of a way together. The friends said. Applejack was moved to tears. The friends hugged each other. Chapter 64. I love inventions. Today was another day for the regular book sorting at the Golden Oak Library. Su Long, put this stack of books over there. Twilight Sparkle directed Su Long to move the books. Got it. Su Long wobbled his way to the destination while holding the pile of books. Bang. The door of the Golden Oak Library suddenly swung open. The loud noise startled Su Long, causing him to slip and fall. Who is it? Su Long peered out from the pile of books, looking annoyed at the figure outside. Sorry, Su Long. A big hand reached out and helped Su Long up. It's Anonymous. Oh, it's Anonymous. What brings you to the library? Twilight Sparkle asked. I came to find you, Twilight Sparkle. Anonymous replied mysteriously. Me? Is something happening? Twilight Sparkle asked, puzzled. Nothing major. Just a few days ago I suddenly had a brilliant idea. Then I made something. Do you want to try it out and see how it works? Anonymous pulled out a strange object from behind. This object looked very odd. With a handle on top and tentacle-like extensions coming down from the handle, resembling an octopus. Tada! I call it the Soul Extractor. Anonymous proudly introduced the item in hand. EW, it sounds so evil. Su Long shuddered. What is it for? Twilight Sparkle asked curiously. Hee, let me introduce it to you. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed around Anonymous. Inventor, Anonymous. Invention, Soul Extractor. The human Anonymous from Ponyville discovered that ponies' heads are very sensitive to touch during massages. So, he had a flash of inspiration and invented this Soul Extractor. This way, ponies can free their hooves and enjoy the pleasure of a head massage from all over the world. This thing is actually a head massager, Anonymous explained while gesturing. See these tentacles? Just place it on your head like this, then slide it up and down, or turn it sideways. Anonymous demonstrated with his own head. Wow. Twilight Sparkle and Su Long marveled. So, do you want to give it a try? I promise it will feel great. Anonymous shook the Soul Extractor in his hand. Sure. Just in time. I've been feeling a bit dizzy from reading lately. I need to relax a bit. The studying from the past few days has been so intense. Twilight Sparkle's eyes rolled in her sockets. Anonymous looked at Twilight Sparkle's eyes in fear. How does she do that? Do all ponies do that? Anonymous quietly asked Su Long. Pretty much, ponies tend to do that when they feel very intense. Su Long explained plainly. What are you guys talking about? Come on, I'm ready. Twilight Sparkle stretched her little head forward. Anonymous placed the Soul Extractor on Twilight Sparkle's head. Here I go. The Soul Extractor started to move up and down. Twilight Sparkle's expression changed instantly, letting out a sound of ecstasy. Her eyes rolled back, revealing large whites. Her mouth opened wide, with her tongue sticking out. A silly smile was on her face, as if all the knowledge had slipped away from her mind. Pudding, Twilight Sparkle's mouth began to utter silly words. Are you okay, Twilight Sparkle? Anonymous watched Twilight Sparkle, who was in a daze, and took down the soul extractor. Twilight Sparkle was stunned for a long time, and her expression gradually returned to normal. Oh, now I know why it's called the soul extractor. Twilight Sparkle let out a long breath. This feeling is really great. Twilight Sparkle excitedly told Anonymous about her previous experience. The first moment was the most comfortable. This massager is designed so well, with so many little touch points that it massages the entire head almost simultaneously, which is why it feels so good. Twilight Sparkle looked like she wanted more. More. Twilight Sparkle rubbed her head against Anonymous' arm. All right. Anonymous activated the soul extractor again. Twilight Sparkle shrank back in delight, her body going limp as she fell to the floor of the library. Don't stop, Twilight Sparkle said intermittently. Anonymous pressed the attack, moving the soul extractor quickly up and down, left and right. Twilight Sparkle comfortably squinted her eyes, enjoying a moment of satisfaction. Suelong watched Twilight Sparkle's comfortable expression, feeling an urge within. Anonymous, I want to try too. Suelong tugged at Anonymous' sleeve, interrupting Twilight Sparkle's massage. I feel like my head is getting lighter. I feel like I can study for a few more months. Twilight Sparkle's academic spirit surged, exploding with energy. It condensed into a thick wave of energy, pushing the two little academic underachievers aside and rushing back to her room with a whoosh. Anonymous looked at Twilight Sparkle, who rushed back to her room to study, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and thought that academic achievers were really terrifying. Come on, let me try it on you. Stick your head over here. Anonymous placed the soul extractor on Suelong's little head and moved it up and down. Suelong felt the effects of the soul extractor. It felt warm and very comfortable, right? Why don't I feel anything? Suelong asked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. Anonymous looked at the soul extractor and then touched Suelong's head. It felt very hard. Mystery solved. Suelong's hard scales prevented the touch points from massaging. The soul extractor is ineffective on Suelong. So sad. It looks like I'll have to get you a polisher in the future for you to feel anything. Anonymous patted Suelong's little head with regret. No. Suelong's wail echoed through the library. A few days later, in a distant desert, a strange chitinous palace stood tall. Report. A phantom spirit soldier rushed into the throne hall. In the center throne sat a beautiful figure that looked like a bug or a horse. Anyway, a beautiful silhouette. Speak. The figure on the throne spoke. Report, my queen. The phantom spirit soldier said. Don't call me queen. Call me your majesty. The beautiful figure on the throne said. All right, your majesty. No problem, your majesty. Report, my queen. Recently, little Maria has started to become popular with something called the soul extractor. Our spies have brought it back for your majesty to review. The phantom spirit soldier reported. Present it to me. The figure on the throne said. A strange octopus-like object was presented before the throne. This is the instruction manual. Your majesty. The phantom spirit soldier said and stood aside. Good, you can leave. The figure on the throne kicked the soldier out. I already said to call me your majesty. Sigh. Why do I feel like my phantom spirits are getting dumber? What will happen if this continues? The figure on the throne sadly picked up the soul extractor. It seems this is how it's used. Soon after, the throne hall was filled with captivating sounds. Chapter 65, Apple Juice Season. Anonymous walked on the white planet. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of tranquility and harmony. Above was a beautiful starry sky and the azure little Maria. Is this a dream? Anonymous looked around. On a distant hill, the silhouette of a black mare appeared. Almost there, a vague voice reached Anonymous' ears. What? Luna, is that you? Anonymous momentarily lost focus, and, when he came to, found himself standing before the black mare. The black mare smiled at Anonymous and opened her mouth. Anonymous, why did you fall asleep? Anonymous. The voice of Twilight Sparkle came from the black mare's mouth. What? Anonymous suddenly fell into a haze. When he opened his eyes again, Twilight Sparkle was standing in front of him. The sun was high in the sky. Anonymous, what's wrong? Why are you sleeping in line? Twilight Sparkle asked worriedly. Anonymous' gaze was vacant, as if still not awake. Maybe it's because I exercised too hard recently and got tired. My calves are still sore. Anonymous patted his calves. Hearing this, the friends finally felt relieved. That's good. I'll treat you to some apple juice later. After you drink it, you'll feel better. Janky shook her mane and said to Anonymous. Thank you, beautiful Miss Janky. Your generosity amazes me. Anonymous said in an exaggerated tone, causing Janky to blush. But no need. Thank you for your concern, Janky. I'm fine really. I've received your kindness. Anonymous smiled at Janky. Ding ding ding. A ringing sound came from ahead. Attention, little ponies. The apple juice season is now starting. Applejack shouted from in front of a loudspeaker. Yay! The ponies in line erupted in cheers. Cup after cup of apple juice was squeezed out. Pinkie held a huge pile of apple juice as she left the counter, leaving Rainbow Dash wide-eyed. As time passed, the line of ponies gradually shortened, and the barrels storing apple juice also dwindled. Rainbow Dash was at the back of the line, watching the apple juice decrease and feeling anxious. After a while, it was finally Rainbow Dash's turn. She tossed 2 coins into the box, licked her lips, her eyes shining as she watched the pipe spitting out apple juice. Puffed. The pipe sputtered twice and squeezed out a pitiful drop of apple juice. Oh, it looks like the apple juice has been squeezed out. Rainbow Dash's hopes were instantly dashed, tears welling in her eyes, then quickly turning to anger. Sorry, little ponies. That's all for today, we've sold out. Applejack said apologetically to the ponies still in line. Why is there so little? The ponies in line complained. Strange. So strange. Why did you sell out again? Just when it was my turn. Rainbow Dash flew in the air, angrily questioning. Yeah, you always sell out. A passerby pony said. Why can't you make enough apple juice for everyone to drink? Rainbow Dash asked excitedly. Or at least let me have some. Rainbow Dash said pitifully. Yeah. It's too little. Can't you make more? Rainbow Dash's words ignited the ponies' emotions, and everyone began to question the Apple family. Seeing the situation was not good, Applejack jumped onto the table. Everyone calm down. This year we have tried our best to increase production. Applejack explained to everyone earnestly. But you always say that. A pony in the crowd said. But it's true every time. Our apple juice is made with love and honesty, and the best apples in all of Little Maria. I'm really sorry, but this takes time. Applejack sincerely explained to everyone. It's too little. Forget it. Let's come back tomorrow. Although the ponies still had complaints, they were moved by Applejack's words and dispersed. Just as Rainbow Dash was about to turn away, Pinkie suddenly appeared in front of her. Applejack was absolutely right. Haste makes waste. This year's batch of apple juice is simply perfect. As Beaky spoke, Rainbow Dash's expression turned gritted teeth. Beaky. Rarity wanted to stop Beaky, but was unsuccessful. I will never forget the apple juice I just drank. That feeling at that moment will never come again in this lifetime. Beaky leisurely leaned against Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash turned from blue to red, looking like she was about to explode. Beep beep. A horn sounded, interrupting Rainbow Dash's transformation. Moreover, in the distance, a strange modified vehicle approached. The ponies curiously stared at the odd vehicle coming their way. What is that? Applejack asked anxiously. The vehicle got closer and bumped into the fence of the apple orchard, breaking it. The ponies curiously gathered around. 2 ponies jumped down from the vehicle, both with light yellow coats and red and white manes. Both ponies wore plaid shirts and had black bow ties around their necks. Are you still troubled by thirst? The pony without a mustache pointed at the ponies and asked. Yes. The ponies responded. Are you still worried about not being able to drink apple juice? The pony with a mustache asked. Yes. The ponies responded again, with Rainbow Dash shouting the loudest. Now you don't have to worry anymore. No more troubles. Flim, flam. We, the Flim Flam brothers, will save your throats. With this super fast apple juicer. The Flim Flam brothers sang in unison, pointing at the strange modified vehicle behind them. Wow. The ponies curiously examined the machine. Young lady, may we borrow some delicious apples to do a little demonstration? Flim asked Applejack. Sure, take them. Applejack, a bit confused by the sudden turn of events, agreed absent-mindedly. The unicorn on the Flim Flam brothers' head glowed green, and with the activation of magic, the super-fast apple juicer began to operate. A long straw extended from the machine, sucking in an entire tree's worth of apples in one go. One by one, the apples were sorted and inspected. The good ones were kept, and the bad ones were thrown away. Before long, delicious apple juice was squeezed out. Technology changes lives. The Flim Flam brothers announced to the ponies. Wow. The ponies were shocked by the machine's speed. Let's make money together. Flim said to the apple family. You provide the apples, and we provide the super fast apple juicer, Flam said to the apple family. Then, we'll split the profits from selling apple juice. 3/4 for us, and 1/4 for you. The Flim Flam brothers said together. Sure. That way, we can produce enough apple juice for all the ponies to drink and earn enough money. It's a deal. Apple Bloom said excitedly. Applejack covered Apple Bloom's mouth. Wait a minute, who gets 3/4? Applejack asked cautiously. Of course, it's us, no question about it. Plus, we'll magically accelerate the machine for free, the Flim Flam brothers said. Our winter income relies on selling apple juice, and if we agree to their terms, we will lose sweet apple acres. Applejack said worriedly to her family. So what have you all decided? The Flim Flam brothers asked. We disagree. Big Mac stomped his hoof. 3/4 is too ridiculous. Apple Bloom stuck her tongue out at the Flim Flam brothers. All right. If you refuse our generosity, then we'll just have to be competitors. The Flim Flam brothers left. Applejack watched the Flim Flam brothers leave with concern. Chapter 66. The Flim Flam brothers. The next day, the apple juice selling season was held as scheduled. Today, Applejack did not participate in the selling and stood alone on the side. She anxiously watched the long line of ponies and the few remaining barrels of apple juice. Twilight Sparkle, Soren, and Anonymous walked over with apple juice in hand. Still worried about the Flimflam brothers? Seeing Applejack's worried expression, Twilight Sparkle asked with concern. It should be fine. Granny Smith said they were just boasting, Soren reassured. You can't be sure. They were quite serious about pushing us out of the market. Applejack said, looking at her family and sweet apple acres, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, Applejack. Anonymous patted Applejack on the back. The orchard is yours. The Flimflam brothers can't find another apple supplier. Without raw materials, even the best machine is useless. Anonymous comforted Applejack. I hope so. I'm just a bit worried. Applejack's expression softened a little. Ding ding ding. All done. The last cup. Apple Bloom squeezed out the last cup of apple juice and announced to the ponies still in line. What a joke. A blue figure in the distance shouted from the sky. Oh, the ponies still in line lamented. Sorry, come back tomorrow, every pony, Apple Bloom said, soothing the ponies. Tomorrow again. The ponies complained. Rainbow Dash covered her eyes with her hooves, unable to face this harsh reality. At that moment, a big hand patted Rainbow Dash. With tears in her eyes, Rainbow Dash turned around. A freshly made, ice-cold, refreshing cup of apple juice appeared right in front of her. Rainbow Dash's eyes sparkled, and her hooves trembled slightly as she took the apple juice. Coming back to her senses, she drank it all in one go. When the apple juice was finished, Rainbow Dash noticed that it was Anonymous who had handed it to her. I saw how much you wanted to drink, so I saved you a cup. Anonymous gave a thumbs up to Rainbow Dash. In Rainbow Dash's eyes, Anonymous' figure suddenly became tall and radiated golden light. Anonymous, you are my very best friend. Rainbow Dash exclaimed excitedly as she flew towards Anonymous. Thud. Anonymous was predictably knocked over by Rainbow Dash. The friends watching this scene all laughed. The sad atmosphere seemed to be diluted by the joy. Beep beep. The sound of a horn came from the distance again. Applejack's gaze shifted as she looked at the approaching modified vehicle. The modified vehicle crashed into the same spot as yesterday, breaking the fence that Granny Smith had just repaired. The Flimflam brothers got out of the vehicle. Looks like there's been a little problem here. Oh my goodness, how is the apple juice sold out again? The Flimflam brothers asked themselves, performing a monologue. But don't worry, ponies, come see what we have here. Fresh apple juice, who wants a cup? The Flimflam brothers patted the super-fast apple juicer, and the machine sputtered a few times, spitting out a full barrel of apple juice. The ponies looked at the freshly squeezed apple juice with shining eyes. I want. Hurry, bring me a cup. Amidst the dust, the ponies who hadn't bought apple juice crowded around the Flimflam brothers. Don't worry, every pony, Flam said to the ponies. Yes. Our super-fast apple juicer will soon be able to produce more apple juice. Flim waved his hooves at the ponies. No way. Applejack swung her lasso, pulling the apple juice produced by the machine to herself. You can't sell that apple juice. It's made from the apple family's apples. Applejack said sternly. The pony's excitement was instantly extinguished. Don't worry, every pony. There are plenty of apples in other parts of Ponyville. We will soon find enough apples for all of Ponyville to enjoy delicious apple juice. The smooth talker said to the ponies. His smooth promises earned cheers from the ponies. Still childlike, Apple Lily couldn't stand the smooth talker getting cheered. She jumped out from the group of ponies. Our apple juice will be more than you could ever imagine. Apple Lily said excitedly. The ponies looked at Apple Lily with excitement. Barley quickly grabbed Apple Lily and brought her back. We're not relying on speed, but on quality. Only apple juice made with care is the best apple juice. Granny Smith said to Apple Lily. Oh, the ponies suddenly deflated. Our apple juice is the best in all of Ponyville. Apple Lily, still not satisfied, shouted out. Then let's have a competition. Flam said casually. I'm ready anytime. Bring it on. Apple Lily responded. All right, enough talking. Granny Smith was ready to pull Apple Lily back. With our machine, we can make enough apple juice for all of Ponyville in 1 hour. The smooth talker boasted about his machine to the ponies. Then we can do it in half an hour. Apple Lily retorted. The smooth talker secretly showed a proud smile. Wow, that fast. Can you really do it in half an hour? The ponies whispered among themselves. Take it easy, Apple Lily. Granny Smith advised. What's wrong, scaredy pants? Are you afraid? The smooth talker taunted. Hearing his words, Granny Smith's eyes widened. What did you just call me, kid? Granny Smith angrily retorted. If you're so confident in your apple juice, then what are you afraid of? The smooth talker countered. Tomorrow morning. Right here. Granny Smith angrily accepted the smooth talker's challenge. But I'm afraid we won't have enough apples. Flam pretended to worry. You can use our apples from the south side. If it teaches you a lesson, it's worth it. Granny Smith angrily waved her hoof. Hearing this, Applejack felt a pang of anxiety. Great, let's make a bet. Flam raised his hoof. The one who produces the most apple juice in 1 hour will win the exclusive rights to sell apple juice in Ponyville. What do you say? Are you brave enough to bet? Flam provocatively looked at Granny Smith. Cold sweat broke out on Applejack's forehead. She couldn't help but cry out internally. Don't accept his challenge. Don't accept it. The reality was harsh. Granny Smith slammed her hoof down on Flam's hoof. If I defeat you, you have to leave Ponyville. I don't want to see you liars in Ponyville again. Granny Smith said angrily. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow. The smooth talker left. Don't worry, Applejack. I know you will win tomorrow. Twilight Sparkle comforted Applejack. I hope so. If we lose, we will lose our farm. Applejack worriedly walked towards her family. At that moment, Granny Smith realized what was happening, her expression shifting from anger to concern. Anonymous walked over to Twilight Sparkle. We need to come up with a plan to help Applejack. If we don't intervene, they are sure to lose. Anonymous said confidently. How do you know Applejack will lose? Rainbow Dash asked, puzzled. The girls also looked confused. Anonymous counted on his fingers to explain to his friends. First of all, this is all a scam. Applejack is in an unbeatable position. After all, the apples in Ponyville belong to the Apple family, and even if the smooth talker has a powerful machine, it won't help. Anonymous paused. So they are leveraging the pony's grievances and the Apple family's sense of honor to set this trap. That machine is no ordinary device. The smooth talker clearly came prepared. Anonymous shared his speculation with his friends. Chapter 67. Intense competition. The next morning, the ponies gathered at the apple orchard. Both sides were ready. One side was the Apple family, standing firm, while the other side was the smooth talker, lounging lazily on the super apple juicer. The atmosphere was very heated. Applejack, how are you feeling? Do you have confidence? Twilight Sparkle asked as she approached. Applejack was kicking a sandbag, warming up before the competition. My family and I have 100% confidence in our ability to make apple juice, Applejack said while kicking the sandbag with all her might, as if the bag were the smooth talker himself. And no pony dares to call me a scaredy pants, Apple Lily angrily said from the side. A bit of noise came from the center of the arena. All ponies, attention. The competition is about to begin. When Twilight Sparkle heard this, she said goodbye to Applejack. Good luck, Applejack. Don't worry, we will help you. Twilight Sparkle winked at Applejack and walked back to the audience. Thank you, Twilight Sparkle. Let's wish for good luck. Applejack murmured to herself as she watched Twilight Sparkle leave, clearly not as confident as she appeared. Back at the center of the arena, Miss Mayor held up a microphone, explaining the rules of the competition. Each team must produce as much apple juice as possible within 1 hour. After 1 hour, the number of barrels will be counted, and the winner will be designated as the sole supplier of apple juice in Ponyville. After the mayor announced, the pony spectators began to discuss. Who will win? It's time for the competition. Miss Mayor looked at the Apple family and the smooth talker. Is everyone ready? Miss Mayor asked for the final time. Ready. Applejack shouted loudly. Always ready. The smooth talker lazily replied from his cart. Then, the competition begins. Miss Mayor waved her hoof, and the hourglass began to count down. The Apple family quickly got to work. Applejack kicked the tree hard, and apples fell like rain. Apple Lily ran over with a wooden barrel, perfectly catching all the apples. The apples were delivered to Granny Smith, who carefully examined each apple. Bad ones were thrown away, while good ones were sent into the pipeline connected to the stone mill. Barley was running on the treadmill, powering the stone mill to continuously extract delicious apple juice. In no time, they had already filled 1 barrel. On the other hand, the smooth talker and Flam lay lazily in their cart, casting spells without lifting their heads. The juicer automatically sought out apple trees, and with one suction, all the apples from the tree were pulled into the pipeline. The machine was working non-stop, quickly spitting out barrels of apple juice. The friends watched the Apple family with concern. This is terrifying. Even at full power, the Apple family can only make 1 barrel of apple juice in a short time. That machine can produce 3 barrels in the same amount of time, Twilight Sparkle said in surprise. Twilight Sparkle nodded to Fluttershy, who understood and walked toward Miss Mayor in the center of the arena. Miss Mayor, may I ask, can honorary family members like us come in to help? Fluttershy timidly asked. Flam, what do you think? Miss Mayor rubbed her chin and asked the smooth talker. The smooth-talking brother was lounging in the car, sipping apple juice. When he turned to glance at the timid Ro-Ro, are you kidding me, Juster? Even if the whole Ponyville came to help, it wouldn't matter. The smooth-talking brother lazily dismissed Ro-Ro with arrogance. I think that means you agreed, Miss Mayor said to Ro-Ro. Plan successful. All right, friends, it's our turn to shine. Anonym raised a fist and charged forward. Yay. The girls followed closely behind. You all go help them pick, transport, and check. I'll handle the juicing. And I'll take the barley too. Anonym patted his chest and said, Okay, no problem. At your command, sir. We have it covered. The girls went off to other places. Anonym walked to the juicer and swapped out the tired barley. He moved the treadmill aside and added a handle to the stone mill. Ho! Anonym mustered all his strength, using dark magic to enhance his body, and began to turn the stone mill vigorously. Rumbling, the stone mill spun quickly, and the friends were rapidly transporting apples. The Apple family's juicing speed increased by more than 5 times. Apple family, Apple family, Apple family. The ponies cheered for the Apple family's impressive performance. Come on, friends. We're catching up, Applejack said excitedly. The noisy sounds disturbed the leisurely smooth-talking brother, who was stunned when he looked up. Why are there suddenly so many ponies at the Apple family station? And what's with that strange large creature turning the mill? Hey. How come there are suddenly so many ponies? This is cheating. Aren't you going to do anything about it? The smooth-talking brother incredulously questioned Miss Mayor. But didn't you just agree? Miss Mayor looked puzzled. Exactly. You even said it wouldn't matter if the whole Ponyville came. Pinky suddenly dashed over, sticking her tongue out at the smooth-talking brother. The smooth-talking brother started to panic. Quick, brother. We have to speed up. Yes, let's step on it. Activate overclock mode. The smooth-talking brother forcefully used magic on the machine. The machine emitted thick black smoke and began to shake violently. The juicer entered overclock mode. The suction was so strong that it sucked in entire apple trees. The smooth-talking brother looked at the impurities in the machine, disregarded them, and directly juiced with broken wood and gravel. Our productivity has reached its peak again, the smooth-talking brother announced to the ponies. Yay! The ponies cheered for the smooth-talking brother. Rainbow Dash saw what the smooth-talking brother was doing and took to the air. Rainbow Dash, what are you doing? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. If we want to win the competition, there's no time for quality checks. Rainbow Dash flew to the apple checking area, ready to toss rotten apples into the stone mill. No, you can't be reckless. One rotten apple can ruin an entire barrel of apple juice. Granny Smith tightly guarded the apple barrels, preventing Rainbow Dash from messing around. Applejack. Rainbow Dash looked at Applejack. If we cheat, winning won't mean anything. Applejack wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, Don't worry, we can still catch up. Let's go? Anonym panted heavily, cheering everyone on. Okay, let's speed up. The friends doubled their efforts. Time passed second by second. Suijun nervously stared at the slowly depleting hourglass. Both sides pushed their limits, frantically juicing apples. Every pony and person gave it their all. Suijun covered his eyes, unable to bear to look. Finally, the last bit of sand trickled down. Time's up, Miss Mayor announced. As her voice fell, the friends collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Thank you. Barley managed to say a complete sentence. Anonym was too tired to speak and gave a thumbs up. I'm proud of you, Applejack, Twilight Sparkle said, lying on the ground and panting. Thank you. Applejack was too tired to speak clearly. Such effort will surely be rewarded. It will be, Twilight Sparkle confidently stated. Meanwhile, Miss Mayor was counting the amount of apple juice both sides had produced. Amazing, both sides produced the same amount of apple juice. Miss Mayor said in surprise. Looking at the two piles of apple juice. Both sides are tied in quantity. Now we will begin the second test, quality, Miss Mayor announced. After a while, both sides set up their apple juice stalls. Come on, ponies. Cheers. The smooth-talking brother said proudly. The ponies looked at the strange apple juice in front of them, hesitantly taking a sip. Ugh, yuck, what is this? There are stones in my cup. This tastes so bad, I won't pay a single bit. The ponies complained, throwing away the smooth-talking brother's inferior apple juice. In contrast, on the Apple family side, this is so good. This is the flavor. Can I have another cup? Please. The ponies' praises were endless. It seems the winner is clear. I declare that the winner of this apple juice extraction competition is the Apple family, Miss Mayor excitedly announced, holding the microphone. Yay, Apple family, Apple family, Apple family. The ponies cheered with joy. Thank you everyone. Without you, we would have lost for sure. Applejack was so excited she was almost in tears. The girls hugged each other in excitement. Meanwhile, the smooth-talking brothers, who were preparing to sneak away in the car, noticed two enormous shadows behind them. Anonym, clenching his fist, and Barley, stomping his hooves, blocked their way. You think you can leave after offending the Apple family? Anonym rolled his shoulders. Barley snorted. What do you want? The smooth-talking brothers trembled together. Settle the cost for the apples you used, the damaged fruit trees, and the Apple family's loss of reputation. Otherwise, hee. Anonym grinned wickedly at the smooth-talking brothers. The smooth-talking brothers looked in despair as Anonym and Barley approached them. Chapter 68, Dream or Nightmare. Anonym fell asleep again. This time it felt a bit different. Anonym regained consciousness and found himself on a terrace with a great view. The moon cast a cold light on the terrace, and the forest below stretched endlessly. Anonym felt as if he had been here before. Just then, a voice came from behind. Finally, my little servant, we meet again. A cold figure stood behind Anonym, casting a long shadow over him. Anonym turned around to see a beautiful black figure. Nightmare Moon. Anonym couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Has the beauty of the moonlit night enchanted you? Nightmare Moon chuckled softly. My little servant. No, I should say my warrior, my champion. Nightmare Moon moved closer to Anonym, her soft body pressing against him. My warrior, you tirelessly revived me. You deserve to rule this eternal night with me. I will grant you the power of nightmares. Nightmare Moon whispered in Anonym's ear. Before Anonym could react, he felt himself falling into a dark vortex. At that moment, in the real world, Anonym was peacefully sleeping in bed. Nightmare Moon lay beside him, exhaling boundless black mist. The black mist filled Anonym's entire body. Rise, my warrior. Nightmare Moon whispered in Anonym's ear, softly calling to him. Anonymous opened her eyes, with dark mist emanating from the corners, and slowly stood up. As she rose, an armor made of black mist enveloped her body inch by inch. A nightmare knight appeared before them. I fight for you, my lady. Anonymous knelt on one knee. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of Nightmare Moon. No, it seems like something is still missing. Nightmare Moon called upon the moonlight, and a black sword appeared in Anonymous' hand. Now, foolish Celestia, and those hypocritical elements of harmony, can no longer stop me. The eternal night has begun. Ha 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 ha. Nightmare Moon laughed wildly, while Anonymous remained silently at her side. Lightning struck outside the window. In the Golden Oak Library, Twilight Sparkle closed her book and blew out the candle. Phew, learning until midnight really feels refreshing. All right, it's time to sleep. Twilight Sparkle looked contentedly at the night sky outside and prepared to go upstairs. At that moment, Spike came down from upstairs. Twilight Sparkle, you actually got up this early? Wait, have you not slept all night? Spike asked in surprise. What do you mean not slept all night? It's only midnight now. Twilight Sparkle pointed at the dark night outside. Huh, but the clock shows it's already 8 in the morning. Spike pointed at the clock on the wall. Speaking to Twilight Sparkle. Huh. Twilight Sparkle looked at the clock and then out the window. Ponyville was brightly lit outside. Suddenly, the library door was pushed open, and a figure rushed in. Not good, Twilight Sparkle. Something big has happened. The sun didn't come up today. I've almost finished picking today's apples, and there's still no sun. The newcomer was a breathless Applejack. The other girls also arrived at the library one after another. Everyone began to discuss in a flurry. Do you think it's possible that Princess Celestia is too tired and overslept? Fluttershy asked softly. If it were Rainbow Dash, that might be possible. But Princess Celestia wouldn't do that, Applejack replied with a smile. Hey, Rainbow Dash protested. I bet Nightmare Moon has returned and turned day into night. Pinkie Pie said quickly, using her hyperactive speech. Impossible, Pinkie. Nightmare Moon has already been defeated by us. There's no way she could come back, Twilight Sparkle replied, flipping through her books without looking up. By the way, why haven't we seen Anonymous today? She usually shows up around this time. Spike turned to look around. Suddenly, Spike covered his mouth, burped, and spat out a letter. It's a letter from Princess Celestia. Twilight Sparkle used magic to pick up the letter and read it carefully. The princess wants us to hurry to Canterlot. Twilight Sparkle said in surprise. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Rainbow Dash charged out ahead. The ponies hurried on their way. In Canterlot, the girls met the anxious Princess Celestia and Princess Luna. Twilight Sparkle, my student, you finally arrived. Princess Celestia said softly. Twilight Sparkle approached and nuzzled her teacher. What happened, princess? Why didn't the sun rise as usual? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. That's why I called you here. Twilight Sparkle, Princess Celestia, and Princess Luna exchanged glances. We suspect that Nightmare Moon has returned, Princess Luna said. That's impossible, right? Princess Luna is standing here just fine, the girls questioned in confusion. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna sighed. Although it seems impossible, we suspect that Nightmare Moon was not defeated. She has escaped from Luna's control, Princess Celestia explained. Yes, my sister and I have exhausted our powers and cannot lower the moon or raise the sun. If it really is Nightmare Moon, she has become too powerful, Princess Luna said in fear. Twilight Sparkle and my little ponies, Princess Celestia continued. What is your command, Your Highness? Twilight Sparkle and the girls stood in attention, ready to accept the princess's task. I need you to take the elements of harmony and put an end to this night that should not exist. If it truly is Nightmare Moon, she should be at the castle ruins. After assigning the task, Princess Celestia added, We will succeed, Princess. Just wait for our good news. Understood, Your Highness. The girls left without delay. I hope they succeed. Princess Celestia watched the girls leave with concern. We should go comfort the ponies now, sister, Luna said. All right. Chapter 69, The Return of the Nightmare. As the girls hurried back, Nightmare Moon had already descended upon Ponyville. Ah ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a storm. The laughing Nightmare Moon slowly descended with the silent Anonymous. The ponies trembled and scattered in fear. Help! Nightmare Moon is here. Panic filled Ponyville. Not again. I don't believe it. Little Pip thought Nightmare Moon was just Luna in disguise and boldly walked forward. Princess Luna, are you here to play with us? Pip asked innocently. Nightmare Moon revealed a terrifying smile. Yes, I am here to play with you, just like the Nightmare Night before. Upon hearing Nightmare Moon's words, the ponies stopped fleeing. So it's Princess Luna? Is today another holiday I don't know about? That's great. The ponies whispered to each other, cheering. Nightmare Moon looked at the gathering ponies, her smile growing ever brighter. But there's one thing different. This time I won't be eating candy. Nightmare Moon said, using magic to lift Pip into the air. Princess Luna, what are you going to do? Pip shouted in panic, helplessly kicking in the air. Of course, I'm going to eat little ponies. I've been sealed for 1,000 years. And I haven't eaten little ponies for a long time. Sweet little ponies. Nightmare Moon opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, pretending to bite. Ah, wah. Pip cried out in fear while floating in the air. This is really Nightmare Moon. Everyone run. Miss Mayor shouted, and the ponies scattered in all directions. Nightmare Moon slightly eased her magical grip, and Pip broke free, crying as he ran away. Ha ha ha, who told you to slander me about eating little ponies before? Nightmare Moon said triumphantly in a low voice. At this moment, the girls arrived in Ponyville. Nightmare Moon, stop! Twilight Sparkle shouted as she rushed forward. Then she caught sight of Anonymous standing next to Nightmare Moon. Huh. The girls were all stunned. Seeing the dazed expressions on the girls' faces, Nightmare Moon slightly tilted her head. A plan forming in her mind. Anonymous, why are you standing next to Nightmare Moon? Come over here, it's too dangerous, Twilight Sparkle called out worriedly. Haha, he won't listen to you, Nightmare Moon said with a smile, pulling Anonymous closer to her side with her wing. He has now broken free from the false harmony of friendship and willingly become my champion warrior. Nightmare Moon lifted Anonymous' chin with her wing, provocatively looking at the girls. Anonymous stood still, silent. What? Does Anonymous not want to be friends with us anymore? Fluttershy looked at Anonymous with teary eyes, hoping for a response. Lies. Applejack shouted. What have you done to Anonymous? Rainbow Dash yelled from above. Girls, look at Anonymous' eyes. Twilight Sparkle extended a hoof. And the girls noticed the intense black aura emanating from Anonymous' eyes. He must be under the control of Nightmare Moon. The girls formed their formation, ready to use the element of harmony. We'll bring Anonymous back. As Twilight Sparkle spoke, the girls took their positions, standing ready. TCH, boring. Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll be waiting in the castle, hypocritical harmony emissaries. Ah ha ha. With a flash, Nightmare Moon transformed into black mist, engulfing herself and Anonymous back to the castle. Hey, don't go, come back. Rainbow Dash angrily watched Nightmare Moon's departing figure. All right, girls. It looks like we need to go to the castle again. This time we must purify Nightmare Moon and save Anonymous. Twilight Sparkle said solemnly. Okay, the girls replied. At that moment, in the ruins of the castle, Nightmare Moon nervously paced back and forth among the broken thrones. Damn it, damn it. Although I am stronger now than before after being resurrected, I still have that annoying Luna holding me back. But facing the element of harmony, I still have no chance of winning. It seemed that Nightmare Moon was not as calm as she appeared. Should I give up the castle and take you away? Nightmare Moon murmured as she looked at Anonymous in armor. No, I can't. I want revenge. That foolish Celestia imprisoned me for 1,000 years. And the cowardly Luna actually reconciled with her. They are both traitors. Nightmare Moon's voice suddenly filled with pain and despair. Only you are still by my side. Nightmare Moon looked at Anonymous, her expression softening a bit. No, I must bring about eternal night. No one can stop me, not even you. Nightmare Moon's eyes were filled with pain and hatred. Ah, so be it. If I succeed, it will all be worth it. Hypocritical harmony, I will have my revenge. Nightmare Moon said with determination. After a while, the girls arrived at the castle ruins. Twilight Sparkle, we actually encountered no obstacles along the way. This is too strange. Rarity asked anxiously as they entered the castle hall. Isn't that good? It allows us to conserve our energy and then give Nightmare Moon a good beating, Rainbow Dash said. Imagining the fight against Nightmare Moon. Maybe Nightmare Moon is hiding something bad, planning to catch us all at once. Pinkie Pie suddenly jumped in, startling the timid Fluttershy. Phew. Pinkie, you scared me, Fluttershy said softly. Sorry, I just saw everyone looking so down and wanted to lighten the mood. Pinkie Pie forced a smile and said, Don't worry, Pinkie. We will definitely rescue Anonymous, just like we defeated Nightmare Moon before, Twilight Sparkle said, nuzzling the downcast Pinkie. It was clear that Anonymous' capture hurt Pinkie the most. Among the girls, Pinkie probably liked Anonymous the most. All right, girls, get ready, we have arrived. As they chatted, the girls reached the grand doors of the throne room. Twilight Sparkle extended a hoof and pushed open the large door. Chapter 70, Tragedy? Creak, creak. The girls pushed open the doors to the throne room and slowly walked in. The hall was empty, without a hint of light. Just as the girls entered, the doors slammed shut with a bang. A beam of moonlight fell, illuminating the shattered throne in the center. You should kneel. Nightmare Moon sat on the throne, looking down arrogantly at the girls. The girls glared at Nightmare Moon with anger. We will only kneel to the true princess. Where have you hidden Anonymous? Twilight Sparkle stepped forward to question. Are you talking about my warrior? Perhaps he couldn't bear to see the atrocities you are about to commit and has hidden away, Nightmare Moon lazily replied. Anonymous would never do that. Applejack retorted excitedly. Don't be swayed by her, girls. Let's quickly use the element of harmony. Twilight Sparkle said. Okay, the girls replied. With Twilight Sparkle's command, the girls formed their formation. The elements of harmony on their bodies glimmered slightly, ready to purify all dark things. Nightmare Moon watched the girls prepare to unleash the elements of harmony without showing any panic, still wearing a faint smile. It's time, Nightmare Moon commanded. Suddenly, a robust figure burst forth from the darkness. It was Anonymous. Anonymous emerged from behind the girls, reaching out with both hands to grab Twilight Sparkle, who was guiding the element of harmony. The girls were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Anonymous pulled Twilight Sparkle back to Nightmare Moon's side. Oh. Ha ha ha. Nightmare Moon laughed triumphantly, using her wing to lift Twilight Sparkle's chin. Indeed, if any one of you is missing, the element of harmony cannot function. I win. Nightmare Moon gleefully declared, not hiding her joy. Twilight Sparkle tried to struggle, but Anonymous' arms were like iron clamps, making it impossible to move. You have lost, little ponies. But I am merciful. Considering you are friends with Anonymous, I accept your surrender, Nightmare Moon said proudly. Absolutely not. Girls, just like we planned before, attack in groups. Twilight Sparkle shouted from Anonymous' grasp. What? Nightmare Moon had not anticipated this. Hearing Twilight Sparkle's words, Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy quickly charged forward, surrounding Nightmare Moon. The small storm created by the flying ponies separated Nightmare Moon and Anonymous. Hey, darling, smile for me. Rarity suddenly appeared in front of Anonymous, her horn bursting with dazzling light. Anonymous instinctively covered his eyes. When Anonymous opened his eyes again, he was met with Pinky's figure. Pinky pushed a blue party cannon in front of Anonymous. Bad Anonymous, not behaving. Pinky stuck out her tongue and pulled the party cannon's lever. Although he was under control, Anonymous still instinctively swallowed. Puff. Anonymous was launched out with fireworks and streamers. Now's the time, Applejack. Twilight Sparkle shouted as she broke free from her restraints. No problem, Sugar Cube. Applejack appeared with a lasso. In no time, Anonymous was tied up like a dumpling, lying on the ground. Ah, enough. Nightmare Moon was furious, stomping her hooves on the floor, unleashing a shockwave. Fluttershy, having weaker flying abilities, was hit by the shockwave and flipped several times in the air. Seeing this, Rainbow Dash ignored Nightmare Moon and caught Fluttershy, flying back to the girls. All right, girls, let's quickly use the element of harmony. Once they were back in formation, a rainbow shot from behind, heading straight for Nightmare Moon. No. Nightmare Moon closed her eyes in fear at the approaching rainbow. I just resurrected, still full of hatred. Still have Anonymous. Damn fate. Am I going to die again? Nightmare Moon's heart was filled with mixed emotions. No. A voice rang out. Anonymous, using an unknown power, broke free from the restraints and raised his sword, standing in front of Nightmare Moon. Boom. The rainbow beam enveloped Anonymous' body, shattering the sword and armor piece by piece, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, the normal figure of Anonymous appeared before everyone. Anonymous. The girls called out happily. No. My warrior. Nightmare Moon's voice was filled with sadness and despair. Anonymous shook his head and slowly got up from the ground. All right. Anonymous is back. Let's give it one more push and defeat Nightmare Moon. Twilight Sparkle said happily. No way. Anonymous gasped and stopped the girls. The girls looked at Anonymous in confusion. Twilight Sparkle, did you say we didn't purify him completely? Should we hit him again? Rainbow Dash whispered, covering her mouth with her hoof. Silly Rainbow Dash, I'm fine. Besides, it's just us here. I can hear you even if you whisper. Anonymous looked at Rainbow Dash with a speechless expression. Rainbow Dash awkwardly stepped back. Then why? Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Sigh. Anonymous sighed and explained. Nightmare Moon has now become an independent being. Her body is composed of high concentrations of dark magic. If we use the elements of harmony, she will be killed instantly. We can't do that. Anonymous laid out the background. Huh. The girls became a bit anxious. Ha. Great. Nightmare Moon laughed. As expected of my warrior. Even tempted by the hypocritical harmony, you still think of me. Nightmare Moon's gaze toward Anonymous became unusual. Your Highness. No, Nightmare Moon. Anonymous faced Nightmare Moon seriously. You saw my memories. I also saw yours. I know your pain. I know your despair. This shouldn't be your fate. Come back. Don't cling to the eternal night anymore. Stand in the sunlight with me. Anonymous reached out to Nightmare Moon. The girls watched Anonymous with concern. Nightmare Moon fell silent, darkness shrouding her face, making it impossible for Anonymous to see her expression. Do you understand? What do you understand? I am just a fragment of Luna. I should have vanished with the wind long ago. What sustains me now is only revenge. Nightmare Moon was surrounded by pain and despair. The girls had never seen such a scene and stepped back in fright. Anonymous remained steadfast. Soon, Nightmare Moon retracted her aura. You saved me, my warrior. No, Anonymous. In this entire life as a pony, you are the only one who cares about me. Come to me. Help me complete my revenge. I was born for this. Nightmare Moon looked at Anonymous, and it seemed like Anonymous saw a pleading gaze. But that shouldn't be your fate. You should be free and happy, not bound by hatred like this. Anonymous' words were cut off by Nightmare Moon's hoof. I thought you would be different from others. Turns out, you're just a bystander. A tear fell from the corner of Nightmare Moon's eye. Anonymous wanted to say something more. Enough. Don't say any more. Nightmare Moon roared. Only one side can leave alive today. Nightmare Moon summoned a whirlwind, blowing Anonymous and the girls far away. If I can't have my revenge, then let me die on the path of revenge. Nightmare Moon lowered her head, raised her horn, and charged at the girls, just like the day she was defeated. Anonymous stood still, a mix of emotions in her heart. How can I save you, my friend? Anonymous, what should we do? The girls' panicked voices reached Anonymous' ears. Anonymous looked at the girls ready for battle, then at Nightmare Moon charging toward them. A determination formed in her heart. Anonymous, what are you doing? The girls watched as Anonymous charged toward Nightmare Moon. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Uft. Nightmare Moon felt something warm and wet flowing down from her head, hot. Opening her eyes, it was blood. Blood trickled down, tracing across Nightmare Moon's beautiful face. The girls gasped. The charge was halted, and Nightmare Moon plunged into Anonymous' warm embrace. No, no, no. Nightmare Moon panicked and retreated, pulling her horn out of Anonymous' chest. Blood gushed forth, and Anonymous fell. Why did you do this? Nightmare Moon asked in disbelief. No, what have you done? The girls finally reacted, rushing forward to shield Anonymous. We need to stop the bleeding. Fluttershy cried, covering the large wound on Anonymous' chest with a sob. Get away. Nightmare Moon pushed the girls aside and rushed to Anonymous' front, desperately casting healing magic, hoping to stabilize Anonymous' injuries. I'm so sorry, my friends. I can't make a choice. Anonymous wanted to say something more, but she couldn't speak anymore. I'm so sorry. In the moment before Anonymous fell unconscious, it seemed as if the sun had set. Chapter 71, Epilogue. In a room in Canterlot, Nightmare Moon sat stiffly on a stool. Celestia and Luna sat opposite her. The three alicorns exchanged glances in silence. Only the sound of silence filled the room. Just then, Twilight Sparkle pushed the door open and walked in. How is it? Luna hurriedly asked. He is out of danger. The girls are with him. Twilight Sparkle didn't finish her sentence. Hearing this news, everyone present let out a slight sigh of relief. Celestia and Luna turned their attention to Nightmare Moon. Twilight Sparkle, please join us. We have many questions to ask Nightmare Moon. Celestia said to Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle nodded and sat down beside them. Nightmare Moon, how did you come back to life? Celestia asked. Nightmare Moon did not respond. Please answer. This will affect our judgment of you. Celestia said. Judgment? Hee. On that night, I was already dead. I am a fragment of Luna, a being stripped away by harmony. Nightmare Moon slowly spoke terrifying words. On the night I was defeated, I clung to the fragments of armor, my life flickering like a candle in the wind. If nothing unexpected happened, I should have vanished with the wind. Nightmare Moon said in a cold tone. But you're still sitting here? Twilight Sparkle interrupted Nightmare Moon's words. Nightmare Moon glanced at Twilight Sparkle, who crossed her hooves over her mouth. Luck is also misfortune. Just as I was about to dissipate, Anonymous touched the fragments of armor, and it was at that moment I entered his body. After that, I began to draw power from the gemstones, as well as Anonymous' dark magic. He truly is a gem hunter. I don't know where he finds so many gemstones. Nightmare Moon continued. Wait, dark magic? Anonymous doesn't know any magic. Twilight Sparkle asked again. Hee, silly little pony. Have you forgotten that you once returned to the castle ruins with Anonymous? With Nightmare Moon's words, Luna seemed to recall something. No. Yes. Nightmare Moon glanced at Luna. At that time, Anonymous came into contact with that book of dark magic. He really is impressive, just by reading. He mastered dark magic to a high level. Nightmare Moon said. Twilight Sparkle showed a panicked expression, her mane slightly frizzing. It's okay, Twilight Sparkle. Don't panic. It's not your fault. Luna comforted Twilight Sparkle. Celestia looked at Nightmare Moon. Then, just relying on dark magic shouldn't have allowed you to come back to life. Even if it did, you shouldn't be this powerful. Did something else happen that we don't know about? Celestia asked. Nightmare Moon pondered for a moment. Actually, I don't know. Indeed, these could at most let me survive. I was in a daze until that moment, the chaos of disorder. At that time, a very powerful force entered Anonymous' body. It was because of it that I was able to revive. Nightmare Moon explained. Celestia and Luna exchanged glances and then asked. Then, Nightmare Moon, why did you hold back? Luna asked, confused. If it weren't for your healing magic delaying Anonymous' injuries, he wouldn't have lasted until we arrived. I thought I could face death calmly. Nightmare Moon responded with a trembling voice. On my path of revenge, everything could be abandoned, even my life. But when Anonymous fell before me, I realized I was wrong. He is such a good person. How could my pain be something he bears? He shouldn't have such an ending. Nightmare Moon's emotions became somewhat uncontrollable, and it took a while for her to calm down. Anonymous is right. You still have kindness left, Twilight Sparkle murmured as she looked at Nightmare Moon. Then why do you seek revenge? Luna asked. Ha ha. Nightmare Moon suddenly burst into laughter. Why do you ask? You really don't know. Know what? Celestia and Luna exchanged confused glances, not understanding Nightmare Moon's words. I have all of Luna's memories. In that single sentence, the three little ponies in front of her recognized a terrifying truth. I am Nightmare Moon. I am Luna's dark side. the second personality created to shield Luna from facing a millennium of imprisonment. My purpose is to protect Luna's mind from falling into madness, Nightmare Moon said coldly. No. Celestia covered her mouth in sadness. I am also what Harmony considers a part that can be discarded. I am evil itself. You ask why I seek revenge. Does evil need a reason to destroy the world? A terrifying smile appeared on Nightmare Moon's face. I don't know. I didn't know it would be like this, Celestia stammered. You certainly don't know what 1,000 years can do to a pony, because you have your beloved subjects. And I have only stone. Stone. And more stone. Why? Why me? Why is it Luna who gets purified and not me? Why am I the part that can only be discarded? Why? I want to stroll in the sunlight too. I want to make friends. I want to eat. I have so many things I want to do. I am Luna too. Nightmare Moon broke down. Celestia and Luna were stunned. Nightmare Moon cried heart-wrenchingly, releasing the emotions that had been forcibly sealed for so long. 2 warm embraces wrapped around the crying Nightmare Moon. I am so sorry. I know my words cannot express my apologies, Celestia said to Nightmare Moon. But I want to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. Can you give me this chance? Forgive your useless sister? Celestia held Nightmare Moon tightly, tears streaming down her face. Me too. I didn't know you were me. It turns out you have always protected me. I am also very sorry. Luna hugged Nightmare Moon as well. Nightmare Moon sniffed and took a while to stop sobbing. I have been waiting for this sentence for too long. She looked at Celestia and Luna, her eyes glimmering with tears. I think I forgive you. Twilight Sparkle looked at the scene in surprise. After some time, Luna and Nightmare Moon went to Anonymous' hospital room. Anonymous was sleeping peacefully, a smile on his face. He never blamed me, Nightmare Moon said, gazing at Anonymous' sleeping face. Lost in thought. So why did you stop at that time? Luna asked. I already said, I didn't want Anonymous to bear. Nightmare Moon repeated her earlier words. Come on, that line might fool my sister, but I can tell you are hiding something. Luna looked into Nightmare Moon's eyes. Nightmare Moon smiled. All right, as expected of me. I can't hide it from you. To tell you the truth, I love him. And I know you have the same feelings. Nightmare Moon said openly. Luna covered her face shyly and glanced at the sleeping Anonymous. How can you be so direct? Shameless. She said bashfully. Humph. Love should be declared loudly. He will belong to me. Ah. Nightmare Moon laughed as she left, leaving Luna blushing in place. The scene shifted, and the departing Nightmare Moon's face was also flushed. Indeed, it was far from as calm as it seemed. Chapter 72, Starry Night and Anonymous. Anonymous lay on the hillside, watching the sunset slowly descend, beautiful clouds painting the sky. This feels really nice, he stretched lazily. Footsteps approached from behind, and a figure sat down next to Anonymous. I'm sorry, a voice filled with regret said. Anonymous didn't need to look up to know who it was. You know, I have never blamed you, Nightmare Moon. This sunset is truly beautiful, he said, gazing at the sunset, lost in his thoughts. Nightmare Moon sat there, hesitating to speak. The atmosphere around them became tense. So, I succeeded? That's great. Now you're free. Anonymous broke the awkward silence. You are still like this. Sometimes I really don't understand if I'm crazy or you're crazy. Nightmare Moon laughed. At least the ending is good, right? Anonymous shifted his body, leaning against Nightmare Moon. Yes. Nightmare Moon relaxed her body, resting her head on Anonymous' shoulder. They snuggled together for a while, watching the beautiful sunset, quietly waiting for time to pass. Gradually, the sun set, and the moon rose. The white moonlight shone on Anonymous. Everything was so peaceful and harmonious. You saved my soul, Anonymous. After a long silence, Nightmare Moon spoke up. I want to repay you, help you realize your wish. Nightmare Moon looked seriously into Anonymous' eyes. A wish? What wish could I have? Anonymous waved his hand. Hee. Have you forgotten what you once said? You saw me. And I saw you at the same time, Nightmare Moon smiled. Anonymous' face turned red immediately. It's okay, Anonymous. I said, tonight, I will fulfill your wish. Nightmare Moon lay on her side, looking back at the nervous Anonymous. Really, can I? Anonymous' previously relaxed demeanor faded, becoming timid. Come on, get on, Nightmare Moon urged. Anonymous excitedly climbed up from the ground, walked over, and mounted Nightmare Moon. Once Anonymous was steady, Nightmare Moon stood up. As she stood, Anonymous instinctively grabbed Nightmare Moon's neck. Ugh! Nightmare Moon trembled, letting out a strange sound. No creature had ever ridden on Nightmare Moon's back. It was a first-time feeling. Feeling the warm breath from Anonymous behind her head and the solid arms around her neck, Nightmare Moon's heart raced wildly. Ah, sorry. Did I hurt you? Anonymous quickly moved his hand away and asked close to Nightmare Moon's ear. The warm breath brushed Nightmare Moon's ear, making her heart race even more. That's too unfair. Nightmare Moon thought to herself. Ah, I'm fine. It's just that it's my first time being ridden, so I'm a bit unaccustomed. By the way, I didn't expect that when you first met me, you had this intention, Nightmare Moon said. Hearing Nightmare Moon's words, Anonymous' face flushed with shyness and embarrassment, and he began to mumble strange words. What? Everyone has a heart for beautiful horses, It's completely normal to want to ride a beautiful horse when you see one. After hearing this, Nightmare Moon couldn't help but chuckle softly. The air around them instantly filled with joy. All right, enough joking. Hold on tight. Getting hurt in a dream can still hurt, so don't fall off. Nightmare Moon took a few steps, then suddenly flapped her wings, carrying Anon into the sky. Soaring in the sky, Nightmare Moon flew higher and farther. Above her was the bright moon and starlight. Beneath her was a sea of clouds. Anon was captivated by this beautiful scenery, wide-eyed, unable to speak for a while. Nightmare Moon strolled between the moon and the sea of clouds. How about it? This is the true beauty of a moonlit night. Seeing Anon's reaction, Nightmare Moon smiled with satisfaction. It's so beautiful that no amount of words can describe even a little of what I see. You shared your world with me. Thank you, Nightmare Moon. Anon gave Nightmare Moon a warm hug. Nightmare Moon shook her head. I should be the one thanking you, Anon. Although tonight's experience was brief, it was more meaningful than my 1,000 years as a horse. The flames of revenge and the sorrowful loneliness have all dissipated. It's as if today, I have truly come alive. The cold and broken heart of Nightmare Moon began to beat again, radiating the moon's tenderness. Anon smiled, so joyfully and openly. So, let me introduce myself again. My name is Anon, I'm a human, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Nightmare Moon. Anon said to Nightmare Moon. Nice to meet you. Anon. Nightmare Moon replied with a smile. Under the moon and stars, Anon and Nightmare Moon spent a wonderful time together. Good times are always short. And Anon felt the world distorting around him. It's time to wake up, Anon. See you next time. Nightmare Moon's gentle voice echoed in Anon's ears. With a spin, Anon slowly opened his eyes. The morning sunlight poured into the hospital room, and the girls all stood at the bedside, eagerly watching Anon wake up. Anon. The girls all rushed over. Oh, it's so nice to see you again, friends. Anon joyfully said as he embraced the girls. By the way, I'm very sorry. Anon hadn't finished his sentence when Six Hooves firmly covered his mouth. We don't want to hear that. The overly proud hero Twilight Sparkle looked at Anon, raising an eyebrow. The other girls all nodded. All right. I want to be overconfident next time. I want to be overconfident. Anon replied with a smile. The friends cuddled together. By the way, Beaky, when I was being controlled, where did you push out that little cannon? Anon suddenly asked a question. Beaky smiled and burrowed her head into Anon's embrace, not responding. That's just Beaky. The other girls answered with laughter. The hospital room was filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 73, The Market Incident. It was a sunny morning. Anon decided to go explore the market and buy some fresh vegetables. Bringing along the latest issue of the Canterlot News, Anon set off on his journey. Let me see. Anon walked while reading the newspaper. Pony Maria welcomes her fourth princess. Princess of Dreams, Nightmare Moon. Wow, it seems a lot has happened while I was recovering. Anon smiled at the photo of Nightmare Moon in the newspaper. Yes. A voice came from behind Anon, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Good morning, Beaky. Anon reached back and ruffled Beaky's fluffy head. Good morning. Long time no see, Anon. Beaky happily replied. Beaky, don't we see each other every day? Junkie walked over from the side. A few hours is a long time. ISNT it. Beaky showed an incredulous expression. Anon laughed heartily. Good morning, Junkie. What are you two doing? Anon greeted and asked Junkie. Good morning. I ran into Beaky on the way and was about to go check out the market together. Junkie replied with a smile. What a coincidence. I'm also heading to the market. Let us go together. Anon carried Beaky and walked to the market with Junkie. Junkie glanced at Beaky, who was lying on Anon's back. By the way, Beaky, why do you always like to stay on Anon's back? Junkie asked with a soul-searching question. It's fun. And it's very comfortable. The view from up high is different. Junkie, do you want to try? I'll shift over and make some room for you. Beaky extended an invitation from Anon's back. Junkie felt tempted, but looked at the little ponies coming and going around. Better not. I have to maintain my ladylike image. Junkie tossed her mane and walked ahead. Oh, what a pity. Anon, forward. Beaky commanded Anon amidst the laughter of friends. The market was just ahead. Beaky spotted a beige figure from afar. Wow, Ruru is also at the market. Let us hurry over. Beaky said. The friends walked over. The scene shifted. Ruru was in line to buy something when suddenly two little ponies appeared in front of her. Obviously, our Ruru was cut in line. Hey, Ruru voiced softly. Excuse me, could you step back? You're in my spot. One of the little ponies said without looking back. Ruru was a bit confused by this statement and took a moment to react. But Ruru hadn't finished speaking. Is it really that urgent? Forget it. The other little pony said in a sarcastic tone. Ruru kept retreating in response to the confrontation. All right, I'm not in a hurry. You can go ahead and buy. Ruru lowered her head and said disappointedly. Anon saw this scene and couldn't help but walk over. Hey, don't you have any sense of public decency? You need to queue when buying things. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Anon said with righteous indignation. The two little ponies who cut in line saw Anon, quickly paid for their items, and ran away without looking back. How can there still be such ponies in Ponyville? Anon said indignantly. Junkie and Beaky walked over to Ruru. Seeing her friends arrive, Ruru slightly lifted her head. Oh my, Ruru, you can't let them treat you like this. Junkie said with concern. Oh, it's nothing. Ruru said softly. Nothing? This is a big deal. No, it's bigger than a big deal. It's a huge deal. You have a bit of a problem. Little pony, Beaky said in disbelief. What problem do I have? Ruru asked in confusion. The friends exchanged glances, and Junkie and Anon nodded at Beaky. Anon shifted Ruru, moving her in front of himself, pretending to be in line. Beaky suddenly rushed over, pushed Ruru aside, and cut in line in front. Ruru was spun around by Beaky, dizzying herself and landing on the ground. It's all right, Beaky, you go ahead, Ruru quietly said from the ground. Anon facepalmed. This is it. This is your problem. Beaky said exasperatedly, poking Ruru's head. You can't keep being a punching bag like this. Junkie said to Ruru. What is a punching bag? Ruru asked in confusion. It means a nice person, dear. You can't keep being like this. You need to learn to stand up for yourself. Junkie said earnestly. All right, I'll try. Ruru walked back to the stall. There was only one item left at the stall. Great, there's still one left. Hello, I would like to buy it. The gentle words had not yet finished when a frail bookworm pony walked by, dropped a coin, and took the last item. Ugh, fine, I don't mind. Ro curled up in grievance. Ro was frightened, but her friends would not stand idly by. Watch me, learn from me. Zhen-Chi stepped forward. Hey, you little handsome shorty. Zhen-Chi spoke to the bookworm pony. Who? Me? The bookworm pony was a bit taken aback. Of course it's you. Hasn't any pony told you before that you're handsome? Look at those muscles, you're really strong. Zhen-Chi winked as she spoke, and the bookworm pony was almost mesmerized. After hearing this, the bookworm pony puffed up his front hooves with all his might. A tiny, almost invisible muscle popped out. Oh my goodness. So may I ask? A handsome, strong, and generous gentleman like you. Could you let me have the last aloe? Zhen-Chi flattered the bookworm pony. A gold coin was placed on the bookworm pony's head. Of course, he. The bookworm pony looked at Zhen-Chi's departing figure, showing a silly grin. Zhen-Chi returned to her friends and put the aloe she exchanged into Ro's saddlebag. Well done, Zhen-Chi. Amazing. Anonym said to Zhen-Chi. Thank you. See, it's not that hard. Zhen-Chi smiled at Ro. It seems it's not hard. Ro tapped the ground with her hoof. What's next? Is there anything else to buy? Zhen-Chi took out the shopping list from Ro's saddlebag. Let me see, I still need to buy some tomatoes. Ro said as she looked at the list. Chapter 74, The Market Turmoil. The friends continued on, and from a distance, they saw the empty tomato stall. Great. There's no pony in line this time. Here's your money. Ro took 3 tomatoes from the stall and left a gold coin, preparing to leave. Just then, the tomato stall owner coughed a couple of times. Ahem. 3 tomatoes for 2 coins, you still owe 1. The tomato stall owner pointed to the sign next to him. Huh, but last week they were 1 coin. Ro asked in surprise. The tomato stall owner maintained a stern face. That was last week's price. This week it's 2 coins. The tomato stall owner pointed at the sign again. Well, fine. Ro pulled out another gold coin and placed it on the stall. The tomato stall owner looked at the timid Ro, unable to suppress a smirk. Ponies are often bullied by other ponies. Bai-Chi could not stand it anymore and rushed to the stall. How can you do this? Bai-Chi questioned. I say it's 2 coins. And that's what it is. What? Do you have an opinion? The tomato stall owner retorted. 2 coins for tomatoes is too expensive. It should be 1 coin. Bai-Chi moved 1 gold coin in front of herself. I said 2 coins. The tomato stall owner moved the gold coin back to himself. 1 coin. Bai-Chi stared directly into the tomato stall owner's eyes, and the 2 little ponies engaged in a mental duel. 2 coins. The tomato stall owner shouted, pointing at the sign nearby. No, 1 coin. Bai-Chi raised a sign she drew that said 1 coin, 3 tomatoes. 2 coins. The tomato stall owner shouted. 1 coin. Bai-Chi shouted back. 2 coins. The tomato stall owner shouted again. Ro peeked out from the side, watching the battle of the bargaining masters. 2 coins. Bai-Chi suddenly changed her line. 1 coin. The tomato stall owner was thrown off by Bai-Chi. I insist on 2 coins, or I want to take it. Bai-Chi shouted at the tomato stall owner. 1 coin is my final offer. The tomato stall owner shouted back at Bai-Chi. Suit yourself, then 1 coin it is. Bai-Chi took back the extra gold coin and quickly ran off. The tomato stall owner smugly reached for the remaining coin. Huh, something seems off. Ha. The friends burst into laughter. You made her dizzy. Well done, Bai-Chi. Anonym and Bai-Chi bumped hooves. See, standing up for yourself is fun. Bai-Chi smiled at Ro. I think you're right. Seeing her friend's success story, Ro seemed to regain a bit of confidence. So Ro, do you want to try it yourself? Zhen-Chi asked. Okay, Ro replied. Suddenly, Ro stopped and wouldn't move. What's wrong, Ro? The friend stopped to ask. Ro's eyes were fixated on a stall in front of her, where a big, shiny red cherry was displayed. I want to buy that cherry. Ro flew to the cherry stall. Great, you still have 1 cherry. I want to make a special big meal for my little rabbit. She's very picky and will only eat if there's a cherry on top of the dish, Roro said as she took a gold coin from her saddlebag. Here's your money. Roro looked at the cherry with great anticipation. Wait a minute. The cherry stall owner spoke up. You mean you really need this cherry, right? The cherry stall owner asked. Yes, I really need this cherry. Roro nodded. Good, then you have to pay 10 coins. The cherry stall owner raised the price. Roro's mouth dropped open. 10. Roro glanced back at her friends. The friends nodded, waving their hooves and hands, giving encouraging looks. Roro understood what her friends meant, and her expression became resolute. Oh hey, Mr. Handsome, I know you wouldn't do anything unethical. Because you're handsome and strong. Gentlemen like you, who are both handsome and strong, are always generous, right? Roro said, imitating Jinqi's earlier flattering technique. Not bad, she learned quite well. Unfortunately, the cherry stall owner didn't seem to buy it. The cherry is 10 coins. The cherry stall owner said coldly. Roro's mood sank instantly as she turned to look at her friends. Bai Chi and Jinqi exchanged glances, urging Roro to try again. This stall owner seems unyielding. Can Roro do it? Anonym seemed to sense something and looked worried. Don't worry, Anonym. We need to believe in Roro. Jinqi nudged Anonym. It's precisely because I believe in Roro that I'm worried. Anonym replied. Roro began to try again. 10 coins for a cherry is too expensive, so I insist on giving you 11 coins. Roro's words caught the cherry stall owner off guard. 11 coins? Did I hear that wrong? The cherry stall owner asked in disbelief. Oh, sorry, I meant 9 coins. Roro realized she might have misspoken and quickly corrected herself. What are you talking about? The cherry stall owner was getting more confused. The friends watched Roro's impressive performance. Bai Chi couldn't take it anymore. Dug a hole in the ground and buried her head in it. Jinqi's mouth dropped open, covering her face with her hooves in embarrassment. It was too awkward. Only Anonym was still holding on, but they were also about to burst. Well, 12 coins is my final offer. Roro said. I think you're confused. The cherry stall owner said. 12 coins, take it or leave it. Roro took out her coin pouch. Well, okay, I accept. The cherry stall owner didn't understand. But making money is what matters. No, don't pay. The friends pulled Roro aside. A cherry is not worth 12 coins. Bai Chi said to Roro. But I did it the way you taught me. Roro felt wronged. You're very brave, Roro, but you should refuse this deal. You can't buy a cherry for 12 coins. Jinqi said to Roro. But I can't let Angel go hungry if I don't do it right. She won't eat a bite. Roro said softly. You're spoiling Angel. Anonym looked at Roro speechlessly. No way. I must buy that cherry, no matter how expensive it is. Roro insisted in a strange place. The cherry vendor heard the conversation among friends. You still want to buy it? Well, it's 20 bucks now. The vendor's words struck Roro's heart like a lightning bolt. 20 bucks? But I don't have that much money, Roro exclaimed in surprise. Then why waste my time? The vendor replied. At that moment, a passerby pony walked by. Is the cherry 2 bucks? Deal, said the vendor. The last cherry disappeared just like that, leaving Roro alone in the wind, feeling messy. What bad luck, kid. Remember not to be a pushover anymore. With the vendor's words, Roro hung her head and left the market, feeling dejected. After a while, Anonym arrived at Roro's home. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Roro flew out, along with a beautiful bowl of vegetable salad. Anonym quickly caught her in his arms. The salad, however, was not so lucky. It crashed into the mailbox, scattering letters and salad carelessly on the ground. Oh, thank you, Anonym, Roro said in his embrace. You're welcome. By the way, how did you fly out? Anonym set Roro down. All right, there's this too. Anonym pulled out a big ice cream cone from behind, topped with a bright red cherry. You really needed a cherry before, and then I suddenly remembered that cherries are also put on ice cream. Here, have some. Anonym handed the ice cream to Roro. Roro looked at the ice cream and sighed. Thank you, but I don't need a cherry anymore. Sigh, look at me. I'm such a pushover. Roro lamented to the ice cream. Anonym patted Roro's mane. Roro, you really need to change a little. You need to learn to say no. Don't worry too much about others' feelings. Think more about yourself. Anonym squatted down, picked up the scattered letters, and handed them to Roro. I think you're right, Anonym. I really do need to change a bit. Roro took the letters and secretly made up her mind. Chapter 75, New Roro. At Sugar Cube Corner, Beaky called on Jinqi and Anonym to help her sell the newly developed mini cakes. Hello, what would you like to buy today? Beaky warmly welcomed the customers, while Jinqi and Anonym chatted while working. Hey, Anonym, Jinqi called out. What is up? Anonym moved a plate of cakes to the front. Have you heard? Roro went to a confidence-boosting conference hosted by a minotaur. Jinqi said while packing cakes into boxes. Really? That's great. I really hope Roro succeeds, Anonym said happily. Of course. Hey, look, isn't that Roro? Beaky, with her sharp eyes, spotted Roro just walking through the door. Roro was patiently waiting in line. Suddenly, it seemed like a pony behind her poked her. Roro turned around, but saw nothing. Did I just imagine it? Turning back, she noticed a pony had cut in line. Oh, obviously. Our Ro is being cut in line again. Anonym frowned slightly, preparing to step in. Ro poked the pony in front of her. What are you doing? Can't you see me? Ro angrily pointed her hoof at the line cutter. The pony turned back and said, maybe? Then she turned back and acted like nothing happened. Ro was infuriated by the line cutter's attitude. Maybe? That's just a trick to fool kids. Ro grabbed the line cutter and forcefully turned her head. No pony dares to cut in line in front of me. Now, go back to your rightful place. Ro roared. The line cutter was scared by Ro's intensity and quickly ran outside. The other ponies in line heard the commotion and turned to see what was happening. At that moment, Ro's furious gaze met the curious ponies. The ponies swallowed nervously and wisely ran outside. Well, now Ro is first in line. I can't believe my eyes, Anonym said, shocked. Hey, look at you. Beaky happily said to Ro. Yes, your attitude has become so confident. It's wonderful. Jinchi added with a smile. Is that Minotaur's confidence seminar really that effective? Anonym was still in shock. Yes, Iron Will is a true inspiration master. His methods really work. Ro confidently replied. Wow, he really has changed your behavior and demeanor. You're a whole new Ro now, Jinchi said with a smile. Hearing Jinchi's words, Ro suddenly had an epiphany. You're right. The new Ro is a completely new Ro. The weak and incompetent old Ro no longer exists. Ro joyfully flew into the air. Great. Old Beaky is so happy for the new Ro, just like Pink Punch. By the way, want some punch? Let us celebrate, haha. Beaky brought out a cup of punch, smiling. However, Beaky's laughter seemed to trigger something in Ro. Her expression suddenly changed. How dare you laugh at me? Whoever mocks me will pay for it. Ro knocked the fruit punch away, splattering Beaky. Jinchi and Anonym were taken aback by this sudden scene. Beaky was also stunned, with an empty cup on her head, watching Ro leave in shock. Goodbye, girls. Looking back at Ro, it was as if nothing had happened. As usual, she greeted them and walked out the door. My Celestia, this pony must be crazy. The ponies outside witnessed this scene and scattered in fear. What a great day. Ro looked up at the sky, enjoying the bright sunshine. Just then, a flying pony pulled a cloud across the sky, perfectly blocking the bright sunlight. Hey, you're blocking my sunshine. Ro waved her hooves. Don't rush me. Pulling clouds is tiring. I need a break. If you want sunshine, just move aside, said the indifferent flying pony. Ro exploded with anger. How dare you block my sunshine? I'll show you. Ro didn't know where she got the strength, and in an instant, she flew up into the sky, wrestling with the cloud pony. The friends who chased after her were shocked by the scene before them. In front of their eyes. The cloud pony drew a perfect arc in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. Ro waved her hooves in the air. The brand new Ro doesn't take orders from any pony. Any pony. After roaring, Ro flew away happily. The onlooking ponies trembled in fear. Old Beaky was now uncertain if the new Ro's change was a good thing. Beaky said, looking shocked. Old Jinchi thought the same. Jinchi said. The two ponies worriedly watched Ro's departing figure. What on earth is happening? We have to go. If this continues, Ro is going to become a bully. Anonym said urgently. The ponies hurried on their way. Just as the friends arrived near Ro's home, they saw a shocking scene. Ro was angrily flying in the air. There was a large puddle on the ground, and facing her was a soaking wet passerby pony shivering in fear. You dare to splash water on me. Ro's soft anger startled the passerby little pony. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I just fell and accidentally splashed you. The passerby quickly pulled out a tissue from his pocket. Why don't you wipe it off first? The trembling little pony handed the tissue to the angry Ro. Looking at the damp tissue, Ro became even angrier. Suddenly, rage surged from her heart, and evil thoughts filled her mind. How dare you mock the new Ro? I'll make you pay. With that, Ro grabbed the poor little pony in front of her. The passerby was terrified. He had never seen such a fierce little pony in his life. Ro slammed the passerby into the puddle on the ground. You soaked my mane. I will repay you double. The passerby stood frozen in the puddle, and after a while, burst into tears and ran away, wiping his tears. Run. Let's see who dares to bully the new Ro. Ro looked proudly at her masterpiece. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Anonymous couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Friends quickly stepped forward. Ro, what have you done? How can you do this? Jinchi asked in disbelief. Didn't you see what he did to the new Ro? He thought the new Ro was still the old punching bag. Ro excitedly spread her wings. No, dear, that was just an accident. We all saw it. We think you are a bit paranoid right now. Jinchi waved her hooves. And by Chi, an Anonymous nodded beside her. What? Ro flew into the air in excitement. No, you just want to turn the new Ro back into the old punching bag. The old weak and incompetent Ro has disappeared. Ro roared in midair. No, we just want the good Ro from before, the kind Ro. Anonymous said to Ro. No, Ro shouted loudly. What you want is the useless Ro. You want the nice guy Ro. You want the Ro who won't complain no matter how she is treated. Ro said excitedly. Ah, too many Rouse are confusing me. Please stop talking. Bai Qi covered her head. Yes, it's too complicated for your simple mind, Bai Qi. Ro pushed Bai Qi, and Bai Qi fell straight back, no longer speaking. It was unclear whether Ro's actions hurt the pony more or her harsh words. Anonymous quickly caught the falling Bai Qi. No. Jinqi suddenly blocked in front of Bai Qi. Can we talk nicely? Don't be so harsh. Jinqi looked seriously at the flying Ro. Harsh. I think the word harsh suits you better. When it comes to fashion, you are quite harsh too. Ro's words were like knives, stabbing into Jinqi. Jinqi took a few steps back, tears welling up in her eyes. Hey, you can't say that about Jinqi. Fashion is her hobby. Now Bai Qi stood in front of Jinqi. Oh, so what's your hobby? Birthday cakes, party hats? I really can't believe that the two most unproductive ponies in Ponyville want to teach the new Ro how to live. And they themselves waste their lives on things that other ponies don't care about. Ro's words cut deeply, and now Bai Qi started to cry as well. Anonymous silently stood in front of Bai Qi and Jinqi. Roar? What? Are you also here to turn the new Ro back into the old punching bag? You were silent just now, and now you stand up. Wasn't it better when you were quiet? Anonymous silently endured Ro's anger, and after Ro finished speaking, Anonymous spoke up. Ro, we can't let you go on like this anymore. Is this really the way you want to be? Your friends are sad and heartbroken for you. Please calm down and think about it. Anonymous earnestly advised. Calm down. I'm very calm right now. Haha. The least calm guy in all of Pony Maria is telling me to calm down? If you could be calm, you wouldn't have gotten hurt so much. You should just obediently lie in the hospital. The new Ro's matters are none of your business. Ro said harshly. Anonymous suddenly felt a moment of confusion, suddenly feeling that the little pony in front of her had become very strange. No, it was unexpectedly familiar, as if it had become exactly like when it had faded before. Anonymous wanted to say something else, but Jinqi and Bai Qi stepped forward to block her. How can you say that, Anonymous? Bai Qi asked through tears. I really can't believe what that monster Ironwool did to you. Jinqi also said tearfully. The friends sadly left. Ironwool is not a monster. He is a minotaur. Ro roared at the departing figures of her friends. But there was no pony around to respond to Ro anymore. They had all been driven away by Ro's venom. Ro angrily looked at the ground, and the puddle reflected her furious image. That look was so terrifying that it startled even Ro herself. Looking at her reflection in the puddle, her expression gradually softened, and she finally realized her change. I am the monster. Chapter 76, The Best Ro. The next day, the friends were still worried and came to Ro's little house together. Everything had become strange. This land seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The water had dried up. The blooming flowers and lush greenery had all withered and died. The cheerful little animals that were usually lively were nowhere to be seen. Accompanied by the cold and lonely wind, only Ro's little house still stood there alone. The house was covered with seals, and all the doors and windows were nailed shut with wooden boards. The friends could not see inside at all. Hey, Ro, are you home? The friends hesitated at the door of the little house for a while, but ultimately made up their minds and gently knocked on the door. Inside the little house, it was quiet, with no response at all. Ro. Jinqi knocked on the door again. It's us, Bai Qi, Jinqi, and Anonymous. Bai Qi said to the inside of the house. After saying that, she pressed her head against the door, listening carefully to the sounds inside. There was still no movement inside, and the surrounding silence became a bit frightening. Not good. We need to rush in. Anonymous thought of a terrible dark future. Ro had hurt her friends' hearts, and sadness and pain consumed her. She could only return home alone, lonely as a pony, in the once warm little house. Ro took out a piece of rope. The more Anonymous thought about it, the more scared she became, and she hurriedly ripped off the seal on the door and was about to push the door open to rush in. No, get out, don't come near me. Otherwise, the annoying Ro will come out to attack you. Hearing the noise when Anonymous was tearing down the door, a voice finally came from inside the house. But Ro, why do you want to lock yourself up? Come out and talk to us. Anonymous finally heard Ro's response and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, I will never step out of my little house again. I will lock away myself and my malice so that no pony will be harmed. Ro's voice reached her friend's ears. Ro, we don't blame you. You were just deceived by that bad Minotaur suggestion. Jinqi comforted her. Yeah, it was that Minotaur who made you so unpleasant. Bai Qi said honestly. Jinqi poked Bai Qi with a hoof. Oh no, I mean, besides shouting at others, you can use other ways to defend yourself. Bai Qi quickly added. Yeah. Jinqi and Anonymous both echoed. But I don't know if I can do it. Every time I want to defend myself, I turn into a monster. Ro said dejectedly. No, Ro, you're not a monster. You're just a bit obsessed, said Anonymous. Bai Qi poked Anonymous' leg from the side. You also realize that your behavior is wrong. Isn't that good? Now, quickly open the door, and we'll think of a way together. Anonymous called out to Ro inside the house. Bai Qi poked Anonymous' leg again. What's wrong, Bai Qi? Why do you keep poking me? Anonymous asked, confused. Bai Chi pointed with her hoof. Beside the small house, a minotaur was riding on 2 goats and coming over. Upon closer inspection, the minotaur was muscular, with a large body and small thighs. He wasn't wearing clothes, but had a black tie around his neck and a microphone on his face. My name is Tai Wei. Training ponies is my specialty. The minotaur Tai Wei jumped off the goats and landed in front of his friends, giving a thumbs up and revealing a confident smile. Bai Chi, Jinshi, and Anonymous looked at each other. Ah, you must be Roro's friends. I've heard that she treats all ponies without courtesy now, so I'm here to collect the fees I'm owed, Tai Wei said to himself, striding towards Roro's house. Roro was not in the mood to deal with him. Bai Chi said to her friends, I'll handle this. Anonymous stepped forward, blocking Tai Wei's path. Just as he was about to say something, Tai Wei reached out and patted Anonymous' arm. Nice muscles. Want to join my fitness improvement class? I can give you a 20% discount. Tai Wei gave a thumbs up and shoved a flyer into Anonymous' hand. Anonymous was caught off guard, staring blankly as Tai Wei walked past him. Jinshi hurriedly stepped in front of Tai Wei. I think a strong and brave minotaur like you wouldn't be in a hurry for money, right? Maybe you can come back in a few days? Jinshi smiled at Tai Wei. Are you kidding me? Tai Wei said in disbelief. Roro is already late with the payment. I need to collect the money now. Ignoring Jinshi's words, Tai Wei continued walking towards the small house. After Jinshi, Bai Chi also blocked Tai Wei's way. We don't know if Roro is home. She might have gone out with the animals in the forest. Bai Chi opened her mouth. Oh, is that so? I'm just going to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Then I'll come back this afternoon to collect the money. Tai Wei believed Bai Chi's words, pulled out a basket, and prepared to leave. Half a day? That's not enough. We need at least a full day. Bai Chi expressed doubt. Delaying half a day is already pretty good. It can't be delayed any longer. Tai Wei turned his head. No, we need a day. Bai Chi insisted. No. Half a day? Tai Wei argued. A day. Bai Chi countered. Half a day? Tai Wei replied. Half a day? Bai Chi used her logic replacement technique. A day. Tai Wei fell for it. We only need half a day. We don't want more. Bai Chi stretched her neck long, face to face with Tai Wei, and said loudly. No, you have a whole day. It can't be less. Tai Wei roared at Bai Chi. Thanks, buddy. See you tomorrow, Bai Chi said happily. Wait, what? Tai Wei seemed to sense something was off. At that moment, a little noise came from Roro's small house. Tai Wei keenly picked up on the small sound. Looks like we don't need to wait for her anymore. I want to collect the money now, right now. Tai Wei pushed past Bai Chi and walked to the door of the small house. But we had an agreement. You said you would come back tomorrow to collect the money. Bai Chi blocked Tai Wei's way again. Tai Wei looked at Bai Chi, snorting angrily. You dare to block my way. I'll show you. Tai Wei grabbed Bai Chi and lifted her, preparing to throw her out. Bai Chi screamed in fear. A large hand came in from the side and grabbed Tai Wei's arm. Let go of Bai Chi. What do you want to do to my friend? Anonymous shouted. You want to block my way too? Tai Wei let go of Bai Chi and roared at Anonymous. Anonymous and Tai Wei's arms clashed together. It looked like a full-blown fight was about to break out. Stop, I'm coming out. At that moment, Roro walked out of the small house, preventing the situation from escalating further. Finally out, Tai Wei looked at Roro. You were a punching bag before. I turned you into a cold, ruthless, confident machine. Now, you have to pay me the tuition fee you owe. Tai Wei shouted at Roro. Roro walked up to Tai Wei, meeting his gaze without fear. No. Roro firmly rejected Tai Wei. Her friends were shocked into silence. What did you just say? Tai Wei couldn't believe his ears. I said no? Roro repeated. I don't want to be a punching bag. I want to vent all the harm onto you unless you give me the money you owe me right now. Give it to me now. Tai Wei roared at Roro, furious. Hearing this, Anonymous couldn't sit back and watch. He immediately stepped in front of Roro. You dare to threaten Roro. If you dare to harm even a feather on her, I'll make sure you don't know why the flowers are so red. Anonymous clenched his fists. The situation was about to escalate again. Roro raised her hoof to stop Anonymous and walked up to Tai Wei. I remember you said at the seminar that if a pony is not 100% satisfied, they don't have to pay. Right now, I'm very dissatisfied. Roro said sternly to Tai Wei. Tai Wei was stunned. What do you mean by dissatisfied? No pony has ever said they were dissatisfied. Tai Wei felt his worldview was being challenged. Oh, then I might be the first one. Because I'm dissatisfied, I refuse to pay. It's that simple. Roro stated firmly. Bai Chi, Jinshi, and Anonymous' jaws almost dropped to the ground. Tai Wei turned to whisper with the 2 goats. After a while, he turned back. Are you sure you're not satisfied at all? Maybe we can talk about the price. I mean, we're reasonable people, right? Tai Wei's tone softened. I'm sorry, but there's nothing to discuss. Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. Roro decisively rejected Tai Wei's proposal. Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, huh? No pony has ever said that to me before. Tai Wei left with the goats in defeat. The crisis was resolved so effortlessly. The friends rushed over, surrounding Roro. You were amazing, Roro. You bravely rejected that monster. Bai Chi said excitedly. In fact, you haven't changed. You're still the old Ro that we love. Jin Chi said excitedly. The best Ro. Anonymous said with a smile. Ro looked at her friends with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, my confidence training went a bit too far. So what now? Ro asked a bit nervously. Bai Chi, Jin Chi, and Anonymous all laughed. Of course. Friends. Anonymous hugged the 3 little ponies. Let us go to Sugar Cube Corner for some cake. I want to throw a party. The best Ro is back for the party. By the way, I was really scared when you were facing off with that monster just now. You're not alone. The friends' joyful laughter echoed further and further away until it disappeared. Chapter 77, Love, Death, and Dreams. The sky gradually darkened. After a busy day, Master Anonymous returned home and changed into his little pony pajamas. Lying on my soft bed, I prepared to have a good sleep. The warm bed. I felt comfortable wriggling on it. After a moment, I suddenly noticed that something seemed off in the room. Thick fog was swirling inside, and even the faint light coming through the window was swallowed by this abnormal darkness. The entire room was eerily quiet, with only my own breathing audible. What is going on? I sat up in bed and looked around. In the darkness of the corner of the room, a figure gradually appeared. Who is it? The figure emitted a gentle voice, like a beam of moonlight shining into my heart. I recognized that voice. Luna, what are you doing here? I looked at the figure in the dark with joy. Anonymous? The figure finally walked in front of me. It was Princess Luna. I discovered a new dream while patrolling the dream realm, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it would be you, Luna said happily, having not seen me in a long time. A dream? So I've already fallen asleep? I murmured quietly. Nice pajamas, by the way. Luna didn't pay attention to my words and walked straight to the side of my bed, awkwardly squeezing in. Oh, I clumsily made some space for Luna. Luna and I cuddled together. By the way, weren't you supposed to continue patrolling the dream realm? I asked Luna beside me. It's fine. I actually finished my patrol and only discovered you here last. Speaking of which, this bed is really soft. Luna wriggled a bit on the bed. I stroked Luna's mane. By the way, Luna, I suddenly thought of something. What is it? Luna responded. How is Nightmare Moon doing? I haven't seen her for a while. I heard she has become a princess. I asked Luna about Nightmare Moon. Nightmare Moon? She has been quite busy lately, learning how to be a princess. It seems she is going to the Dragonlands with Blue Blood for some diplomatic work soon. Luna poured out everything she knew about Nightmare Moon. Wow, that is great, I said with admiration. Hearing me praise Nightmare Moon, Luna became a little angry. Her cheeks puffed up, and she moved away slightly, not letting me touch her mane anymore. What's wrong, Luna? I completely didn't understand her feelings. It's nothing, Luna replied a bit angrily. Wooden head. Suddenly, Luna had a brainwave and thought of a good idea. Anonymous, before, Nightmare Moon showed you the beauty of the moonlit night. Now, come with me, and I will show you the beauty of dreams. Using magic, Luna pulled me off the bed and placed me on her back. I clumsily wrapped my arms around her neck. Luna smiled knowingly and used magic to rise through the fog. I felt a flash before my eyes, and the world suddenly changed. This was a blue space, as if entering an endless universe surrounded by countless stars. Those are dreams. Luna pointed at the starry sky and explained to me on her back. So many dreams, each one a dream planet. This is so cool, I said excitedly. Luna smiled at my enthusiasm. Hold on tight, we're going in. With a burst of speed, Luna took me into a dream planet. The world changed again, and I was stunned by the sight before me. A grand library appeared, with bookshelves stretching endlessly. Piles of books flew toward a central seat. The clever, studious purple unicorn sat there, engrossed in reading an endless supply of books. How to put it? Truly, Twilight Sparkle is learning even while sleeping. My feelings were a bit complex. Ha. Let us go, we'll check out the next dream. Luna continued to channel her magic, taking me into the next dream planet. This time we arrived in a garden filled with towering cakes. Celestia sat in the middle of the garden, leisurely eating cake and drinking tea, looking very happy. I watched Celestia devour the cake with great interest. Ugh, let us hurry up and go. Luna shyly grabbed me and ran away in a flash. Hey wait, this is so interesting. Nonetheless, I couldn't resist Luna's strength and was dragged away. After we left, Celestia stopped eating cake and shyly covered her face. Luna. A voice of despair echoed, and it seemed Luna would be very happy for the next few days. After a round of exploration, Luna brought me back to my dream. This is great, I sighed. By the way, Anonymous, I've been thinking about something lately. Can you help me answer it? Luna hesitated a bit. What is it? Let us hear it. Maybe I can help you find an answer. I sat back on the bed and relaxed. Anonymous, do you think that if a relationship is destined to bring tragedy, like death or separation, does that relationship really have any meaning? Luna looked a bit confused. I smiled and said to Luna, there will always be a time to meet again after parting, and death, well, I can answer you with a line from a poem I once read. I paused. Death is just crossing the world, like friends traveling across the ocean. They still live in each other's hearts. They must exist, that love and life are everywhere. In this sacred mirror, they face each other, free to talk, candid and pure. This is the comfort of friendship, even though they ultimately must face death. But their friendship and companionship will endure because of immortality. As I spoke, Luna's eyes grew wider, shining brightly. So I believe that friendship and love will always transcend death and pain. Before I finished speaking, Luna suddenly hugged me tightly. Anonymous. Cough, cough. I was almost out of breath from the hug. Thank you, Luna whispered in my ear. I smiled and patted Luna. With a spin, I woke up. A beautiful day began again. Chapter 78. The Defeat of the Secret Agent. Hello everyone. I am the shape-shifting spirit agent sent by the Queen to Ponyville, code name Agent. Due to the recent grand plan, the Queen sent me to scout Ponyville near Canterlot again. However, this place has changed a bit since my last visit. There is a large house here, and to prevent any accidents, I decided to investigate. Recording complete, Agent. As the camera zoomed in, a pony stood outside my house. Knock, knock, knock. I was busy inside when I heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Coming, coming. I walked to the door and pushed it open to see a pony I had never seen before. The pony was startled to see my tall figure, and their eyes began to swirl with purple light. Hey, what is wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? I noticed the pony's eyes had turned purple and kindly stepped forward to ask. My mind control magic actually doesn't work on him? The shape-shifting spirit agent hadn't recovered from the failure of their mind control magic when they suddenly felt a wave of overwhelming love coming in. It's concern. It's anonymous concern. The agent was immediately filled up and couldn't help but gag. Seeing the pony trembling in front of me, I was startled. Kid, you're not running into any difficulties, are you? Are you hungry? Come in quickly, I'll make you something to eat. The agent, already swayed by affection, couldn't resist the pull of anonymity and was dragged to a seat. After the agent sat down, anonymity quickly darted into the kitchen to prepare something to eat. With anonymity's departure, the agent felt a bit better. Phew, what is wrong with this creature? It's so strange. The agent rubbed their round belly. Ugh, I've never eaten this much before. No, I have to hurry and run away. Just as the agent was about to sneak away, they bumped into anonymity, who was returning from the kitchen. Did you wait long? Luckily, I'm quick. Here, hot soup is coming. Anonymity held the soup in one hand and wrapped an arm around the agent, bringing them back to the seat. The agent watched as the door to freedom grew further away. Come on, drink it while it's hot. Anonymity eagerly served a bowl of soup to the agent. The agent stared at the colorful and fragrant soup, lost in thought. Hey, it's okay. This is vegetable soup, definitely nutritious and healthy, really delicious. Anonymity looked at the agent with concern. The agent glanced at the soup and then at Anonymity. No, I'm an elite among elites, a dual-role agent. The Queen's grand plan cannot be exposed. Anyway, the spirit won to taste it. Let us go for it. The agent gritted their teeth and gulped down the soup in one go. As soon as the soup entered their mouth, the agent felt a warm current flowing through their body. It was fresh. The broth was rich and fragrant, and the vegetables melted slowly in their mouth. Such a delicate and elegant texture was something the agent had never experienced in their years as a spirit. Wait a minute. The agent suddenly seemed to taste something salty. Coming back to their senses, they realized they were already shedding hot tears. Tears mixed with the vegetable soup were swallowed down, quickly disappearing without a trace. Eat slowly. There's more if you need it. Anonymity looked at the agent, who seemed like they had never eaten before, a bit surprised. The agent wiped their tears from their face. How did you do this? What does this taste? The agent asked incredulously. It's simple. I used cucumbers and carrots as the base, then added scallions and butter, simmered on low heat, plus water and tomatoes. Oh right. Don't forget to add a little bit of love. Anonymity said proudly. Love? The agent felt a pang of loss. Suddenly, the agent felt their stomach churn, as if a powerful force was surging from within. No. Too much love. The agent shouted, flailing in the air. Anonymity was startled, quickly grabbing the agent and placing them on the table. The agent emitted a dazzling white light on the table. After the light faded, a spirit lay on the table, mouth open, eyes closed, tongue sticking out to one side. With its legs in the air, it occasionally twitched. Anonymity was terrified and cautiously reached a hand under the agent's nose. Fortunately, there was still breathing. Wow, you scared me. Wait. Isn't this the bug horse I saw that day? They can actually transform? Anonymity curiously observed the lying spirit. Upon closer inspection, this bug horse seemed different from the previous one. It was larger, and the shell appeared more exquisite. The holes in its legs were slowly getting smaller. It was truly fascinating. Anonymity's gaze shifted to the bug horse's belly, swallowing hard. I have a bold idea, should I try it? Anonymity's mind was in turmoil. Forget it, I'll do it. Anonymity reached out a hand to gently touch the bug horse's small belly. Sure enough, just as I thought, it's soft. This feeling was quite magical, a mix of soft and firm. The soft abdomen seemed to slowly expand under Anonymity's touch. Forget it, this isn't good. I should let it rest for a while. Anonymity's rationality stopped their mischievous hand in time, placing the spirit on the living room sofa and busying themselves elsewhere. After Anonymity left, the spirit agent suddenly opened their eyes. Ugh, they vomited out a burst of rainbow. Ugh, no, I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to burst. Ugh, quick, run. The spirit agent wobbled and flew up, escaping through the window while spewing beautiful rainbows. The spirit's conspiracy was thus foiled by Anonymity without their knowledge. How fortunate, how fortunate. In a distant desert wasteland, in the spirit bug nest, the spirit agent was trembling, waiting for the Queen's inspection. So is that how it is? The Queen's voice rang sharply in the agent's ears. Yes, my Queen. Ugh, the news is absolutely true. Look, I'm still retching, the agent said nervously while dry heaving. The Queen's piercing gaze swept over the drastically changed agent and the rainbow gel they had vomited. It's a very pure affection. I didn't expect Ponyville to have such a character hidden. But it doesn't matter. Everything must prioritize the grand plan. As long as the grand plan succeeds, the entire Pony Maria will be in my hands. Ah ha ha ha. The Queen's terrifying laughter echoed in the nest. Chapter 79. The Nightmare Moon marked a location. Finally cleaned up. Anonymity placed the clever donkey on their bedside, proudly looking at their masterpiece. Anonymity had spent an entire afternoon tidying up their house. The reason was that, for some unknown reason, there were several blobs of rainbow-colored gel in the house, and they were particularly difficult to clean. Sticky and sweet. Don't get it wrong. Anonymity didn't eat them. How could they eat something of unknown origin that had fallen on the ground? Those rainbow-colored gels emitted a sweet aroma as soon as they got close. All right, all done, time for bed. Anonymity changed into pajamas and comfortably lay down on their bed. They drifted off to the land of dreams. When Anonymity opened their eyes, they found themselves in an open field. The nearby campfire crackled, and the moonlight shone down on Anonymity. Nightmare Moon was smiling at them by the fire. Good evening, dear Anonymity. Nightmare Moon snuggled up beside Anonymity. Hello, Nightmare Moon. How does it feel to be a princess? Anonymity replied with a smile. Nightmare Moon shook her head. It's not as good as I imagined. There's too much bureaucracy. Do you know those ponies argue over their own leaves falling into someone else's yard? It's ridiculous. Plus, in a few days, I have to take a trip far away to the dragon domain with Blue Blood. By the way, I'll let you in on a secret. I feel like Blue Blood isn't that simple. The dandy might just be a disguise. Anonymity listened with a smile as Nightmare Moon vented about the little bits of her recent life. The moonlight cast a thin layer of silver veil over Nightmare Moon's face. What's wrong, Anonymity? Why aren't you talking? Nightmare Moon asked with a smile. Seeing the beautiful Nightmare Moon, Anonymity couldn't help but stare, their heart racing uncontrollably. And no, it's nothing. Anonymity stammered. No, buddy, what are you thinking? She's a princess and your friend. How can you have such thoughts? Anonymity scolded their own wicked thoughts in their mind. Ha! Nightmare Moon laughed at Anonymity's embarrassment. By the way, I have something to ask of you, Anonymity. The Nightmare Moon looked at Anonymous and said in a solemn tone. Anonymous nodded. In a while, Cantlot might hold a royal wedding. And I don't know if I can make it back in time. If I can't return, you can attend the wedding on my behalf. Nightmare Moon smiled at Anonymous. Me? A royal wedding? Can I really attend for you? Anonymous seemed a bit timid. Of course you can. Anonymous, have you forgotten your promise from before? Nightmare Moon pouted. What responded to Nightmare Moon was Anonymous' confused gaze. Rise up, my warrior, Nightmare Moon said to Anonymous. Rise up, my warrior. Seeing Anonymous not responding, Nightmare Moon repeated it again. Rise up, my. Nightmare Moon wanted to say it again, but was interrupted by Anonymous. Okay. For you, my lady. Is that really acceptable? It feels so embarrassing. Anonymous shyly covered their face. You're my warrior for a day, and you'll be my warrior for a lifetime. Nightmare Moon said proudly. By the way, there's one more thing. Be careful when attending the wedding. My secret army informed me that there are undercurrents stirring in Cantlot. Be cautious, Anonymous. Nightmare Moon said seriously to Anonymous. Secret army. Nightmare Moon, don't do anything foolish. Aren't you doing well right now? Anonymous looked at Nightmare Moon with a nervous expression. What are you thinking? I just took a part of the night steed from Luna. The Cantlot guards are too weak. And as a princess, it's reasonable for me to have my own army. No, you're getting sidetracked again. Nightmare Moon playfully bumped her head against Anonymous a few times. Pay attention, the key point is the undercurrents. We received intelligence that the enemy of the little ponies, the shapeshifter, may take action. Anonymous, you must be careful. Luna will accompany you that day. Nightmare Moon carefully instructed. Don't worry, I wasn't afraid when facing the dragon back then, let alone the shapeshifter. Anonymous said proudly. You're bragging again. Nightmare Moon teased. Suddenly, Nightmare Moon turned around as if sensing something. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, and she thought of an idea. Anonymous, there's one more thing. I don't know if you can agree. Anonymous looked up, and Nightmare Moon changed her usual demeanor, becoming shy. What is it? Tell me. Anonymous asked curiously. It's just... Could you relax and let me? Nightmare Moon stammered. Sure, come on. Anonymous relaxed their body. Nightmare Moon took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision. She wrapped her hooves around Anonymous and awkwardly pressed them into the soft fur on her chest. Anonymous felt the soft fur rubbing against their face. Who? Nightmare Moon looked particularly excited. After a while, Nightmare Moon gently released Anonymous. All right, thank you. Goodbye, Anonymous. Before Anonymous could respond, they were thrown back into their dream by Nightmare Moon. After Anonymous left, Nightmare Moon's face was flushed. You, what have you done? A figure suddenly jumped out from the darkness beside her. How shameless. It was Luna. Nightmare Moon concealed her shy demeanor. I knew you were secretly watching from the side. What? You're allowed to sneak away, but I'm not? Nightmare Moon said proudly to Luna. But you. Anonymous doesn't know what this means. How could you do this? Luna was anxious, her face flushed. Humph. As long as I know and you know. Anonymous will definitely belong to me. Little girl, if you want to compete with me, you still have 1,000 years to go. Nightmare Moon said triumphantly. Damn it. We are clearly the same age. Luna fought against Nightmare Moon in the dream. Chapter 80, An Unusual Beginning. In the town square, Pinkie was holding 5 colorful balloons, happily strolling in the air. Come on, Rarity. The party is about to start. We need to quickly deliver these things. Pinkie excitedly said to Rarity. Looking at Rarity, she was carrying several large bags of candy, streamers, fireworks, and horns on her back. Oh right, there's also the rubber pony that appeared before, struggling to move on the ground. I'm very happy to help you. But next time, can I carry the balloons? Rarity forced a smile. Come on, little ponies. Come here. I want to announce something big. Suddenly, Anonymous' voice appeared in the center of the square. The nearby ponies curiously gathered around. What happened? What happened? Is there another big crisis? Is it an evil minotaur or a flying pirate monkey invasion? Pinkie asked excitedly in the air. Anonymous shook her finger. Neither. My latest developed cookies are out. Anonymous pulled out a large stack of cookies from behind. These cookies are different from the cookies the little ponies usually eat. They are square or triangular. Each one is angular and gives off a rich aroma. The keen-eyed ponies could even see the shiny white crystals on the cookies. Is that sugar? It must be sugar. Wow. The little ponies cheered in satisfaction as they looked at the beautiful cookies. Come and try, see how my cooking is. Anonymous smiled as she handed the cookies to the gathered ponies. Pinkie took the lead, grabbing a cookie and stuffing it into her mouth. Thank you, Anonymous. Rarity quietly expressed her gratitude. The other ponies also took the cookies and began to savor them. Just as Rarity was about to put a cookie in her mouth, she heard a scream. My tongue. Pinkie spat out the cookie, desperately rubbing her tongue with her hooves. Most of the other ponies also spat out their cookies, with only a few still tasting them. Rarity looked at Pinkie in confusion. Heresy. Those cookies are salty. This evil creation must be destroyed. Pinkie shouted loudly. Heresy. Heresy. The ponies who spat out the cookies gathered around. Anonymous, holding the remaining cookies, was somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, a purple figure rushed over and knocked Anonymous to the ground. The cookies Anonymous was holding scattered all over the place and broke. Sad. Awesome. Woohoo. The sweet-loving ponies cheered joyfully. The purple pony shook her head and got up from Anonymous. It turned out to be Twilight Sparkle. Sorry, Anonymous. After apologizing, Twilight Sparkle quickly climbed onto a high platform. Listen, every pony. I have a very important announcement to make. The ponies looked at Twilight Sparkle. We are about to face a crisis. Twilight Sparkle said seriously. The ponies below were a bit panicked. Just now, I saw myself from the future. The ponies looked at Twilight Sparkle with wide eyes. What a good joke. Pinkie laughed. No, this is not a joke. It's real. The future me tried to warn me that there will be a terrible disaster next Tuesday. Twilight Sparkle said anxiously. The ponies below became even more panicked. What kind of disaster? Anonymous frowned. I don't know. The future me didn't have time to explain before being sucked back to the future. Twilight Sparkle said worriedly. Then let us run for our lives. Pinkie screamed in midair. What should we do, Twilight Sparkle? If we don't know what the disaster is, how can we prevent it? Rarity rushed over and asked nervously. Don't worry, friends. We only need to work together to get through this difficult time. Twilight Sparkle said confidently. The ponies were comforted by Twilight Sparkle's words. Rainbow Dash. You and the other Pegasi fly across Ponyville to look for any potential problems that could cause disasters. I mean, any problem, Twilight Sparkle instructed Rainbow Dash. Understood, Twilight Sparkle. Rainbow Dash took off in a flash. A wailing Pinkie Pie flew over to the other ponies. Does any pony else want to go crazy with me? Pinkie Pie asked the other ponies. The ponies shook their heads. No? Then I'll continue. Pinkie Pie continued to wail in midair. Twilight Sparkle looked at the disruptive Pinkie Pie speechlessly. Other ponies, we need to immediately initiate Ponyville's disaster prevention operation. Twilight Sparkle said to the other ponies. After a while, we fixed the gaps in the dam, filled the emergency water buckets, reinforced the damaged bridges, and even cleaned the dirt off the streets, Anonymous said, counting on his fingers as he spoke to Twilight Sparkle. Yes, 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 Twilight Sparkle checked each item. I never knew Ponyville had so many safety hazards. Anonymous wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained. Applejack handed Anonymous a glass of apple juice. Thank you, Anonymous patted Applejack's head. Just then, the Earth ponies who had been scouting the Everfree Forest and the Pegasi flying around returned. The Everfree Forest is normal, Applebloom said. Us too. Everything is safe from Ponyville to Las Pegasus. Rainbow Dash said in the air. Great, we've completed the checklist. Twilight Sparkle rolled up the scroll. But I'm still a bit worried. The future me looks like she has gone through terrible torment. I have a feeling we are going to face major trouble. Not just minor issues like loose screws or leaking pipes. Twilight Sparkle paced anxiously in place. Don't worry, Twilight Sparkle. You have us. Anonymous said with a smile. No matter what happens, we will face it together. The friends said in unison. Hearing her friend's words, a smile returned to Twilight Sparkle's face. Chapter 81. The Crazy Twilight Sparkle. Picking up where we left off. Just as the friends let their guard down, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. A monster has appeared. A gigantic three-headed dog sprang out from behind the houses. All right, every pony, run this way with me. Pinkie Pie led the way in a panic. The ponies were all in a state of panic upon seeing the massive three-headed dog. Ponyville was in chaos. Is this what disaster looks like? Anonymous said, looking at the three-headed dog with a serious expression. The three-headed dog was gnawing on the fruit decorations on the ponies' houses. Nearby, a sad pony watched as their house was being used as a chew toy. What on earth is that thing? Spike asked in surprise. That is a Cerberus. It is supposed to guard the gates of Tartarus. If he is here, the ancient beasts he guards will escape, Twilight Sparkle explained to everyone. Enough with the explanations. Twilight Sparkle, let's go. If we don't hurry, he will chew off the roof. Anonymous urged urgently. The nearby sad pony had turned a bit gray. All right, friends, let's go. Twilight Sparkle lit up her horn and said passionately. The friends took up fighting stances. Just as they were about to engage in a fierce battle, they saw the three-headed dog lie down and expose its belly. Fluttershy flew in the air, using her hooves to massage the three-headed dog's belly. Oh, who's the cutest and most obedient puppy? Fluttershy softly cooed at the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog happily lay on the ground, its tail almost spinning like a fan. Wow. Sometimes I really wonder if Fluttershy is brave or timid. Anonymous whispered to the friends. Yeah. Spike stared blankly at the three-headed dog and Fluttershy. Fluttershy, I know you are good with animals, but this is too amazing. Twilight Sparkle approached Fluttershy and said, Oh, he's just a fluffy big dog that ran out of his yard, that's all. Fluttershy smiled at Twilight Sparkle, her hooves still working. Right, who is a good boy? Who is a good boy? The three-headed dog appeared especially docile under Fluttershy's hooves. Pinkie Pie was still wailing and running around. Pinkie, stop playing. Twilight Sparkle said to Pinkie Pie speechlessly. Oh, fine. Pinkie Pie quieted down. Can you lend me a ball, Pinkie? Twilight Sparkle asked. Of course. I have balls hidden all over Ponyville for emergencies. Pinkie Pie said as she pulled a ball out of a tree hole by the road. Twilight Sparkle used magic to catch the ball and held it high in the air. Three-headed dog, look at what this is. All three heads of the dog were attracted to the ball in the air. Twilight Sparkle held the ball up and ran ahead, with the three-headed dog chasing after it. I will take him back to the gates of Tartarus, and as long as he goes back, there will be no more disasters. I'll be back soon. Twilight Sparkle's voice faded away. The friends looked at each other. So, is the disaster really over? Anonymous asked, looking at Twilight Sparkle's departing figure with confusion. Isn't that good? Let us go. I need to hurry back to sleep. Spike yawned, and the friends all left one by one. Then let's leave it at that. Anonymous shrugged and also left. After a while, at the Golden Oak Library. That was the best sleep I've had in weeks. Spike stretched in his little nest. Bang! The library door made a sound. It was Twilight Sparkle returning. Twilight Sparkle, what happened to the three-headed dog? Spike asked Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle was covered in mud, looking disheveled, but she had a happy expression on her face. It was great. I sent him back before the beasts could escape. Now, we don't have to worry about any danger. Twilight Sparkle raised her hoof and said happily. That's good, burp. Spike covered his stomach and let out a belch, causing a letter to fly out. Perhaps the belch was a bit too strong, and the letter hit Twilight Sparkle's face. No. Twilight Sparkle covered her face and ran to the mirror to examine the injury closely. It's nothing serious, just a paper cut. Twilight Sparkle, you need to learn to be tougher, just like me. Spike picked up the letter and struck a pose like a strong man. The letter is a lost dog notice from the princess. She doesn't know we have found the dog. Spike looked at the letter in his hand. No. The location of this injury is exactly the same as the one on my face in the future. So, we haven't changed the future at all. The disaster will still come as scheduled. Twilight Sparkle said in terror. After another while. What if the disaster isn't caused by the three-headed dog? What could it be caused by? Twilight Sparkle nervously paced in the library. I don't know, but I think you really need to rest. Look, you've worn a deep groove in the floor. Spike, who had witnessed everything, reminded her from the side. Twilight Sparkle then realized that the place she had been pacing had indeed worn a deep groove. That groove was deep enough, nearly half a pony high. No, Spike. I don't have time to hear your lessons. This is serious. Twilight Sparkle sighed and continued to pace in the library. I've done everything I can to change the future, but it's not working at all. So the things that lead to disaster are likely not the things we've done, but the things we haven't done. Twilight Sparkle seemed to have realized something, and, with a teleportation spell, moved to an empty spot in the room. If I stand here motionless until next Tuesday, I won't be able to do anything that might lead to disaster. Then the disaster can be avoided. After saying this, Twilight Sparkle stood still like a wooden horse, not moving at all. Spike raised an eyebrow and looked at Twilight Sparkle. So, no matter what happens, you won't move, right? Twilight Sparkle glanced at Spike, but didn't respond, remaining motionless. In that case, I guess you won't stop me from eating the whole bucket of ice cream. Spike cheerfully pulled out a large bucket of ice cream from behind and started to devour it. Twilight Sparkle rolled her eyes at Spike, cold sweat starting to trickle down her forehead. This is so good, Spike said, taking bite after bite, and in no time half the bucket was gone. Twilight Sparkle's cold sweat increased. No, Spike, stop. Think about how much it hurt your stomach the last time you ate too much ice cream. Twilight Sparkle finally couldn't stand it anymore and squeezed out the words to stop him. Hee hee. Spike grinned mischievously. You said stomach ache, right? That's a problem for future Spike, not mine. Spike continued to eat ice cream proudly. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and Anonymous walked in. Twilight Sparkle. Yona asked me to tell you that the little ponies who returned from Baltimore said it was very safe there. As Anonymous walked in, she saw the scene before her. What is going on? Aren't you going to stop Spike from eating ice cream? He had a stomachache for a long time last time. Anonymous asked curiously. She won't stop me. She thinks standing here motionless until next Tuesday will prevent disasters. Huh? Spike laughed while munching on ice cream. Wow. Anonymous looked around and saw several empty ice cream buckets and deep grooves on the floor. Well, maybe Twilight Sparkle won't stop you, but I will. Anonymous reached out and snatched the ice cream bucket from Spike's arms. Looking down, she saw that the bucket was already empty. No worries, I've had my fill. Burp. Spike patted his belly contentedly, and a burp escaped him. The burp released a burst of dragon fire, shooting straight at Twilight Sparkle. Whoa. Anonymous reacted quickly, using the ice cream bucket to block it, but a small part of the flame still scorched Twilight Sparkle's mane. Oh no. Spike looked at Twilight Sparkle with a terrified expression. What happened to me? Twilight Sparkle asked in a very calm tone. Spike gulped in fear. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to, it was an accident. Spike curled up into a ball. Let me see. Twilight Sparkle said. Actually this. Anonymous started. No. Let me see. Twilight Sparkle's voice grew louder. Okay. Anonymous handed over a mirror. Twilight Sparkle saw her reflection in the mirror, her mane standing up from being scorched by dragon fire. No. Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in horror. Actually, this hairstyle looks pretty good. Anonymous consoled. Yeah, very commanding style. Spike also consoled. Anonymous shot a glare at Spike, conveying a message with her eyes. Little bro, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything. Spike awkwardly smiled and zipped his mouth shut. Not that. This hairstyle looks exactly like my future self. It means the future hasn't changed. Doing nothing seems to have no effect. Twilight Sparkle began to pace nervously again. Anonymous quietly approached Spike. Hey, Spike. Anonymous whispered. What is up? Spike whispered back. Don't you think Twilight Sparkle looks a bit familiar like this? Anonymous whispered. Anonymous and Spike looked at the frantic Twilight Sparkle, exchanged glances, and nodded. I think we should write a letter. Spike whispered. Chapter 82. The condition seems to have worsened. Twilight Sparkle was still pacing anxiously in place, and another deep groove formed on the ground. Anonymous witnessed how the deep grooves were made. Doesn't her hoof hurt? We can't just watch this happen. Should we try to distract Twilight Sparkle first? Anonymous squeezed out a very small voice, speaking to Spike. Distract her? Got it. Spike suddenly had a bright idea. Ahem. Spike coughed loudly twice to grab Twilight Sparkle's attention. Twilight Sparkle looked at Spike with a strange expression. I know a pony who might let you know what will happen in the future. Come on, let us go? Spike said confidently. Twilight Sparkle skeptically followed him. On the way. This is the place. Spike brought Anonymous and Twilight Sparkle to a tent. Where's this? Twilight Sparkle asked. This is Miss Pinkie Pie's home. Spike answered as if it were obvious. Miss Pinkie Pie? Twilight Sparkle raised an eyebrow and followed Spike into the tent. Come in. Please head to Miss Pinkie Pie's magic room. Let us ask the magical, fate-predicting crystal ball. What came into view was Pinkie, dressed in Arab attire, sitting beside a small table. On the table was a slightly glowing crystal ball. Wow. Anonymous and Spike exclaimed. So, do you like the fate-predicting crystal ball? I just got it. It's cool, right? Pinky showed off her fate-predicting crystal ball. The friends curiously looked at the crystal ball. Focus deeply on this crystal ball, and it will soon reveal everything. Pinky circled the crystal ball with her hooves and began to cast a spell. Yes, I see it. I see the vision of the future. Twilight Sparkle widened her eyes curiously. I see you, Twilight Sparkle, and next year, you will receive a very cool birthday gift. Pinky said in a strange tone. Yes, and then? Twilight Sparkle asked excitedly. That's it. Pinky said. Huh, that's it. Twilight Sparkle asked in confusion. Yes, a cool birthday gift. That's all. Pinky crossed her hooves behind her head and leaned back, displaying a very relaxed posture. Wow, that's interesting. Let me see mine. Anonymous said excitedly. All right. Let me see your future. Yes, I see it. As Pinky spoke, Anonymous and Spike's eyes widened in excitement. I see that your salty cookies will sell like hotcakes. Wait, what? No. What kind of heretical crystal ball is this? Bad crystal ball. Bad crystal ball. Ah. Pinky held the crystal ball up high and shook it vigorously. That's great. Anonymous said happily. Ah, stop messing around. Pinky, quickly use your pinky sense to tell me what disaster my future self wants to warn me about. Twilight Sparkle leaned forward, almost standing on the table. Pinky stopped shaking the crystal ball. Oh, Twilight Sparkle. My fate predictions have nothing to do with Pinky sense. It can only vaguely predict future events. Pinky explained to Twilight Sparkle. Just as she finished explaining, Pinky's tail began to twitch. A pot of flowers fell from above and landed directly on Twilight Sparkle's head. Like this is Pinky's sense. By the way, where did that thing come from? Pinky looked at the tightly sealed top of the tent. Is this really a sense and not some kind of summoning spell? Anonymous watched as Twilight Sparkle visibly turned red and asked a question. Pinkie Pie responded to Anonymous' question with a radiant smile. The next day, ever since the flower pot incident, I haven't seen Twilight Sparkle. I hope she is no longer fixated on the disaster. Pinkie Pie hopped over to the Golden Oak Library. Pinkie pushed open the library's big door and saw a shocking scene that stunned Maud. Instruments and various papers were scattered all over the room, and Twilight Sparkle, with her head wrapped in bandages, was running around. Beside her were Anonymous, sprawled among the piles of documents, and Sui Long, who was devouring ice cream. Since yesterday, the deviation was 0.02, moved 15%, and the 14th moon's azimuth angle. Twilight Sparkle ran around, spouting technical jargon that Pinkie couldn't understand, while scribbling on various machines. Hi, Pinkie. Sui Long noticed Pinkie entering and greeted her. Hi. So Twilight really wants to know what kind of gift she will get, right? Pinkie said, watching Twilight run around. Who cares, as long as there's ice cream to eat? Sui Long replied, continuing to devour ice cream. Sorry, future Sui Long. Are you okay, Twilight Sparkle? Pinkie leaned closer to the scribbling Twilight. I still can't understand a thing. It's Pinkie. I'm fine. Twilight Sparkle said, her eyes showing fatigue. Get up, Anonymous, don't sleep. Did you help me calibrate the 23.5 centimeters? Twilight Sparkle turned to the sprawled Anonymous. Okay, I'll get right on it. Anonymous stiffly sat up from the documents, looking completely disheartened. And Sui Long, why are you eating again? I just laid down for a bit. Anonymous snatched the ice cream bucket from Sui Long's hands. Oh, come on. Sui Long pouted. Haha, Pinkie, did you know? After getting hit on the head by the flower pot yesterday, I had an epiphany. Doing nothing doesn't work. And not doing anything also doesn't work. We can't predict the future, so what I need to do next is clear. I will monitor everything. Twilight Sparkle's eyes were bloodshot. I think you're right, Pinkie forced a smile. That way, no matter what happens in the future, I'll be prepared. Twilight Sparkle ran over to the telescope to observe stellar data. Pinkie quietly moved closer to Anonymous. Shouldn't we notify, Pinkie hinted to Anonymous. I've already notified. I've been watching Twilight Sparkle these past few days, just in case something happens like last time. Anonymous replied with a knowing look. Last night, I thought the Horsehead Nebula had anomalies, but after staring at it for 3 hours, nothing happened. Twilight Sparkle showed a familiar manic expression. 3 hours? What time did you sleep? Pinkie asked with concern. Sleep? I haven't slept since that morning. Anonymous counted on their fingers. It's been days. You really need to rest. Twilight Sparkle, Anonymous said helplessly. It's fine. Only 3 days left until next Tuesday. After I resolve the disaster, I'll get plenty of sleep. Twilight Sparkle's words revealed madness. But there's no 3 days left. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Pinkie said something alarming. Twilight Sparkle instantly flashed to the large telescope on the second floor. Anonymous, did you calibrate the 23.5 centimeters aperture of the reflecting telescope? Twilight Sparkle asked urgently. It seems I haven't, Anonymous awkwardly replied. Before Anonymous could respond, Twilight Sparkle turned the telescope and saw the burning sun. My eyes. Twilight Sparkle staggered back and fell from the second floor. Anonymous was startled and quickly reached out, catching Twilight Sparkle. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Anonymous asked with concern. Ugh, I'm fine. I might need an eye patch. Twilight Sparkle covered her eyes in Anonymous' arms. Got it. Don't worry. Ponyville has plenty of eye patches I've hidden for emergencies. Pinkie rummaged through the library's fireplace and pulled out a pirate eye patch, putting it over Twilight Sparkle's eyes. All right. Now you look like a pirate. A sleep-deprived pirate with a strange hairstyle. Pinkie kindly pushed over a mirror. Twilight Sparkle looked into the mirror and was stunned. No, that eye patch. Another omen. I almost look just like my future self. And I haven't taken any action yet. Twilight Sparkle jumped out of Anonymous' arms and frantically ran around the room. Tomorrow is Tuesday. The disaster will happen on Tuesday morning. There's only one way left. We go. Twilight Sparkle paused. Stop time. Anonymous listened to Twilight Sparkle's frantic words, feeling a wave of anxiety. Celestia, help us at this rate. It feels like Twilight Sparkle is going to destroy Ponyland before it even happens. Chapter 83, Time Loop. Thud, 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 thud. On a dark and windy night. Accompanied by the strange sounds, Twilight Sparkle and the others, dressed in black night gear, sneaked into Canterlot. All right, the Canterlot archives are right there, let's hurry. Twilight Sparkle tiptoed quickly. Pinkie, Sway Long, and Anonymous followed closely behind. Along the way, Twilight Sparkle stealthily darted between various hiding spots, bushes, fountains, statues. Sway Long watched the nervous Twilight Sparkle. Actually, we don't need to be sneaky, Twilight Sparkle. It's not illegal to enter the Canterlot archives. Sway Long said to Twilight Sparkle. Guard. Twilight Sparkle ignored Sway Long's words and quickly climbed onto a nearby statue pedestal, disguising herself as a pony statue. Her friends stood by, watching Twilight Sparkle's actions. What are you all waiting for? Hurry. Twilight Sparkle urged impatiently. Pinkie appeared quick and elegantly spun around in place. Also disguising herself as a pony statue. Sway Long and Anonymous exchanged helpless glances. They spun around, arms outstretched, flanking Pinkie. Regular passing pony guards didn't notice the disguised ponies and statues. That was close. After the guards left, Twilight Sparkle sighed in relief. They didn't see us. This is unbelievable, Anonymous said, looking a bit incredulous. Ugh, I really don't know why we have to wear this. Sway Long tugged at the black bodysuit. Aren't we doing this for fun? Pinkie asked. No, this is not fun at all. Twilight Sparkle retorted harshly. Oh, Pinkie's ears drooped. Anonymous patted Pinkie's head and whispered, actually, sneaking in is quite fun. After saying this, Anonymous gave a thumbs up to the disappointed Pinkie. That's how Twilight Sparkle is when she is frantic. Don't take it to heart. Sway Long also comforted her. With the encouragement of her two friends, Pinkie's ears perked up again. The ponies continued their journey. Twilight Sparkle cautiously pushed open the window of the archives and leaned in to take a look. There were no guards inside. Great. Now slowly help me through the window. Anon listened to Twilight Sparkle's commands and carefully assisted her inside. Twilight Sparkle squeezed through the window, took up an attack stance, and vigilantly observed her surroundings. Woohoo Beaky and Sway Long were also helped in by Anon. I can't fit through. You all go ahead. I'll find an entrance and catch up with you soon. Anon said, looking at the tiny window. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard Twilight Sparkle speak. We don't have time. Let's make it quick. With a flicker of magic, Twilight Sparkle teleported Anon from outside the wall into the archives. Wow. Anon shook her head, experiencing the feeling of spatial teleportation. So why do we have to sneak in? Why not just teleport directly? Sway Long asked Twilight Sparkle with a questioning look. Shoo. Twilight Sparkle quickly hushed Sway Long and led the way deeper into the library. Sway Long shrugged at Anon and Beaky and followed Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle darted around inside the archives, constantly moving along the shadows by the wall. Her friends followed closely behind. They passed through heavy guard checkpoints without incident and reached their destination safely. I now understand the troubles of Nightmare Moon. The guards in Ponyville are really... Anon complained. Shoo. We arrived at the side wing of Whitebeard Star Chien. Twilight Sparkle pointed at the gate in front of them. Through the gate, they could clearly see piles of scrolls, rows of bookshelves, and a large hourglass in the center. Wow. Look at these precious magic books in the room. There are more than I could ever imagine. If only I could read all the books inside. Two large books appeared in Twilight Sparkle's eyes. Hey, Twilight Sparkle? Twilight Sparkle? Beaky waved her hoof in front of Twilight Sparkle's eyes. Huh, what's wrong? Twilight Sparkle snapped out of her daydream and asked. There are guards coming over there. Beaky pointed with her hoof. The sound of hoof steps was approaching from the corner, and the shadow of a guard was getting closer. Twilight Sparkle panicked instantly. Oh no, what should we do? There's nowhere to hide here. Twilight Sparkle's clever mind suddenly went blank. She crouched down on the ground, hugging her head and hoping the guard wouldn't see her lying there. But reality was cruel. The guard walked right up to Twilight Sparkle and stopped. Hey, isn't that Twilight Sparkle? Long time no see. Come on, let me help you open the door. The guard greeted her warmly and helped Twilight Sparkle open the gate. Haha, thanks. Twilight Sparkle stood up from the ground, scratching her head awkwardly. Her friends entered the side wing of Whitebeard Star Chien. Oh no. Twilight Sparkle suddenly seemed to see something terrifying and screamed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Her friends nervously looked around. Twilight Sparkle quickly ran in front of a mirror. Look, I look exactly like future Twilight Sparkle. The last sign has appeared. Twilight Sparkle saw the torn bodysuit on herself. You always crawl through bushes. Can't you avoid tearing it? Suelong complained. Don't worry about that, hurry. It's almost Tuesday morning, and disaster could strike at any moment. We need to find the spell quickly, Twilight Sparkle anxiously said, looking at the dim light outside the window. So how do we find that spell? There are millions of books here. Suelong pointed at the surrounding bookshelves. I don't know, Twilight Sparkle said in terror. Forget about that. Just start searching. Anon took the lead and began flipping through the books. As her friends searched anxiously, time ticked away second by second. Book after book was pulled from the shelves, and scrolls were tossed onto the ground. Time waits for no one. The sun slowly climbed over the horizon. A ray of morning light shone on Suelong's face. Twilight Sparkle, it's all over. It's already Tuesday morning. Suelong turned to Twilight Sparkle, who was running around. Oh no. Twilight Sparkle ran to the windowsill in disbelief and saw the rising sun. It's Tuesday morning, and the great disaster is about to arrive. Twilight Sparkle screamed, shoving Suelong aside and curling up, ready to face the oncoming disaster. The room seemed to freeze, and it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Suelong poked the trembling Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle, I don't see any disaster. It looks like the weather is great today. Suelong took off the hood of her bodysuit. At that moment, Princess Celestia walked by. Good morning, Twilight Sparkle. I really like your new hairstyle. Happy Tuesday. Princess Celestia left, winking at Anon before she went. Anon also winked back at Princess Celestia. Twilight Sparkle stood up in disbelief. Why? Is it possible that nothing terrible will happen? Am I the only one going crazy over a non-existent disaster? Twilight Sparkle looked at Suelong, and Anon exchanged glances, smiled, and nodded. Twilight Sparkle smiled. Well, I was indeed a bit too crazy this time. My bad. It won't happen again, Twilight Sparkle said with a smile. Hey, Twilight Sparkle, I found something. Beaky jumped out holding a scroll. It can't stop time, but it can take you back to the past, although it only lasts for a little while. Beaky explained to Twilight Sparkle. Beaky, you're a genius, Twilight Sparkle exclaimed. Now I can go back to the past and tell the past Twilight Sparkle not to worry about the disaster that won't happen at all. After saying that, Twilight Sparkle immediately activated the scroll, and a flash of white light enveloped her as she returned to the past. Anon stared blankly at the scene before her. Oh, I get it. I understand everything, Anon exclaimed. Understand what? Beaky asked curiously. Whoosh. A flash of white light passed, and Twilight Sparkle returned to the present. Wasting time worrying about all this, Twilight Sparkle blurted out two disjointed phrases. I can't believe it turned out this way. Twilight Sparkle came back to her senses and slapped her hoof against her head. Beaky and Suelong looked at Anon. Our Twilight Sparkle has created a time loop. Anon shrugged and explained. What is a time loop? Beaky asked curiously. Let us put it this way. Imagine time is a line, with the past, present, and future is 3 points. Anon somehow pulled out a blackboard to explain. The past Twilight Sparkle received a message from the future, thus reacting and becoming the current version. Anon drew a perfect Twilight Sparkle on the blackboard, drew an arrow, and then drew a shabby Twilight Sparkle wearing an eye patch. Then, the current Twilight Sparkle went to the future, which is Tuesday morning, and discovered that everything was a figment of her imagination. So Twilight Sparkle used the scroll you found to travel back to the past, thus becoming the future Twilight Sparkle. She conveyed the message to the past, and then the past Twilight Sparkle would go through the same process again. Anon drew a shabby Twilight Sparkle holding the scroll and connected the 3 Twilight Sparkles with a curved line. This completes a time loop. The future creates the past. The past guides the present, and the present becomes the future. Anon put down the pen and looked at Beaky and Suelong. Well, I don't get it. Beaky tried to comprehend with her small brain, but to little effect. Anonymous was right. Remember last week when future Twilight warned me? That's me trying to warn my past self now. So, my past self has to worry about a disaster that doesn't exist. Twilight Sparkle lamented. Oh, I get it. Don't worry, Twilight. It's now a problem for past Twilight. Pinky comforted Twilight. You're right, Pinky, Twilight smiled. Anonymous, standing nearby, looked at his blackboard drawing. Scratching his head. Is my drawing that hard to understand? My stomach. Just then, Spike clutched his belly and fell to the ground. I ate too much ice cream. Ugh. I thought that was a problem for future Spike, but now I am future Spike. Spike lay on the ground, hopeless. Ha ha ha. The friends all laughed. Twilight used magic to carry Spike on her back. Come on, future Spike. It's time to go home, Twilight smiled. But just as they were about to leave, Pinky looked at the large hourglass in the room and suddenly thought, how did that initial loop happen? If it was future Twilight who caused everything, what was the beginning of it all? Pinky fell into contemplation about time. Sharp-eyed Anonymous noticed Pinky as distraction. Pinky, come on. If you don't hurry, I'm going to make my salty cookies. Upon hearing this, Pinky immediately pushed aside her puzzling thoughts about time. No, you salty heretic. I'll represent the sweet party to eliminate you. Quack. No, please, Lady Pinkie. The friends playfully bickered and happily set off on their way home. Chapter 84. Destination, Canterlot. The sun was shining, and a gentle breeze brushed over the land. On a not-so-peaceful patch of grass, the friends were having a picnic. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why? Pinkie angrily pounded Anonymous with her little hooves. Ouch, ouch. I surrender. I surrender. Anonymous cheerfully defended against Pinkie's attacks. Why? Why do horses eat salty cookies? Why did your salty cookies really sell so well? Why have you all started eating salty cookies too? Pinkie felt her worldview was shaken. Looking around, the friends were all sipping tea and nibbling on the salty cookies that Anonymous had brought. Meeting Pinkie's angry gaze, the friends smiled awkwardly. Rarity put down her teacup. Pinkie, actually, these salty cookies are quite tasty. Would you like to try some? With that, Rarity used her magic to offer a few pieces of salty cookies. Impossible. Pinkie immediately dodged as if she had encountered a nemesis. My blood flows in the sweet cookies. Salty cookies are heresy. Long live sweet cookies. Pinkie exclaimed excitedly. Pinkie, their essay saying, life can't always be sweet. It needs a bit of sour, sweet, bitter, and salty too. By the way, I said that. Haha. Anonymous laughed at Pinkie. Now, not to mention Pinkie, even the other friends looked over in shock. Anonymous. I can understand sweet and salty. Sour can also be from unripe apples, and a very small number of ponies might like chili sauce. At this point, Applejack paused. But what's the deal with bitter? Is there really someone who likes bitter? With Applejack's words, the friends all cast doubtful looks. Anonymous scratched his head. Well, actually, I don't know either. But in my previous world, there were really people who liked bitter. It's also possible that after eating something bitter, you realize how sweet your life is. Anonymous explained, somewhat awkwardly. The girls looked at Anonymous with terrified eyes. Well, if you're willing to eat bitter things. I feel like salty cookies are nothing compared to that. Pinkie was shocked by Anonymous's low standards and gave up her crusade against salty cookies. Maybe it's a good thing? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Looking up, it was Spike running over, panting heavily. Twilight, Twilight. I have. Spike quickly ran in front of Twilight, gasping for breath. Wait for me. Huh. Spike couldn't even say a complete sentence. Anonymous quickly handed Spike a cup of water. Thank you. Just as Spike was about to drink, he suddenly burped, and a scroll shot out of his mouth. Twilight picked up the scroll from the ground and began to read. Dear Twilight Sparkle, you must be as excited as I am about the upcoming wedding in Canterlot. Wedding? Twilight looked at her friends in confusion and continued reading. I will personally host the wedding ceremony, and I sincerely hope you and your friends can help me prepare for the wedding. Rarity, you and your little bird choir will be in charge of the wedding music. Twilight read. Oh my goodness, what an honor. Rarity said happily. Pinkie, I can't think of anyone better suited than you to host the wedding reception, Twilight read. Wahoo. Hooray, Pinkie exclaimed, doing several front flips in excitement. Applejack, please be in charge of the reception banquet, Twilight read. I'm honored to help, Applejack said confidently. Rainbow Dash seemed uninterested, resting her hooves on her mouth and yawning boredly. And Rainbow Dash, when the bride and groom finished their vows. If you can use a sonic rainbow to end the wedding, I will be very grateful. Upon hearing Twilight's words, Rainbow Dash's eyes widened, and she accidentally shoved her hooves into her mouth. Yay! Rainbow Dash excitedly took off into the air. Rarity, please be responsible for designing the wedding dresses for the bride and her bridesmaids. Rarity's eyes widened in shock. Princess Celestia invited me to design, wedding dresses, at the wedding in Canterlot. Rarity fainted from excitement. Anonymous, you know your duty. You will represent the dream princess at the wedding, and I look forward to seeing you there. Anonymous nodded. And you, Twilight Sparkle, you will play the most important role, ensuring that everything goes smoothly. We will meet soon, your dearest Princess Celestia. Twilight finished reading the scroll, feeling a bit puzzled. I'm a bit confused. Who is getting married? Twilight asked in confusion. Spike slapped his forehead. Oh right. I should have shown you this letter first. Spike awkwardly pulled out a letter from behind him. Twilight raised her eyebrows helplessly, took the letter from Spike's hand, and began to read. Princess Celestia sincerely invites you to attend the wedding of Princess Mi Amore Cadenza and Shining Armor. My brother. Twilight stared in shock, her eyes wide. Your brother? The friends were also shocked. Applejack was the first to react. Your brother is getting married. Congratulations, Twilight. This is such great news. Applejack joyfully shook Twilight's hooves. Yes, great news. Twilight's tone was filled with resentment. Great news that I only found out when I received the wedding invitation, and not from my brother's own mouth. How amazing. Shining Armor. Can't he just tell me directly? Twilight angrily levitated a sandwich with magic, pretending it was Shining Armor speaking. Hey, Twilight. I was going to tell you about a life-changing decision, but I thought about it. Oh, never mind. You'll know when you get the invitation. Friends looked worriedly at Twilight Sparkle, who was performing a solo act. Twilight Sparkle had not stopped, waving her hooves. Princess Mia Amakata? Who is she? Twilight Sparkle said angrily, so mad that 2 puffs of white smoke came out of her nose. Twilight Sparkle, are you okay? Rarity stepped forward, concerned. Only then did Twilight Sparkle realize she had lost her composure. Oh, sorry, but Silver Shield has been very close to me since we were young. He is my forever best brother, Twilight Sparkle explained to her friends, but they completely did not understand the meaning of that term. Forever best brother. Twilight Sparkle translated again. Oh, now we understand what you mean, her friends replied. Before I learned about friendship, my brother Silver Shield was almost my only friend. We ate together, slept together, lived together, and grew up together. But now he is getting married and didn't tell me. Twilight Sparkle said, her emotions overwhelming her as she couldn't help but shed a tear. Don't worry, Twilight Sparkle. We are also your forever pony friends, Applejack comforted. Her friends still did not understand what Applejack meant. Forever little pony human friends, Applejack explained again. And hearing you say that, I feel like your brother is really a good brother. Maybe he just got caught up in something and didn't have time to tell you. Anonymous also stepped forward to comfort her. Maybe, he might really be a bit busy. They don't just choose a royal guard captain or something, Twilight Sparkle said. Feeling a little better, but still lacking enthusiasm, poking at the salty crackers on her plate. Wait a minute, are you saying the wedding we are helping to prepare has a princess bride and a royal guard captain groom? Pinkie Pie asked excitedly. I think so, Twilight Sparkle sighed and replied. Wow. Pinkie Pie looked like she was about to faint. Twilight Sparkle helplessly used magic to bring a pillow and placed it under Pinkie Pie's head. Pinkie Pie fell onto the soft pillow. This is really amazing. This will definitely be the best wedding. Woohoo! Yay! Her friends cheered. Only Twilight Sparkle sat on the side with a little frown. Chapter 85, Arrival at Canterlot. On the train to Canterlot, friends excitedly discussed the royal wedding. Performing the sonic rainbow at the wedding will be awesome, Rainbow Dash exclaimed, sticking her head out of the window to enjoy the cool breeze on her face. Yay! The best wedding, Pinkie Pie shouted loudly. Laughter echoed from their side. But observant Anonymous noticed that Twilight Sparkle was sitting alone in a corner. She was propping her face with her hooves, looking glumly out the window. Twilight Sparkle, are you still thinking about your brother? Anonymous approached and asked. Yeah, Twilight Sparkle sighed. Since I moved to Ponyville, we rarely see each other. Now he is going to start a new family with this. What is it, Princess Mia Amakata? Twilight Sparkle gritted her teeth when mentioning the unknown princess. Sigh, I'm just afraid I won't see him again, Twilight Sparkle said, looking out the window sadly. Anonymous smiled and sat next to Twilight Sparkle, lifting her up and placing her on her lap, wrapping her arms around Twilight Sparkle. How about now? Do you feel a little better? Anonymous comforted Twilight Sparkle like she was a small animal. I guess a little. Twilight Sparkle blushed slightly at Anonymous' sudden action, but soon became sad again. Don't worry, Twilight Sparkle. You are family. He will always make time for you, Anonymous gently reassured her. Hearing this, Twilight Sparkle sighed again. But he didn't even have time to tell me he was getting married. Oh, poor Twilight Sparkle fell into a state of sadness once again. Seeing Twilight Sparkle like this, Anonymous stopped talking and started scratching Twilight Sparkle's little head. I hope this will make her a bit happier. Look, we're almost there. Pinkie Pie's excited voice broke the quiet world in the little corner. Anonymous looked out the window. Canterlot was in sight. But this time it seemed a bit different. As there were 2 royal guards guarding the train tracks, looking closely, it seemed the whole city of Canterlot was wrapped in a large pink bubble. As the train moved, the pink bubble passed through the friends' bodies. Anonymous and the other girls had no reaction. Only Twilight Sparkle, who was more sensitive to magic, frowned slightly. The train rumbled into the station. Friends curiously poked their heads out of the train, flags fluttering in the wind, and everywhere they looked were rows of royal guards. Wow, why are there so many royal guards? Rainbow Dash asked in surprise. That's strange. It wasn't like this when we came last time, Anonymous said, scratching her chin in confusion. Maybe it's just a necessary precaution. Royal weddings always attract some strange ponies, Pinkie Pie explained. Just as Pinkie Pie finished speaking, nearby, Rarity sneezed, sending a shower of confetti and glitter flying everywhere. It seems some pony is talking about me, Rarity rubbed her nose. You all go ahead. I need to go congratulate my brother, Twilight Sparkle said, lowering her brows and gritting her teeth. And give him a piece of my mind. Twilight Sparkle walked away. Is everything really okay? Anonymous looked worriedly at Twilight Sparkle's departing figure. Anonymous, stop dawdling. Let's go, we have things to do, her friends called. And everyone headed toward Canterlot Castle together. Just as they stepped through the castle gates, several night guard maids came to greet them. You must be the champion of nightmares. Lady Anonymous. Come, please follow us. The Lord has instructed us. Anonymous was thus separated from her friends, surrounded by a few night guard maids who led her to a fitting room. Then, in the fitting room, Anonymous put on a painful mask. The night guard maids pulled out all kinds of clothes, jewelry, and even a sword. Oh, my Celestia. I hate trying on clothes. Can we skip this? I felt fine in what I wore when I came. Can't we just wear that to the royal wedding? Anonymous was trying to persuade the night guard maids. The lead night guard maid shot Anonymous a glare. Although you are the champion of nightmares, Lady Anonymous, normally we must obey your orders. However, the night guard maid paused. Anonymous suddenly had a bad premonition. Do you want to hear what you were saying? A huge royal voice assaulted Anonymous' eardrums. You represent the royal dignity of Princess Luna, the mistress of dreams. As the champion of nightmares, how can you let yourself go like this? Laziness. Too lazy. The enormous voice almost stunned Anonymous. She had never imagined that a non-princess pony could make such a loud sound. I'm sorry, Lady Anonymous. I lost my composure. The night guard maid stopped her rude behavior. But you must dress appropriately. As the champion of nightmares, you represent our mistress's royal dignity. And you must learn and familiarize yourself with royal etiquette. There can be no negligence, the night guard maid said very seriously to Anonymous. Listening to the night guard maid's endless chatter, Anonymous swallowed. It seemed our Anonymous could not escape the clutches of fate. A very long time later. I heard they have arrived. That's great. I haven't seen Anon in a long time. Luna felt very happy. Meeting friends always made her feel at ease. She hummed a little tune and went to find Anon. My friend Anon, it's been too long. I really miss you. Luna suddenly pushed open the fitting room door and walked in. Wow. As soon as Luna entered, she saw a rare sight. Anon was wearing dark-colored armor, adorned with accessories made of moonstone. Draped in a cloak with moon patterns, a decorative sword hung from her waist. What a valiant and handsome moon knight. My beautiful lady. It's been too long. I miss you very much too. I'm so glad to see you, Luna. Anon greeted Luna with the royal etiquette she had just learned. Luna was momentarily stunned. Chapter 86, The Strange Bride. Continuing from where we left off, Anon and Luna walked together, chatting and laughing. I never expected I would also attend a wedding, Anon remarked, looking at her armored dress with emotion. Isn't it great? A wedding is a ceremony of love, Luna chuckled. Oh right. Luna, what is a little pony's wedding like? Anon suddenly asked curiously. Well, first the bride and groom enter. Then, in front of Celestia, the bride and groom recite their vows. After that, the wedding ends, and the post-wedding party begins. Luna thought for a moment and said, Huh, that's it? Anon asked. That's it, Luna replied honestly. It's not what I imagined. It's just a normal wedding, isn't it? Anon felt a bit disappointed. Haha, you've got the priorities wrong. Luna teased Anon's silly Anon. A wedding isn't about those special ceremonies or complex vows. It's about love. A wedding is just a form of expressing love, Luna said with a light laugh. Anon scratched her head and smiled. Love? Anon pondered this unique word. Amid laughter, Anon and Luna arrived at the garden in Canterlot. The garden was quiet, with beautiful flowers blooming alone. Noticing that there were no ponies around, Luna called out to Anon. Anon, I have something to tell you. Luna stammered. What is it, Luna? Anon asked carefully. Hearing Anon's words, Luna became even more nervous. Her cheeks flushed. I think I. Before Luna could finish her sentence, Anon's eyes caught sight of a purple little unicorn lying on the grass in the garden. Huh. Isn't that Twilight Sparkle? Twilight, what happened to you? Anon quickly ran over and helped Twilight up. Although Luna's words were interrupted, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and ran over too. Twilight, once helped up, looked dazed and let out a long sigh. What happened? Did something happen with your brother? Did he bully you? Anon said angrily. No, it's not that. Twilight sighed again, but didn't he continue. Then what happened, Twilight? Now even Luna was curious and couldn't help but ask. I saw my brother, and I found out he is marrying Princess Cadance, my old pony babysitter. The most caring pony in the world. Under the persistent questioning of her friends, Twilight finally spoke up. Isn't that a good thing? Anon and Luna exchanged glances. Yes. My brother is marrying my old pony babysitter. This should be a great thing. Why has it turned out like this? Twilight said, her discomfort evident. I feel she has changed. She threw away the pie made specially for her by Applejack. She always acts like a princess, saying, Oh, please call me Princess Mi Amore Cadenza. Twilight mimicked Princess Cadance's tone. I really feel she has changed. It's as if that caring pony has disappeared. Could it be that friends who haven't seen each other for many years will all end up like this? Twilight was now both angry and frustrated. Think of a way. Luna. Anon looked at Luna with a pleading expression. Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with Cadance. You know, I just recently returned to Ponyville. Luna replied with her eyes. Princess Mi Amore Cadenza, humph. No, I can't let such a mean pony marry my brother. Twilight's fighting spirit reignited. A voice came from the side. Is some pony calling my name? Accompanied by the voice, a pink alicorn appeared. She had pink fur, a mane streaked with yellow, pink, and light purple, and a cute crystal-style mark on her flanks. Her forehooves were adorned with golden horseshoes, and she wore golden jewelry around her neck, topped with a small crown. It was Princess Cadance. Oh, I must go. I have work to do. Bye. Twilight awkwardly smiled at Anon and Luna before quickly running away. Good afternoon, Princess Mi Amore Cadenza. What brings you here? Luna asked with royal etiquette. Hello, Princess Luna. Who is this? Princess Cadance responded, and then looked Anon up and down with her big eyes. Anon felt uneasy under Princess Cadence's scrutiny. "This is Mr. Anon, who will represent Nightmare Moon at your wedding." Luna introduced Anon to Princess Cadence. As part of the introduction, Anon slightly bowed and performed a royal etiquette gesture. "Oh, so you are Anon. What a coincidence," Princess Cadence said with a smile. Then Princess Cadence moved closer to Anon, as if sniffing something. Anon stood still, not daring to move. "What is going on? Nothing like this has happened since I came to Ponyville." Luna suddenly stepped in between Anon and Princess Cadence. "Princess Cadence, what you're doing is very rude," Luna said, standing in front of Anon. "Oh, I'm sorry. Recently, I've been so busy with the wedding preparations that I'm a bit out of it. I truly apologize," Princess Cadence quickly explained. "Then you should rest early and not tire yourself out," Anon said instinctively with concern. Hearing Anon's concern, Princess Cadence seemed to sway slightly. "Oh, are you all right?" Noticing Princess Cadence wobbling, Anon asked with concern. Princess Cadence swayed again. "And no, I'm fine. I'm just a bit out of it. You're right. Sorry. I'll go rest for a bit." "Excuse me," Princess Cadence said, covering her mouth and bowing slightly before politely taking her leave. "It seems Princess Cadence is fine. Twilight is probably just a bit overwhelmed with her brother's wedding," Luna said. "Ah, young girls are like that. Anon, you must talk to her properly tonight," Luna said to Anon. Anon didn't respond, his eyes fixed on Princess Cadence's retreating figure. "Anon?" Luna called out. I'm here. It's nothing. I just spaced out for a moment." Anon finally came back to her senses. "Then let us go. I'll take you to explore Canterlot Castle," Luna said with a smile. "Are you really okay?" Anon thought to herself. For some reason, Anon felt that Princess Cadence's gaze was very dangerous, containing a deep possessiveness. I hope I'm just feeling things wrong. Chapter 87. Night Talk, Day Talk. In the evening, after a busy day, the friends began their dinner. "This place is really nice. Suiryu's recommendation is great," Anon said with a smile to Suiryu. "Hee, of course," Suiryu proudly puffed up her chest. "Ha ha." Friends began to discuss their experiences from the day, and the air around was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "I guess you think the same as I do. The Princess of Harmony is the worst almost bride in the world." Twilight Sparkle raised her drink, took a sip, and confidently commented. The girls looked at Twilight Sparkle with puzzled expressions. "Who? Me?" Sweetie Belle pulled out a small doll of the Princess of Harmony and squeaked. "Sweetie Belle? That S from the cake," Applejack said, looking at her speechless. Sweetie Belle smiled awkwardly and placed the doll on the table. "Twilight Sparkle, what are you talking about?" "The Princess of Harmony is a great mare," Zekara asked in confusion. "But she is so picky about you, why?" Twilight Sparkle asked incredulously. "That's normal. Who doesn't want to look beautiful on their wedding day?" Zekara said with a smile. Twilight Sparkle scratched her head. Zekara seemed to have a point. "Applejack, do you know she took your snack, said she liked it, and then turned around and threw it away?" But Twilight Sparkle wasn't giving up and continued to talk to Applejack. "Oh, maybe she didn't want to hurt my feelings," Applejack replied somewhat awkwardly. "No way. She's lying to you. She's a big liar," Twilight Sparkle exclaimed excitedly. "She got mad at a little bird during rehearsal," Fluttershy said softly. "See, I told you so." Twilight Sparkle put her hooves on her hips. "But he really is out of tune." Fluttershy pulled out a little bird. "Bought a broken plow. Bought a broken pear." The little bird made an unpleasant noise. "All right, that does give a reason to get mad," Anonymous said, covering their ears. "What about Beaky? You must have noticed the Princess of Harmony?" Just as Twilight Sparkle was about to ask Beaky, she saw Beaky and Sweetie Belle playing with the dolls of the Princess of Harmony and Shining Armor. "Ah, forget it," Twilight Sparkle said helplessly, leaning on the table. "No. Yona, Anonymous, you believe me, right?" Twilight Sparkle wasn't giving up and asked Yona and Anonymous. "Sorry, Twilight Sparkle. I'm busy preparing my rainbow power. I didn't even notice any attitude problems with the bride." Yona flapped her wings and replied nonchalantly. "I didn't notice any problems either." Anonymous stroked their chin. "How could you not feel that the Princess of Harmony is off?" Twilight Sparkle asked in disbelief. "You're overthinking it. The princess is about to get married. Maybe she's just nervous," Zekara advised. "No, I think she just has terrible character. A pony like her doesn't deserve to know Shining Armor, let alone marry him." Twilight Sparkle exclaimed loudly. I know you haven't accepted the fact that your brother is getting married. But, Twilight Sparkle, you need to learn to let go." Applejack walked over to Twilight Sparkle, resting a hoof on her shoulder to comfort her. "What? No, I haven't let go of my brother. Don't you all see? This wedding shouldn't be happening." Twilight Sparkle exclaimed in frustration, slapped the table, and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go. Twilight Sparkle, Twilight Sparkle," Anonymous called after her. But Twilight Sparkle ignored them and left without looking back. "It's okay, Anonymous. Twilight Sparkle must be going crazy again. It seems she really doesn't like her brother getting married. I hope when my brother gets married, I won't turn out like her." Applejack calmly took a sip of her drink and said, "This time it doesn't seem to be the same." Anonymous looked worriedly at Twilight Sparkle's departing figure. That night, Anonymous lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. All that filled their mind was Twilight Sparkle's painful, misunderstood expression. No, it seems I need to investigate tomorrow. Anonymous suddenly sat up, talking to themselves. But first, let's sleep tonight. Anonymous lay back down and fell asleep in an instant. It was a dreamless night. The next day, Anonymous went to Canterlot Castle to investigate the Princess of Harmony's past. Through visiting guards, maids, and searching through the archives, Anonymous ended up with a thick stack of records. After returning to their room, Anonymous sat at the desk and opened the records. All right, let's take a look. Hiss, an orphan since childhood. A witch who absorbed love during her childhood, and then grew up to charm the dragon coalition attacking Canterlot. All the ponies adored her. She is one of the most important princesses in Equestria. Am I living in some animated cartoon world? Isn't she really the protagonist? Anonymous flipped through the collected records, gasping. Wait a minute. The records say the Princess of Harmony loved being a little pony's nanny, but how could she not know Twilight Sparkle? Twilight Sparkle herself said that the Princess of Harmony had taken care of her and praised her as the most obedient and cutest little pony. As they flipped through, Anonymous discovered some highlights. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Anonymous quickly covered the documents on the table and turned to look. The Princess of Harmony stood at the door with a faint smile. I heard our Anonymous is very curious about my past experiences, she said as she walked in and closed the door. Anonymous was caught off guard and felt a bit awkward. But that's okay. I'm also very interested in you, Anonymous, the Princess of Harmony said with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Anonymous. She placed her front hoof on Anonymous' chest and gently scratched. Oh no. Anonymous jumped up, leaping 3 feet high and immediately distancing themselves from the Princess of Harmony. Princess of Harmony, please have some decorum. Such behavior is not befitting a lady, Anonymous said sternly to the Princess of Harmony. Haha, so looking into a pony's past is what a gentleman does? The Princess of Harmony teased with a flirtatious smile. Anonymous was momentarily speechless. But you are a bride about to get married. You really shouldn't do such things. Please have some decorum. After much thought, Anonymous finally said this. Don't worry, Shining Armor won't find out. It's just you and me here. Besides, I'm more interested in you right now, the Princess of Harmony said as she approached Anonymous, her eyes glowing with a dangerous green light. Don't you love Shining Armor? Anonymous asked while backing towards the door. Love? Love is a lie. Love is deception. Love is deprivation. Love is about taking. I don't love Shining Armor. I just want to possess him. Just like I want to possess you now. The Princess of Harmony wore a dangerous smile. A princess of love doesn't believe in love. That's quite a joke, Anonymous said coldly. What? I'm just under a lot of pressure because I'm about to get married. Perhaps after the wedding, I'll believe in love again. The Princess of Harmony laughed, covering her mouth. That is not something caused by pressure. Your behavior is completely different from what is rumored. You are not the real Princess of Harmony, are you? Where have you hidden the real Princess of Harmony? Anonymous shouted. Ha! Truly worthy of being the nightmare champion. You can actually see through it. The other harmonious elements are all being played around by me. I really should give you a round of applause. And no matter how loudly you shout, no pony will hear you. I said it before. It's just you and me here. The Princess of Harmony laughed and stomped her hoof. So arrogant? Humph. Even if I might not be able to defeat you, I can run, and you won't be able to keep me. As long as I call for 2 princesses, all your schemes will vanish into thin air. Anonymous backed to the door, their hand resting on the doorknob. By the way, let me give you one last piece of advice. Love is not a lie. Love is a choice. Love is understanding. Love is giving. Love is acceptance. Love is action. Love is freedom. Love is companionship. Love can change everything. It is the most touching expression in life. I firmly believe in the power of love. The anonymous figure stood ready, facing the Melody Princess in the room, and opened the door behind him. The Melody Princess smiled even more happily. In the reflection of her eyes, behind the anonymous figure, a few controlled bridesmaids raised their sticks, aiming at the anonymous figure's head. All right, he couldn't remember what happened today. The unicorn of the Melody Princess glowed with a green light. How interesting. It was originally just to seize Canterlot, but I didn't expect you to come to me. If it weren't for your disappearance causing unnecessary trouble. The Melody Princess looked at the sleeping anonymous figure and stuck out her long tongue to lick his cheek. Love? Humph. Hurry, take Mr. Anonymous back to his bed. He needs to sleep for a while. Now, I have to go deal with a certain self-important little unicorn. Ah! An evil laugh echoed in the room, lingering for a long time. Chapter 88, The Wedding in Progress. In the morning, a ray of morning light fell on the anonymous figure's face. He suddenly opened his eyes. Ouch, my head. The anonymous figure covered his head and crawled out of bed, dripping with sweat. I'm so thirsty, what happened? Where am I? The anonymous figure felt dry and dizzy, looking around in confusion. Before him was his room in Canterlot, and everything around looked normal. Forget it. Let's go drink some water first. What happened last night? Why is my head so fuzzy? The anonymous figure got up, poured himself a glass of water, and began to ponder. Last night, right, Twilight Sparkle? I need to investigate the melody matter. After a long time, the anonymous figure finally remembered. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a hurried voice came from outside. Mr. Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous. Are you still sleeping? The wedding is about to start. You need to hurry over. Outside, Miss Nightshade urged anxiously. What? The anonymous figure was startled and quickly looked at the calendar on the wall. I slept for a whole day and night. Oh no. The anonymous figure realized he might be late and didn't have time to think about the melody matter anymore. He quickly got dressed, put on his jewelry, and rushed to the wedding venue. After a while, toot toot toot, the royal fanfare sounded, and the wedding was about to begin. Just then, the anonymous figure hurriedly arrived at the wedding venue. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he stood next to Luna. Anonymous? Why are you only just arriving? What were you doing yesterday? I didn't see you all day? Luna asked with some concern. I don't know. I think I slept for a whole day and night. My goodness, am I that tired? Finally catching his breath just in time for the wedding, the anonymous figure said. Hee hee, your clothes are all wrinkled. Don't move, I'll help you, Luna said with a smile, using magic to smooth out the wrinkles on the anonymous figure's suit. Ah, thank you, Luna. You've been a great help. Hearing Luna's words, the anonymous figure looked down at his suit. Oh no, I forgot the accessories. Forget it, the wedding is about to start. I can just hide behind Luna later, the anonymous figure thought to himself. As the music played, the grand doors of the hall slowly opened. 3 little pony flower girls bounced in front, scattering petals. The Melody Princess, dressed in a wedding gown, followed closely behind, walking slowly into the hall. Princess Celestia stood on the steps, smiling as she looked at the Melody Princess and Shining Armor. The wedding was about to begin. Why do I feel like Shining Armor's eyes are a bit green? The anonymous figure whispered to Luna. A gray-white mare shot a fierce glare at the anonymous figure. The anonymous figure awkwardly covered his mouth. She is the mother of Shining Armor and Twilight Sparkle, Miss Twilight Velvet. The stallion beside her is their father, Mr. Nightlight, Luna quietly introduced to the anonymous figure. The anonymous figure felt even more embarrassed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to witness the union of Princess Mi Amore Cadenza and Shining Armor. Princess Celestia began to speak from the stage. Where's Twilight Sparkle? The anonymous figure looked around but did not see Twilight Sparkle. Right, you don't know. During rehearsal yesterday afternoon, Twilight Sparkle and Shining Armor had a huge argument, and then she disappeared. She probably doesn't want to attend this wedding, Luna quietly explained. Miss Twilight Velvet beside them showed a sad expression, while Nightlight comforted his wife and shot an angry glare at the anonymous figure. Oh dear, my mouth. The anonymous figure decided to stop talking. Princess Celestia made a gesture on stage, and the music gradually quieted down. Mi Amore Cadenza, do you agree to marry Shining Armor and enter into this marriage contract? In sickness and in health, for any other reason, do you love him, take care of him, respect him, accept him, and remain faithful to him until the end of your life? Princess Celestia asked. I do, the Melody Princess replied with a smile. Then, Shining Armor, do you wish to take her as your wife and enter into this marriage contract? In sickness and in health, for any other reason, do you love her, take care of her, respect her, accept her, and remain faithful to her until the end of your life? Princess Celestia asked. I do. Shining Armor swayed on stage, wearing a silly smile, and said, Very well, is there any pony opposed to this union? Princess Celestia looked toward the ponies in the audience. There was no response from below. Then we shall bless them. I am honored to announce here. Before Princess Celestia could finish her sentence, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice. No, I disagree. Twilight Sparkle's figure burst into the wedding hall. What is going on? Who is she? The audience of ponies whispered among themselves. The Mares present showed awkward and sad expressions upon seeing that it was Twilight Sparkle. As for Twilight Velvet and Nightlight, they covered their faces, unable to look at the other ponies. Ugh, the Melody Princess on stage stomped her hoof. Why does she always have to monopolize my brother? The Melody Princess said angrily on stage. Suddenly, she noticed that many ponies were looking at her and immediately put on a pitiful expression. Why does she want to ruin my special day? Saying this, the Melody Princess began to cry on stage. You're wrong, because today is not your special day at all. It's mine. Another disheveled Melody Princess appeared at the entrance. What? All the ponies present were stunned. How can there be 2 Melody Princesses? The anonymous figure asked in surprise. She is not me. She is a changeling. The real Melody Princess angrily raised her hoof, pointing at the false princess on stage. Changelings can transform into the form of your most beloved pony, using your love to increase their own power. The Melody Princess explained to everyone. Ha ha ha. The false princess on stage stopped pretending, her horn shimmering with green light. A burst of green flame shot up into the sky, and in that fire, the false princess transformed into a changeling. With a black shell, a slender body, hollow hooves, a curved horn, ragged wings, and a small crown on her head, a tall and sinister changeling appeared before the ponies. Congratulations, you got it right, little princess. An evil voice enveloped the entire hall.